Chapter 1. The cafeteria is open. The resounding chimes of the noon bell reverberated through the air, signaling the end of class at 12 o'clock. It was time for lunch. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter as the youthful university students animatedly discussed their lunch plans and the extracurricular activities they would partake in later that afternoon. Amidst the bustling crowd, students surged into the corridor, their playful laughter gradually fading into the distance. "Oh no, I'm so hungry." A sense of faintness began to wash over her. Once the throng dispersed, in a rather inconspicuous corner of the last row of the classroom, a frail little figure with white hair managed to rise weakly. Her name was Yun Xiaoning, and today marked the third day of her existence in this world. In her previous life, she had been a boy who struggled with a peculiar ailment for over a decade, ultimately succumbing to the relentless grip of illness on her 18th birthday. Yet, fortune smiled upon her as she transcended into a new existence. Although she had transformed into a diminutive girl, barely 1 meter 50 tall, possessing a soft and delicate appearance, adorned in a pink dress and white knee-high socks, she was, nonetheless, a legally recognized young lady. At least she possessed a healthy body. She was alive and could continue to live. Moreover, her current beauty and figure were nothing short of exceptional, a stark contrast to her previous frail and sickly form. This was indeed a remarkable stroke of luck, one to be cherished dearly. To adapt swiftly to her new life, Yun Xiaoning had spent the past 3 days exploring the memories and body of her original self, while also fervently indulging in online transformation novels, particularly those imbued with a citrusy flavor, which she found utterly delightful. She had even begun to envision a stunning, elegant partner materializing beside her, with whom she could share affectionate embraces every day. After all, having transformed into a girl, it would be a travesty not to relish the benefits of closeness with beautiful women. However, despite her aspirations, she had stayed up far too late engrossed in her reading the previous night, resulting in her tardiness to class and missing breakfast altogether. This fragile body, combined with her petite appetite, left her feeling dizzy from merely skipping one meal. With a sigh, she decided to abandon her daydreams of cozying up to a beautiful lady and instead braced herself against the desk, weakly maneuvering her way forward. Indeed, attending to her hunger was paramount. If she didn't eat soon, she truly risked fainting from starvation. To nearly starve just 3 days after her rebirth was an embarrassing predicament for a transmigrator. Lacking the energy to compete with the exuberant crowd for a spot in the cafeteria, Yun Xiaoning could only shuffle along slowly, clutching her empty stomach. Just as she began to ponder what she might eat, a sudden, piercing scream from outside jolted her back to reality. "Ah! Help! Help me! Ah!" Yun Xiaoning was momentarily startled by the cacophony of cries, before her curiosity compelled her to scurry back to her seat. She stood on tiptoe, her hands grasping the windowsill as she peered toward the source of the commotion. That shout originated from the cafeteria. This university, modest in size and somewhat secluded, possessed only a single dining hall. Thus, during the lunchtime rush, the area surrounding the cafeteria transformed into the most densely populated hub on campus. At this moment, at the main entrance of the cafeteria, a crowd had formed, creating a small clearing amidst the throng. In that clearing, a student appeared to be in a frenzied state, ravenously devouring another student who lay lifeless on the ground. "What is happening?" Yun Xiaoning widened her eyes and hastily pushed the window open, leaning out to observe the distant scene more clearly. "Separate them. What is he doing? He's gone mad. Insane. Murder." The crowd erupted into chaos, with shouts merging into a cacophony, yet few dared to approach. Moreover, within mere seconds, the student lying on the ground, drenched in blood, grotesquely contorted and managed to rise, emitting a bizarre, beast-like roar. This prompted another wave of gasps and shrieks from the crowd. The two blood-soaked madmen immediately lunged toward the stunned students, who were still snapping photos and shouting. The once orderly flow of people devolved into utter chaos, screams echoing in a disarray. Students, who had only witnessed such scenes in films, frantically scattered in every direction. However, due to the overwhelming density of the crowd, a series of trampling incidents quickly ensued, with many individuals collapsing to the ground, rendered motionless. In the turmoil, countless bodies fell, and collisions erupted as people tumbled over one another. This provided the two transformed creatures, now twisted and ravenous for human flesh, with ample opportunity. They immediately pounced upon the fallen individuals. Those who were attacked initially screamed and struggled, only to swiftly succumb to unconsciousness. But mere moments later, they would rise again, contorted from the pool of blood, much like how Yun Xiaoning had first observed. Thus, this cycle continued. One became 10. 10 became 100 more, and more monsters emerged, returning from the dead, mouths agape and hunger, joining the fray against the remaining humans. In an instant, the once serene and beautiful university transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. What was meant to be a joyful mealtime after classes had turned into utter devastation. And oh, it seems the cafeteria has indeed commenced its feast, though the food has transformed into humanity itself. At this moment, Yun Xiaoning was utterly astonished, her complexion ashen, her hands and legs trembling slightly, her heart racing to the brink of escape from her throat. What on earth is happening? Monsters? Zombies? Infection? Amidst her panic, Yun Xiaoning suddenly heard a sound akin to the activation tone of the phone ling, weighing Modifera crisp dong resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host. Due to your exceedingly low attributes and your frail, inept state, you have garnered the system's mercy and unlocked the privileges of the Apocalypse Super Support System. You have received a novice reward of 5 tokens, which may be used to procure selected items from the system shop. Note, please promptly bind your exclusive support, thus formally unlocking the system and acquiring access to its other functionalities. System? Wait. Apocalypse? Indeed an apocalypse. It turns out that the world into which I have traversed is actually a post-apocalyptic realm. Chapter 2. The mutant monsters are knocking. In merely a few minutes, the outside world transformed into a hellscape of corpses and blood. Countless souls had perished in the blink of an eye. Yet these deceased souls rose once more, many undergoing grotesque transformations. Some sprouted tentacles, others contorted into insect-like forms, and some even mutated, sprouting bone-like wings. Inevitably, they began to bare their fangs, viciously lunging at those who were once friends and classmates. Shouldn't I have been studying survival in the apocalypse rather than tales of transformation these past few days? But my frail body, nearly starving from skipping breakfast, possesses no merits beyond being pretty and charming. How could I possibly survive in such a catastrophic world? Gazing at the horrifying scene in the distance, a wave of nausea washed over Yun Xiaoning. With a swift motion, she drew the curtains, retreating slightly in a daze. At this rate, I fear I shall soon meet my end. What should I do? The system. Yes, the system. I just awakened my system. But why is it a support system? It hardly seems reliable. As she struggled to summon her system interface, she forced herself to ignore her hunger and hurriedly approached the classroom door with her petite legs. Peering outside, she found the corridor utterly deserted at this hour. The teaching building was at its most sparsely populated. The chaos from the cafeteria had yet to reach this place, granting her a few minutes to ponder. Scratching her head, despite her still pale visage and trembling limbs, Yun Xiaoning took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down and scrutinize the contents of the system interface. If there are no invincible cheats to rely on, it is uncertain whether individuals like me can survive in the apocalypse. In fact, it is quite possible that one could be reduced to a specific type of resource, leading a life that is 1,000 times more agonizing than death itself, a life that is ironically adored by others. Within mere seconds, Yun Xiaoning had come to a stark realization about her own position. However, that fate seemed far less preferable than a swift demise. Contemplating this, beads of perspiration began to trickle down her forehead. It appeared that, in order to survive, she had only one option left: the direction offered by the system she had just awakened to. In the system interface, most functions remained locked, as she had yet to bind herself to a specific ally. The sole exception was the system shop. Before delving into the contents of the shop, Yun Xiaoning felt compelled to take action. Should she flee? Or was there another course of action? After a few seconds of hesitation, she turned around and, with a resounding bang, slammed the classroom door shut, locking it firmly in place, hoping to buy herself a little extra time. At that moment, she was nothing more than a physical underachiever, even in her short skirt. Her legs were so feeble that they could scarcely outrun a rabbit. The monsters, on the other hand, exhibited a speed of mutation that was visibly alarming, their movements exceedingly agile. Coupled with her current state of dizziness from hunger, escaping in the midst of chaos seemed utterly impossible. She feared that within mere minutes of stepping outside, she would be devoured as lunch. Thus, hiding and fortifying her position appeared to be the wisest course of action. After securing the doors, Yun Xiaoning summoned her remaining strength to push together the desks in the front and back rows, attempting to bolster her defenses. Once this task was completed, the white-haired girl collapsed onto the floor with a thud, already on the brink of fainting from hunger. She truly could not afford to lose consciousness now. If she closed her eyes, there was a grave risk she might never reopen them. In a frantic effort, she shook her head vigorously and pinched her soft, tender thigh with determination. Ouch, that hurts. Perhaps due to her transformation into a young girl, her tolerance for pain had diminished significantly compared to her previous life. Even this gentle pinch brought tears to her eyes. However, this was not the time for tears. The sharp sting in her thigh jolted her back to some degree of awareness, prompting her to scramble awkwardly to the window, peering through the gap in the curtains to glimpse the chaos outside. The hellscape beyond had grown increasingly tumultuous. The entire school had transformed into a cafeteria for those monsters, teeming with living, fleeing prey. Yet, many astute individuals, realizing escape was futile, had chosen to hide away in secret locations, much like Yun Xiaoning. But could hiding truly be a solution? It felt more akin to a slow death. Furrowing her brow, Yun Xiaoning anxiously turned her gaze toward her system shop. The items in the system store are dazzling, ranging from basic food and water to medical supplies and an array of weapons. Almost everything imaginable is available. There's nothing that cannot be acquired, only things one may not think of. It is truly a vast logistical warehouse. By simply submitting a sufficient amount of tokens, she can obtain an endless supply of post-apocalyptic resources. She even spotted numerous impressive items in the weapon shop, such as stabilized tail wing armor-piercing rounds. However, at present, she lacks the purchasing authority for any of these items. It appears that, as the system description indicated, only by binding to a dedicated ally can one unlock the system's full functionalities. But where could she possibly find such an ally to protect herself? Yun Xiaoning anxiously scratched her head, but ultimately, she discovered a section labeled Newcomer Special at the bottom of the store. This section contained only 4 items, all of which were unlocked. The first 3 products were as follows: a bottle of mineral water, 0.5 tokens; a bucket of instant noodles, 1 token; a bucket of pre-cooked instant noodles, 1.5 tokens. If possible, Yun Xiaoning hoped her meager sustenance would not be reduced to merely a bucket of instant noodles. Her gaze shifted downward, ultimately resting on the 4th item. Ability Awakening Potion Unique, 3 tokens. Ability? Yun Xiaoning hastily opened the description page for this potion. This potion can assist the host in rapidly awakening their exclusive post-apocalyptic ability. It can only be used once. However, as this is akin to forcing growth, the system bears no responsibility for any adverse effects that may occur to the host body. Adverse effects. Indeed, just as she hesitated, a bizarre and terrifying roar akin to that of a beast suddenly echoed from the corridor outside. The sound lingered for quite some time and reverberated throughout the hallway. Yun Xiaoning was momentarily stunned, her expression one of despair as she turned to gaze at the classroom door, now securely blocked by her desk. The thunderous sound of heavy footsteps began to resonate continuously. The monsters seemed to have caught a whiff of something and were rushing towards the classroom where Yun Xiaoning was. It was as if they had locked onto their target long ago, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at her door. Wait, are they really coming this quickly? Yun Xiaoning's face grew paler, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yet before she could react, a long, sharp appendage resembling a squid's tentacle, but ending in a bony spike, suddenly burst through the seemingly sturdy door with a resounding crash. In the blink of an eye, it sliced through the desk she had painstakingly placed against the door, cleaving it into 2 halves as if it were mere vegetables. The clattering of severed metal echoed relentlessly, and at that moment, the back door of the classroom was also being furiously assaulted by another roaring creature. The defenses she had set up had proven to be nothing more than child's play against these monsters. Yun Xiaoning's legs trembled uncontrollably as she instinctively began to retreat away from the classroom door. At that moment, she did not dwell on her thoughts any longer, but rather pressed the purchase button next to the bottle of the Ability Awakening Potion without hesitation. Chapter 3. The Invincible Safe Zone. Regardless of any potential side effects, the paramount objective now is to survive. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Xiaoning swallowed the mysterious liquid from the small vial that had inexplicably appeared in her hand. Instantly, an indescribable bitterness surged up her throat, causing her to cough violently. Meanwhile, not far away, the classroom door had been ruthlessly torn apart by the monstrous entities outside, and several grotesque creatures, barely resembling humans, rushed in with a cacophony of sounds. The desks that had served as feeble barriers were now rendered to splinters by their razor-sharp claws. Roar! Yun Xiaoning attempted to struggle, desperately evading the onslaught of the approaching monsters. Yet, the effects of the potion seemed to activate suddenly. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and the world spun chaotically. Grasping the windowsill with both hands, she barely managed to keep herself from collapsing onto the floor. Simultaneously, a searing pain ignited in her chest, a torment so intense that she could scarcely contain a moan, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In that very moment, a notification sound resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have awakened an SSR-level ability, Absolute Boundary. You now possess the fundamental capability to delineate boundaries. But be forewarned that utilizing this ability will significantly deplete your mental and physical stamina. Prolonged and frequent use may yield unimaginable consequences. The boundary will exert a formidable obstructive effect on the infected and other apocalyptic beings, and you may utilize the boundary to establish a safe zone or attempt to capture the infected. A boundary, an obstructive effect. What could that possibly entail? The system seemed to offer scant explanation for this ability, leaving her to decipher its meaning on her own. Yet, time was of the essence. There was no opportunity to ponder this newfound power. However, when Yun Xiaoning raised her head, she found the monsters that had burst in were now upon her. The nearest one barely half a meter away. The grotesque creature's close proximity startled her into a scream, and she fell to the ground, pressing her back tightly against the wall, just in time to evade the creature's massive claw swinging toward her. Beside her, another monster, adorned with a long, sinuous tentacle, launched a second assault, its sharp appendage lunging directly at her forehead. What exactly is this delineation? How does one even draw a line? In this life-or-death moment, with her mind a blank slate and her legs too weak to support her, she forced herself to attempt to activate her ability. Suddenly, a golden glimmer emanated from her right index finger, and with a swift motion, she traced it along the corner of the wall. A crisp sound echoed in her ears as she did so. The formidable tentacle that charged forward, capable of puncturing the security door, met an invisible barrier, as if it had collided with an impassable wall of air. The bony tip shattered instantly, and the entire appendage was repelled, crashing into the head of another creature with a resounding thud. Beneath the windowsill, Yun Xiaoning's stroke had already etched a semicircular pattern on the ground, stretching from the left wall to the right, with a radius of approximately half a meter. The lines composing the design shimmered faintly with a luminous golden hue, seemingly the very source of this air wall. Enveloped by the delicate golden thread, Yun Xiaoning retreated to the center of the semicircle, witnessing the horde of monsters rush into the classroom, only to collide violently with the invisible barrier, leaving them bloodied and battered. More and more creatures with gaping maws surged in, quickly surrounding the classroom until it was utterly sealed. They jostled against one another outside the air wall, forming grotesque piles of flesh, yet they could advance no further, only pressing against the barrier, becoming increasingly deflated from the relentless pushing. The stench of decay and the metallic scent of blood saturated the air, making it difficult for Yun Xiaoning, confined within her small semicircular haven, to breathe. However, merely inhaling the foul odors would not lead to her demise, though her face still bore traces of astonishment and fear. The unexpected sense of safety instilled by the golden circle finally allowed her to exhale in relief. I'm not dead. I'm alive. The petite girl trembled as she steadied herself against the wall, incredulously gazing at the monsters that had encircled her, yet could not advance even a single step closer. They continued to roar, relentlessly assaulting the intangible air wall as they had the classroom door moments ago, but their efforts were utterly futile. No matter how sharp their claws or how terrifying their tentacles, the weapons they had evolved into appeared as fragile toys in the presence of the golden thread, shattering upon mere contact. Yet, they remained oblivious to retreat. The influx of monsters escalated, causing those at the front to be crushed under the immense force of their comrades, resulting in gruesome explosions of gore before Yun Xiaoning's eyes, with blood raining down and viscous fluids splattering everywhere. Nevertheless, hidden within her semicircle, she remained untouched, save for her slight nausea as she covered her mouth and nose. Her heart raced, but as she comprehended her situation, a sense of calm enveloped her, the pallor on her face receding. Rubbing her shoulder, which had struck the wall when she fell, she shakily rose and returned to her original seat. Upon witnessing Yun Xiaoning's movement, the monstrous horde seemed to take her actions as a taunt, launching themselves at the air wall with renewed ferocity. Yet, the harder they crashed, the more devastating the consequences became. In their reckless attempts, many creatures fell victim to their own kind, perishing under the backlash of their fellows. Is this truly my ability? An absolute boundary. A mere stroke can delineate a sanctuary from which these monsters cannot breach. It seems quite formidable indeed. Although Yun Xiaoning remains curled up, she no longer experiences the same terror as before. With fear dissipated, her mindset has finally achieved a semblance of tranquility. She lifts her gaze and begins to scrutinize the monsters before her in detail. Despite being less than half a meter apart from them, she is currently enveloped in undeniable safety. Yet, the future remains uncertain. Who knows how long this protective zone will endure? The system provides no textual description. Will it last for mere minutes, hours, days, or perhaps exist indefinitely? If it is only temporary, how shall I extricate myself? Yun Xiaoning, filled with despair, rises onto a chair, supporting herself against the wall as she tiptoes to glimpse the monsters looming behind her. The classroom has been entirely filled, and beyond the classroom, it appears that the creatures in the corridor continue to converge. Hiss, is my flesh somehow more delectable than that of others? Yun Xiaoning scratches her head in confusion. Why have they all surged towards me? Chapter 4. Are the infected merely miscreants? The gentle sunlight, which should have warmed the room, filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting its glow upon her delicate cheeks. Yet, it offered no solace to Yun Xiaoning. With another resigned sigh, the young girl lowered her gaze, slipped off her shoes, and curled her legs beneath her, settling into a crouch on the chair. Her body seemed to relish the sensation of tightly embracing her legs and torso with her arms. The thin fabric of her dress clung to her tender skin, while the white stockings enveloped her legs, creating an intimate and tangible sense of security, allowing her to momentarily forget the predatory gazes that scrutinized her. Approximately 2 hours had elapsed since she was first encircled by the monsters. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yet, they continued to drool and gaze hungrily at this fragile maiden. The assault against the barrier of air had long since ceased, and most of the creatures had dispersed, yet a few relentless beings lingered nearby, showing no signs of retreat. The ground was littered with the remains of the fallen monsters. The chaos of 2 hours prior had seen many of them crash against the barrier. Regrettably, the barrier remained steadfast and unmoving. Yun Xiaoning was not merely cowering in fright. Amidst her terror, she was also engaging in various attempts and daring explorations. The air barrier appeared capable of repelling the infected and their assaults, yet her hands and feet could effortlessly breach it. Although it was merely a brief experiment, she distinctly sensed a series of completely transparent, soft membranes standing upon the golden thread of the barrier. Once she passed through the membrane, she would lose her protection, and the monsters would swarm toward her. Strangely, everything within her reach, books, pens, and her clothing, could freely traverse the membrane. However, objects like desks and chairs, influenced by the creatures outside, were repelled by the membrane, bouncing back when hurled. At first glance, this air barrier resembled a colossal sieve. Only the infected and their attacks, as well as their physical impacts on other objects, would be deflected, while everything else could freely enter and exit. This was akin to an extraordinarily efficient sanctuary in a post-apocalyptic world. As long as one entered the circle delineated by Yun Xiaoning, they would gain absolute protection. It seemed she had the potential to replicate this sanctuary. Was this the concept of absolute marginality? What a formidable power, yet appeared to possess not even a hint of combat capability. Yun Xiaoning scratched her head. How then could she escape alive? Though she was momentarily safe, her situation remained dire. The monsters in the classroom were patient. Her stomach protested vehemently. Her head spun, and her consciousness began to wane. It must be acknowledged that she was on the verge of fainting from hunger. How terribly hungry she felt. If she did not consume something soon, she feared the worst. The gnawing hunger had significantly drained her energy and strength, rendering her unable to utilize her abilities a second time since earlier. Each time she activated her powers, darkness would cloud her vision, plunging her into a state akin to hypoglycemia. What should she do? The white-haired little creature helplessly lifted her head, gazing at the individuals meandering within the classroom. Aren't you all hungry? I noticed that those of your kind outside the window have already feasted to their heart's content. Are you truly content to suffer hunger alongside me? Though I am quite beautiful, and I surely must smell delightful. My soft and tender form might indeed be quite delectable. However, you cannot feast upon me, you know? As she spoke, Yun Xiaoning extended her small hand to scratch at her soft, cake-like body wrapped in white silk, bringing her fingers to her nose to inhale. Instantly, the sweet aroma of milk wafted into her nostrils, stirring vivid imaginings. This might very well be a scent that incites a ravenous desire in the monstrous beings before her. Nevertheless, Yun Xiaoning had already resolved within herself. Even if she were to perish in this small circle, she would never willingly step outside to meet her fate. Whether by starvation, thirst, or a fatal leap from the window, she refused to be devoured by these creatures. Such a death was simply too grotesque for her to accept. A chorus of howls erupted from the classroom, as if her words had successfully provoked the monsters. They suddenly began to assault Yun Xiaoning's air wall with relentless fervor. The sounds of flesh colliding, thuds and splats, filled the air. Oh no! Startled by their sudden outburst, Yun Xiaoning pressed herself against the wall. She witnessed two creatures, blinded by rage, hurling themselves against the wall to the point of self-destruction. Collapsing in a bloody heap on the ground, lifeless. Could it be that these monsters possessed some semblance of intelligence? Did her taunts truly have an effect? Yun Xiaoning's mouth fell ajar in astonishment, but simultaneously, an idea, perhaps useful, began to materialize in her mind. Without hesitation, she acted. She had no time or energy to squander. Thus, she approached the air wall ever so slowly, and in a tone laced with scorn, she shouted loudly, "You pathetic, worthless, infected creatures! Is this all you can manage? Keep attacking. Have those over there already killed themselves? Truly useless, utterly useless." The effect of her taunts was remarkable. Even more infected beings were drawn in from the corridor, joining the assault on the air wall alongside their companions within the classroom. As one after another of the grotesque creatures shattered against the barrier of air, Yun Xiaoning felt her eyelids twitching in a moment of speechlessness. "Continue, you useless rabble, pathetic creatures." Her soft, glutinous voice carried little menace, yet possessed an inexplicable allure for the infected. Roar! Bang! 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 The sight of the infected colliding with such grotesque fervor was too nauseating, prompting Yun Xiaoning to turn her gaze toward her desk. While she continued to hurl insults at the creatures, she found herself increasingly unable to bear the scene. In fact, she felt hungrier than those monsters. Thus, she knew she must procure something to eat. Weakly, she rubbed her belly and opened her system's store page once more. She recalled that she had a surplus of 2 tokens, sufficient to purchase some basic supplies from the Newcomer's Special Offer section. After careful consideration, she chose to buy a bottle of mineral water and a cup of instant noodles that had already been cooked. This might very well be her last meal. She opted for something warm. Soon, with a flash of golden light, the provisions she purchased materialized on her desk. The fragrant pork bone soup instant noodles wafted enticing steam, instantly awakening Yun Xiaoning's taste buds. Ah, it smells so good. So incredibly good. Though instant noodles were merely a rudimentary sustenance at this moment, they were enough to thoroughly enchant her after a day of fasting. She cast a sidelong glance at the nearby monsters, who continued their mindless assaults against the air barrier. Shaking her head with indifference, she excitedly opened her arms, cradling the cup of noodles as gently as one would a child. It has come to this. Let us eat first. The white-haired little round figure murmured softly before plunging into a fervent feast. Chapter 5. Captured by a Wicked Woman. Yun Xiaoning had never before experienced the sheer bliss of indulging in a steaming bowl of instant noodles. Hunger gnawed at her relentlessly, her entire being fixated upon the fragrant bowl before her. Oblivious to the predatory gaze lurking outside, she remained unaware of the impending intrusion. With a sudden crack, the window swung open, allowing a wave of oppressive summer heat to surge into the room, rustling the curtains and disheveling Yun Xiaoning's hair. Strands of hair obscured her vision, preventing her from discerning whether the figure that had entered was human or an infected being. Regardless of identity, the unexpected arrival sent her heart racing in alarm. "Who are you?" The white-haired girl, startled by the gust, stumbled precariously close to the edge of safety. "I'm hungry. That looks quite delectable." A tall girl with lustrous black hair casually perched herself on the windowsill, her alabaster thighs exposed. The hem of her black skirt danced in the breeze, her face partially revealed through the fluttering curtains, exuding a playful charm. She leaned against the 5-story-high air, radiating a confidence that suggested she was entirely unconcerned about the risk of falling. Barefoot and without socks, her legs and the JK-style outfit were stained with blood. The soles of her feet painted a vivid crimson. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that none of the blood belonged to her, as Yun Xiaoning found no wounds adorning her. Though the intruder was indeed human and not an infected creature, Yun Xiaoning subconsciously sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from this girl. The newcomer's gaze was fixated greedily on the bowl of noodles that sat invitingly on the table. Outside, the relentless assault from the infected continued, their frenzy intensifying with the arrival of fresh prey. Yet, within the confines of the air wall, the two girls regarded one another with equal hostility, seemingly unfazed by the monstrous chaos outside. Who are you? What do you want? How did you get in through a 5-story window? Aren't you afraid of dying? Are you some kind of superhuman? Who on earth are you?" A torrent of questions flooded Yun Xiaoning's mind. But the most pressing concern was that this girl seemed intent on her noodles. "I want to eat that," the black-haired girl declared, pointing assertively at the bowl. "No, absolutely not. This is my lifeline. How can someone even think of stealing my last meal? What audacity!" Yun Xiaoning suddenly embraced her bowl of instant noodles, baring her teeth like a puppy guarding its food. Yet, a puppy is destined to fail in its defense. The raven-haired girl had no intention of granting Yun Xiaoning the opportunity to utter another word. She swiftly placed a foot upon Yun Xiaoning's shoulder, exerting just enough pressure to effortlessly push her to the edge of the air wall. As the roars of the monsters loomed ever closer, Yun Xiaoning cried out in panic, relinquishing her noodles and clinging desperately to the chair's backrest and the edge of the table to maintain her balance. However, when she turned back, her bowl of noodles had already been seized by the girl by the window. "You?" The girl nonchalantly picked up the fork Yun Xiaoning had used, plunging it into the noodles and winding them into a hefty mass before shoving it into her mouth. Delicious. You've saved yourself, but I am doomed." Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in disbelief, far more startled than the infected individuals beside her. My noodles." In a state of frantic desperation, the small white-haired girl began to struggle violently. Yet, the tall girl possessed an astonishing strength, despite summoning all her might. Yun Xiaoning could not contest against even one of her legs. This leg, seemingly soft and smooth, bore no semblance of muscle, yet it could unleash such immense power. Though both were girls, and despite Yun Xiaoning being considerably shorter and lighter, the disparity in strength was simply unfathomable. The power of her opponent was clearly not that of a fragile female university student. After all, one must be well fed to effectively utilize their abilities. Abilities? So this girl has awakened her powers too? That would explain everything. While her own abilities could create a safe zone, they were nearly devoid of combat prowess. If her opponent possessed a combat-oriented ability, then being easily overpowered made sense. Yun Xiaoning shot the girl a glare, already on the brink of surrendering her resistance. During her moment of hesitation, the bowl of noodles was nearly devoured. The girl even slurped up the broth, showing no intention of leaving even a morsel for her. Indeed, hesitation leads to defeat. She should have been more decisive, purchasing the noodles and consuming them without delay. How infuriating! How utterly infuriating! Yun Xiaoning clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at the girl who towered above her. To add insult to injury, after finishing the noodles, the girl proceeded to grab the bottled water Yun Xiaoning had placed on the table, unscrewing the cap and drinking deeply. How can you eat and drink like this? That's my water. I just bought it from the system shop. Why are you looking at me like that? What do you have to say? Yun Xiaoning's head was steaming with anger, her thoughts drifting towards murderous intentions. No. She needed to devise a way to eliminate this wicked woman. How delightful. After guzzling down half a bottle of water, the young girl cheerfully leaped from the window, abruptly yanking Yun Xiaoning close to her. The sudden gust generated by the pull deepened the tension within Yun Xiaoning's heart. Listening to the girl's increasingly near breaths and observing the slight upward curve of her lips, Yun Xiaoning swallowed hard, suppressing her earlier impulse to dismantle her adversary. Is this your ability? How impressive. To create a safe zone. Are they completely unable to enter? Yun Xiaoning pouted and turned her head away, only to find the girl furrowing her brow, forcefully grasping her chin and turning her head back. The white strands of hair danced in the wind, gently brushing against her pale, slightly flushed cheeks. Beside her fierce, glistening eyes, the girl noticed two sparkling tears that had formed unbeknownst to her. Were they born of grievance, unwillingness, or rage? Yet in this apocalyptic world that had descended upon humanity, such emotions had long lost their significance. The comparison between human emotions and survival had become utterly irrelevant. Tears had forfeited their ability to evoke pity, rendering them cheap and futile. What is wrong? You seem quite discontent. Oh, how about this? Let us strike a bargain. In return for filling my belly, I will help you fight your way out. But your abilities must also be at my disposal, including yourself. How's that sound? What kind of tyrannical terms are these? Yun Xiaoning wiped away her tears, casting a resentful glance at the individual who was now gripping her collar and roughly presenting her before him. I saved your life. It's already a tremendous loss for me not to demand more. Just as Yun Xiaoning was about to retort, she noticed a flash of dark energy in the girl's hand, revealing a massive scythe, entirely black and at least 2 meters long, appearing in midair. The moment the scythe emerged, it extended towards the boundary beyond. Then, the unmistakable sound of flesh being sliced echoed sharply in Yun Xiaoning's ears. She turned her head abruptly to witness several infected beings nearby being cleaved in half, their dark red blood gushing onto the ground. Wah! I am Zhongli. What is your name? Chapter 6. To bind a thigh, one must engage with her. Ding! Reliable thigh has been detected nearby. Target distance, 0 meters. Would you like to bind it? Note: once bound, the exclusive thigh cannot be unbound or replaced, and if the exclusive thigh perishes, this system will cease all services. What is your name? Neither the system's prompt nor Zhang Li's inquiry could draw Yun Xiaoning's attention back. She remained transfixed, staring at the pitch-black scythe, which seemed to possess a soul of its own, fiercely slicing through all the infected within the classroom. How astonishing. Slaying these infected is as effortless as cutting paper. This must be the extraordinary ability of the tall girl beside her, Zhongli, right? The entire ambience of the world around her felt discordant. The white-haired little bundle marveled silently, her mind in a daze, until Zhongli gently flicked her forehead with a finger. Ouch! I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you responding? Rubbing her head, the girl finally turned her gaze back to Zhongli. I am Yun Xiaoning. A thigh. This is undoubtedly a thigh. Is this the persona of a phoenix soaring in the apocalypse? Quite intriguing. In an instant, Yun Xiaoning's attitude towards Zhongli made a complete turnaround. The other might be a wicked woman, the one who snatched her only bowl of instant noodles, nearly leaving her faint from hunger. Yet, if she is willing to guarantee her safety, then that bowl of noodles could indeed be worth its weight in gold. Yun Xiaoning quickly grasped the reality. She understood that relying solely on herself, even with the absolute marginal ability, would make survival in this apocalypse exceedingly challenging. Both her petite physique and the timid personality influenced by her childlike form were impediments on her path to survival. Thus, to endure, her only recourse was to find a suitable thigh, as the system required, and cling to it tightly, like a parasite, forsaking everything, even her dignity, to hold on. Yun Xiaoning? Such a charming name. No sooner had the words left Zhang Li's lips than the scythe had eliminated all the infected in the classroom and soared out into the corridor to continue its slaughter. At this moment, Zhang Li finally took hold of Yun Xiaoning's sleeve and slowly stepped beyond the boundary line that Yun Xiaoning had drawn. Why does it feel as though your gaze has suddenly become much clearer? Aren't you upset about the instant noodles I took? Yun Xiaoning lowered her head shyly, evading Zhang Li's teasing gaze. At this point, explaining anything seemed futile. Perhaps only by relinquishing her unwarranted defenses could she gain a modicum of Zhang Li's trust. Zhang Li seemed to have taken an interest in her solely because of her abilities. However, Yun Xiaoning felt that, aside from her abilities, it was essential to leave a positive impression on the other party. Thus, she resolved to be sincere and speak the truth, as she suddenly realized that the bowl of instant noodles might not be her last meal. Subsequently, her anger diminished. This little one seems quite perceptive. After all, I have always been a person who recognizes the moment. As she followed Zhang Li out of the classroom, Yun Xiaoning discreetly opened her system interface. The communication with the system was conducted mentally, likely preventing Zhang Li from noticing anything amiss. System, I wish to bind Zhang Li as my exclusive support, if you please. Current selected exclusive support. Zhang Li, target basic information. Personal level 7, ability level 1, physical fitness S, stamina S, strength, mental power SSS, support rating, chosen 1. Highly suitable. Second confirmation. Do you wish to select Zhang Li as the host's exclusive support? Warning. Once bound, the exclusive support cannot be unbound or replaced. And if they perish, this system will cease all services. Chosen 1. Although Yun Xiaoning was not entirely versed in the levels, a level 7 in this newly erupted apocalypse should indeed be quite impressive. Moreover, the mental power rating of SSS was evidently extraordinary. Yun Xiaoning understood that utilizing abilities required mental energy. Thus, when she was famished, her mental energy would be depleted, rendering her incapable of harnessing her powers a second time. Hence, the higher the rating, the more formidable the support. System, I choose her. After all, it seems she had little choice otherwise. Had it not been for this individual's sudden entrance through the window, this wretched system might have remained ineffective until her demise. Binding has commenced. Please maintain physical contact with your exclusive support for 10 minutes to complete the binding. Any interruption will pause the process. What? This binding has special conditions? Yun Xiaoning was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure. Maintaining contact for a while should not pose a challenge for her, as they were both females. A plausible excuse should suffice, right? Outside the corridor, the pitch-black scythe had eradicated all the infected individuals in the vicinity and now hovered quietly at the doorway, awaiting its master, Zhang Li. At that moment, Yun Xiaoning suddenly tugged at Zhang Li's clothing. Zhang Li? Zhang Li turned around, and Yun Xiaoning felt as if her gaze was that of someone observing an amusing toy, an unsettling perception that momentarily disconcerted her. Yet, having chosen Zhang Li as her binding support, she ought to adapt. This individual appeared reliable, confident, and unyieldingly fearless. Surely, she could not be a pure villain or a mentally unstable, obsessive individual. Could she? It seemed highly unlikely. It is highly improbable, indeed. Yun Xiaoning shook her head to herself, turning her face to express her desires. Could you hold my hand? Oh, what is the matter? In the sunlit corridor, where the windows stood wide open, the midday sunlight illuminated the girl's silvery hair, resembling a cascade of dazzling brilliance. This was perhaps the last vestige of purity within this space, tainted by blood and scattered corpses. She timidly took a step back, her gaze filled with trepidation, yet bravely fixed upon the woman before her, who towered over her with a perpetual smirk. Gradually, she raised her small hand. "And no, it's nothing. I'm just a bit scared." This was a falsehood, yet it bore an air of sincerity. The petite and fragile figure trembled slightly, and the sight of the little white-haired girl evoked a deep sense of compassion, making it almost impossible for anyone to deny her modest request. "Is that all right?" This marked the first occasion since her transmigration that Yun Xiaoning sought to elicit sympathy using the advantages of her current form. Surprisingly, she executed this with remarkable finesse, evoking a sense of muscle memory, suggesting that her original self had often engaged in such endeavors. "To be honest, your pleading demeanor is truly adorable. But I must decline. Thank. Huh?" Zhang Li's smile deepened, seemingly relishing the amusing expression that surfaced on Yun Xiaoning's face after her rejection. She began to scrutinize Yun Xiaoning anew, her gaze traversing from head to toe, ultimately resting upon the girl's feet, where her toes nearly touched, clad in delicate white stockings and charming round-toed canvas shoes. Unless you take off your shoes and let me wear them." Chapter 7, she remarked that I must taste both fragrant and tender. Yun Xiaoning was once again taken aback, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Zhang Li's face. Indeed, ever since she had climbed through the window, Zhang Li had been barefoot, and the soles of her feet were already completely stained with blood. She must have been barefoot for quite some time. Yet this person, how could she still be both eating and taking things? First it was instant noodles, and now it was shoes? This seemed a bit excessive. No, something was amiss. In the depths of Zhang Li's gaze and expression, Yun Xiaoning felt an inexplicable sensation. She suddenly realized that even though they had only known each other for a few minutes, it seemed Zhang Li was already attempting to manipulate her. "What, are you unwilling?" As if it were a jest, how could one possibly be agreeable to such matters? Yun Xiaoning retreated another step, and as her astonishment faded, she became aware that she had unconsciously pouted in displeasure. To attain what one desires, one must be prepared to pay a price or offer something of value. Is there a problem with that? Zhang Li crossed her arms over her chest, and the black scythe floated behind her, seemingly augmenting her imposing presence. Yet, this aura could not intimidate Yun Xiaoning. She glanced down at Zhang Li's feet and promptly voiced her inquiry. "What were your shoes?" "They were soaked with blood, uncomfortable and sticky, so I discarded them." Such a reasonable response. Yun Xiaoning retreated yet again, finding herself utterly incapable of countering it. However, how could one allow you to take both eat and claim? Moreover, those shoes were a cherished birthday gift received from the original owner. Precious and not to be so easily relinquished. Absolutely do not capitulate. If this continues, she could reshape Yun Xiaoning into something unrecognizable, an outcome she dared not imagine. Having conceded the instant noodles earlier, Yun Xiaoning resolved to defend her shoes with unwavering determination. 2 minutes later. "How is it?" "A bit chilly." "Ugh." The sensation of traversing the staircase barefoot, clad only in 2 stockings, is both jarring and frigid, is rather uncomfortable. With every step, Yun Xiaoning felt her delicate soles endure the biting cold of the stairs, especially upon stepping on the slippery edges of the steps. It felt as if her bones were being crushed. Currently, the only source of warmth was the hot, soft hand gripping her forearm. Fortunately, the process of binding to her designated thigh was already underway. Soon, with less than 10 minutes of patience, Yun Xiaoning would fully unlock all the functions of the system. Well, if I must be barefoot, so be it. If it means unlocking the system's full potential, enduring a little discomfort for my feet seems worthwhile. Moreover, the sensation of Zhang Li's hand holding onto hers was, to be honest, quite reassuring. It offered a sense of security. Yun Xiaoning lowered her head, no longer contemplating whether being barefoot might lead to a chill, and simply endeavored to keep pace with Zhang Li. "Zhang Li, where are we going now?" "To the dormitory." "Huh? What are we going to do at the dormitory?" In accordance with Yun Xiaoning's reasoning, she firmly believed that her first course of action would be to flee the school and seek a place to hide. Uncertainty loomed regarding the situation outside the school. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse 2 hours ago, both of her mobile phone's SIM cards had lost signal, rendering her unable to receive any external information. However, the outside world might offer a semblance of safety compared to the school, where the population density was relatively high, consequently increasing the concentration of monsters. Yet, Zhongli appeared utterly indifferent to the infected individuals. Naturally, she possessed the means to disregard them. With her scythe wielded with astonishing speed and force, she could effortlessly cleave through any obstructing infected in the blink of an eye, exhibiting an unwavering stamina. Yun Xiaoning speculated that this remarkable ability was likely linked to Zhang Li's extraordinary SSS-rated psychic power. Beneath the dormitory building lay a supermarket, stocked with essential supplies, food, and water readily available. Moreover, the dormitory housed ample backpacks and suitcases for gathering provisions. We must hasten to seize our zero-cost purchases before others do, and we should also secure some change of clothes. Furthermore, you cannot ignore the gnawing hunger in your stomach. Concentrating under such conditions would be challenging, and it might impede the activation of your abilities. She considered her thoughts to be rather comprehensive. Yun Xiaoning had initially assumed Zhang Li intended to eradicate all infected within the school and then convert the dormitory into a safe haven. We must quicken our pace. My abilities can only sustain for a few more minutes, and my psychic energy is nearly depleted. I currently have no knowledge of how to recover quickly. Additionally, that bowl of instant noodles barely sated my hunger. Despite having dispatched dozens of infected along the way, Zhang Li's powers astonishingly persevered for another 10 minutes. Yun Xiaoning reflected on her own solitary attempt to draw a boundary, which had resulted in no further success, and felt a pang of regret as she lowered her head. However, before she could utter a sigh, Zhang Li's grip suddenly tightened significantly. Though her shoes were ill-fitting, they were sufficient for her to stride swiftly. Yet, oh dear. Slow down, please. It hurts, it really hurts. Yun Xiaoning's small face turned pale, although her feet were obscured by stockings. They were undoubtedly reddened from the pressure. No wonder ancient texts referred to being barefoot as barefooted. It was all about the soreness. The pain was excruciating. Upon descending the academic building, the world outside had transformed completely from the school that resided in Yun Xiaoning's memories. Blood was everywhere, yet the corpses were remarkably few. This was likely because the deceased had risen again, driven to hunt and consume the living. Currently, the main thoroughfare outside the academic building hosted only a handful of wandering infected, aimlessly roaming about. It was likely that the vast majority of the infected were occupied with attacking the remaining humans, much like how they had besieged her moments earlier. Have you observed them? Observed? Yes. Study their appearances, analyze their behaviors. This is significant. I have been preoccupied with battling and adapting to my abilities, leaving me little time for careful observation. I have not either. Yun Xiaoning sensed that Zhang Li cast a fleeting glance in her direction, but dared not raise her head. Zhang Li's words held considerable wisdom. Many portrayals of zombies in film and television depict the protagonist group adjusting their tactics by observing the peculiar behaviors of the undead. This is both astute and crucial. However, despite the apocalypse having erupted for over 2 hours, and despite having remained in absolute safety by the classroom window during this time, it seemed as though she had squandered the hours lost in contemplation, pondering the essence of life. This was followed by a painful, despairing sigh, clutching her empty stomach. They can likely be categorized into 2 types. I have dubbed them ordinary and mutated types. Those assailing you, endowed with specialized appendages, are the mutated types, while the 2 wandering nearby, hardly distinguishable from normal humans, are the ordinary types. Alas, Yun Xiaoning did indeed take note of this distinction. However, the creatures that burst into the classroom to attack her were primarily those that had transcended human form. She had scarcely encountered the ordinary types. The ordinary types strike indiscriminately, yet the mutated types seem to target specific individuals. For instance, I discovered you by following the scent of them in instant noodles. At this moment, could we possibly refrain from mentioning instant noodles? Yun Xiaoning pouted, offering no words, merely continuing to listen attentively. Have you ever pondered why they are attacking you? I do not know. Neither do I, perhaps. Perhaps, perhaps in their eyes, you appear exceptionally delectable. After all, even I find you to look quite appetizing. The taste must surely be fragrant and tender. Chapter 8. I must begin to struggle immediately. Your expression is quite intriguing. Yun Xiaoning. It seems you're already anticipating being devoured by me, are you not? Consuming everything will only lead to your detriment, truly. In any case, you must not eat me, ah. Although still holding hands, Yun Xiaoning timidly shifted slightly to the side, creating a small distance from Zhang Li. She then turned her head away, evading Zhang Li's somewhat excessively intense gaze. In Zhang Li's eyes, there was a certain glimmer, akin to that of a child observing a new toy or a pet just brought home. It was not the gaze one would expect when regarding an equal human being. Rather, it was the look directed at someone weaker, someone entirely within one's grasp. This realization made it psychologically challenging for Yun Xiaoning to accept. Yet, she dared not voice her concerns. After all, the apocalypse had arrived, and had it not been for Zhang Li's intervention, she might still be awaiting her fate in the school building. She was indeed saved by him. Nevertheless, that expression he wore while looking at her was rather peculiar, especially when he slightly furrowed his brow, as if playfully threatening her. Yet, Yun Xiaoning sensed a hint of genuine emotion lurking beneath. Could it be that he harbored a different inclination and truly wished to consume her? Of course, the term consume here does not refer to mere sustenance, but to the act of devouring, to be enveloped, refined, or perhaps subjected to a thorough examination. Then, she would be tamed and molded into his shape, both in body and mind, over the course of endless days and nights. With his formidable combat prowess on display, there was no way she could escape. However, if that were the case, did she truly need to flee? After all, in her past life, she was a male. Her inclinations were entirely normal, and the dream of a romance with a beautiful girl was indeed a fantasy. Yet, she could not simply surrender without any resistance, lying back and accepting her fate. Could she? No, at the very least, to avoid becoming a weakling after being consumed, Yun Xiaoning resolved to begin her struggle immediately. I must grow stronger, far more formidable than Zhang Li, who would want to rely on someone else and live off their merits. Ding! The host's exclusive support has been successfully bound. All functions of this system are now fully accessible to the host. Please refer to the system menu for details. But I rather like relying on support. It's splendid, as it grants access to system enhancements. Thus, as she walked alongside Zhang Li toward the girl's dormitory, Yun Xiaoning opened her system page, her lips curling into a smirk as she browsed. In an instant, she completely forgot her previous worries of being regarded as food by Zhang Li. Within the system menu, aside from the top option, System Store, which Yun Xiaoning had already explored, 3 additional options were now prominently highlighted: System Tasks, Information Panel, and Personal Backpack. The System Tasks and Personal Backpack options were both quite straightforward. The content is quite literal. The system periodically issues tasks, and upon their completion, one can earn substantial tokens and material rewards. The Personal Backpack serves as a private space exclusively for Yun Xiaoning. Currently, it occupies an area of approximately 1 cubic meter, which can be expanded by purchasing specific upgrade items from the store using tokens. However, having a cubic meter of space in the early days of the apocalypse is already quite impressive. Glancing at the empty task and backpack interfaces, Yun Xiaoning scratched her head and directly opened the information panel for further inspection. The content within this function is relatively intricate and abundant. Upon entry, a warm system notification appeared at the bottom of the loading screen. The information panel has been integrated and upgraded alongside the personal information interface accessible to all awakened superhumans. In this feature, the host will receive additional special information that others cannot see. Thus, it seems that every awakened superhuman has the capability to access a personal information interface. However, when she awakened her powers earlier, she did not have this feature. It was unexpectedly appropriated by the system for upgrades. Frowning slightly, Yun Xiaoning focused intently on the interface, scrolling through the information. Unbeknownst to her, her actions had piqued Zhang Li's curiosity. Yet, Zhang Li could not perceive Yun Xiaoning's unique system interface, and assumed she was merely reviewing her personal information. Yun Xiaoning discovered that the information panel was primarily divided into two sections. The upper part contained details about herself, while the lower part elaborated on her companion, Zhongli. Sliding her finger, she first navigated to the top of the page. Superhuman, Yun Xiaoning female. Age, 18 years. Personal level, 0. Power, absolute margin, power rarity. SSR, super rare. Power level, 0. Derived skills, none. Base attribute rating. Physique, E. Stamina, E. Strength, E. Mental power, C. Base attribute bonuses, none. This, how weak. After reading, Yun Xiaoning frowned, feeling hopeless. Based on the system's annotations, she gained a rough understanding of how the combat power enhancement system for superhumans operates. The main factors affecting a superhuman strength are twofold: their powers and the base attribute rating. As for powers, the rarer they are, the more formidable they become. Additionally, by defeating infected beings, superhumans can elevate their power levels. Besides gaining proficiency in using their powers, the potency and numerical values will also increase, and they may awaken derived skills, further enhancing combat efficiency. The second aspect is the base attribute rating. Each individual's initial value is fixed and unchangeable, representing an inherent talent. However, as they gain experience by defeating infected beings and level up, superhumans can obtain substantial base attribute bonuses, becoming increasingly powerful. Thus, the enhancement model in this apocalyptic setting is straightforward and brutally effective. Thus, one must slay creatures to enhance their powers, rendering them ever more formidable. By defeating foes, one ascends in rank, subsequently allocating points to augment fundamental attributes. However, innate talent is equally paramount. Take Yun Xiaoning, for instance. Her initial mental acuity is rated C, while the other three attributes languish at E, rendering her scarcely distinguishable from a mere layabout. Among the quartet of foundational attributes, mental prowess is akin to the mana in a game. It determines the sustainability and control of one's abilities. Conversely, strength, stamina, and endurance collectively enhance the physical constitution of the ability wielder. Consequently, each attribute bears significant weight, and one must not become overly specialized. Alas, my situation appears dire. Does an imbalance across all four dimensions not constitute a lack of specialization? Contemplating this, Yun Xiaoning sighed deeply. Yun Xiaoning, suddenly startled by her companion Zhongli's voice. She jolted back to attention, her heart racing. "What are you sighing about?" Zhongli inquired. "I wasn't sighing." Yun Xiaoning retreated slightly, casting a furtive glance at Zhongli, relieved that her friend did not seem overly perturbed. In light of her current predicament, Yun Xiaoning dared not exhibit any rebellious or defiant behavior towards Zhongli. Should Zhongli, in a fit of displeasure, abandon her by the roadside, it would not take long for her to meet a dire fate. Thus, she must cling tightly to her companion's support for the time being, nervously avoiding Zhongli's inquisitive gaze. Yun Xiaoning navigated to Zhongli's personal interface on the system page. Ability user, Zhongli, female, age, 20 years, personal level, 7, ability, black armory, armory unlock progress, 1/7. Ability rarity, SSR, super rare. Ability level, 1, derived skills, skill 1, black scythe radiance, summons a black scythe that can be wielded at will for attack, lasting 30 minutes with a cooldown of 60 minutes, base attribute ratings, stamina S, endurance S, strength A, mental power SSS, base attribute bonus, strength 7. Is this correct? The apocalypse has only just erupted a little over 2 hours ago, has it not? Chapter 9. Please do not abandon me. Yet this fellow behaves as if they are a seasoned player. Yun Xiaoning raised an eyebrow. Aside from being slightly taller, possessing a better physique, and appearing a tad more intelligent than herself, Zhongli did not seem to differ greatly from her. Why, then, was there such a disparity? While she found herself ensnared by monsters, unable to move, Zhongli appeared to have already conquered the school, leaving no rivals in her wake. After meticulously comparing their statistics, Yun Xiaoning let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, She found solace in the thought that perhaps submitting to Jiang Li and living off her merits in the future might not be such a dreadful fate. In that fleeting moment, she felt a sense of acceptance and recognition wash over her. Thus, the path ahead became increasingly clear. She needed to devise a way to ensure that she was inexorably tied to Jiang Li, lest she be discarded for being a burden in the future. Scratching her head, Yun Xiaoning then discovered that the current system page could be scrolled down further. Current exclusive ally favorability. 54 curiosity. Favorability rating chart. 0 to 45 indicates negative feelings. 45 to 55 denotes strangers with no feelings. 55 to 100 represents positive feelings. It was a favorability system. One could monitor the affection level of their exclusive ally at any time. How convenient. Thus, it seemed imperative to elevate her favorability with Jiang Li to secure their bond. Attention! The host must strive to maintain the exclusive ally's favorability at a minimum level of 60, trust, or face dire consequences of abandonment. Seeing this, Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in shock. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in her mind. Detected that the exclusive ally's favorability towards the host is below 60, trust. This system has issued an urgent task. Please take note. An urgent task? Urgent task. Raise the exclusive ally's favorability to above 60, trust. Time limit, within 3 days. Task reward, advanced portable power source X1, system tokens X100. Just as Yun Xiaoning finished reading the details of the urgent task and began contemplating her strategy, she felt a sudden increase in the force pulling at her arm, nearly causing her to stumble. What? What is happening? We have arrived. The dormitory building, the second most populous area in the university after the cafeteria, teemed with students after classes ended at noon. Being a medical institution, the number of female students greatly surpassed that of their male counterparts, resulting in a notably higher concentration of infected individuals in the female dormitories. Fortunately, this area primarily consisted of basic infected, with few mutated creatures. In fact, throughout her journey, Yun Xiaoning had scarcely encountered any mutations, feeling as if they had all been dealt with by Jiang Li during the classroom siege. These ordinary infected posed a combat capability not vastly different from that of normal humans. Yet, it possesses a perilous characteristic that can spread with a mere bite, rendering it exceedingly daunting for the average individual. What is happening over there? As Yun Xiaoning lifted her gaze, she beheld a throng of infected individuals frantically besieging the entrance of the supermarket at the base of the dormitory building. The supermarket's doors and windows seemed relatively sturdy, fortified by a rolling shutter, yet breaching its defenses was merely a matter of time. It appeared that others had already entered. Evidently, someone had arrived before us. Demonstrating quite a swift reaction, Jiang Li pinched his chin, adopting a contemplative demeanor, while several of the infected, ensnared in their assault on the supermarket, momentarily turned their attention towards Yun Xiaoning and Jiang Li. Subsequently, one by one, they twisted their heads, revealing their gaping maws. They are coming. What? What do we do? Upon witnessing the infected turn their gaze upon her, a chill coursed through Yun Xiaoning, compelling her to draw closer to Jiang Li, her hands clutching his clothing tightly. Before addressing Jiang Li's affections, she must first ensure her own survival. My scythe has only a few minutes of use left. Therefore, I cannot afford to squander time battling them. Creating a commotion will undoubtedly attract more infected, leading to an endless cycle of trouble. Furthermore, I still need to utilize my abilities to transport supplies. So, Yun Xiaoning, can you use your powers once more? Huh? Me? Yun Xiaoning lowered her head, uncertain, rubbing her empty stomach. Just moments ago, when she was on the brink of starvation, she was completely unable to harness her mental strength. However, she had managed to consume a few bites of instant noodles, alleviating her hunger somewhat. She was unsure if she could successfully activate her abilities now. I can try. Not just try, you must succeed, if you wish to survive. Huh? Yun Xiaoning was taken aback, then abruptly looked up to see the horde of infected charging recklessly towards them, while Jiang Li brandished his large scythe, poised for battle a few meters ahead. The sheer number of infected was staggering, nearly 100, making it nearly impossible to eliminate them all in a short span. What? What should we do? Yun Xiaoning took a step back, fear etched across her face. But the warmth radiating from Jiang Li's grip on her arm quickly jolted her back to reality. I have only been reborn for less than 3 days. I cannot perish so easily. The frenzied roars and howls of the undead surged forward within mere seconds as the tide of zombies crashed upon her like a relentless wave, threatening to engulf her completely. Yet all the remaining survivors had long since lost their retreat. She was no exception. To survive, one must be courageous and must struggle. The timid essence embedded within the petite figure of the little girl was momentarily cast aside by Yun Xiaoning. With her eyes tightly shut and her teeth clenched, she sought to recapture the sensation she had experienced when successfully activating her powers in the classroom. Suddenly, a brilliant, shimmering golden light appeared, flickering at the tip of her right index finger. Success! In an instant, Yun Xiaoning opened her eyes and swiftly gestured with her hand. A slender, luminous golden thread rapidly entwined her and Jiang Li, forming an absolutely secure circle upon ground. Hud, hud, hud. Countless infected individuals collided furiously against the air wall that arose from the golden circle, resulting in a cacophony of sounds as they met their demise, bloodied and battered. Some, propelled by their own momentum, were even knocked back to the ground, trampled mercilessly by their fellow infected. The stench of blood and decay soon permeated the air, inducing a wave of nausea. The infected, who had previously besieged the small supermarket, now redirected their focus, eagerly converging upon Yun Xiaoning. However, after utilizing her powers, Yun Xiaoning was too overwhelmed to appreciate the effects of her abilities. Dizziness enveloped her, and darkness clouded her vision, prompting her to collapse onto the ground. It was so difficult. It felt as though half of her very soul had been siphoned away. The girl weakly supported herself with her arms, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Are you all right, Yun Xiaoning? I'm fine. I can still hold on, she replied, her voice barely a whisper. The white-haired little bundle had entirely curled up, her snowy locks spreading across the golden circle like a blanket as she gasped for breath. All right, hold on a little longer. I'll go to the supermarket for supplies and return shortly to fetch you. Huh? Slowly lifting her head, Yun Xiaoning was astonished to see Jiang Li grasping the long handle of the scythe, being lifted into the air by its momentum. Wait, how is she? Floating in place? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she watched as Jiang Li ascended atop the scythe, soaring past the heads of the hundreds of infected, heading directly toward the supermarket. She's just leaving like that? Panic surged within her as the girl struggled to rise, reaching out her small hand toward Jiang Li's receding figure. Don't leave. Please don't abandon me. Don't abandon me, okay? Chapter 10. She will return, right? Jiang Li had no intention of heeding Yun Xiaoning's somewhat hoarse cries. He was solely focused on racing toward the supermarket. With a resounding crash, the supermarket's entrance was cleaved in two by a powerful swing of the black scythe. He exhaled lightly, glancing back at Yun Xiaoning, who was now surrounded by the infected 100 meters away. Just as he had surmised, she seemed to possess an extraordinary allure for the infected. Even the mindless attackers, who typically exhibited indiscriminate aggression, had fixated their attention solely on her, completely disregarding his presence. Thus, utilizing her as bait to draw the monsters while he scavenged for supplies proved to be a remarkably effective strategy. Admittedly, it felt somewhat beneath him, but time was of the essence. With less than 5 or 6 minutes remaining before the scythe's summoning period concluded, he had no choice but to impose on Yun Xiaoning for a moment longer. He chuckled softly, lifting the scythe as he stepped into the supermarket. Inside the supermarket, several predatory eyes were already fixated upon him. Why, you can't come in here? This is our territory. Get out now. Following the voice, Yun Xiaoning slowly raised her head, startled by the sudden loud shouts from within the supermarket. However, the distance rendered her unable to discern the words clearly. In contrast, the voices of the infected that had encircled her were much louder and clearer. Countless crimson eyes were fixated on her, sending shivers down her spine. When she had been surrounded in the classroom, she could at least turn her head to gaze out the window at the scenery. Now, she was completely engulfed by the grotesque faces and gaping maws of the infected, leaving her no room for distraction. All she could do was lower her head and curl up into a tight ball. She couldn't even rise on her tiptoes to glimpse the situation in the supermarket. Her petite stature rendered her visibility non-existent amidst the throng of infected. Thus, she remained utterly oblivious to the happenings within the supermarket. The only thing she could do was endure and wait. The profound weariness of both body and mind brought a hint of drowsiness. After drawing the 2-meter diameter golden circle, it felt as if she had expended all her strength. Even the thought of standing up seemed an arduous task. She felt her eyelids growing heavy, on the verge of fainting. Yet, now was not the time to indulge in slumber. If she succumbed to sleep, she feared waking to find herself drinking the soup of oblivion. She fought against the fatigue, gritting her teeth to persevere. Though she was temporarily safe, the tension within her showed no signs of abating. She waited and could do nothing but wait. Anxiously, she awaited, her heart heavy with trepidation. Anxiously waiting, Yun Xiaoning pondered whether Jiang Li would truly honor her promise to return for her. This was, without a doubt, a complete unknown. She had flown away, leaving Yun Xiaoning alone to attract the attention of the infected. What did she think of herself? A disposable tool, designed solely to captivate the attention of all the infected. A mere resource? One could only hope not. Would she decisively abandon her, fleeing with the supplies? This was not merely speculation, but rather a highly plausible reality. Yun Xiaoning lifted her pale face, gazing despairingly at the increasingly overcast sky. Jiang Li's weapon could only be summoned for half an hour, after which it would enter a lengthy cool-down period of 1 hour. During this hour, devoid of any usable abilities, she was little different from an ordinary human, utterly incapable of arriving to save her. With so many infected around, what difference did it make if she did not activate her powers? Thus, she would not come. Would she? Yun Xiaoning pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged. It seemed her journey would end here. Although she had awakened a system, without a single token to her name, the system was merely a decorative trinket. Despite having awakened abilities, they were solely defensive, lacking any offensive capability. She found herself trapped in dire straits. What was to be done next? Wait for death? Oh! Suddenly, she felt so miserable. Even her meager meal had been snatched away and consumed by that scoundrel Jiang Li. How frustrating. Could she not even die with a full stomach? How infuriating. Yun Xiaoning cast a mournful glance at the infected surrounding her, their faces etched with a singular desire to devour her. Please, can you stop looking at me? And don't crowd around me. If you're hungry, go feast on Jiang Li over there. Don't block me. The infected tilted their heads, then erupted into loud, frenzied howls, crashing against the air barrier with even more vigor. How absurd. First anger, then slowly transitioning to sorrow and grievance. The girl buried her head in her knees, feeling the corners of her eyes moisten, releasing 2 crystalline tears. Why? Why did this happen? Why was it me? This is so unfair. Hadn't I just died once? Why must I face death again? The promise of a beautiful new life and body was about to be snuffed out before it even began. Why was life so relentless in its cruelty? And Jiang Li. How heartless could one be to even steal a meager meal? With this thought, Yun Xiaoning's fist struck the ground in frustration. After a flurry of strikes that failed to quell her anger, she released a long, helpless sigh and curled up on the ground, lying amidst her ocean-like white hair. The clamor inside the supermarket had not ceased. Faintly, Yun Xiaoning could discern that Jiang Li was clashing with those hiding within. The sounds of clattering and crashing echoed ominously. However, the commotion did not persist for long. It soon fell silent, leaving no trace of sound. Jiang Li's ability must have cooled down, and to employ it again, she would need to wait for an hour. An hour hence, what if she were to reactivate her powers and come to retrieve her? Of course, it was entirely possible that she would not wait for the cooling period at all. For her, simply departing was the most straightforward option. Suddenly, Yun Xiaoning opened her eyes once more and struggled to rise. She felt that she could not give up just yet. One must strive and always harbor hope. Even if she had been abandoned, she needed to find a way to survive on her own. No, she had to take action. It was imperative to do something. The young girl gritted her teeth. She could not simply lie there and await her demise. What should she do? If only she could encircle all the monsters here with her abilities, restraining their movements, and then devise a way to carve out an escape route. However, if she forced herself to use her power now, she would likely faint. Moreover, she had yet to determine the maximum length she could draw with her ability. With her powers unreliable, she turned her gaze to the system. Yun Xiaoning opened the system interface and began to scrutinize it. The shop indeed offered a plethora of weapons for purchase, yet each required a substantial amount of tokens, and she currently had none to her name. The system proved to be quite unreliable. It was rather absurd that purchasing weapons necessitated tokens, which could only be earned by defeating monsters, yet without weapons. How could this defenseless little girl possibly combat them? After several fruitless attempts, Yun Xiaoning anxiously pulled her phone from her pocket. The battery was low, and there was no signal or internet. She could not connect with the outside world. After searching for considerable time, she found no function that could assist her. Ultimately, Yun Xiaoning decided to set an alarm for 1 hour later. Activating power saving mode, she held her phone tightly to her chest. This seemed to be a futile struggle, even somewhat laughable. Yet for a desperate little soul, this was her sole flicker of hope. Relying solely on herself appeared utterly insufficient to transcend her current predicament. All she could do was wait. Wait for Zhongli to keep her promise. Would Zhongli arrive as promised in 1 hour? If she failed to show, the only choice left would be to continue waiting. Much like the infected who had besieged her in the classroom gradually dispersed after their attempts proved fruitless. The current siege would likely not endure for long, and it was then that she might find an opportunity to escape. Chapter 11. Let me pinch your face. Please. Come save me. Come rescue me. I beg you. I do not wish to perish. I yearn to live. Yun Xiaoning kept her eyes shut, feeling as though she had been waiting for an eternity. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, and she felt herself on the brink of slumber. Yet, why had the alarm not sounded? With a fierce glare at the surrounding infected, she retrieved her phone to check the time. It was now 2:31 p.m., and less than 10 minutes had passed since she had set the alarm. Raising an eyebrow, Yun Xiaoning finally grasped the agony of time dragging on interminably. Above her, the sky darkened ominously. Thick clouds gathered, obscuring the sunlight completely, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Yet, the roars of the monsters grew increasingly fervent. There were even more infected arriving from distant locales, joining the ranks that encircled Yun Xiaoning. As for her own state, the swelling and pain in her feet, the gnawing hunger in her belly, and the mental fatigue showed no signs of abating. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Yun Xiaoning felt she could no longer endure. Her mind was foggy, thoughts eluding her, and her limbs were growing weak and limp. Had she not been holding on with sheer will, she would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness the moment her abilities had activated. After another struggle to maintain her composure, it was as if some vital string within her had finally snapped. With a soft thud, Yun Xiaoning collapsed to the ground, drifting into slumber. In the haze of unconsciousness, she seemed to dream. In her dream, the golden ring that had once protected her gradually lost its luster, fading entirely. Then, the infected surged forward. They finally achieved their desire, ravenously tearing into her flesh. Arms, thighs, abdomen, internal organs, neck, face they greedily chewed, and the excruciating pain spread through her being. She wished to scream, to cry out, but her throat was seized by a vicious bite, leaving her only able to emit pitiful, choking sounds as she helplessly watched her body being devoured piece by piece. So much pain. The agony was unbearable. Stop biting. Stop biting. It hurts so much. Let me die, let me die. Awakening from the nightmare, Yun Xiaoning suddenly opened her eyes, only to find Zhongli, grinning with a wicked delight, squatting before her, poking her cheek with a finger. Upon noticing her awakening, he withdrew his hand, as if savoring the moment. Zhongli? You slept quite soundly, Yun Xiaoning. I'm not dead. In shock, Yun Xiaoning sat up, gazing around in confusion. The ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowed, and severed limbs of the infected were strewn about. Although she remained within the protective golden circle, the infected that had surrounded her had been utterly annihilated. Not a single one remained. What is this? Jiang Li single-handedly exterminated them all? In a moment of shock, Yun Xiaoning suddenly felt Jiang Li's hand gently brush her nose, which startled her so much that she fell back to the ground. At that instant, the phone that had dropped on the floor began to ring, its alarm echoing in the silence. An hour had passed exactly. The ever-reliable Jiang Li had arrived as expected. Her enormous scythe floated behind her, quivering slightly, as if it had not yet quenched its thirst for blood. It seemed she had not abandoned her true self. She had returned. Strangely, a sense of relief and joy surged within Yun Xiaoning, akin to the exhilaration of surviving a catastrophe, causing tears to spill from the corners of her eyes. What was wrong with this little girl? Why was she crying so much? Huh? What do you mean by death? Quickly, get in the car. We must make our escape. With a soft thud, Jiang Li tossed a bag of bread to Yun Xiaoning, as if feeding a pet. Bread! Bread! Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in astonishment, instantly revitalized. She glanced up at Jiang Li, her expression questioning whether this was truly for her. Hurry and eat. Aren't you still hungry? Without waiting for Jiang Li to finish her sentence, Yun Xiaoning had already fumbled to tear open the packaging, eagerly stuffing the bread into her mouth. Delicious. Simply delightful. In an instant, Yun Xiaoning had fallen in love with the soft texture and sweet flavor of the bread. Oh heavens, perhaps you truly wish to see me perish. But alas, I have not died. I am alive. With a clumsy scramble, Yun Xiaoning stood up and hurried to catch up with Jiang Li. What kind of car is this? It seems to be the principal's vehicle. Wait, I noticed this car parked under the dormitory during the supply transfer. The doors were open, and the keys were in the ignition, but it was already abandoned. What good fortune for me. Careful to avoid the blood-stained stockings and feet, she stepped gingerly over the piled bodies of the infected, following Jiang Li to the main road outside the dormitory. This vehicle was laden with various suitcases and bags, filled with food, water, and practical supplies that Jiang Li had procured from the supermarket at no cost. After just an hour of effort, had she really prepared so thoroughly? Jiang Li, where are we heading next? First, we will go to the suburbs. It's less populated there, and I have a villa in the area, which is relatively safe. A villa? It appears that Jiang Li was quite affluent before the apocalypse. Rubbing her stomach, Yun Xiaoning tossed the empty bread bag aside. She felt slightly unsatisfied, yet one loaf had sufficiently replenished some of her strength. Once in the car, Yun Xiaoning immediately noticed the back seat stuffed with an array of food, in addition to the usual snacks and prepared meals from the supermarket. Jiang Li had even managed to acquire some fresh vegetables and meat. With a gulp, Yun Xiaoning swallowed hard. What is wrong? Seated in the driver's seat, Jiang Li fastened her seatbelt and turned her cheerful gaze towards Yun Xiaoning. I'm still hungry. I want to eat, she expressed, her stomach audibly echoing its agreement with a couple of grumbles. Glancing back at the food and then at Jiang Li's face, she repeatedly shifted her gaze, torn between temptation and restraint. Can I eat? Oh, are you quite eager to eat? Jiang Li chuckled mischievously, but instead of responding to Yun Xiaoning's plea, she focused on starting the car and pressed the accelerator. Outside, a scythe-like figure trailed alongside the vehicle, seemingly intent on escorting them away. I want to eat. No way. A drawn-out wail escaped the white-haired girl, who curled up in the passenger seat, feeling the sting of rejection. Did I not tell you that to obtain what you desire, you must offer an equivalent price or token in return? These were the very words Jiang Li had uttered when she had snatched away her shoes. Yet, was she not being a tad too domineering? If it weren't for her drawing the attention of all the infected, Jiang Li would never have had the opportunity to gather supplies for such a long time. I am the true hero here, enduring fear for so long. And yet you deny me food. This is excessive. Absolutely excessive. I shall not yield easily. What must I do for you to grant me some food? The girl timidly shrank her neck, and just 2 seconds of hesitation revealed how her yearning for sustenance had completely undermined her fortitude and defiance. Let me think. As the vehicle slowly departed from the dormitory and entered the main thoroughfare of the school, it became evident that a fair number of infected lurked nearby. Upon noticing the presence of 2 living beings within the car, they charged forward mindlessly. However, Jiang Li remained entirely unfazed by the external chaos. her unwavering gaze fixed on Yun Xiaoning's eyes. Then let me pinch your cheeks. If I do, you may choose something to eat. How's that sound? Huh? Chapter 12. Were the shackles that run deeper than mere interests? Is it made of jelly? Zhongli found herself puzzled by the sensation that lingered between her fingers. She had never before employed the term jelly to describe a person's face. Yet, the soft and bouncy texture was undeniably delightful. She struggled to conjure a more fitting term. Yun Xiaoning's visage seemed almost crafted for the delight of being pinched and squeezed. Furthermore, this gentle creature, despite the tears coaxed forth by her deliberately increased pressure, exhibited no sign of resistance. Such obedience. However, this could not continue. Continued squeezing would likely lead to an addiction. Zhongli furrowed her brow and gradually released her grip on Yun Xiaoning's cheek, only for the latter to eagerly grasp her hand. The intentions of Yun Xiaoning were transparently inscribed within her eyes. Those gem-like, unblemished orbs flitted between Zhongli and the food behind the vehicle, her motives unmistakably clear. Zhongli, you could indulge a little longer. The white fluff ball in the passenger seat murmured in a yearning tone. A squeeze here, and there would grant her the privilege to select a treat, a promise Zhongli had made. Yet, she was not inclined to acquiesce to Yun Xiaoning's encroachment. Perhaps, in pursuit of a meal, Yun Xiaoning had already resolved to barter her dignity, even to the extent of selling herself. Yet, such a calculated transaction was not what Zhongli desired, nor could she condone it. It lacked sincerity and was far from trustworthy. Should Yun Xiaoning encounter a more advantageous, formidable ally, she would undoubtedly be inclined to play the role of a weathercock, swaying with the breeze. After all, she possessed a formidable and highly practical top-tier ability, a bargaining chip substantial enough to place her at the negotiation table. It was precisely this capability that had drawn Zhongli to take her along. Thus, she would not permit Yun Xiaoning to exploit that talent to secure a better deal for herself. That would be treachery, an affront she could not abide. Consequently, to avert such a scenario, Zhongli resolved to bind Yun Xiaoning with shackles far deeper than mere interests. Abruptly retracting her hand, she feigned indifference as she shot a warning glance at Yun Xiaoning. This served as both a caution and a means of observation. The diminutive creature beside her was endearingly soft, evoking a protective and controlling instinct within Zhongli. Ah, the desire for control. In a world where rules and order teetered on the brink of collapse, the human instinct for control seemed poised for infinite expansion, harboring a deeper and more terrifying potential. As this thought crossed her mind, a smirk graced Zhongli's lips, while outside, the infected surged forward, mercilessly harvested by the black scythe and the bright moon. Yun Xiaoning sensed that Zhongli's gaze had grown increasingly peculiar. Yet, she could not articulate the nature of this peculiarity. Her subconscious whispered to her that this was not a favorable situation. Yet, the only support she could rely on was the system and Zhongli. So, she decided to let it be. At worst, she would offer herself in exchange. Yun Xiaoning found herself utterly destitute, lacking the qualifications to negotiate with Zhongli, and on top of that, she bore the burden of a task to win Zhongli's favor. With a deadline of 3 days to complete it, success would yield a substantial amount of tokens, her essential capital. It was imperative to accomplish this. Beyond that, her mind could scarcely accommodate any other thoughts. All she desired at the moment was food. Straightening her back, the girl knelt at her seat, drooling over the myriad of delectable dishes arrayed before her. After much contemplation, she selected a loaf of bread that appeared particularly satisfying and returned to her seat, devouring it eagerly. How delightful! Oh my, bliss! Sometimes happiness arrives in the simplest of forms. However, as she continued to eat, Yun Xiaoning noticed an unsettling sensation on the hand that held the bread bag. Tilting her head in confusion, she extended her hand and was alarmed to find several streaks of thick, fresh blood staining both the bag and her fingers. Huh, why was there blood on the bread bag? And freshly spilled at that, as if it had just appeared. Yun Xiaoning scratched her head and turned to look around, only then realizing that several food wrappers were similarly tainted with blood. Hadn't all the infected been drawn away by her? There should only be Zhongli and the remaining people in the supermarket. So how could there be blood? Puzzled, Yun Xiaoning turned back only to find Jiang Li regarding her with a rather peculiar gaze, her lips curling into a faintly deranged smile. Huh, wait a moment. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't seen any other survivors in the supermarket when she woke up. Could it be? Yun Xiaoning froze. Even the motion of chewing came to a gradual halt. Her neck turned stiffly, like a mechanical device, back towards Jiang Li, who was fixated on her. Did you kill them all? Jiang Li smiled slightly, refraining from a direct answer, and continued to drive with an air of seriousness. It was only after the car had moved forward for another half-minute that she finally spoke. They were of no use, merely burdensome nuisances and worthless beings. Hence there was no need for their existence. Wouldn't you agree? Yun Xiaoning. With a sudden jolt, the bread bag slipped from her trembling fingers, landing on her lap, its bottom smeared with blood that now stained her pristine white stockings. She had killed them. She had truly annihilated those people. Yet, her previous statement seemed to resonate more profoundly than just referring to those in the supermarket. Rather, it felt as if Jiang Li were pointing the finger at her. Oh, aside from dispatching zombies without a flicker of hesitation, Jiang Li appears to be a cold-blooded killer as well. To be candid, the apocalypse has only just erupted for 3 hours, and yet, an ordinary human can swiftly transform their worldview to become one who slays without remorse. Psychologically, it seems they must be touched by a hint of madness. Yun Xiaoning shrank her neck and swallowed hard, a tinge of fear creeping in. It is not that she disagrees with Jiang Li's actions. Rather, she contemplates whether, should she become a burden to Jiang Li, obstructing her path, Jiang Li might decisively eliminate her without a second thought. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her petite frame began to tremble involuntarily. She edged closer to the window, her face awash with trepidation as she gazed at Jiang Li. Why must she torment herself in this manner? The threat of death loomed. Disobedience leads to demise. Obstruction results in death. Aspiring to be a burden invites death. Is this the message? Terrifying. Suddenly, Yun Xiaoning recalled the System S affinity task. Only when the affinity reached 60 could one attain trust. Thus, Jiang Li's current hesitance may stem from a lack of trust, testing her resolve. What is this? Are you frightened? What troubles you, Yun Xiaoning? I fear death. Yun Xiaoning resolved to voice her thoughts with sincerity. Having faced death once, she was all too familiar with the agony and despair it entailed. The body's swift decline, vitality waning, consciousness mercilessly siphoned away bit by bit. Pain is merely a fleeting facet of the death process. It is the all-encompassing darkness that embodies the most profound terror. Yun Xiaoning absolutely does not wish to confront death again. To be frank, she might very well be the most death-fearing individual in this world, without exception. I was jesting. I do not kill indiscriminately, not all. Yun Xiaoning soon discerned the hint of mockery and mischief in Jiang Li's gaze. In an instant, she comprehended the truth. Jiang Li was fabricating a lie, a comforting tale woven to soothe herself, yet one she lacked the courage to unravel. She must embrace this falsehood wholeheartedly, for only then could she project an image of being easily manipulated and bullied, thereby alleviating Jiang Li's concerns about her. I would never obstruct your path like they do. So, you haven't killed anyone after all. Oh, yet you speak in such a manner. You nearly frightened me to death. Yun Xiaoning patted her chest in a show of reassurance, exhaling deeply, before extending her still trembling hands to grasp the bread bag resting on her lap once more. The sticky texture, reminiscent of blood and flesh, felt alarmingly real. So real that even the bread stuffed into her mouth was imbued with a foreboding, metallic taste of blood. Chapter 13. She truly is a wicked woman. However, just when Yun Xiaoning felt that Jiang Li's probing should come to an end, the real test was only just beginning. Uncertain whether it was due to her soft cheeks, after Jiang Li had pinched her face, Yun Xiaoning noticed a significant increase in Jiang Li's favorability towards her, now reaching the level of 58. Very curious. If it could rise just a little more, she would attain the trust level of 60. Thus, her urgent task would be deemed complete, granting her a substantial amount of initial funds. This was the sole piece of good news amidst the relentless bullying she had endured from Jiangli. It also considerably lifted Yun Xiaoning's spirits. Moreover, the only other perk was the bag of sliced bread that she was permitted to have after Jiangli pinched her face. However, Yun Xiaoning was unable to consume much of the bread. With her petite stomach, she felt hunger fade quickly, and after eating just 2 or 3 slices, she rubbed her belly, let out a satisfied burp, and set the bag of bread aside. After a moment's thought, she discreetly tucked the bag of bread away beside her leg, hiding it in a corner that Jiang Li's gaze would not reach. If all went as expected, this bag of bread would likely serve as her next meal, or perhaps even the one after that. Who knows if Jiang Li would bully her again and reclaim the bread. Yun Xiaoning understood she could not compete with her, but at the very least, she needed to protect her food. Stealing a glance at the focused Jiang Li, she noticed that the latter was oblivious to her actions, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief and turn her gaze towards the outside. Jiang Li's formidable scythe ruthlessly dispatched the infected individuals that rushed towards them, effortlessly escorting the vehicle to the rear gate of the school. But why the back gate? Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, leaning against the window to observe her surroundings. As if sensing her confusion, Jiang Li suddenly spoke from the driver's seat. The front gate must be completely blocked by cars now, making it impossible to exit. So that was it. Her foresight was indeed commendable. This parking lot was close to the main entrance, and after the apocalypse erupted, many would surely attempt to flee by car. However, a mass of vehicles converging on a single gate would easily result in a traffic jam. Yun Xiaoning nodded in agreement, watching as Jiang Li's scythe swiftly cleaved through the school's rear gate. Without hesitation, Jiang Li pressed down on the accelerator, bursting out of the school. They had escaped. This institution that had nearly become her tomb. Yun Xiaoning leaned out of the window to glance back, observing that a few infected had even followed them out of the school. However, they were not of the mutated variety and could not outrun a vehicle on 2 legs. Outside, the apocalyptic scene was even more harrowing than within the school. Though situated in the suburbs with a relatively sparse population, the grim reality of the apocalypse was vividly laid bare before Yun Xiaoning's eyes. Everywhere was filled with wails and blood. Yet, there were remarkably few corpses. Only pools of blood lay abandoned on either side of the street, unclaimed. Yun Xiaoning was undoubtedly aware of the reason behind the mysterious disappearance of those corpses. They had long since risen again, bearing their sharp fangs and claws at their former kin. The streets were a chaotic tableau, with vehicles piled upon one another in a catastrophic collision. Some even crashed directly into the shops lining the road, shattering their doors to smithereens. All the buildings along the way were tightly shut, while those that remained ajar were permeated by a nauseating stench of blood. In just a few hours, the once bustling snack street and pedestrian area had transformed into a scene of despair, the lively clamor replaced by an eerie silence. The vast majority of people in this vicinity had perished during this harrowing interval. Only a fortunate few, either exceptionally lucky or sufficiently resilient, had managed to survive. In contrast, Yun Xiaoning speculated that those reclusive individuals who preferred to remain indoors had the highest chance of survival. Venturing outside meant facing imminent danger. Fortunately for her, clinging to the formidable Jiang Li's side meant that even if she faced some bullying, it was certainly preferable to death. She patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, and then reclined softly against the backrest. Yun Xiaoning. Upon hearing her name, Yun Xiaoning swiftly turned her head, only to find Jiang Li seemingly scrutinizing her for quite some time. Next, I will drive out of the city and then circle back home. Oh, the area appeared devoid of any infected individuals, providing a semblance of safety. Indeed, Yun Xiaoning nodded earnestly, gazing into Jiang Li's eyes with sincerity. To be honest, she found it utterly impossible to fathom Jiang Li's thoughts, let alone predict what he might say next. So, you should get off here. The unexpected proclamation left her stunned. As soon as Jiang Li's words fell, she heard the distinct sound of the door lock clicking open beside her. Wait, Yun Xiaoning was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? I've suddenly changed my mind. Jiang Li smiled as he gradually increased the pressure on the brake, bringing the vehicle to a halt on a suburban road. While the surrounding area was indeed free of infected beings, the ominous clouds gathered overhead. and a sultry wind began to whip around them. In this apocalyptic world, you are nothing but a burden. You seem to be of no use whatsoever. Your abilities appear rather unimpressive, and with my strength, I have no need for your powers to assist me. Therefore, you should get off here. Yun Xiaoning gasped in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. No, hadn't they agreed that her abilities would be utilized for her benefit? Why was he suddenly retracting his words? Moreover, had her favorability rating been steadily rising, nearing 60? What was happening? Was he truly about to cast her aside? Her heart, which had just begun to steady, now raced furiously once more. The girl, incredulous, shifted forward slightly in her seat, desperately reaching out to grasp the hem of Jiang Li's clothing. She perceived a glimmer of anticipation in Jiang Li's expression. But why anticipation? What was she anticipating? The two individuals within the vehicle soon succumbed to silence. Jiang Li wore a cheerful smile while gazing at Yun Xiaoning, who found herself anxiously contemplating Jiang Li's thoughts. If she had indeed resolved to cast her aside, what significance would her life hold for her? There was no necessity for her to halt the vehicle in a supposedly safe environment just to engage in this conversation. She could simply seize her and toss her out the window, couldn't she? Her physique was light and delicate, utterly incapable of resistance. Disposing of her would require no more effort than discarding a bag of trash. Therefore, Jiang Li's intentions were undoubtedly more complex than merely wanting to rid herself of Yun Xiaoning. Were they not? She was observing her, anticipating her reaction. Yun Xiaoning widened her eyes, sensing a kind of incomprehensible oppression and terror emanating from Jiang Li's gaze. Given her current state, surviving alone outside was impossible. She would undoubtedly perish. Jiang Li was fully aware of this. Was she intending to use this knowledge as leverage against her? How infuriating! This woman, she is so wicked. An utterly dreadful woman. She certainly knows how to pose a challenge. Are you trying to drive me away? The girl tightened her grip on the concealed bag of bread at her side, its softness and warmth comforting yet timid as she quietly inhaled its scent. But this was merely a fade. Yun Xiaoning understood that Jiang Li likely had no intention of actually expelling her. Rather, she sought to employ such threats to further diminish her standing, thereby rendering her more susceptible to control and manipulation. She intended to PUA her. No. The more she pressed, the less she could afford to panic. Calm. She must remain calm. The apocalypse had arrived, and both the infected and humans posed unimaginable dangers to her, a petite girl adept only at endearing gestures. Before the other party could deeply embed fear and dependency into her heart and marrow, she must make some effective struggle. Chapter 14. The fragrance that surrounds you. Jiang Li must dispel any thoughts of driving her away and must make her understand her significance, even if it requires fabricating lies or shamelessly boasting. Simultaneously, it is imperative to avoid being completely subjugated by her. At the very least, she cannot allow herself to be shaped into whatever Jiang Li desires with ease. Yun Xiaoning can endure Jiang Li's oppression and bullying. She can even cast aside her dignity, even the sanctity of her own body. This is her sole means of survival in this apocalyptic world. She must mentally prepare herself to become independent. However, she does not intend to transform entirely into a puppet devoid of independent thought. Yun Xiaoning feels an unprecedented calmness wash over her, as if she is poised to make a final stand after being driven to a dead end. Although her voice remains timid and her body continues to tremble, her mind races with fervor and intensity. Could you please not cast me away? Oh, Jiang Li still smiled, seemingly pleased with her current demeanor. She leaned closer, inching her way forward. As Jiang Li approached, Yun Xiaoning instinctively recoiled, leaning back until, in a moment of carelessness, her elbow brushed against the button to lower the window. A mechanical sound issued forth, and the window descended slowly, allowing a fierce gust of chilling wind mixed with a nauseating stench of blood and decay to rush into the vehicle. Her snow-white hair billowed up, intertwining with Jiang Li's dark locks, becoming inseparable. But did I not say that a burden has no reason to exist? A slight pinch on her face momentarily disrupted Yun Xiaoning's thoughts. She let out a soft, feline whimper, quickly covering her mouth with her hands in a flurry of anxiety. She felt her neck wedged against the window frame, If she retreated any further, her entire head would be thrust out into the abyss. Is this how far you intend to press me, even after instilling such fear? It seems Zhongli is convinced that she will ultimately compel me to plead for mercy, to beg for her to allow me to continue living. In truth, this is the only course of action available to me now. But what if I too resolve that you, Zhongli, will not easily let me go, nor allow me to meet my end? An incredulous thought suddenly sprang forth in Yun Xiaoning's mind. It seemed a reckless gamble, yet she felt compelled to take the risk. I understand your intentions, Zhongli, but I will die. I likely cannot survive alone in this desolate world. I fear death, and certainly, I dread the horrors that surpass it. If I manage to survive, yet become nothing more than a plaything for others, such a fate is far more terrifying than death itself. I am even more unwilling to be infected, to transform into a monster, ultimately meeting a fate worse than oblivion. Thus, Yun Xiaoning suddenly grasped Zhang Li's hand that was pinching her cheek and gently moved it to her neck. If you must drive me away, then you might as well kill me now. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Zhang Li's face. Yet this brief moment did not escape Yun Xiaoning's keen perception. She realized her gamble had paid off. An unexpected response, was it not? Much like the way you frightened me earlier. At least if you were to kill me, it would be a swifter exit. Zhang Li began to frown. Yun Xiaoning could not fathom what thoughts occupied her mind, but she surmised that this charade was drawing to a close. It seems you are not merely a simpleton after all. If that is a compliment to my intellect, then I shall graciously accept it. However, you must recognize the reality of our situation. Yun Xiaoning, our supplies are rather limited. One person can sustain themselves for quite some time, but with two, I eat very little. Noticing Zhang Li had shifted the conversation, Yun Xiaoning let out a sigh of relief internally. At least this individual was willing to negotiate terms rather than continue to manipulate her. I am quite easy to take care of. Like a drowning person grasping at a life raft, the silver-haired girl swept aside the hair that obscured her vision, gazing sincerely at Zhang Li. Moreover, my abilities actually comprise two parts. Aside from drawing circles, I can also generate supplies. Generate supplies? This was, of course, a fabrication. Generating supplies was a function of a system and had no bearing on her own powers. Nevertheless, if she were to continue living with Zhang Li, this information would eventually come to light. Thus, it would be prudent to disclose it now as a means to emphasize her significance. Really, if you don't believe me, once you take me to your home, I will demonstrate. Oh, though uncertain if she had successfully impressed Zhang Li, Yun Xiaoning decided to further her claims. Moreover, I can see it. You are actually trying to intimidate me right now, Zhang Li. But there is no need for such tactics. I am easily frightened and could be quite traumatized, so it would be better if you refrain from scaring me so often. However, I understand your intent. I will be obedient if I follow you. I am easy to manage and control. You need not worry that I will harbor any ulterior motives. As long as you provide me with food, I will offer you my utmost sincerity. I will not betray you, nor will I defy you. You saved my life. Without you, I would have surely perished in that classroom, so it is only natural that I belong to you. I consume very little, so even if you decide to starve me, I will comply. My abilities will serve your purposes. I am at your disposal. So, I implore you, trust me, will you? And, please take me with you. Yun Xiaoning felt Zhang Li's hand return to her face, seemingly relishing the sensation of pinching her cheeks. Was it truly so delightful? However, this time, Zhang Li did not aggressively thrust herself toward the car window as before. Instead, she forcefully pulled herself closer to Yun Xiaoning. In such close proximity, Yun Xiaoning could distinctly feel Zhang Li's breath against her neck. I will state 5 conditions. If you can consent to all of them, I shall agree to take you away. No need to say more. I agree. Even if it were 10 conditions, I would comply. Then it shall be 10. Well then. Let us keep it 5, Zhang Li. First, should you ever dare betray me, I shall slice you into pieces and feed you to the infected. Very well, it's settled. If I betray you, I shall meet a most untimely demise. Yun Xiaoning nodded earnestly. After all, the system had already bound them. Betrayal was not an option. even if she were a villainous woman constantly scheming to torment her. Second, all household chores and internal affairs must be your responsibility. And no problem. It's merely work. This condition is quite reasonable. Third, you must never refuse any request I make. All right, I will be obedient, I promise. Yun Xiaoning continued to nod, but her words began to falter, filled with hesitance. Fourth, from this day forth, you shall refer to me as Master. Huh? What? Master? Wait a moment. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? When it came to the fifth condition, Zhongli suddenly paused. Yun Xiaoning noticed her slowly grasping a strand of her long white hair, then bringing it to her nose to inhale gently. Yun Xiaoning, you possess a delightful scent. Huh? I truly adore this fragrance. Therefore, starting today, you will be responsible for warming my bed. Is that acceptable? You just said you would agree to everything. Thus you cannot refuse. Do you understand? Zhongli chuckled triumphantly, her grip tightening, causing Yun Xiaoning's cheeks to redden further. Yun Xiaoning raised an eyebrow, but just as she was about to speak, a notification sound echoed in her mind once more. Congratulations, host. The favorability of your exclusive ally has reached 60. Trust. Your urgent mission has been successfully completed, and the rewards have been dispatched to your personal backpack. Please check. Yay. Chapter 15. The reign of the end times. Has trust truly been attained? Yet, compared to a friend in an egalitarian relationship, it seems that Zhongli prefers to place her faith in someone she can manipulate at will. What a peculiar individual she is. Suddenly, I find myself curious about her life experiences. What about you, Yun Xiaoning? Are you unwilling? I am willing. I am willing, master. With this revision, Yun Xiaoning's response satisfied Zhongli, who then reclaimed her hand and resumed her grip on the steering wheel. Oh, I am saved. Rubbing her sore face, the girl reopened the packaging of the sliced bread and stuffed a piece into her mouth. This bite was a reward for her bravery and wisdom. How delightful. Although the outcome had not truly changed, it at least proved that she was not merely a naive little girl, but one endowed with the courage to choose between life and death. My ability lasts for half an hour. Huh. What puzzled Yun Xiaoning was that Zhongli had not started the car. Instead, she was gripping the steering wheel and discussing her abilities. In truth, Yun Xiaoning was already well aware of Zhongli's powers and did not require an elaborate explanation. Then there is a 1-hour cooldown period. Currently, the outskirts of the city are temporarily safe. I intend to pause here and wait for the next cooldown to return to the city via the outer ring, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. I understand, Master. So that is the plan. She intends to wait for the cooldown to end and have her emergency abilities ready before heading home. Quite thoughtful indeed. Therefore, you must exit the vehicle now, Yun Xiaoning. Huh? Yun Xiaoning was momentarily taken aback, pointing at herself. Why must I get out? To draw circles. Oh, I thought it was something else. Drawing circles. I am familiar with that. Yun Xiaoning nodded absent-mindedly. Now that she was well-fed and full of energy, she might even be able to draw a larger circle. However, she still hesitated, glancing back 3 times as she opened the car door, fearing that Zhongli might drive off and leave her behind. Yet, as if to allay her concerns, Zhongli also proactively opened the door and stepped out. The wind outside was exceptionally strong. The sky was ominously dark, with layers upon layers of clouds casting a pall over the world, signaling an impending torrential downpour. Yun Xiaoning was not keen on getting drenched. Her frail body would be at great risk of falling ill from the rain, which would be a significant inconvenience. Better to quickly draw the circle and then retreat to the car to check her task rewards. As she contemplated, Yun Xiaoning approached the front of the vehicle. This time, she intended to draw a slightly larger circle, encompassing the entire car within it. She wondered if she could achieve this. She primarily sought to discover the extent of her limits. If she could make the circle as large as a building, it would create a safe haven in this apocalyptic world. However, Yun Xiaoning had overestimated her abilities. As a golden light flashed, it merely traced the contours of the car, extending outward by a mere 70 to 80 centimeters, delineating a boundary that barely allowed her to move around the vehicle. Upon completing the drawing, Yun Xiaoning was instantly engulfed by dizziness, nearly collapsing on the spot as her mental energy had been entirely depleted. Was this truly the limit of her ability? It seemed so. Hearing Jiang Li's voice behind her, Yun Xiaoning turned around in a fluster. She kept her head bowed, hesitant to meet Jiang Li's gaze, instead focusing on her own feet, which had turned crimson from the cold ground. She had done her utmost, yet such a limited range was hardly sufficient to secure an entire building, let alone encircle a bedroom. This raised a pressing concern. If Jiang Li were to take her home, what would happen if she failed to encircle the entire residence within a safe zone? It appeared that she possessed an inexplicable tendency to attract the attention of infected individuals. If she could not encompass Jiang Li's home within a protective barrier, any assault from the infected would surely devastate it. The range was indeed too small. This simply would not do. It was imperative to find a way to enhance her abilities. At the very least, she needed to expand the circumference of her drawn circle. A larger circle would naturally provide a greater sense of security. This area was rather inadequate. Oh, was it not? Yun Xiaoning hastily attempted to apologize, but unexpectedly. A sharp crack echoed beneath her feet. Jiang Li had tossed her a pair of shoes. They were a pair of sleek black loafers, somewhat mismatched with her attire. The size was not quite right, clearly several sizes larger than her petite feet, yet they were infinitely preferable to running barefoot in mere stockings. Is this for me? I found them in the dormitory building. They're a new pair. I couldn't find your size. Your feet are too small, so make do with these for now. Oh, should I feel touched? She had even remembered that she was barefoot, taking the initiative to find her shoes. However, reflecting on it, it became apparent that her earlier actions, including the attempts to dismiss Yun Xiaoning, were all tests. Otherwise, why would she expend energy to secure her footwear? Perhaps it was simply a means to establish her authority and status, to intimidate Yun Xiaoning into complete submission. Yet, such maneuvers were ultimately insignificant. Clinging to her thigh necessitated obedience, a truth Yun Xiaoning had understood from the outset. At least now, under the dual pressures of survival in this apocalyptic reality and the system, she found herself unable to utter even a single word of dissent. Yun Xiaoning slowly lifted her head, only to see Jiang Li had donned another pair of clean shoes. Casually tossing the blood-stained canvas shoes she had seized from Yun Xiaoning back into the car's trunk. The pair of shoes was in a deplorable state, yet she chose not to discard them. Was she intending to wash and restore them for her own use? However, given the current circumstances, water resources should not be squandered. Should they? Thank you. Thank you, Jiang Li. Upon receiving a somewhat fierce glare from Jiang Li, Yun Xiaoning realized her address was inappropriate and hastily waved her hands, correcting herself repeatedly. I meant to say, thank you, master. Let us get in the car first. It's a good opportunity to rest for a while. It looks like rain is imminent, and if it pours too heavily, we may have to wait for it to cease before we can depart. All right, Yun Xiaoning obediently nodded and followed Jiang Li back into the vehicle. Just as the car door closed, a sudden flash illuminated the sky, followed closely by a resounding and terrifying thunderclap, startling the white-haired little creature who had yet to settle in. It turned back, gazing out at the tempestuous scene. Torrential rain descended without warning. In just a few blinks, the dense curtain of rain had completely obscured Yun Xiaoning's view. Yet curiously, Yun Xiaoning did not see even a single drop of rain on the car window. Not only the window, but despite the downpour, there was no sensation of rain within the vehicle, no droplets sliding down, nor the sound of rain striking the roof. What is happening? Master, why are we not getting wet in the car? Jiang Li also displayed a hint of confusion, abruptly sitting up and turning to look outside alongside Yun Xiaoning. Soon, upon realizing what was occurring, her expression grew complex. However, unlike Yun Xiaoning, who remained bewildered inside the car, Jiang Li decisively opened the door and stepped outside. Seeing this, Yun Xiaoning hurriedly followed suit, opening her own door. Outside, every surface protected by the boundary line remained dry, starkly contrasting with the glistening, rain-soaked pavement surrounding it. The air wall, created by the boundary line, completely shielded the rainwater, and even at the intersection of the air wall and the ground, pools of water had formed, encircling the entire safe zone. Can the circles you drew even repel water? Shouldn't that be impossible? Yun Xiaoning shook her head in confusion. It seems my circles can only ward off the infected or related entities. I've conducted countless experiments in the classroom. But why are they even blocking the rainwater? It's quite strange. Jiangli shook her head, refraining from further inquiries. Instead, she turned, retrieved the half-empty bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and poured the remaining contents outside the safety zone. The water passed through the air wall unimpeded, merging with the rain. It didn't block the water. Yet why is the rain from above being repelled? No sooner had the words left her mouth than both Jiang Li and Yun Xiaoning instinctively looked up at the sky. The thin film formed by the marginal line astonishingly extends infinitely upwards, carving a substantial aperture in the dense, ominous clouds. Within that aperture, a slender beam of light emerges, starkly contrasting with the encompassing darkness of the world, pale and faint twilight. This is perhaps the sole glimmer of brightness beneath the torrential rain. Does being obstructed imply the presence of impurities within the rain, such as viruses, bacteria, or elements associated with apocalyptic outbreaks and the infected? Chapter 16. Can one grow stronger through monetary investment? In the event of a water shortage in the city, it is likely that the majority of the survivors would endeavor to collect rainwater. If it were her, she too would find ways to harness the rainwater when faced with a lack of water. Yun Xiaoning pondered this thoughtfully, nodding as she followed Jiang Li back into the vehicle. However, whether the survivors were gathering rainwater or facing an impending disaster remained shrouded in mystery. Who knows what unsavory elements might be concealed within the rainwater, obscured by the boundaries of the present situation. As soon as she entered the car, Yun Xiaoning noticed that Jiang Li had reclined the driver's seat completely and was comfortably lounging with his legs crossed. Yun Xiaoning, I'll just take a brief nap. Wake me up in an hour, if you would, he said. Sure, no problem, she replied, her gaze fixed on Jiang Li in a daze. It seemed that he had lowered his guard against her, intending to sleep soundly right before her eyes. It appeared that the trust indicated by the affection system was not a mere fabrication. Yet in a world like this, is it truly wise to let one's guard down? What are you staring at? Jiang Li suddenly opened one eye, regarding Yun Xiaoning with a teasing glint. Startled, she shook her head repeatedly. It's nothing, just a bit curious. Curious about what? He pressed. Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of your slumber to steal your vehicle and provisions and make off with them? With a laugh, Jiang Li turned over dismissively, exposing his back to her. You can't survive on your own, and besides you absolutely lack the courage to do so. How do you know I lack the courage? Yun Xiaoning retorted, pouting, yet refrained from further argument. It felt as though Jiang Li's trust was built upon her own cowardice, which was somewhat distorted. Yet it was a form of acceptance nonetheless. For now, she could only play the role of a parasite. Being timid would attract no trouble, and would ensure she did not provoke Jiang Li. Nevertheless, she would rise up eventually. After all, she possessed a system at her disposal, along with the rare SSR-level abilities, which would surely render her invincible in the future. With a triumphant mental victory, Yun Xiaoning observed that Jiang Li's breathing had stabilized, allowing her to finally exhale with relief. Her gaze then shifted to the back of the car, where a mountain of food awaited. If she lacked the audacity to knock him out and steal the vehicle, surely she had the courage to indulge in a little snack. Without hesitation, she boldly reached into the pile and extracted a bag of dried fish, turning aside to discreetly tear open the packaging. With a mix of trepidation and resolve, she began to nibble on the treat. In truth, she was not particularly hungry, but it irked her to think that while she had contributed to the food supply, she was now entirely at Jiang Li's mercy regarding its distribution. Meanwhile, with some leisure time on her hands, Yun Xiaoning finally opened the system interface to inspect her personal backpack. Portable backpack. Available tokens 100. Items retrievable. System exclusive black technology portable power source X1. What is this portable power source? On the backpack page, the icon of the power source is adorned with a golden frame, indicating its rarity. Yun Xiaoning promptly retrieved it and opened the information description. Those who frequently endure apocalyptic scenarios are well aware that power outages and water shortages are the greatest obstacles to a high-quality life in such times. With the system-exclusive black technology portable power source, the host will no longer need to worry about power disruptions. A mere small unit can fulfill the electrical needs of a typical household for nearly a month. Now, quickly connect various appliances and begin to indulge in a luxurious, apocalyptic lifestyle. What a peculiar introduction. Yun Xiaoning raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing this oddly sized item in her hand, which was indeed reminiscent of a charging bank. It boasted both a USB port and the common three-pronged socket, appearing quite legitimate. But could such a small gadget truly power an entire building? A nuclear-powered charging bank? Yun Xiaoning shook her head and returned the item to her portable backpack. The matter of the power source would have to wait until she returned to Jiang Li's home for testing. For now, she decided to allocate her tokens wisely. The system token store was brimming with a dazzling array of items, conveniently categorized for easy selection. As for supplies, Yun Xiaoning glanced back at the food in the vehicle. Thanks to Jiang Li's efforts, they were currently not lacking in provisions. Thus, Yun Xiaoning felt no need to purchase excessive supplies. Her primary focus was on the weaponry section, the ability-related section, and the system services section of the store. What she truly lacked at this moment was combat capability. Without the ability to fight, all other necessities were meaningless. No matter how much food and drink she possessed, survival would be impossible, leaving everything for others to claim. However, the prices of weapons in the store left Yun Xiaoning astonished. Baseball bat, 120 tokens, basic weapon, an essential purchase for the apocalypse, but suited for those with considerable strength. Crowbar, 120 tokens, basic weapon, a tool of physical prowess, but suited for those with considerable strength. These were the two least expensive options, so pricey. Moreover, her petite figure seemed incapable of wielding such weapons effectively. As for other melee and ranged weapons, such as sabers, dao swords, and katanas, their prices soared into the hundreds of tokens. Firearms, including various guns, cost at least 1,000 tokens each, excluding ammunition. Simply put, she could not afford them. Nevertheless, she could view these weapons as future goals to strive towards. Yun Xiaoning had her eye on the cheapest firearm available, a Glock pistol priced at 1,000 tokens. Completing a single task would reward her with 100 tokens, so, with some effort, it should be attainable. Having a gun would undoubtedly provide a greater sense of security. However, at this moment, Yun Xiaoning could only pat her forehead and adopt a different approach. She purchased a foldable fruit knife from the supply store at the modest price of 20 tokens, intending to use it as a means of self-defense. She did not harbor any illusions that such a small blade could inflict harm on the mutated creatures capable of shattering anti-theft doors. This knife was not acquired for slaying monsters, but rather for protection against humans. While monsters could not breach the safety zone formed by the absolute boundary, humans, unfortunately, could. With this thought in mind, Yun Xiaoning glanced back at the peacefully slumbering Jiang Li. In this apocalyptic world, encounters with other survivors were inevitable, and Jiang Li could not always be by her side. Concealing a nimble little knife in her backpack might prove useful in times of danger. After completing her purchase, Yun Xiaoning accessed the abilities section of the store. Here, she discovered the astonishing option to spend tokens directly on upgrading experience to enhance her personal level and ability rank. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Yun Xiaoning's most pressing concern was her ability to merely draw circles like a timid turtle, lacking any offensive capability, which rendered her unable to level up through conventional methods of defeating infected beings. However, the situation had changed. She could now directly invest tokens to acquire experience. Without hesitation, Yun Xiaoning spent 50 tokens to purchase sufficient ability experience to elevate her power by 1 level. The enhancement of her abilities lacked a tangible sensation, yet it was undeniably reflected on her personal information page. Ability user, Yun Xiaoning female, age, 18, personal level, 0, ability, absolute boundary, ability rarity, SSR, super rare, ability level, 1, level up achieved. Significantly increases the length of the boundary that can be released and greatly extends its duration. Ability derivative skill, line erasure. You can now manually erase unnecessary boundary lines. Basic attribute ratings, physique E, endurance E, strength E, mental strength C. Basic attribute bonuses, none splendid. Yun Xiaoning sat up a little straighter, filled with excitement. What she needed most was to expand the range of her safety zone, for with her current capacity, it was utterly impossible to encompass an entire house. Should monsters attack, the destruction of furniture and walls would pose a significant dilemma. However, perhaps this predicament could now be alleviated. Moreover, she had gained an erasure function, allowing her to fine-tune the boundary line's range, which might even lead to other applications, such as capturing infected beings. This was a substantial enhancement. Delighted, she closed the information panel and finished the dried fish in her hand. After licking her fingers, she finally opened the system services section of the store. It was here that she truly comprehended the profound power encapsulated in the notion that investing resources could lead to strength. Chapter 17, A Little Fright Again, Experience Exchange Service. The host's exclusive thigh gains experience from killing infected individuals, which will be transferred to the host at a rate of 5. Level 1. To upgrade the service level, 120 tokens are required. Status: unavailable. Service activation condition: automatically activated when the favorability of the exclusive thigh is above 60. Token exchange service. The host's exclusive thigh will grant the host a small bonus of tokens upon killing infected individuals. Level 1. To upgrade the service level, 120 tokens are required. Status: unavailable. Service activation condition: automatically activated when the favorability of the exclusive thigh is above 60. Yun Xiaoning momentarily set aside the convoluted service details, which were laden with excessive verbiage and complex conditions. Her focus shifted entirely to these two fundamental services. So, if Zhang Li kills monsters, I can reap rewards without lifting a finger? How delightful! The prospect of siphoning experience was exhilarating. Yun Xiaoning chuckled gleefully, her smile stretching wide. Suddenly, she felt as though she were imbued with extraordinary advantages. Indeed, these enhancements were formidable. She could truly bask in effortless success. Furthermore, the conditions for activating these services were remarkably simple, maintaining a favorability score above 60. At present, Zhang Li's favorability stood precisely at 60, meaning that with a little charm and a taste of sweetness, she could easily elevate it slightly, allowing Yun Xiaoning to directly absorb the experience Zhang Li garnered from monster slaying. How splendid! With Zhang Li's prowess in battle, her tokens and experience would undoubtedly soar, leading to an abundance of resources, weaponry, and levels. With such thoughts, Yun Xiaoning joyfully closed the system interface and gleefully propped up her delicate legs in sheer delight. At that moment, however, she sensed a peculiar and intense gaze fixated upon her. Yun Xiaoning turned her head in bewilderment, only to discover that Zhang Li, who had been peacefully asleep, had opened her eyes at some point and was now smiling warmly while observing her. Oh dear! Startled, Yun Xiaoning hastily retracted her legs, which she had just elevated. Weren't you asleep? I was, but I would awaken if there were any commotion. Is your slumber so light? Yun Xiaoning froze, then hurriedly began to conceal something behind her, namely, the bag of dried fish she had just indulged in. You naughty little thing. I didn't expect you to sneak a bite the moment I fell asleep. Zhang Li's smile deepened as she sat up slowly, her tousled hair juxtaposed against the oppressive atmosphere outside, where the rain fell incessantly, evoking a sensation akin to that experienced while watching a horror film. I didn't Yun Xiaoning trembled, instinctively retreating further. She leaned against the car door, instinctively placing her legs between Zhang Li and herself, providing a futile buffer. Observing Zhang Li's expression, which conveyed a complete disregard for her as a person, Yun Xiaoning felt a surge of panic. She could not bring herself to admit to the theft of the dried fish, fearing it would incite Zhang Li's wrath. No? Zhang Li leaned forward and effortlessly yanked Yun Xiaoning's hand from behind her back. Instinctively, Yun Xiaoning attempted to block Zhang Li with her calf. But just before she could act, she forcibly restrained herself. She couldn't kick her. One misstep could very well be fatal. However, the packaging bag was easily extracted by Zhang Li, presented before Yun Xiaoning like evidence of a crime. The little white-haired girl trembled, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Speak. What is this? This is, Before Yun Xiaoning could respond, Zhang Li closed the distance, pressing herself against Yun Xiaoning. The scent of blood had long faded, replaced by a naturally alluring fragrance. This aroma, mingled with the breath of youthful innocence, overwhelmed Yun Xiaoning, rendering her breathless. So close. Yun Xiaoning slightly turned her head, yet Zhongli misinterpreted this gesture as a challenge, tightening her grip on Yun Xiaoning's arm significantly. The A-rated strength, coupled with an additional boost of 7 points, was far beyond what Yun Xiaoning could endure. Ugh! Yun Xiaoning let out a soft whimper, her brow furrowing in displeasure. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a bag of dried fish? I ate it, yes I did. I'll replace it with another bag, all right? Master, please don't be angry. Just loosen your grip. You're too strong. So stingy. Without me attracting the attention of the infected, you wouldn't have been able to gather these supplies alone, would you? Yun Xiaoning believed Zhongli was being miserly. Unbeknownst to her, Zhongli harbored an entirely different sentiment. She desired a docile, compliant, and wholly obedient Yun Xiaoning. Such little schemes and maneuvers were wholly unacceptable. Thus, a measure of punishment was deemed necessary. However, this was not the time for severe reprimands. Zhongli merely intended to instill a slight sense of fear in Yun Xiaoning. She pressed her hand against Yun Xiaoning's knee, clad in sheer white stockings, applying just enough pressure to push her legs aside, thereby creating a larger space between them. With the obstruction of her legs removed, Yun Xiaoning felt completely subdued. The unease on her face intensified. Though her brow was furrowed, it bore a look of vulnerability, making her appear both pitiable and endearing, evoking a strong urge to tease her further. Then how will you repay me for the bag? I'll return it. But will you promise not to be angry? Let us pretend I never stole it. Shall we? The soft and gentle voice lacked any semblance of intimidation, yet it possessed a remarkable ability to penetrate the hearts of those who listened. However, Zhongli was not one to easily succumb to compassion. To her astonishment, at the very moment when Yun Xiaoning spread her tiny palm, a soft golden light flickered. Instantly, a brand new, unopened bag of dried fish, identical to the one Yun Xiaoning had pilfered, materialized before her eyes. Zhongli fixated on the snack nestled in Yun Xiaoning's palm, though her expression remained unchanged. Her heart was indeed taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Yun Xiaoning had mentioned that part of her ability was to conjure supplies, but could it truly be so? A bag of dried fish had appeared out of thin air in her hands. How intriguing. It seemed that Yun Xiaoning's intrinsic value extended far beyond merely delineating a safe zone. Zhang Li's perception of Yun Xiaoning underwent a subtle transformation, yet she remained resolutely composed. Slowly reaching out to grasp the dried fish in Yun Xiaoning's hand. You dare to steal 2 bags from me, Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to face Zhang Li, who was so close. This was conjured by me, not stolen from you. I don't believe it. Unless you can conjure another bag. All right, I will. With determination, Yun Xiaoning opened the shop interface, gritting her teeth as she spent 1 token to purchase another bag of dried fish. In a flash of golden light, a pristine bag of dried fish appeared in her grasp. Yun Xiaoning, so you actually stole 3 bags. That's not true. I didn't. Yun Xiaoning glared into Zhang Li's eyes, but after a few seconds, realization dawned upon her. No matter what she said or did, it would be futile. Zhang Li was doing this on purpose. Chapter 18. I shall give you everything, my master. Why do you doubt me? I truly possess the ability to procure resources. I believe you, came the reply. However, considering you have pilfered 3 bags of my dried fish, your transgression is grievous and unforgivable. Henceforth, all resources you acquire will automatically belong to me for my use. Do you comprehend? How splendid. It is a new tyrannical clause. We are saved. Yun Xiaoning was about to voice a rebuttal, but she quickly remembered her urgent need to elevate Zhang Li's favorability towards her. Thus, she found herself in a tumult of indecision, unable to articulate any coherent response. Yet, to acquiesce felt exceedingly humiliating. Nevertheless, it appeared she had no choice but to comply. Beyond the matter of favorability, her very existence was under Zhang Li's dominion. Moreover, Zhang Li exuded an aura reminiscent of a character with overpowering control. Should Yun Xiaoning's performance falter, she might swiftly lose Jiang Li's trust, rendering the situation more intricate and uncontrollable. Perhaps it would be prudent to concede for the time being. After all, anything purchased from the store, as long as it was not overly large, would first appear in her personal backpack. Ultimately, she could choose what to bestow upon Jiang Li or retain it within her possession. What was rightfully hers would remain so. This should pose no significant problem. In her contemplation, Yun Xiaoning found herself unconsciously biting her silver-painted nails. It seems you are quite discontented, Yun Xiaoning. Turning to glance at Jiang Li, she was taken aback to find Jiang Li's hand reaching towards her thigh. With a deft motion, Jiang Li pinched a corner of her pristine stockings between her thumb and forefinger, gradually stretching it to its limit. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, she released her grip. The delicate and resilient silk snapped back with a crisp force, striking Yun Xiaoning's thigh. Ouch! Caught off guard by the sudden impact, the timid girl trembled violently. In an instant, all her thoughts were shattered, leaving her mind a blank slate, and her attention was effectively diverted to Jiang Li's face. Yun Xiaoning, I advise you not to overthink this. Have you forgotten the 5 conditions I just laid out for you? The third stipulation mandates that you cannot refuse any of my requests. You nodded in agreement, as if pecking at grains. Are you now having second thoughts? Jiang Li's gaze held an unsettling intensity. Amidst the looming storm, she appeared to merge with the shadows in her dark dress, her expression growing increasingly indifferent under the dim light of the vehicle, revealing an undeniable air of authority that brooked no dissent. A formidable aura seemed to have enveloped Yun Xiaoning in an impenetrable cage, poised to confine both her body and soul with great ferocity. At that moment, Yun Xiaoning felt a twinge of regret. She lamented her choice in aligning herself with Jiang Li, who appeared to be far from a normal individual. Yet, what other options did she possess? Without Jiang Li's intervention, she might never have escaped that classroom, and the likely outcome would have been a slow demise within that tiny circle. In truth, merely being alive was the best result she could hope for. It was not a time for excessive desires, as such aspirations were beyond her current station. As Jiang Li tugged at her stockings once more, Yun Xiaoning exhaled deeply, quickly returning to her earlier sincerity. No, please don't. I promise you. What was she promising? I will give you everything. Jiang Li smirked, acknowledging her compliance. With a swift motion, the stockings, once again pulled high, snapped back, sending shivers through the already trembling girl. Didn't I say not to do that? It hurts a bit. Shrinking her legs, Yun Xiaoning frowned and attempted to evade Jiang Li's restless hands, which seemed intent on further teasing her. Why do you still look so pitiful? Never mind. I won't tease you any longer. I shall rest some more. Wake me when the time comes. Regardless of whether Yun Xiaoning agreed, Jiang Li, satisfied with her command, withdrew her hand and reclined comfortably back in her seat, this time facing Yun Xiaoning, ultimately closing her eyes. A sense of foreboding loomed over Yun Xiaoning, as though surviving this ordeal would only lead her to a future shrouded in darkness. Even though she had acquiesced to Jiang Li's demands, the latter's fondness for her showed no signs of increasing, remaining stubbornly fixed at the threshold of 60. With a sigh, Yun Xiaoning shrank her neck and curled up in her seat. Outside, the rain intensified, though the tempest of thunder and lightning had long since passed. It seemed this downpour would not linger for long. As the tension gradually eased, an irresistible wave of drowsiness enveloped her. Mere minutes passed before her eyelids began to wage a fierce battle against one another. The frail girl could scarcely withstand the overwhelming fatigue that washed over her like a mountain. After a futile struggle, she finally checked the alarm on her phone, then succumbed to slumber. Yun Xiaoning was roused later by the jolting of the vehicle. Groggily, she opened her eyes to find Jiang Li had returned her seat to its proper position, frowning with utmost concentration as she drove. You finally woke up, Yun Xiaoning? The girl groaned softly, her head spinning and aching. Rubbing her temples, she struggled to sit upright. Her shoulders felt sore, and her neck ached as well. It had been a rather exhausting nap. Did you sleep well? No. I do not know. Do you know how long you have slept? I do not know. Do you know what time it is now? I do not know. Yun Xiaoning rubbed her eyes, instinctively searching for her phone, only to find it after a long while, peeking out from beside Jiang Li's leg. She stared blankly at Jiang Li, hesitant to reach for it. However, aside from her phone, the car's digital clock could also confirm the time. So, what time was it exactly? Yun Xiaoning focused her gaze on the dashboard. 21:52. It has been a full 10 hours since the outbreak of the apocalypse. I actually slept for that long. Instantly, Yun Xiaoning felt invigorated, her face a mask of bewilderment as she gazed out the window. The rain had been falling for a considerable time, continuing until just past 6 in the evening. Yet, we were almost there. I took a long detour. Every intersection leading into the city was a scene of multiple car accidents, with the infected densely packed, making it impossible to pass through, which wasted some time. Outside, following the beams of Jiang Li's headlights, Yun Xiaoning could vaguely discern the outlines of many buildings. The rain had ceased, yet the entire city remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the dim moonlight filtering through the dissipating clouds, casting a ghostly glow upon the eerily silent skyscrapers. Yun Xiaoning had never witnessed such a scene, even during widespread power outages. It was unimaginable for all buildings to be devoid of any light. Truly, it was dark, too dark. It was the kind of darkness where one could not see their hand in front of their face. It was a despairing darkness. The city, it seemed, had become lifeless after a day of brutal conflict. The vast majority of its former inhabitants had perished, transformed into creatures that could only roar and consume flesh. But where were these monsters lurking? That was the most perplexing question. Yun Xiaoning widened her eyes, nervously observing the dark surroundings outside the vehicle. Where had they all gone? The car traversed the main roads of the city, easily maneuvering around obstacles, with not a single infected creature lunging at them like they did during the day. I do not know. It seems that once night falls, they all retreat into hiding. Listening to Jiang Li's words, Yun Xiaoning found herself perplexed. Could this be some sort of instinct among the infected? Much like humans, do they seek rest at night? If so, that would be a relief. At least they would not have to worry about being attacked, allowing them to reach their destination more safely. Moreover, this might imply that it would be easier for us to venture out after dark in the future. Is that truly a good thing? The silence of this apocalyptic night was unsettlingly profound, too quiet for comfort. It was a silence that instilled unease, as doubts swirled in her mind. Yun Xiaoning inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. At that moment, she suddenly heard a crisp chime from within her system. As the darkness descends, a new urgent mission has been automatically accepted. Survive the first night of the apocalypse. Please take note, host. Chapter 19. As long as they are carbon-based life forms, they can certainly be slain. Urgent mission. Survive the first night of the apocalypse. Time limit. Before dawn. The nights in the apocalypse are particularly perilous. Even the infected must choose to hide and conceal themselves. Please find a suitable shelter promptly and remain within, avoiding any excursions. Mission reward. Advanced water purification devices X2. System tokens X200. The rewards for the mission have nearly doubled. The previous urgent task only offered 100 tokens, yet this one provides 200 outright. While an increase in rewards is indeed favorable, it may not necessarily herald good tidings. Could this imply that the difficulty of the task has escalated as well? Moreover, what does it mean that even the infected are compelled to seek refuge? Just a single phrase is sufficient to instill a sense of dread regarding the nights of the apocalypse. Yun Xiaoning turned her gaze back, observing Jiang Li, who was intently focused on driving. Though her brow remained furrowed and her eyes fixated ahead, exuding an air of vigilance. Yun Xiaoning was unaware if this individual had relaxed after realizing that the infected would not launch an attack. It was imperative to remind her. Master, I believe we should maintain our vigilance, she suggested. What is it? The silence is rather terrifying. It feels as though they are not merely lying in wait, but are truly hiding. What could they possibly be hiding from? Master, it is the first night of the apocalypse. It would be prudent for us to be cautious. Yun Xiaoning had no intention of divulging her entire system. Fabricating a lie about abundant supplies was already sufficient. However, regarding the peril of this night, she felt it crucial to convey her concerns to Jiang Li swiftly. Jiang Li cast a contemplative glance at Yun Xiaoning before letting out a derisive chuckle. The little one has taken a lecturing. No, it is not a lecture. Then what has caused you to become so suddenly anxious. Ah, is it that obvious? Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. I'm just a bit frightened. Rest assured, we shall arrive shortly. What is fated to be will come to pass, and there is nothing to fear. As long as they are carbon-based life forms, there will undoubtedly be a means to eliminate them. All right then. Following Jiang Li's gaze, Yun Xiaoning looked out the car window at the residential complex across the street. It appeared this was Jiang Li's destination. The surroundings evoked a faint recollection within Yun Xiaoning. She seemed to have visited this area before, as the original owner of her body had a close friend residing nearby. Moreover, several residential complexes sprawled across this area, primarily composed of apartment buildings. The one they were about to enter, situated closest to the suburban edge, was slightly more upscale than the others, with a few standalone villas on the opposite side of the Central Park. It seemed Jiang Li's claim of owning a villa was not mere boastfulness. She truly was a little affluent lady. My home has long been uninhabited, and in fact, the nearby villas are similarly deserted, suggesting a general sense of safety. However, that may not hold true for other areas. Yun Xiaoning comprehended Jiang Li's implication. The greater the number of residential buildings, the higher the density of the infected. Nevertheless, ordinary infected individuals typically find it exceedingly challenging to breach the current security doors. Only the initial variant monsters that attack them possess the capability to smash doors and break through walls. Thus, it is possible that numerous survivors remain here. The presence of many survivors brings both advantages and disadvantages. The most fundamental advantage is that a larger population can disperse the infected's aggression, allowing other hiding places within the community to experience a measure of tranquility, preventing them from being besieged by countless infected individuals. As for the drawbacks, Yun Xiaoning turned her head to glance at the mountains of food and beverages piled in the back of the car. If people become desperate from hunger, they might resort to attacking other humans to seize their supplies, particularly those who have awakened their abilities and possess combat skills, requiring heightened vigilance against them. While Yun Xiaoning pondered, gnawing on her small hand, Jiang Li had already driven into the community. However, as soon as the vehicle turned a corner, Yun Xiaoning was confronted with a scene of unimaginable horror. It appeared that a one-sided, brutal battle had occurred at the entrance of the community. Countless cars lay overturned, with one having crashed headlong into the security booth at the side of the gate. A multitude of corpses sprawled along the roadside. In their final moments, they seemed to have been engaged in the same frantic action, jumping out of their vehicles to flee on foot. Yet, what could have compelled them to abandon their nearly escaped cars and instead flee deeper into the community? Many had met a gruesome fate, not even being granted the chance to transform into the infected. The scattered remnants of flesh emitted an unbearable stench of blood and decay, far more repulsive than what Yun Xiaoning had encountered when surrounded by the infected outside the supermarket during the day. What transpired here? Yun Xiaoning furrowed her brow. Even though she had become accustomed to the visages of the infected and mutated creatures, a wave of terror still washed over her. It appeared that a formidable entity had emerged here, one capable of hurling vehicles with immense force, displaying considerable destructive power. Oh no! Could that so-called formidable entity still be lurking within the community? That would be rather perilous. It's all right, don't be afraid, Yun Xiaoning. Noticing the little girl beside her, pale and curled up in her seat, Jiang Li smirked and gently patted her palm. That creature will surely yield a wealth of experience upon defeat, and your barrier can withstand the infected, so why fear them? I'm not entirely certain where the limits of the barrier's endurance lie. Perhaps it is invincible. Indeed, that air wall sustained numerous violent impacts from the mutated infected in the classroom without even a crack. There is likely no need for excessive concern. Yet, Yun Xiaoning continued to tremble uncontrollably. After all, Jiang Li could not receive the urgent mission of surviving the first night of the apocalypse. Since the system had issued a task, it was certain that tonight would be fraught with peril. Thus, she curled up, watching as Jiang Li slowly drove into the villa district, eventually coming to a halt at the furthest corner, in front of villa. It was only then that Yun Xiaoning unfastened her seatbelt, letting out a sigh of relief. They had arrived safely. Exiting the vehicle, the stench of blood and decay outside was still overwhelming, nauseatingly intense. With the headlights extinguished and the car securely locked, Zhongli switched on her flashlight and stepped out. Yun Xiaoning timidly followed, quickly darting to Zhongli's side, grasping her sleeve tightly. Not rejecting her, Zhongli summoned her scythe and retrieved 2 bags of provisions from the back seat, striding confidently to the villa's entrance. The imposing scythe resting behind her granted Yun Xiaoning a modicum of reassurance. Let us go. However, just as Zhongli inserted the key into the lock, an ear-piercing scream suddenly erupted from a nearby residential building. Ah! Yun Xiaoning froze, spinning around in shock. In an instant, the tranquil atmosphere of the night vanished. All shades of darkness seemed to surge simultaneously. In the grass, on rooftops, beneath cars, and among the treetops, countless shadows emerged from their concealment, rushing madly toward the source of the scream. What? What are these? The speed of the rushing shadows was so swift that Yun Xiaoning could barely discern their forms. Moreover, unlike the frenzied roars of the infected during the day, these shadows were merely racing forward in silence. Though no sound accompanied their movement, the visual onslaught was enough to leave Yun Xiaoning paralyzed with fear. Yet Zhongli showed no hesitation. She kicked open the villa's door, thrusting Yun Xiaoning inside with a forceful push. Quick, draw a circle right now. Her voice jolted Yun Xiaoning out of her terror. At the same time, Zhongli swung her scythe toward the nearest shadow without a moment's doubt. However, the visceral sensation of cutting through flesh that she had experienced during the day was entirely absent now. The lack of feedback left Zhongli bewildered, her eyes widening in confusion. This was wrong. She had clearly struck something, yet it felt as though she had swung at empty air. In a flash, Yun Xiaoning had drawn a large circle with a 2-meter radius in the living room. Having missed her target, Zhongli swiftly retreated, slamming the door shut and seeking refuge within the blinding golden circle. I didn't hit anything. Huh? What do you mean you didn't hit anything? In reality, it should have struck true, yet those shadows seemed devoid of substance, lacking the sensation of impact. Yun Xiaoning paused momentarily, her legs weakening as she gradually settled onto the carpet beside the sofa. What does it mean to be insubstantial? What happened to the promised carbon-based life forms? Chapter 20. Cowardice is futile shadows danced outside the window, creating a world shrouded in darkness where even the silhouettes of trees failed to penetrate the glass. Yet, Yun Xiaoning could distinctly sense those shadows, each one rushing towards the source of the distant, piercing scream. Trembling with fear, Yun Xiaoning sat in the center of the golden circle, her gaze darting anxiously between the various windows of the villa. Unbeknownst to her, her small hand had tightly grasped Zhongli's, to the point of producing a fine sheen of sweat. At this moment, Zhongli had already extinguished the flashlight, leaving only the faint, golden glow of the circle illuminating the dim room. This made it difficult for Yun Xiaoning to discern Zhongli's expression, yet she felt an intense, burning gaze upon her, as if he were scrutinizing her every move. However, she could hardly concern herself with Zhongli's attention. The timid little girl was nearly pressed against him in this terrifying atmosphere. It was not merely Yun Xiaoning's fear. The shadows outside were truly a frightful sight. They seemed impervious to Zhongli's scythe, and perhaps they were not even corporeal. What could they be if not tangible? Spirits? Ghosts? The sky itself seemed to have fallen. Was this apocalyptic world akin to a hellish realm, where the night greatly intensified the perils to human survival? Master, they want to come in? Will they? Who knows? Why do you appear so unperturbed? Should I be afraid? In truth, Yun Xiaoning felt not fear, but rather a peculiar delight as she enjoyed the closeness with Zhongli, who, despite being frightened, was pressed shoulder to shoulder with her. Moreover, one of his hands rested on her leg, gently soothing her through the thin layer of silk. Yet, was such reassurance not supposed to involve gentle pats or strokes? What was his hand doing? It felt rather strange. Could he be taking advantage of the situation? Shouldn't he be fully focused on observing their surroundings? If danger were present, one ought to react swiftly. Yet, Zhongli maintained an air of unshakable confidence. She felt oddly at ease, as though he trusted the golden circle even more than she did. Fear is the most meaningless of emotions, Yun Xiaoning. A sharp pain suddenly jolted her thigh. Jiang Li had pinched her, albeit lightly, akin to a playful squeeze. Despite the gentle pressure, Yun Xiaoning, with her low pain tolerance, winced in response. Regardless, there was no way to combat those entities. For now, she had to rely on the circle. If the circle could shield them, then there was no need for fear. Conversely, if it could not, then fear would serve no purpose. Strangely, her reasoning held some merit. It appeared they were indeed left with no other options. Must one merely hide within the confines of a circle and gamble? Moreover, it appears those entities are driven by sound. Sound, you say? Hearing Jiang Li's nonchalant tone, Yun Xiaoning tightened her clothing. Indeed, it must be sound. Just moments ago, a piercing scream emanating from a nearby residential building had summoned a multitude of shadowy figures. It is sound that beckons them. Yet, why do the noises generated while entering and exiting the vehicle go unnoticed? Is it merely due to their insufficient volume? If it is only sufficiently loud sounds that can draw them in, then perhaps the current predicament shared with Jiang Li remains relatively safe. While pondering this, a series of frantic, terrified screams erupted once more from the direction of that initial scream. Yun Xiaoning was startled, quickly peering through the window towards the distant building. However, the outside world was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. She could only hear the screams, a relentless cascade that seemed to convey extreme terror, their tones transforming into something wild and distorted. Soon, the screams began to diminish, ultimately fading into a lingering wail that vanished from existence. It sounded as though someone had perished. Jiang Li commented coolly, her hand resting on Yun Xiaoning's thigh, continuing its previous motion. It seemed the events outside were of little consequence to her. Her attention was solely focused on the sensation of the small, white-furred creature before her. The world beyond the window swiftly returned to a hushed stillness, the swirling shadows having disappeared. The lurking dangers seemed to retreat into their hiding places. A profound and terrifying silence enveloped the night once more, as if the earlier events had been but a fleeting illusion, with all reverting to tranquility. The night of the apocalypse demands silence. Loud disturbances must be avoided. Yun Xiaoning clenched her teeth, silently reflecting on this. They appear to have departed. So why do you still tremble, Yun Xiaoning? I can't help it. Although the heart-wrenching screams had faded, they continued to echo within Yun Xiaoning's heart. She had always been timid and fearful, both in her past life and in this current body. The kind who wouldn't even dare to open her eyes during a horror film, let alone be immersed in such terror. The infected, mutated creatures, countless corpses, rivers of blood, coupled with the silent shadows that roam at night. What is the meaning of all this? Transmigration is a fortuitous event. Transforming into a stunningly beautiful little girl is even more fortunate. Yet, she does not wish to find herself in this apocalyptic world as a little girl. Yun Xiaoning longed for home, yearning for the warmth of her previous life. Alas, in that world, her body must have already been cremated and collected in a small box. You've been trembling for quite some time. Surely your spirit hasn't been frightened away? Of course not. Then why are you clinging to me so tightly? As she spoke, Jiang Li shook her shoulders, causing Yun Xiaoning, who was leaning against her, to sway slightly as well. Why did this fellow still have the leisure to tease her at such a moment? You're far too tense. This is not beneficial. Good fortune may come disguised as disaster. Misfortune cannot be avoided. Did you not just claim that calamity was approaching? Yet your frightened, curled-up demeanor is rather endearing. Do you need me to hold you? This was not a mere inquiry. As soon as she uttered those words, Jiang Li's hand gently rested on Yun Xiaoning's shoulder, almost as if she were compelled to pull her into an embrace. However, the imagined embrace did not materialize. Yun Xiaoning felt Jiang Li's hands gripping her shoulders, turning her completely to face Jiang Li. Due to their height difference, Jiang Li, seated on the carpet, rendered Yun Xiaoning obliged to kneel, her hands bracing against Jiang Li's shoulders to maintain her posture. Yun Xiaoning, look at me. It was dark, and visibility was poor. Yet, amidst the faint golden glow, she could barely discern the slight upturn of Jiang Li's lips. Timidity served no purpose. From this moment onward, you may only display such timidity when confronting me. At all other times, it is forbidden. This is an order. Do you understand? I. Why does it feel as though Zhongli is speaking in a tone meant to soothe a child? I'm not a 3-year-old. If you agree, I will reward you with a hug. How does that sound? Zhongli's figure was not voluptuous, yet it was ample enough to envelop Yun Xiaoning completely. In that instant, the icy night seemed to finally acquire warmth. As Zhongli's body heat gradually transferred to her, the long-standing tension within Yun Xiaoning began to dissipate. The scent and softness of Zhongli intertwined, forming the gentlest and most impenetrable blanket, wrapping Yun Xiaoning snugly within. What is this? This wicked woman. How is it that her gentleness can evoke such a profound sense of security? Yun Xiaoning obediently rested her chin on Zhongli's shoulder. Just as she was about to relax and savor this sensation, an unexpected alertness washed over her. Why is Zhongli no longer gazing at her? Yet she could still feel an intensely heated stare? How peculiar. With curiosity, the girl slowly lifted her head to gaze at the villa's ceiling. In the next moment, Zhongli suddenly felt the small figure in her arms tremble violently for reasons unknown. What now? Zhongli, no. Mistress. The girl's voice quivered. Be behind you. Zhongli abruptly turned around. In the golden circle's faint glow, she could barely make out the scene. A towering humanoid shadow, nearly 2 meters in height, is eerily and grotesquely hovering in the corner of the living room. Chapter 21. Only the brave shall be rewarded. What is that? The face remains obscured, yet the appearance is utterly chilling. Yun Xiaoning was momentarily stunned, but Zhongli, with unwavering focus, reacted instantly upon identifying the target. The enormous black scythe swung down mercilessly towards the shadowy figure's head. However, just as before, despite witnessing the scythe make contact with the creature, there was no effect whatsoever. No feedback was given. The scythe merely passed through the shadowy monster as if it were air, inflicting no tangible harm. Yet the shadow seemed to be incensed, emitting a mournful wail before charging fiercely at Yun Xiaoning and Zhongli. Ugh. Yun Xiaoning fell to the ground, and even Zhongli took 2 steps back. A dull thud resonated as the golden circle suddenly illuminated. The air barrier formed a seemingly insurmountable wall, causing the shadow to collide clumsily against it, only to be violently rebounded. It's all right. It cannot enter. If it cannot enter, then there is no danger. Realizing this, Zhongli urged the black scythe to retaliate once more, yet still, it only struck the air, proving futile against the shadow. The shadow gazed at the air barrier, tilting its head in confusion. Another howl erupted as it defiantly charged again, and once more it was met with a dull thud. The shadow appeared dumbfounded, beginning to circle the boundary line. Meanwhile, more shadows began to squeeze through the tightly shut gaps of doors and windows, quickly surrounding Yun Xiaoning and Zhongli completely. However, no matter how they tried, they could not breach the absolute defense of the boundary. Within the barrier, Yun Xiaoning and Zhongli were equally incapable of inflicting any substantial damage upon the monstrous figures. Thus, both parties found themselves in a stalemate, glaring at each other across the air wall. With the knowledge that the shadows could not penetrate their sanctuary, Yun Xiaoning's fear began to dissipate. She sat up and moved closer to Zhongli, resting her shoulder against hers. Look, there's nothing to fear. They can't harm us. But what if they just continue to surround us? Yun Xiaoning glanced at the shadowy creatures, which occasionally shrieked while fixating their gaze upon her, and shook her head in trepidation, ultimately taking refuge behind Zhongli. Their inability to harm us does not imply that we are powerless against them. But your attacks have proven ineffective, she countered. The scythe has inflicted no damage after all this time. Moreover, the summoning time must be nearing its end. It is indeed ineffective. But it is not I who shall engage, rather it is you. You are to confront them. Yun Xiaoning was taken aback. She raised her gaze to Zhongli, then turned to observe the encroaching shadows, her eyes darting back and forth between the two for a full 3 cycles. Subsequently, she extended her finger and blankly pointed at herself. Me, am I? Indeed. As she spoke, Zhongli pulled Yun Xiaoning from behind her, placing her in front of the monsters, as if she had conceived a plan. Can you still draw circles now? I should be able to. However, there is a limit to the length of the lines. You are aware of that from when we drew lines during the day. I cannot draw circles indefinitely. Nonetheless, I just leveled up my ability, allowing for considerably greater length. Have we reached the length limit of the circle beneath our feet? Of course not. It was merely a hasty line I drew earlier. Then try it now. Draw a circle to ensnare them. Just capturing one would suffice. Let's first observe the effects. Draw a circle to ensnare the monsters? Yun Xiaoning momentarily froze again. Indeed, how did I not think of that? The monsters cannot cross the boundary line. So what would happen if we allowed the boundary line to envelop the monsters? She had always regarded her ability as a defensive shell, yet never considered employing it in reverse. With this thought, Yun Xiaoning glanced back at Zhongli. Upon receiving a nod of approval from her, she bravely stepped forward. Soon, a flicker of golden light swiftly gathered at the tips of her fingers. Yun Xiaoning cast aside her earlier trepidation and fear, momentarily banishing those meaningless emotions, and squinted her eyes, carefully searching for a target among the encroaching shadowy monsters. Ultimately, she fixed her gaze on the very creature that had been lurking in the room, the one that had startled her when she and Zhongli had relaxed in each other's embrace. It was you who frightened me, wasn't it? With a swift motion of her small hand, a golden circle appeared beneath the monster's feet. Oh! In an instant, the room was awash in brilliant golden light, and the shadowy monster trapped within the circle contorted its body, letting out a pained wail. It leapt and thrashed within the air wall formed by the circle, akin to an ant on a hot stove, being scorched by an unbearable temperature. What is happening to it? Upon closer inspection, wisps of grayish-white mist began to emanate from the ensnared creature, as if it were evaporating. Meanwhile, the other monsters that had invaded the room were thrown into disarray. Some began to frantically batter against the air wall, others struggled and darted about, while a few, witnessing the plight of their companion, chose to retreat, fleeing back outside. Observing the chaos among the monsters, Zhongli thoughtfully pinched her chin. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaoning remained fixated on the monster ensnared by the circle. It struggled for about a minute, before ultimately dissipating into a cloud of mist, slowly vanishing into the air. Ding! Attention! The host's absolute boundary ability cannot capture any other apocalyptic beings beyond the infected. When a host exhibits behavior indicative of capturing other apocalyptic creatures, the system will automatically process them for deactivation, confinement, and release based on the comparison of the captured creature's level to that of the host. Current personal level, 0. Captured creature level, 0. Processing method, extermination. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an apocalyptic creature, the Night Shadow. Your personal level has risen, 0-1, and you have gained 1 point of freely allocatable base attribute enhancement. Upgraded, but wait, it is far more than a mere upgrade. The influx of information left Yun Xiaoning momentarily bewildered. First and foremost, what does this capturing entail? Her eyes widened in astonishment. So, it turns out that drawing a circle around the monster triggers the capture effect? This is somewhat reminiscent of catching creatures in a game. However, it seems she can only capture the infected, while the night shadows before her do not fall into that category. Moreover, their levels are quite low. Once ensnared, they are immediately exterminated by the absolute boundary. How formidable! My abilities are astonishingly powerful. Yun Xiaoning felt a surge of excitement, yet after utilizing her power once, her mental energy was rapidly depleting, leaving her unable to draw another circle. Nevertheless, having eliminated one creature did indeed serve as a deterrent, prompting the other monsters to hastily flee from Zhongli's villa in a panic. So, this is how one drives them away. It seems their intelligence surpasses that of the infected, as they are aware of fear. Zhongli, no, master. I have leveled up. I have truly leveled up. Yun Xiaoning proudly turned her head, puffing out her chest in a display of triumph. Well done, Yun Xiaoning. While praising her, Zhongli reached out to ruffle her hair. Feeling the slight increase in Zhongli's hand strength, Yun Xiaoning let out a delighted laugh. Meanwhile, behind Zhongli, Yun Xiaoning discreetly swiped her finger to open the system interface and review her gains. To her delight, she discovered that not only had her level increased, But Jiang Li's affection for her had also gradually risen, reaching a score of 61. This signifies that the system's services for stealing experience and tokens have now automatically activated. Chapter 22, She is truly adorable. How much more charming would she be if confined within a cage? The circle of light cast upon the young girl made her snow-white hair shimmer with a golden hue, faint yet imbued with a certain sanctity. At this moment, she proudly turned around. He. It was as if a goal, a long-anticipated desire, had finally come to fruition. The girl before her smiled. She smiled sweetly. A sweetness so rich it became overwhelming. So delightful that one could hardly divert their gaze from her face. It was a sweetness that compelled one to reach out and gently caress her head. A sweetness that sparked endless reveries. Jiang Li had always believed in her good fortune. Before the apocalypse, she would often stumble upon discarded wallets while shopping. After the world fell into chaos, she could still casually search for food and fortuitously discover a timid little girl huddled in a classroom, frightened yet adorably innocent. Subsequently, while Yun Xiaoning slept in the car, Jiang Li secretly browsed her phone. On Yun Xiaoning's device, Jiang Li found a plethora of citrus-themed novels that had been saved. Citrus-themed novels, how intriguing. To her surprise, this little creature before her shared a remarkably similar taste. Truly, a divine gift from heavens. In this world, where order had crumbled, certain feelings that Jiang Li had deeply buried within her heart, which had once been impossible to express, were now poised to flow freely. Although there were no overt changes in her demeanor, the indescribable fluttering in her heart served as a constant reminder. A seed had begun to sprout. Gently, Jiang Li's hand glided through Yun Xiaoning's silky white hair, descending slowly until it landed softly upon her delicate face. As tender as if it could yield water at a mere touch. Jiang Li knew, just as she had anticipated, that this sensation would be utterly addictive. She wished to restrain herself, yet it was too late. After the initial touch, she had already succumbed to addiction, unable to pull away. As she tenderly lifted and lowered that soft, jelly-like cheek, Jiang Li felt the flutter within her intensify once more. This caused her to furrow her brow in nervousness. Fortunately, in the dimly lit environment of the villa, neither of the two could discern the other's features clearly. Alas! Nonetheless, the fluttering in her heart did affect her actions. Unintentionally, her fingers tightened slightly. The sudden discomfort elicited a soft whimper from Yun Xiaoning. However, this little one did not resist. She simply stood quietly, allowing Jiang Li to continue her playful manipulation. How obedient she was. So gentle. She was truly delightful. Delightful enough to make one yearn to claim her as their own. Yes, to possess her, to claim her. Jiang Li felt as if a flame had ignited in her eyes, scanning Yun Xiaoning from head to toe as if she wished to devour her whole. Yet, she comprehended that the time was not ripe. Moreover, the little creature, Yun Xiaoning, was indeed quite astute. Jiang Li had sensed this during their earlier encounter in the car. Her abilities were formidable, and fortune favored her. At this rate, she would soon burgeon into someone powerful, capable of standing on her own. Consequently, the dependency Jiang Li sought to cultivate with her could easily crumble like a house of cards, collapsing at any moment. While Yun Xiaoning currently submitted willingly, this did not guarantee her future compliance. If she were to become sufficiently strong, would she choose to flee? Would she abandon Jiang Li? It was likely, perhaps even inevitable. But such a scenario was unacceptable, absolutely intolerable. She was someone Jiang Li had rescued, someone she had chosen. How could she allow her to roam freely? Fixated on the little white-haired bundle before her, Jiang Li resolved firmly in her heart. She must devise a plan, even if it required extreme measures, to keep her securely by her side, not solely for her abilities, but because, at present, it seemed as though Jiang Li had grown enamored with her entirety. But what if she truly desired to escape? Furrowing her brow, Jiang Li supported her chin, pondering deeply. If she dared to flee, perhaps it would be best to confine her, lock her in a cage. She was undeniably adorable. Surely, she would remain so even within a cage. Would she not? As these thoughts danced in her mind, a subtle smile crept upon Jiang Li's lips. However, Yun Xiaoning remained blissfully unaware of the nefarious intentions brewing within Jiang Li. All she felt was the painful pinching of her cheeks. She longed to resist, to call for a halt, yet she was astonished to find Jiang Li's fondness fluctuating with each pinch, unpredictably rising and falling like a heart racing in excitement. At times, it surged to an astonishing 80, only to plummet back to 60 shortly thereafter. Could it be that the system's statistical data had encountered a glitch? How peculiar. Fortunately, it stabilized between 63 and 64 in the end. However, this left Yun Xiaoning, despite the pain, clenching her small fist behind her back, desperately enduring, unwilling to disrupt Jiang Li's amusement. Yet, that rascal escalated her antics, soon pinching both sides of Yun Xiaoning's face simultaneously. This was excessive, unable to bear it any longer. Tears welled up in Yun Xiaoning's eyes as she pushed Jiang Li's arms away repeatedly. Master, have you had enough? It hurts a bit. HM? It was as if she had been abruptly yanked from her deep contemplation. Jiang Li momentarily appeared dazed, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Reluctantly, she released her grip and gradually settled down beside her. As Jiang Li settled down, Yun Xiaoning gently rubbed her slightly reddened cheeks, carefully hugging her legs as she sat on the carpet beside her. However, Jiang Li had no intention of apologizing for pinching her face. Instead, she directly broached the topic of leveling up. Have you gained any points for allocation after your upgrade? Yes, I have. Have you decided where to allocate them? Not yet, Yun Xiaoning replied, shaking her head as she opened her personal information panel. She had been fixated on Jiang Li's affection interface and had not yet taken the time to appreciate her own upgrade rewards. What are the ratings for your basic talents? Please tell me. Yun Xiaoning hesitated, momentarily taken aback by her basic attributes, unable to voice them. Basic attribute ratings: physical ability E, stamina E, strength E, mental capacity C. Would such meager talents incite Jiang Li's disdain, leading to her abandonment? Perhaps it would be better to fabricate a lie. Were they? Feeling a slight panic, she hesitated before finally parting her lips. Physical ability C, stamina C, strength C, mental capacity B, yes, that's it. Are they all so low? Noticing Jiang Li frowning once more, Yun Xiaoning lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm really sorry for my poor talents. In that case, you might as well forego the first 3 physical attributes and allocate all your points to mental capacity after leveling up. Huh? Why? Focusing solely on mental capacity, is that truly advisable? With only strong manipulation skills and weak physical attributes, survival in the apocalypse would be quite challenging, wouldn't it? However, she recognized that her physical condition was beyond salvation. No one could expect this delicate little body to possess any athletic prowess. Thus, Jiang Li's suggestion had its merits. Because not adding to physical attributes will make things easier. Easier for what? Before Yun Xiaoning could finish her sentence, she felt Jiang Li suddenly lean in, gripping her chin forcefully and lifting her face to meet hers. With no strength to escape, she realized, of course, it makes it easier for me to continue bullying you. You actually have such an intention? Chapter 23. I am not quite the straight girl I seemed, though reluctant to hear what Jiang Li had to say. Yun Xiaoning ultimately decided to allocate her points to her mental strength after a moment's hesitation. Among her 4 attributes, only her mental strength appeared to hold any potential for improvement based on her innate talents. The other 3 attributes, if enhanced, would yield little significance. This was primarily because the ability known as absolute margin heavily relied on mental strength, which translated to an excessive consumption of energy, rendering it quite unsustainable. With just a few strokes, Yun Xiaoning would find herself utterly exhausted. Conversely, her physical attributes were of little concern, as she often remained within the protective confines of her circle, free from worries about stamina or physical endurance. Feeling a slight increase in her mental strength, Yun Xiaoning confirmed that her point allocation had been successfully recorded. Base attribute enhancement. Mental strength 1. Simultaneously, she privately resolved the direction of her future enhancements. Following her level up, she would heed Jiang Li's advice and invest all her points into mental strength, aiming to enable herself to draw more boundary lines within a short span of time. Next, there was the matter of allocating her tokens. With no immediate urgency to procure supplies, Her priority was to acquire as much ability experience as possible. It was imperative to extend the length of the boundary lines, ideally encompassing Jiang Li's entire villa to prevent any shadowy creatures from infiltrating through the cracks in the windows and doors. Despite the fact that those creatures could not breach the boundary in the slightest and could easily be vanquished by it, their appearance was undeniably chilling. Terrified, Yun Xiaoning wished never to encounter that group of monsters again. As she contemplated her forthcoming plans, she turned her head only to find Jiang Li idly toying with her long, white hair. Jiang Li was twisting two strands together as if crafting a braid. How could she appear so nonchalant after being besieged by monsters just moments ago? Suddenly, Yun Xiaoning felt a strand of hair unexpectedly tugged out by Jiang Li's actions, causing her to wince in pain. Annoyed, she turned her head and reached out to grasp the two strands, attempting to reclaim them. "Master, what are you doing?" "Nothing much, just feeling bored. The night is long. I can't just sit here and stare into space, can I? You pull my hair. It hurts. You look quite cute when you're in pain." Though what on earth was going on in her head? It seemed utterly impossible to have a rational conversation with her at present. Can't we engage in something more serious? What kind of serious things? Like, perhaps knocking you down and indulging in activities akin to those depicted in the novels stored on your phone? That doesn't sound too bad. Actually, I'm not quite the straight girl I seem. And with the night so dark and full of promise, it is indeed the perfect time for adventure. What? Like a child whose secret has been uncovered, Yun Xiaoning's face instantaneously flushed a brilliant red. She stared at Jiang Li in astonishment, her body involuntarily retreating. Surely, this rascal had unlocked her phone using her fingerprint while she slept in the car, right? How utterly mischievous. Yet, the fact that Jiang Li was not a straight woman had long been apparent to Yun Xiaoning through Jiang Li's various attitudes and actions throughout the day. But to her surprise, Jiang Li had boldly acknowledged it. Was she being serious now, or merely jesting to frighten her? Yun Xiaoning's heart raced, but judging by Jiang Li's expression, it seemed to be just a jest. "How could you steal a glance at my phone?" Yun Xiaoning protested. "What's yours is mine. And as your master, am I not entitled to look? Well, you could at least grant me a modicum of privacy." She added, "What will you do if I don't?" "Nothing really." Yun Xiaoning gritted her teeth and turned her head aside. In truth, even if Jiang Li were to forcefully pin her down at this very moment, she would have little room to resist. Jiang Li possessed enough strength to subdue 3 of her, leaving Yun Xiaoning with no choice but to acquiesce. However, to be honest, she had no desire to engage in such matters in this atmosphere and environment. At the very least, it should occur when both parties are willing. "You little rascal, do you dare to be displeased?" "No, not at all. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore." "Indeed, it was merely a jest." "What then? Is the serious matter you wish to discuss?" "I was just thinking, aren't you going to consider the upcoming action plan thoroughly? What is there to contemplate?" Jiang Li tilted her head, her hands continuing to play with Yun Xiaoning's white hair without a hint of stopping. "I must certainly unlock the next weapon." "Next weapon? Oh, right." Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, recalling that Jiang Li's ability was called the Black Armory. From the entry of her ability, Black Armory, weapon unlock progress 17, it was clear that aside from the large black scythe, there were 6 additional weapons yet to be unlocked. While Yun Xiaoning could not see the detailed conditions for unlocking, Jiang Li undoubtedly knew what to do. Indeed, this was an urgent task at hand. Although Jiang Li's scythe was formidable, effortlessly cleaving through infectors like cutting chives, it could only be summoned every hour for half an hour, a significant vulnerability that could leave her in a precarious position. Should danger arise during the cooldown period and she cannot retreat to safety, Jiang Li would find herself in a difficult predicament. Thus, she was in dire need of unlocking the next weapon to bridge the gap in combat effectiveness when her scythe was unavailable. In summary, the trajectory of their future endeavors had become increasingly clear. The strength of one's spirit, the extent of one's extraordinary abilities, coupled with Jiang Li's weapon for unlocking powers, the current apocalyptic world is far more perilous than one might imagine, even more so than the tales depicted in films and novels. By day, the infected roam freely, and a plethora of mutated creatures emerge. As night falls, the world transforms into a realm of profound treachery. Ethereal beings of the apocalypse, impervious to physical harm, may strike at any moment. It appears that, in addition to ensuring an ample supply of provisions for sustenance and warmth, one must also strive to enhance their capabilities as swiftly as possible. At present, the primary combat strength lies with Jiang Li. Thus, if she is to unlock a new weapon, I must lend my utmost assistance. Does unlocking a weapon require specific conditions? Indeed, it necessitates materials. In simpler terms, it involves slaying two formidable monsters, obtaining materials from their remains, and then offering them to Hao Yue to unlock the second weapon. Formidable monsters. It seems they are not merely the mutated infected that have besieged me. Yun Xiaoning scratched her head once more. The formidable creatures Jiang Li referred to must be of greater prowess, perhaps akin to bosses. Do you recall the scene we encountered upon entering the community gate? Yes. The creature capable of causing such devastation must possess considerable strength. I believe that could indeed qualify as one. I plan to seek it out tomorrow. You must accompany me. Do you understand, Yun Xiaoning? This venture is somewhat perilous. If the adversary's combat power is excessively formidable, the risk of failure is imminent. Nevertheless, it is essential to attempt to locate it. One cannot remain cowering within the safety zone indefinitely, can they? Thus, Yun Xiaoning ultimately resolved to heed Jiang Li's guidance. She raised her gaze sincerely towards Jiang Li, hesitatingly nodding. Alas, very well, I shall comply. But master, could you refrain from frightening me like you did in the car during the day? What do you mean? Please do not scare me like that again. Is that acceptable? That would not do. After all, your fearful demeanor is utterly adorable. Yun Xiaoning pouted, turning her head away. Yet, this gesture was promptly reversed by Jiang Li's insistence. What is this? Are you dissatisfied? Not only shall I frighten you, but I intend to tease you relentlessly day and night with your petite frame exuding an aura of vulnerability. Being teased by me should be a reward for you. Wouldn't it? The night is still young if you wish to avoid the same fate as the protagonists in the novels on your phone. You would do well to obediently comply and allow me to indulge a little more. Chapter 24. Last night, I did nothing at all. Yun Xiaoning felt as though she had been treated by Jiang Li as a life-size doll, carelessly manipulated and tormented for an extended period. Eventually, after her amusement waned, Jiang Li summoned her formidable scythe and deftly maneuvered it from the second-floor bedroom to lay a blanket within the confines of their circle. Exhausted, Jiang Li unceremoniously used Yun Xiaoning's thigh as a pillow, burrowing into the covers and promptly drifting into a deep slumber. In contrast, Yun Xiaoning remained alert. She had indulged in a deep and restful sleep during the day on the car ride, but now her energy was palpable. Thus, she resolved to keep watch throughout the night. Should any emergencies arise, she would awaken Jiang Li immediately. Yet, there was little to warrant alarm. Within the protective boundary of their circle, it seemed that the perils of the apocalypse were kept at bay. Occasionally, distant wails of despair. The sounds of battles and explosions echoed through the murky night, serving as a solemn reminder of the world's grim reality. However, these noises would soon fade into silence, returning to tranquility. One could not help but wonder how many lives would be lost on this first night of the apocalyptic dawn. Following the chaos and collapse of the day, in the stillness of the night, the young girl pondered silently, contemplating the future, remaining vigilant of the present, and reminiscing about the past. Such reflections were the predominant theme for every survivor who had found refuge and safety. As midnight passed, the gentle snores of the person beside her gradually infected Yun Xiaoning with drowsiness. Her vision began to blur, and she succumbed to sleep, enveloped in fatigue and melancholy. A night devoid of dreams. The following morning, Yun Xiaoning was roused by the crisp chime of the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. The first night of the apocalypse has passed safely. Your emergency task has been successfully completed, and the rewards have been dispatched to your backpack. Please check. Another task accomplished. Yun Xiaoning's eyes flew open, only to discover herself cocooned in a warm blanket, her head comfortably resting on a pillow. She was still within the circle, But the absence of the other person was immediately noticeable. Sitting up abruptly, she glanced around in a daze. The sky was still dim, yet dawn had arrived, with the rising sun striving to dispel the darkness enveloping the world. Bathed in a soft, white glow, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the entire villa. But where was Jiangli? Yun Xiaoning tilted her head in confusion. How had Jiangli left the circle? Had she, perhaps, carried her into the bed last night while she slept soundly beside her? But where could she have gone? As if to answer the bewildered girl, a sudden creak of the door interrupted her thoughts. Turning swiftly, Yun Xiaoning beheld Jiangli entering, each hand grasping a massive bottle of mineral water. Jiangli, what a relief! She hadn't left. She hadn't abandoned me. Yun Xiaoning was perplexed as to why her first thought upon waking was to seek out Jiangli. Perhaps it was due to the comforting embrace she had received from him the previous night. That profound sense of security was not unwelcome. Ah, you're awake? You little rascal, didn't we agree that you would keep watch last night? Yet, how long did you manage to stay awake before succumbing to slumber? I didn't mean to, master. For some reason, once I saw you asleep, I felt drowsy as well. Yun Xiaoning shook her head gently, carefully rising to her feet. It was only when the blanket slipped from her that she realized her soiled clothes had been removed, replaced by a delicate pale pink camisole nightdress. My clothes? When did this happen? Initially taken aback, her wide eyes soon blushed a vivid crimson. How could one sleep in dirty attire? As if sensing Yun Xiaoning's sudden embarrassment, Jiangli placed 2 large bottles of mineral water behind the door, then approached with hands on her hips, a proud expression adorning her face. I had to ensure you wore something lovely to sleep in. You undressed me. And what of it? Yun Xiaoning felt the heat rising in her cheeks, her heart racing as she anxiously examined her body. Jiangli had openly acknowledged that she was not entirely straight. Had she taken advantage of her slumber? Rest assured, nothing inappropriate occurred. Nothing at all. She claimed there was nothing. Yun Xiaoning fixed her gaze on Jiangli, her anxiety causing her to clutch the hem of her dress tightly. Her legs, now bare from the stockings, trembled slightly. Feeling Jiangli's increasingly intense gaze upon her, Yun Xiaoning swallowed hard. Such a bashful reaction seemed inherent to her youthful form, exuding an aura of innocent indignation, detached from her thoughts. I forgot to trim my nails these past few days, so I refrained from any actions that might harm you. Wait, so you genuinely entertain such thoughts? Even resorting to classic tropes like trimming nails? And I neither pinched nor groped you. Truly, nothing untoward happened. While speaking, Jiangli openly displayed her own fingers, slender and pristine, devoid of any suspicious residue. However, this did not absolve her of potential wrongdoing, as she could have easily washed her hands. Just a fleeting glance, that's all. Yet in the darkness, visibility was non-existent. What a pity. What do you mean by not seeing clearly in the dark? Don't you have a flashlight? Do you take me for a fool? Don't speak nonsense with those wide-open eyes, with a blend of shyness and furrowed brows. Yun Xiaoning slowly retreated a few steps until she reached the edge of the golden circle, where she barely came to a halt. How infuriating. I am tainted. Yun Xiaoning lamented internally, yet she dared not voice any grievances against Jiangli. After all, her life still lay firmly in Jiangli's grasp. What? You don't believe me? I believe your response is rather hesitant. Jiangli raised an eyebrow and continued, however, I did not intend to dwell on the minutiae with you. Wait, how has this become my nitpicking? Such matters ought to be thoroughly considered. I must return to retrieve the supplies from the vehicle. At this hour, those mysterious little creatures of the night have vanished. Moreover, the infected individuals show no signs of emerging, rendering the outside quite safe. You may continue to rest. Once you feel sufficiently rejuvenated, come assist me with the supplies. Alternatively, you could prepare for our outing. The walk-in closet is directly across from the bedroom on the 2nd floor, where you may select some attire. An outing? Yun Xiaoning was momentarily taken aback, as her mind still lingered in the embarrassment of having been seen by Jiangli. However, she soon recalled. Jiangli mentioned needing to prepare to unlock the next weapon, necessitating a search for the suspected boss-like infected from yesterday's conjectures. But must we venture out so soon? I have already determined which weapon to unlock next. To survive better in this apocalyptic world, I must acquire a more potent new weapon swiftly. Is that still a choice? Indeed. While speaking, Zhongli had already turned to walk towards the door. What new weapon is it? Yun Xiaoning quickened her pace to catch up. At that moment, she stepped out of the golden circle, her soft toes leaving the warmth of the bedding to touch the cold floor. This chilling sensation jolted Yun Xiaoning awake in an instant. How can you guess? If you guess correctly, I shall reward you with a hug. Chapter 25. She wants me to act cute? Yun Xiaoning gazed at Zhongli, who had turned her head, casting a mysterious glance in her direction. Standing by the door, against the light, the tall girl wore a gentle smile, making her appear as if she had stepped out of comic. Zhongli had already changed into a fresh outfit, donning a refreshing white dress. Her hair elegantly styled up, sleeves rolled, and clad in slippers, exuding the aura of a charming older sister at home. Who would have thought that this wicked woman could possess such a captivating side? Yun Xiaoning found herself somewhat enchanted by her. Watching Zhongli slowly step outside, Yun Xiaoning scratched her head. The previous day had been filled with tension and excitement, leaving her little opportunity to truly observe Zhongli. All she remembered was how spectacularly she fought the zombies, with blood splattered across her body and face serving as testament to her formidable prowess. Now, with her soiled attire replaced by a pure white dress, Zhongli revealed a completely different, yet even more alluring quality. However, despite her beauty, the essence of this woman as a villain remained unchanged. What weapon would this wicked woman wield next? It was challenging to guess, but Yun Xiaoning had no intention of trying. As she saw Zhongli stepping out, she decisively opened the system page. Ability user, Zhongli, female, age, 20, personal level, 9 ability, Black Arsenal, unlock progress 1-7. Rarity of ability, SSR, super rare. Level of ability, underived skills, skill 1. Black Scythe Bright Moon, summons a black scythe for manipulation and attacks. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 60 minutes. Skill 2. Temporary skill. New weapon Meow Knife Dawn is in the unlocking process. Visualizing the weapon's appearance in mind. Requires submission of 2 elite infected crystals for successful unlocking. Base attribute ratings Stamina S, Endurance S, Strength, Mental Strength SSS, Base attribute bonus, Strength 9, Goodness. Zhongli is leveling up remarkably fast. After her relentless drive against the infected yesterday, she had ascended 2 levels, reaching level 9. The gap between them was widening. Thankfully, she could now siphon experience from her. A few more levels gained by Zhongli wouldn't be a misfortune. Moreover, the unlocking mechanism of her arsenal had manifested directly in the skill bar. Becoming a temporary skill? Meow Knife Dawn. How intriguing. The name sounds rather impressive. Now, there was no need for guessing. She could simply embrace her. No, wait. It wouldn't do to guess outright. Revealing the system would lead to her inquiries. No. What am I thinking? Why should I even guess? I certainly do not want her embrace. She is a wicked woman. Perhaps she has already conceived plans to firmly control me, to manipulate me, or even worse. Though I may appear unable to resist her on the surface, I must never easily succumb or be entrapped in my heart. Yun Xiaoning shook her head like a rattledrum. Yet, she found herself involuntarily contemplating the tender embrace she had experienced yesterday in Zhongli's arms. The sensation of being completely enveloped by her older sister was simply unforgettable. To her astonishment, her heart and mind engaged in a rare internal struggle. No, she must not dwell on this any longer. After pacing back and forth for a while, Yun Xiaoning ultimately opened the system panel once more. She resolved to first examine the system tokens she had acquired, along with the rewards for completing tasks. In her backpack, the total number of tokens now stood at 218, sufficiently ample, yet she understood the necessity of prudence in expenditure. Her system store functioned essentially as an inexhaustible repository, accessible through the expenditure of tokens. As long as she had enough tokens, she could instantaneously retrieve any item from the warehouse. Thus, there was no urgency to purchase supplies or weapons, reserving a portion of her tokens for future needs sufficed. The pressing issue at hand was her inability to secure the safety of the entire villa with her powers. With a determined bite of her lip, Yun Xiaoning chose to purchase experience for her abilities once more, investing in upgrades. Although she could not surpass Zhongli in personal level, perhaps she could in her powers. Gritting her teeth, she spent 200 tokens this time, an increase from the previous expenditure of 50, resulting in her power level soaring from level 1 to level 2. Age, 18. Personal level. Ability, absolute boundary. Ability rarity, SSR, super rare. Ability level, 2. Level increased, significantly enhancing the release length of the boundary line, greatly extending duration, and raising the capture limit for infected individuals from 1 to 2. Derived ability skill. Skill 1, boundary line erasure. You can now manually erase unnecessary boundary lines. Base attribute rating. Physical fitness E, endurance E, strength E, mental power C. Base attribute bonus. Mental power 1. The length of her boundary lines had been substantially augmented once more. Feeling the tangible enhancement of her powers brought a moment of joy to Yun Xiaoning's heart. She planned to test the new maximum length of her boundary lines soon, seeking to establish a firm understanding of her abilities to avoid inadvertently nullifying the first circle while attempting to draw a second. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, caution and vigilance were paramount. Moreover, this upgrade included a notification about an increased capture limit for infected individuals. Now, she could capture 2 infected individuals with her circles. When she next ventured out with Zhongli, she was determined to experiment with capturing an infected individual. She was eager to discover the effects of this newfound capability. As for the remaining 18 tokens, she intended to conserve them for future use. Next on her agenda was to inspect the newly acquired item, a high-tech water purification device. Those who frequently experience apocalyptic scenarios are well aware that the cessation of water and electricity poses the most significant impediment to a high-quality existence in such times. However, with the introduction of a cutting-edge water purification device, the host shall no longer be burdened by the anxiety of water shortages. By merely inserting this purification apparatus into a water source, one can continuously extract clean water that is suitable for direct use or even consumption. This device appears to be a diminutive pump, capable of drawing water upwards. Yet, can it truly purify the water? What ist? Yun Xiaoning furrowed her brow. Nonetheless, it is unlikely that the system would resort to deception. This water purification device is undoubtedly of paramount importance in the current apocalypse. After all, the torrential rain from yesterday concealed unsavory elements. With access to clean water, one need not fear infection or other hazards. It is indeed quite convenient. As she examined the compact purifier in her hand, Yun Xiaoning's stomach suddenly grumbled with discontent. Oh dear, I'm hungry. Soon, she must venture out with Zhongli to battle monsters, and she also intended to experiment with capturing the infected using her abilities. Thus, she needed to satiate her hunger promptly. Perhaps she should seek some food from Zhongli. She is likely to oblige. With that thought, Yun Xiaoning scampered out of the house, her bare feet slapping against the ground, and circled around to where Zhongli was engrossed in some task within the vehicle. What is this? Are you here to lend a hand? And no, she stammered. My dear, I'm hungry. Oh, so you've come begging for food, little one. Can you guess what my new weapon is? Not yet. I'm so hungry, master. Lowering her head, Yun Xiaoning shyly edged closer to Zhongli. The terrifying aspect of having a small appetite is how quickly and fiercely it manifests. The little white-haired creature was now completely preoccupied with thoughts of the food in Zhongli's car. Much like how Zhongli's mind swirled with ideas on how to tease the adorable little being that had cozied up to her. Now, if you can charm me with a cute display, I might just reward you with a bag of strawberry biscuits. Huh? Charm? Be cute? Yun Xiaoning's expression shifted at the suggestion. This was far from her forte. Just as she contemplated retreating a step, Zhongli unexpectedly advanced and enveloped her in a firm embrace. Chapter 26 now. Select a lovely little dress to wear. How could I possibly so easily indulge in such playful charm? Such a shameful act is utterly out of the question. What? Do you dare to refuse? Zhongli had already tilted Yun Xiaoning's chin, bringing their faces ever closer, their noses nearly touching. She even pouted, Then you shall not eat a morsel today. Not eating all day. For a normal person, it might be manageable, just a bit hungry. But for me, I would surely perish from hunger. Yun Xiaoning clenched her teeth, suppressing the urge to struggle and flee, and bowed her head. Master, I beg you, just let me have a bite of a cookie, please. The sound that escaped her lips was barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito buzzing, so faint that even she could scarcely hear it. Zhongli, of course, could not discern her words either. What did you say? Speak up. And master, I implore you, just let me. Just give me a bite of a cookie. The girl, blushing fiercely, slowly lifted her gaze. She dared not meet Zhongli's eyes, instead diverting her glance to the car behind her. Isn't this quite delightful? You must grow accustomed to it. After all, if you do not fulfill my demands, be prepared to repay with your body. But what? How infuriating. But I just can't get used to it. Zhongli smiled contentedly and directly retrieved a large bag of food from the car, leading the somewhat despondent Yun Xiaoning back into the house, ascending the stairs with great enjoyment. But why is there only one bag? There was so much more in the car. Why not take more? After being thoroughly seen through by Zhongli and being coerced into acting cute, it was unacceptable to her not to eat a bit more. Yun Xiaoning anxiously glanced behind her, puzzled as she looked at Zhongli, as if instantly understanding Yun Xiaoning's gaze. Zhongli explained while ascending the stairs at a leisurely pace. I keep some water and non-perishable food in the car. In case of emergencies or situations requiring a swift escape, having these supplies on hand saves time from organizing resources at home. It also alleviates the worry of not having anything to eat after a hasty getaway. Oh, so that is how it is. Her foresight remains so thorough. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't consider everything as comprehensively as she does. In reality, I would struggle even for basic survival on my own. Even if I managed to evade the encirclement of the infected, my ability to survive remains quite inadequate. However, this time Zhongli may have been overly cautious. After all, I now possess a system shop and tokens. With tokens, I can purchase water and food at any time, but I must not squander them carelessly. Just as she pondered this, with a loud thud, Zhongli kicked open the door to the second-floor cloakroom. Observing her impatience, it seemed as though she had long been scheming something. Yun Xiaoning, it is time for you to change your attire. Suddenly, Yun Xiaoning was thrust to the ground by Zhongli, and in the next moment, a brisk and chilling gust of wind swept through the air. Before she could fully appreciate the decor of the dressing room, her delicate camisole nightgown was abruptly stripped away from her. Startled by Zhongli's unexpected actions, the little white-haired creature stood there, utterly bewildered and exposed. Lower your voice. Are you not afraid of attracting the infected? You are far more terrifying than they are. Now realizing the gravity of the situation, Yun Xiaoning instinctively wrapped her arms around her long, snow-white hair, her face pale as she crouched down, allowing her pristine locks to drape over her like a cloak. This provided a meager shield against Zhongli's fervent gaze. Now, choose a dress you desire to wear. The ones laid out here are meticulously selected for you, though most were garments I wore during my middle school days. They may be a size too small for me now, yet they fit you perfectly. Can I not choose? Gazing at the dazzling array of clothing, akin to stepping into a boutique, Yun Xiaoning trembled. Both in her past life and in this current form, her style had always leaned toward simplicity and modesty. The vibrant reds, blues, and pinks, some even with peculiar designs, were garments the original owner had scarcely donned. Of course, you can forego the selection. Then I shall choose for you. What? These are all prepared for you. A different outfit each day would be so pleasing to the eye, pleasant to the eye indeed, yet your thoughts seem solely focused on yourself. Just as Yun Xiaoning attempted to resist and flee, Zhongli, brimming with excitement, lunged forward. After a brief physical encounter, the little white-haired creature found herself firmly pressed against the plush carpet, unable to escape. Machem, let us try this ensemble first. Zhongli's attention was fully devoted to selecting clothing, while the restrained Yun Xiaoning was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, gasping for breath. Approximately an hour later, having donned her attire, completed a simple wash-up, and even had a touch of light makeup applied, Yun Xiaoning found herself hoisted by the collar and placed before the entrance of the small villa. She was adorned in a classic maid's short dress, complemented by knee-high white stockings, with her flowing snow-hued hair styled into two high, shimmering ponytails that glistened in the sunlight. She appeared much more lively, spirited, and undeniably adorable. Naturally, her round little face had taken on a rosy hue. "First, let us see how far you can draw a line, and then we shall set forth to battle." "All right, very well." Yun Xiaoning kept her legs tightly together, walking with a slight awkwardness. The reason was simple. Her skirt was a tad too short, causing a persistent chill to breeze through the gap between her legs. This mildly provocative sensation was indeed uncomfortable, even igniting a heightened sense of shame within her. Taking a deep breath, she decided not to dwell on it any longer, reasoning that there would hardly be any living souls around to witness her predicament. No need to feel embarrassed, she reassured herself. Let us focus on the task at hand. Pouting slightly, Yun Xiaoning steeled herself and directed her abilities towards the villa. However, her current limitation allowed her only to draw lines within her field of vision. So she raised her right hand and circled the area containing the supplies. To her delight, she found that she had not expended much mental energy and had successfully enveloped the entire house in a perfect circle. Moreover, the length of the boundary line was far from reaching its limit. Simply splendid. The villa had now unequivocally transformed into a fortress of safety in this post-apocalyptic world, a sanctuary that would remain impervious to any harm inflicted by the infected. Is it truly possible to draw such an extensive line? You're quite remarkable, Yun Xiaoning. She mused. After receiving a couple of compliments, she completely forgot the embarrassment of having her clothes forcibly changed by Zhang Li, breaking into a giggle as she scratched her head. Well then, let us set off. Today, I shall seek out that formidable creature. Yes, indeed. Zhang Li eagerly stepped forward, grasping Yun Xiaoning's wrist. On this first morning after the apocalypse, bathed in the hazy glow of the fresh sunlight, the two young girls tread upon the ground stained with the remnants of dried blood, making their way along the main road of the community. Chapter 27. The colossal elite infected before long. Zhang Li led Yun Xiaoning to the rooftop of the nearest residential building. The vista was relatively expansive, allowing them to survey the entirety of the neighborhood. Any disturbance in the corners would be clearly visible from their vantage point. However, as no infected had yet made an appearance, the two stood quietly by the railing, observing. Boredom set in, and Yun Xiaoning, with her back to Zhang Li, discreetly accessed the system interface. To unlock Zhang Li's next weapon, she needed to collect 2 crystals from a lead infected. But what exactly were these crystals? The first thought that sprang to Yun Xiaoning's mind was her omnipotent system shop. As they waited on the rooftop for Zhang Li's so-called monstrous foe to appear, she patiently perused the shop catalog once more. At the very end of the shop's offerings, she discovered several items related to the infected. Among them were numerous specially supplied functional potions, each possessing remarkably unique effects. The potions were categorized by quality, B, A, and S levels. These elixirs could temporarily enhance a supernatural being's fundamental attributes. For instance, the blue S-grade mental power potion at the forefront could elevate mental attributes by 50 for a duration of 10 minutes. In contrast, the A-grade potion offered only a 30 increase for 5 minutes, while the B-grade fell to a mere 10 boost over 2 minutes. Was this not akin to a power-up potion? Consuming it could yield a short-lived surge in strength, potentially invaluable in the future. Interestingly, these potions could not be purchased with tokens. Instead, one had to collect specific materials from certain infected for exchange. Most of these materials derive from the mutated tissues of the infected, suggesting they could be directly harvested. The elite infected crystals required by Zhang Li were among these exceptionally rare materials. Thus, it seemed that these crystals resided within the bodies of the elite infected. Yun Xiaoning pursed her lips. Ultimately, they would need to slay at least 2 bosses. Given Zhang Li's current strength, could she prevail? Yun Xiaoning. What is it? What are you daydreaming about? Look over there. Where? Yun Xiaoning blinked in surprise, and then turned to follow Zhang Li's gaze. The morning breeze continued to blow, and the day's temperature felt oddly out of season, causing the inadequately dressed Yun Xiaoning to shiver. By the entrance of the neighborhood, 3 furtive figures were stealthily moving along the shadows of the trees, making their way outward with quick, cautious steps. Were they other survivors? Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time since leaving the school yesterday that she had encountered any semblance of normal human life, though Zhongli could hardly be considered a typical person. The three individuals bore large backpacks, each wielding close combat weapons, some modified to suit their needs, and one even fashioned a shield from a frying pan. Their demeanor exuded caution and vigilance. Yun Xiaoning surmised they had ventured out in the early morning, before the monsters revealed themselves, likely in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, where could they possibly flee? It seemed no place was truly safe. Staying indoors and praying not to attract the attention of mutated beasts appeared to be the more prudent choice. The standard infection could scarcely breach the various security doors of residential buildings, as long as there remained a morsel of food to sustain them. The interior of a home was far safer than the outside world. They were certainly not the first to attempt this. What? At the sound of Jiang Li's voice, Yun Xiaoning turned back in confusion. I observed earlier this morning while you were still in slumber. Jiang Li suddenly grasped Yun Xiaoning's head, compelling her to gaze at the adjacent building. Many people had emerged from their homes, some shouting in panic, others stained with blood. It seemed that someone had collected and used rainwater yesterday, leading to the mutation of those who did, and thus, the once secure residences had been compromised from within, forcing many to flee. Indeed, no fortress, no matter how formidable, could withstand such a tactic. Fortunately, her golden boundary remained nearly invincible, even repelling the tainted rainwater. As she watched those unfortunate souls silently tread upon layers of corpses and blood, embarking on their perilous journey, Yun Xiaoning sighed softly. Just as she prepared to peruse the system shop once more, she noticed the three individuals had abruptly returned, seemingly startled and scrambling for their lives. Suddenly, a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, thundered across the stone pathway, unceremoniously crashing through the community's entrance. Behind it, a multitude of mutated infected surged forward, zealously pursuing the trio. The cacophony of countless roars instantly animated the once quiet neighborhood. The lurking infected, having lain in wait, now staggered forth from corners and buildings, all converging upon the three unfortunate souls. It appeared the infected were beginning to emerge. So many. The number of mutated infected led by that colossal creature far exceeded those that had besieged Yun Xiaoning the previous day while she was trapped in the classroom. Although it had been brief, that moment devoid of infected was perhaps a blessing. They did not surface at night, and those shadows remained hidden during the day. Yet now, in the early morning, a time when neither should appear, they had burst forth. What discrepancy in timing! The infected had invaded. Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened, dismissing any further analysis from Jiang Li as panic set in. The unfortunate trio fortuitously sought refuge in the very building where Yun Xiaoning and Jiang Li resided. Alas, soon they found themselves pursued by monstrous beings, and what awaited them was a most excruciating ordeal. Their cries of anguish were swiftly drowned out by the feral roars of the infected, gradually fading into silence. To the astonishment of Yun Xiaoning and Jiang Li, one of the survivors turned out to be an ability user who unleashed a searing blaze upon the surrounding creatures. Yet, the flames did little to vanquish the infected. Instead, they ignited the underbrush at the base of the building. Goodness, master, the fire is spreading. As the flames began to creep ominously, Yun Xiaoning tugged anxiously at Jiang Li's sleeve. However, she realized that Jiang Li's gaze was utterly captivated by a towering, 3-meter-tall, humanoid monstrosity that had descended to the ground floor. Perhaps it was that very creature capable of effortlessly tossing vehicles. Yun Xiaoning observed Jiang Li's almost entranced demeanor as he licked his lips. With a swift motion, she summoned her ebony scythe, gripping its long handle with one hand while the other encircled Yun Xiaoning's waist. Jiang Li leaped over the railing of the rooftop with ease. Wait, master. What are you doing? What am I doing? I am diving down to confront it. We cannot let it escape. Wait. Yet before she could finish her plea, darkness enveloped her vision as a fierce gale surged upwards around them. It turned out that Jiang Li had unhesitatingly leapt from the residential building, holding Yun Xiaoning in his embrace. Ah, no. Just as she had heard the anguished cries of others, it was now her turn to scream in terror. Chapter 28. Jiang Li's combat wisdom. In a residential building nearly 20 stories high, she leaped without hesitation, although she deftly manipulated her scythe to decelerate her descent. Such power ought not to be wielded recklessly. What if a miscalculation occurred? What if her abilities faltered? Lives could be lost. Once gone, everything would be irrevocably lost. Has Jiang Li lost her mind? Yun Xiaoning gazed in horror at the rapidly approaching ground, the terrifying pressure of the wind choking her, rendering her breathless. When she glanced back, she found Jiang Li still wearing that slightly deranged smile, fixated on her target. Indeed, she had lost her sanity. In truth, Yun Xiaoning had always sensed a hint of madness lurking in Jiang Li's mind. Perhaps it had existed even before the apocalypse. But it was only after the world descended into chaos that this madness found fertile ground to flourish. What a frightening woman. Yun Xiaoning. What? Can you draw a straight line? Huh? Draw a straight line? Less chatter. Just do as I say. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yun Xiaoning felt the ground rushing up to meet her. Terrified, she instinctively shut her eyes but battled the fear of plummeting from such heights. Extending her right hand, she gathered a beam of golden light, following Jiang Li's instructions to activate her ability. With the scythe in hand, Jiang Li swooped down upon the unsuspecting infected, cradling the trembling, white-haired little girl in her arms. As Yun Xiaoning's fingertips moved, a perfect straight line was drawn, resembling a colossal sword slicing through the horde of infected. With several muffled thuds, those foolish infected who were staring blankly at Jiang Li as she soared overhead were struck by the line. Yet, the scene Jiang Li had envisioned, where the infected would be cleaved in two, did not materialize. Instead, those caught in the line experienced a powerful thrust, forcibly pushed aside, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. So it was not cutting but pushing apart. What is this? At that moment, Jiang Li had flipped onto the blade of her scythe, still holding the shivering little girl in a princess carry. Your ability. Did you not consider how the infected would react when crossed by the newly drawn line? Actually, I had thought of that. In truth, Yun Xiaoning had never had the opportunity to thoroughly explore her powers. She only discovered her ability to capture the infected after encircling that shadowy monster the previous night. Then, Yun Xiaoning, we shall charge down once more. This time, I will set you down upon landing, but do not draw circles in place. Instead, sketch a pentagram. A pentagram? Why? It need not be a pentagram, a hexagram, heptagram, or even a shape formed by a semicircle and an acute angle will suffice. The quicker, the better. But remember, the smaller the angles, the better. The sharper, the better. Can you manage that? Completely bewildered by Jiang Li's words, Yun Xiaoning found herself in a fog of confusion. Before she could inquire further, Jiang Li, soaring through the air, grasped her in a fierce embrace and executed a second dive towards the infected below, who were already frenziedly shouting at them. Having been cleaved in two by a long, straight line, these infected had directed all their attention toward Jiang Li and Yun Xiaoning. As the two descended once more, the infected, with claws bared and fangs gnashing, eagerly awaited their arrival. Yet, with a swift motion, Jiang Li's scythe descended violently, and in the blink of an eye, countless infected were brutally severed in twain. A temporary safe zone materialized, cleared by Jiang Li's hand. Upon landing, Yun Xiaoning dared not hesitate. She promptly heeded Jiang Li's instructions, first drawing a circle on the ground, then, based on that circle, crafting a slender, razor-sharp angle resembling a blade. This was essential. The pressure had to be immense to achieve the desired incision. What? No sooner had she completed her drawing than Jiang Li activated her slaughter mode, unleashing a cacophony of wails from the infected, with scarcely a creature surviving even a second beneath that razor-sharp scythe. This girl, her ferocity in battling monsters was truly astonishing. Moreover, this time, Jiang Li eschewed long-range strikes with her scythe, opting instead to plunge into the fray, engaging the beasts in close combat. Before long, a genuine vacuum of safety emerged around the circle she had delineated. Meanwhile, a massive, mutated creature, which had been observing Jiang Li from a distance, let out a ferocious howl. Instantly, its veins bulged ominously, its entire form bathed in crimson, as if it had activated some berserk mode, charging forward with alarming speed. In its rampage, it casually uprooted a car from the roadside and hurled it at Jiang Li with the nonchalance of tossing a sandbag. While deftly maneuvering her scythe, Jiang Li also evaded the flying vehicle with grace, allowing it to crash spectacularly through a building's window behind her. Witnessing the target finally spring into action, Jiang Li wasted no time, eagerly flinging her scythe forth. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. The scythe, which had sliced through the infected with the ease of cutting watermelons, only managed to leave a slender gash upon striking the enormous creature, before being violently repelled. Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in shock. This elite infected was incredibly resilient. Jiang Li's full-force strike felt akin to a futile attempt to shatter stone with an egg. This is impossible to overcome, master. Indeed, it was insurmountable. Jiang Li retreated, positioning herself protectively in front of Yun Xiaoning. The creature's level seemed to surpass reasonable bounds. The black scythe, was designed to inflict immense damage on infected beings of a lower level. Yet it faltered against those of equal or superior status. Judging by its current state, it appeared the creature's level might be double that of Jiang Li's. Then it's over. Gazing at the massive creature, now increasingly enraged after being struck by the black scythe, Yun Xiaoning involuntarily took a step back. It's charging again. This time, the beast unleashed its full might, the muscles in its legs swelling instantaneously, propelling it forward with the velocity of a speeding motorcycle. Should I flee? Yun Xiaoning murmured to herself, hesitating to voice her thoughts to Jiang Li. Yet, Jiang Li, brimming with confidence, turned around and grasped Yun Xiaoning's hand firmly. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Although I cannot defeat it, you can. Huh? Before she could even articulate her question, the enormous creature barreled toward them, colliding with the sharp angle that Yun Xiaoning had preemptively envisioned. In an instant, a horrifying sound of slicing echoed in her ears. A simple figure composed of a semicircle and a sharp angle. This air wall, impenetrable to the infected, now transformed into a colossal, vertically thrusting blade, cleaving the elite infected in half as it charged at breathtaking speed. The grotesque, bloodied halves of the creature whizzed past Yun Xiaoning, creating a gust that sent her silvery twin tails swirling. Stunned with disbelief, Yun Xiaoning stood frozen, while the tall girl before her smiled effortlessly. She gracefully turned, her once white dress now stained crimson, and bent down to pick up the peculiar, gleaming crystal that lay on the ground. That must be the so-called crystallization, right? As the monstrous being was split apart, the crystal had lodged perfectly at the sharp edge of the air wall. Finally, losing all momentum, the crystal fell to the ground with a soft thud. Yun Xiaoning, why are you dazed and motionless? Behind her, the two halves of the creature convulsed violently, yet gradually began to settle. The remaining mutated infected, witnessing the demise of their leader, wisely chose to scatter in all directions. The vivid image of the monstrous, blood-soaked halves slicing past her, carried by the wind, would forever be etched deep within Yun Xiaoning's memory. Chapter 29. News of the large shelter. Wake up, Yun Xiaoning. Stop dawdling here. Jiang Li chuckled as she playfully tugged at Yun Xiaoning's braid, finally rousing her from her astonishment. Yun Xiaoning jolted, stumbling backward as if she might collapse to the ground. However, the ground was already saturated with the blood of the monstrous creature, resembling a vivid crimson swamp. Master, how did you come up with this? What do you mean, how did I come up with it? Using this method, Yun Xiaoning mumbled. Her head bowed in embarrassment. Beyond her shock, she felt a twinge of shame. It was evident to her that if her abilities had been awakened by Jiang Li, she would undoubtedly wield them far better, perhaps even 100 times more effectively. The application she had just witnessed, she realized, was something she could never have conceived, even after a week in a post-apocalyptic world. Am I really that foolish? She pondered. Surely not. I can't be that foolish. I noticed the lines you drew lacked depth, Jiang Li remarked. So naturally, I thought to try a cutting method. My black scythe couldn't breach that creature's defenses, but the strong repulsive force of your air wall could easily deter it. Just linking a rope between the trees on either side of the road could effortlessly decapitate a motorcyclist traveling at high speed. So your powers should certainly be capable as well. What to do? Suddenly, Yun Xiaoning felt as if Jiang Li possessed a slight intellectual advantage over her, a subtle yet undeniable edge. How infuriating to be outdone. If only she had studied mathematics and science more diligently in high school. With her head lowered, Yun Xiaoning raised her hand, which glimmered with a golden light, and began to quietly erase the boundary lines that surrounded them. Jiang Li stood proudly, observing as Yun Xiaoning meticulously eliminated the golden lines before leading her back onto the main road. "Are we heading back now, master?" she inquired. The first crystal had been successfully acquired, but the dilemma lay in the fact that Jiang Li's new weapon required 2 crystals to unlock. Where they find the second crystal? The number of special-grade infectors, like the one they had just encountered, was undoubtedly scarce, and their combat prowess was formidable. It seemed unlikely that another would appear anytime soon. Yun Xiaoning felt they should retreat home to rest, regroup, and strategize their next steps, especially since Jiang Li's scythe could only be activated once every hour. However, Jiang Li had a different perspective, striding confidently toward the community's exit. "Of course, we're not returning just yet. While the scythe is still active, let us venture to the nearby shopping district for some zero-cost acquisitions. If we can ascertain that the time between dawn and the recent encounter is a period of dormancy for the nocturnal apocalyptic creatures and daytime infectors, I believe many survivors will seize this opportunity to venture out. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, human adaptability is remarkably resilient. We must hasten to gather all the supplies we require before others do. More food, water, and daily necessities. Yesterday, we hurriedly scavenged the small supermarket at school. Today, we can thoroughly search a larger mall. In truth, we are not as short on supplies as one might think." Yun Xiaoning scratched her head. As the most basic services of the system have been activated, all that is needed now is for Jiang Li to continue defeating monsters, allowing her to acquire tokens effortlessly. With a sufficient number of infected, the tokens will undoubtedly be abundant. This effectively translates to an infinite supply of resources. However, it is prudent to reserve tokens for purchasing other more useful items, so gathering supplies around us is not unwise. After all, the essence of stockpiling is to embrace all that comes our way. Speaking of acquiring tokens, Yun Xiaoning suddenly felt invigorated and quickly opened her backpack. Indeed, the mere 18 tokens that remained had astonishingly doubled after Jiang Li's recent onslaught, now amounting to 40. The system has not yet issued any tasks. Thus, the only way to accrue tokens is through Jiang Li's battles. Jiang Li's efficiency is truly remarkable. Moreover, not only the tokens, but her experience is also soaring. At this very moment, Yun Xiaoning's personal level has reached level 2. The sensation of reaping experience without lifting a finger, merely observing from the sidelines, is rather delightful. After satisfactorily allocating her surplus points to enhance her mental strength, Jiang Li had already dragged Yun Xiaoning to the base of a large mall closest to their community, cutting down all the foolish infected attempting to swarm them without hesitation. However, Jiang Li's ability was nearing its limit, compelling the two to swiftly retreat inside the mall. Upon entering, a more pungent and nauseating stench of blood and rot assaulted their nostrils. Jiang Li seemed to have acclimatized to the odor, but Yun Xiaoning found it unbearable and had to cover her nose. If possible, it would be best to procure a generator today. A generator? Indeed, it would be unbearable to endure the summer heat without air conditioning. Even in the apocalypse, thoughts of air conditioning persist, and acquiring a generator would also necessitate fuel resources. Nonetheless, seeking a generator might be an exercise in futility. After some contemplation, Yun Xiaoning decided to wait until they returned home to hand over her portable power source to Jiang Li. For now, she would adhere to her plan and not allow distractions. The density of infected within the mall far exceeds that outside, rivaling the scene at the school cafeteria yesterday during mealtime. Fortunately, Jiang Li wielded her scythe, clearing the path with ease. The way ahead was remarkably unobstructed. Any infected daring to obstruct their path met their demise within seconds, swiftly cleaved in two by Jiang Li's silent and efficient combat, which made hardly a sound, ensuring that distant infected were not drawn to them. To speak candidly, Jiang Li has shielded herself remarkably well. However, her once pristine white dress is now marred by blood and mud, a testament to the chaos surrounding her. In stark contrast, Yun Xiaoning remains untainted, as if Jiang Li has conjured a grand umbrella to protect the little one, substituting for the golden circle that perpetually keeps her close. Yet, Jiang Li's endurance wanes. Before long, her scythe reaches its limit, dissolving into flecks of darkness in the air. Alas, so soon. Hurry and draw the circle, Yun Xiaoning. I know. With a flash of golden light, the encroaching infected, salivating yet powerless, can only lament their plight. With a sigh, Yun Xiaoning is guided by Jiang Li to sit against the wall for a brief respite. The sensation of being surrounded by such a horde of creatures is disconcerting, prompting her to turn her head slightly, compelling herself to avert her gaze from them. However, to her astonishment, amidst the cacophony of relentless zombie howls, she faintly perceives the sound of human conversation. This murmur seems to emanate from the nearby safety passage above. Are there indeed survivors within this mall? With wide eyes, Yun Xiaoning abruptly tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve, pointing towards the corridor. I know, I heard it. Jiang Li closed her eyes, straining to listen. Have you heard? The militia and numerous volunteers are establishing a large shelter at West City Square, resisting the zombies while awaiting aid. They are urging the living in the city to hurry there for refuge. What use is that? We are trapped here, unable to escape. Chapter 30. The cost of speaking incorrectly, Master. Did you hear that? They say there's an organization setting up a large shelter in the west of the city. Yun Xiaoning's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly invigorated. After all, humans are social creatures. In such an apocalyptic world, forming a collective is undoubtedly more advantageous than existing as a solitary wolf, whether in terms of safety or survival. Having companions to look out for one another significantly alleviates pressure. This is indeed a fortuitous development. Moreover, if official assistance is secured, one might even be relocated to a safer haven and lead a more prosperous life. Is that so? A large shelter? Jiang Li slowly opened her eyes. Yet her tone grew increasingly indifferent. Yun Xiaoning immediately sensed the shift in Jiang Li's intonation, feeling a sudden unease as she turned to face her. She was met with Jiang Li's eyes, which reflected a complex array of emotions. What is wrong with her? The sense of ease that had accompanied their previous stroll in the apocalypse vanished completely. The fervent gaze that had once been a protective watch now morphed into an indescribable scrutiny. Master? Yun Xiaoning, you seem rather eager, Jiang Li remarked suddenly, extending her hand to gently cradle Yun Xiaoning's face. Though her grip was light, Yun Xiaoning could discern a tremor in Jiang Li's touch, a quiver, as if she were desperately suppressing a tumult of emotions. In a mere few seconds, Jiang Li's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. The joy of acquiring a special-grade infected crystal faded into the background. What transpired? Did I say something wrong? Yun Xiaoning instinctively shrank back, shifting her body slightly as her gaze locked onto Jiang Li's. For reasons unknown, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. To uncover the cause, Yun Xiaoning felt compelled to tread carefully. Shouldn't we be excited? Do you truly wish to go to that large shelter? Jiang Li's gaze dropped momentarily, yet her body sprang into action. She turned away, squatting before Yun Xiaoning, her back facing the howling infected. Watching Jiang Li's movements with bated breath, Yun Xiaoning swallowed hard, unable to articulate a response. You hesitated, Yun Xiaoning. It seems you genuinely yearn to go. No, Master, don't you wish to go? We could go together. Isn't a large shelter a standard in the apocalypse? Humanity must unite and care for one another to endure longer. Indeed, I have no desire to go. Thus, I shall not permit you to go. Wait, but, do you dare question me? Jiang Li's tone grew markedly colder, as if a reverse scale had been touched. Yun Xiaoning perceived traces of anger and impatience in her eyes. What could be the reason for this? Yun Xiaoning found herself perplexed. It seemed she had indeed misspoken. But the depth of Jiang Li's aversion to the notion of a large refuge was beyond her comprehension. Yet, it appeared that for her blunder in front of Jiang Li, she was on the verge of facing the consequences. Not every inquiry yielded a correct response from Yun Xiaoning, yet Jiang Li showed no inclination to grant her any leniency. Her demeanor was excessively domineering, akin to that of a true master, an overwhelming force that rendered one breathless. Suddenly, Jiang Li seized Yun Xiaoning's hands, forcing them above her head and pinning them firmly against the wall behind her. Master, a rising panic engulfed Yun Xiaoning. She dared not resist, surrendering to Jiang Li's brusque control. But this was only the beginning, far from sufficient. Jiang Li then thrust her knee forward, forcefully wedging it between Yun Xiaoning's legs, pinning her against the corner like a nail. A soft, unintelligible whimper escaped Yun Xiaoning's lips as Jiang Li's knee made sudden contact, her cheeks quickly flushing a delicate hue. Yet her heart brimmed with terror. Her hands and feet were utterly restrained by Jiang Li, who unhesitatingly pressed her body down completely. Why had she suddenly changed? Was she angry? But what was the cause of her ire? Yun Xiaoning's mind, already in a state of confusion, was rendered utterly blank by Jiang Li's actions, leaving her unable to think. Yun Xiaoning, I harbor a deep disdain for that which I cannot control, an aversion that is profound and unwavering. You had best not be one of them. Jiang Li lifted her chin slightly, forcing Yun Xiaoning to face her, mere inches separating their visages. If you believe that by going there, you can escape me, I strongly advise you to abandon such thoughts. No, that's not it. Ugh. Jiang Li's knee pressed down once more, abruptly silencing Yun Xiaoning. But why was she exerting pressure there? Jiang Li, you are being excessive, crossing boundaries. How can one converse under these circumstances? Wait, master, you misunderstand me. I never intended. I truly did not wish to distance myself from you. I promise. I swear. You have misunderstood. I merely wish to accompany you to that refuge. If you do not go, then neither shall I. I shall remain faithfully by your side. Yun Xiaoning nearly shouted, yet her voice was but a whisper, for other survivors lingered within the mall, and she wished to spare herself the humiliation of being overheard. You genuinely had no thoughts of escaping me? Really, truly, indeed. It is not entirely accurate to say there is nothing. To speak candidly, Yun Xiaoning perceives that Jiang Li possesses a somewhat distorted psyche. This became apparent during their car ride yesterday. Her trust in herself appears to be predicated upon an overwhelming desire for control. Just within the span of a single day, such a powerful urge for dominance has manifested. This is undeniably peculiar. Yun Xiaoning is convinced that Jiang Li exhibits a pathological disposition. Initially, she felt a tinge of fear, which naturally led her to wish to evade the situation. Yun Xiaoning had no prior knowledge of Jiang Li's history. In fact, she had never even heard the name during her time at that school, although she had caught whispers of a certain reclusive senior who had few friends. Could this solitary senior possibly be Jiang Li? Yet, given her cheerful demeanor during today as outing to battle monsters, one could hardly discern any signs of isolation. Still, it remains perplexing. After all, this individual has maintained a jovial attitude since the onset of the apocalypse, a stark contrast to those around her. It is as if the arrival of the end times has only brought her joy, allowing her to unleash her true self. This is utterly incomprehensible. However, it would be unwise to allow misunderstandings to fester further. Since the system has already bound her to Jiang Li, regardless of how pathological she may be, there is no escaping this connection. Thus, perhaps what lies ahead is an endeavor to alter her, to influence her. Nevertheless, at this very moment, it is imperative that she concedes to Jiang Li lest. Oh dear, not again. Master, please do not act this way. I am distressed. I recognize my mistakes, master. The blushing girl found herself cornered against the wall by Jiang Li's peculiar behavior. The surrounding infected, with their cacophonous roars, resembled a crowd of onlookers, their gaping maws dripping with anticipation. With so many zombies around and other survivors present, if master intends to torment me, could we perhaps postpone this until we return home? I beg you. I should not have harbored hopes of reaching the shelter. I shall forever remain by your side, my master. Chapter 31. Her cage has finally been unlatched. Yun Xiaoning felt as though she had become ensnared within a terrifying, utterly inescapable, vast cage. This cage was composed of 3 layers. The outermost layer was akin to a perimeter where the infected of the apocalypse seemed to be afflicted by a dire malady, each one desperate to encircle her, ever eager to devour her whole. The second layer was a golden circle that effectively kept the infected at bay, forming an invincible boundary. Yet, while this boundary repelled the assailants, it simultaneously confined Yun Xiaoning within its embrace. This innocent and pitiable young girl found that even stepping beyond this circle required immense courage. As for the third layer of the cage, it was the tall maiden Jiang Li who enveloped her entirely. Her embrace radiated warmth and security. But this comfort came with a price, one that demanded a commensurate sacrifice. But what was this price? Was it freedom? Dignity? Or perhaps the entirety of her soul? 2 teardrops, no larger than pearls, cascaded down her delicate face, splattering upon her pristine white stockings and leaving behind 2 stark watermarks. Yun Xiaoning felt a sense of grievance. Misunderstood and unable to clarify, was this a mere absence of trust, or had Jiang Li orchestrated it all deliberately? Stealthily, Yun Xiaoning accessed the affection panel, discovering that Jiang Li's fondness for her had not merely remained stable, but had actually risen, reaching a level of 66. In that moment, the realization struck her. That wicked woman, that scoundrel, she had intended all of this. Yun Xiaoning was not angry. She continued to believe in herself. Yet, Jiang Li feigned irritation and disbelief, clearly toying with her emotions. A pang of heartache coursed through her, as if an unseen hand were mercilessly toying with her heart, painful enough to be undeniable. The feeling of grievance was overwhelming, unbearable. However, Yun Xiaoning dared not reveal this sorrow in the presence of the somewhat irate Jiang Li. She could only endure in silence. There were too many fears that haunted her, too many concerns that weighed upon her. This was precisely her predicament, akin to an invisible chain tightly bound around her neck. When dependence became the sole means of survival, then enduring grievances inevitably became a mandatory lesson. Yun Xiaoning attempted to brainwash herself with such thoughts. Yet ultimately, she could not restrain herself, allowing 2 scalding tears to escape her eyes, cascading down to her legs. Upon witnessing the white-haired little creature, tears forced from her eyes. Jiang Li momentarily froze, only to have the anger on her face swiftly dissipate. Very well then, at this point, it seemed today must come to a close. Feeling a dampness on her knee, Jiang Li stifled a laugh, finally releasing her hold and lifting her leg, restoring freedom to the pitiable white-haired little creature beneath her. Patience is paramount. This was the preliminary conclusion drawn by Jiang Li after her subtle probing of Yun Xiaoning in the car yesterday. This little creature is exceedingly clever. If one were to be overly eager in attempting to gain complete control over her, claiming her as one's own, the price to be paid would be exorbitantly high. Should she be driven to a state of despair, the outcome would be utterly counterproductive. Thus, it is essential to proceed gradually, day by day. Seizing the opportunity necessitates a calculated approach. This endeavor bears resemblance to the taming of a puppy. A dog must not be allowed to bare its teeth at its owner or guard its food. Timely corrections must be made before such behaviors manifest. It is akin to desensitization training. Yun Xiaoning is no different. One must carefully eradicate any thoughts of escape or resistance from her mind to ensure she becomes wholly one's own. Take today's situation as an example. Jiang Li envisions an ideal state in which Yun Xiaoning, upon realizing that returning to the shelter and rejoining human society equates to betraying herself, would immediately apologize and acknowledge her missteps. However, there lies a long and arduous journey before reaching such a state, yet Jiang Li remains unperturbed. She possesses ample time. Prior to that, however, she must address the pressing matters that ensure her and Yun Xiaoning's survival in this apocalyptic world. As for the shelter, it holds no interest for her. The notion of relinquishing her hard-won freedom to rejoin that crowd is utterly inconceivable. It may even require sharing resources with them, or worse, bearing the burden of fighting and protecting others. The very thought is troublesome. With the intensity of this apocalypse, congregating could lead to swifter demise. With a playful blink, Zhongli raised her hand to wipe away the traces of tears from Yun Xiaoning's face. "Will you truly remain by my side forever?" she asked. "Really, truly." Upon hearing Zhongli's reassurances, Yun Xiaoning eagerly nodded in response. "You are quite obedient, Yun Xiaoning, so I shall forgive you today." Thank you," Yun Xiaoning murmured, feeling a sense of relief. "If you behave well, you shall be rewarded," Zhongli added, introducing an element of surprise. Reward? This was entirely unexpected for Yun Xiaoning. She gazed up, meeting Zhongli's eyes, her expression one of confusion. "What do you mean by reward?" The term reward seemed oddly harmonious with Zhongli's name, yet left her pondering what sort of reward this could possibly entail. The ambiguity of the situation left her bewildered, and she found herself entirely at a loss regarding Zhongli's intentions. "Do you like this reward, Yun Xiaoning?" Zhongli inquired. I don't quite understand, master. This shall serve as your safety word from now on." "What word?" "I permit you to use it twice a week. If you find yourself in genuine discomfort and cannot endure any longer, simply utter it, and I shall cease whatever I am doing immediately. Do you comprehend?" So that is the meaning behind it." Listening to Zhongli's words, Yun Xiaoning suddenly found herself engulfed in confusion. "It seems that my future appears to be shrouded in darkness. Will I have to endure her relentless bullying every day? Zhongli, you wretched Zhongli, just you wait. Such tormenting behavior will surely lead to your regret in due time. I am determined to grow stronger and surpass you. You wicked woman, when that day comes, I will undoubtedly turn the tables on you. As for now, simply being able to accompany Zhongli and fill my stomach is a victory." After approximately another half hour, Zhongli commenced her expedition alongside Yun Xiaoning, scouring the entirety of the shopping mall. Their primary target was the expansive supermarket located underground. After eliminating the infected individuals below, the two began pushing 2 carts each, diligently searching for usable supplies. The few survivors within the mall had barricaded the safety passages on each floor with an abundance of tables and cabinets. They remained concealed in the stairwell, showing no intent to reveal themselves, coexisting in a state of mutual avoidance with the 2 scavengers in the supermarket. However, it appeared they were entirely oblivious to the presence of the 2 young girls who had entered the mall. By around noon, having satiated their hunger and thirst, Zhongli and Yun Xiaoning ascended once more. They had packed an assortment of supplies, and the only task remaining was to locate a functional vehicle in the outdoor parking lot to return home. However, just as Yun Xiaoning, panting and eager to head home, voiced her desire, Zhongli tugged the little white-haired bundle along the now-stilled escalator, racing upward. Since they were already there, a little more exploration would do no harm. "What? I'll get you a few new outfits to take back. Don't you want that?" she teased. "And we must also prepare extra undergarments." "Why?" "Because water resources will surely become scarce. If they get dirty, you can simply change them out without the need for washing." "Why is it getting dirty?" Chapter 32. The first 24 hours, Zhongli's affinity had been gradually increasing, ultimately stagnating at a score of 68. Yet can this progress bar? This figure truly be termed as affection? Yun Xiaoning felt that it resembled more of a control metric, reflecting Zhongli's degree of mastery over her. The reason was simple. Zhongli's fondness stemmed entirely from her peculiar desires for control and possession. In essence, the more obedient and well-behaved Yun Xiaoning appeared, the more Zhongli would hold her in the palm of her hand, thus elevating her fondness. However, this was hardly the foundation upon which genuine human affection should be built. Instead, it bore a striking resemblance to the emotional bond shared between a master and a pet, akin to a keeper's forced affection for a kitten. Zhongli's fondness was even one-sided. She seemed entirely disinterested in Yun Xiaoning as an individual, disregarding her emotions, thoughts, and feelings. Whether Yun Xiaoning hated, disliked, or even liked her was of little consequence. All that mattered to Zhongli was her own satisfaction. This was not mere selfishness. It was something far more terrifying. This was utterly distorted. Yun Xiaoning could scarcely fathom the actions Zhongli might take if this warped affection reached an even higher threshold. In her mind, a future version of Zhongli appeared, brandishing a sharp knife, adorned with a sinister smile. She recited in a threatening tone, "Yun Xiaoning, should you dare to flee, I shall carve you into 5 pieces. Oh dear, how frightful. Is this what it feels like to be targeted by Yandere? Merely contemplating it sent shivers down her spine. Woe is me, mother. I long to return home. Like a porcelain doll positioned before a fitting mirror, the pure white bundle, arms outstretched, trembled as Jiang Li incessantly changed her attire. This outfit is lovely too. Yun Xiaoning, how is it that you look so adorable in every garment? Yun Xiaoning, Yun Xiaoning. Startled from her reverie by Jiang Li's vigorous shaking, the girl finally emerged from her earlier contemplation and fear. What are you daydreaming about, Yun Xiaoning? Oh, I was just thinking. It seems they have discovered us, master. They? Who? Oh, you mean the survivors hiding in the emergency passage? Yes. Yun Xiaoning turned her gaze towards the distant exit of the escape route, while Jiang Li had been forcefully making her try on various outfits. She had heard the cautious calls of individuals from within the passage. They were terrified of being surrounded by the infected, fearing the collapse of their fragile defenses. Yet upon realizing that others had entered the mall, they could only muster the courage to call for help. The outcome was predictable, however. Jiang Li was utterly oblivious to their cries for rescue. His eyes sparkled with stars, and his mind was wholly consumed with thoughts of changing into various outfits, completely unfazed by any distracting noises. Moreover, given Jiang Li's demeanor, even if she heard them, she would not deign to acknowledge those individuals. Why should she? They could not venture out, and we would not intrude upon them. We would simply take what we needed and depart. Indeed, why concern ourselves with them? In this apocalyptic world, the desire to survive necessitates the relinquishment of any futile compassion or pity. Yet, Yun Xiaoning still harbored a desire to inquire about information regarding the large gathering places, setting aside the question of whether to go. At the very least, acquiring more knowledge would be prudent. If, in the future, that gathering place were to stabilize, and we were all striving for survival within the same city, there might be a chance of intersecting paths. However, considering that Jiang Li might react explosively to such thoughts, it was best to dismiss them. Yun Xiaoning, do you prefer white stockings or black ones? Huh? Why the sudden inquiry? Because I have a fondness for stockings, so you must wear them for me every day. As for black or white, I am indifferent. What about you? I have no intention of wearing them for you. Yet, she dared not voice this sentiment. Frowning, Yun Xiaoning ultimately advised Jiang Li to take less, lest she be unable to carry it all in one trip. Observing Jiang Li's collection of bags and bundles left her feeling quite dizzy. Fortunately, when Jiang Li's ability cooled down for the second time, she finally managed to leave the shopping mall, laden with various parcels and suitcases, alongside Yun Xiaoning. In the parking lot outside the mall, they casually appropriated a new vehicle and, amidst the relentless pursuit of numerous infected individuals, returned to their residential complex to Jiang Li's quaint villa. After numerous trips back and forth from the car, they finally placed the items procured without cost in the living room, leaving Yun Xiaoning breathless and mentally exhausted. By this time, noon had arrived. Just as she was about to collapse onto the sofa for a brief respite, a sudden chime echoed in her mind. Was it the system? Good heavens! After an entire morning filled with battling monsters and shopping, she felt utterly drained. And now, the system had the audacity to assign her new tasks. Irritated, she scratched her head and cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Li, who was bounding up the stairs with a large bag of clothes. Only then did she feel reassured enough to open the system interface. The current time is precisely 12 o'clock noon. Congratulations, host, for successfully enduring the most arduous and chaotic first 24 hours of the apocalypse, becoming one of the mere 5 of humanity that remains. To expedite the development of the historically weakest host and facilitate adaptation to the changes of the apocalypse, this system has tailored and released several fundamental tasks, all now stored in the taskbar for the host to accept at will. Please strive to grow stronger and continue to fight for survival. Only how many remained? The original fatigue vanished in an instant, replaced by a jolt of astonishment that sent shivers down her spine. Yun Xiaoning stared at the meager and frigid numbers displayed on the system interface, her pupils narrowing in disbelief. A mere 5. This was the human survival rate computed by the system after the first 24 hours. Within just one day, the vast majority had perished, either scattered in death or transformed into monstrous, flesh-eating beings. And this was merely the beginning. After all, only 24 hours had elapsed. Thus, this figure was destined to dwindle further. It appeared that this apocalyptic scenario was even more terrifying than she had anticipated. Yikes! Yun Xiaoning remained transfixed on the system page for what felt like an eternity. Her delicate face turned pale, leaving her at a loss for expression, rendered almost speechless. It was not until time gradually soothed her terror that she felt a renewed thirst for survival ignited by that diminutive number. At last, the young girl stirred her fingers, swiftly accessing the system's taskbar interface. No matter what, I must absolutely survive. Chapter 33. I will be obedient this time. The task is not an urgent one, but rather a fundamental assignment? No, perhaps the basic tasks are the norm. While urgent missions often require one to trigger certain conditions or find oneself in specific circumstances before they are issued. Gazing at the 3 tasks available for acceptance in the taskbar, Yun Xiaoning thoughtfully rubbed her soft, pliable chin. Task 1. Personally eliminate the first infected, not accepted. Time limit. None. Task reward. System tokens X50. This task appears deceptively simple. However, considering the necessity of personally vanquishing the infected, it is indeed quite perilous. After all, engaging in combat with the infected necessitates a pursuit of injury-free encounters. Sustaining wounds leads to infection, and infection results in death. She must be cautious about her own life, while the infected do not share such concerns. A bit of clever strategizing is in order, ideally employing safer methods to accomplish this task. Thus, this mission can be set aside for now, while she contemplates enlisting Jiang Li's assistance later. Perhaps she could have Jiang Li incapacitate the infected first, allowing her to deliver the final blow. As for Task 2, it bears a significant relation to Yun Xiaoning's own capabilities. Task 2. Successfully capture an infected using ability. Not accepted. Time limit. None. Task reward. System tokens X50. So it involves capturing an infected. In truth, since embarking on this excursion with Jiang Li, Yun Xiaoning has been seeking an opportunity to discreetly capture an infected. However, she has yet to explain to Jiang Li her ability to apprehend the infected. All Jiang Li knows is that Yun Xiaoning can ensnare shadow creatures and incinerate them, albeit at a considerable cost to her mental energy. Yun Xiaoning feels it is prudent to withhold certain details from Jiang Li. Her desire for control is somewhat excessive, and at present, she is entirely dependent on her, whether it be in terms of level, ability, tokens, or even the most fundamental aspect of survival. If this continues, she will surely falter, ultimately becoming Jiang Li's exclusive pet. This is rather undesirable. Indeed, it is quite troubling. No one would willingly embrace a life akin to a cage. While she can tolerate a lower threshold for her own dignity, she can also relinquish numerous things for Jiang Li, be it her pride or her freedom. She is willing to take countless steps back. After all, Jiang Li is, in a sense, her lifeline. Yet, at the very least, she must retain her humanity. She does not wish to be completely stripped of her identity through psychological manipulation. Thus, to ensure she has a fallback in critical moments, capturing the infected should be conducted discreetly, away from Jiang Li's awareness, enabling her to develop independently in the shadows. This approach may gradually alleviate her reliance on Jiang Li. Who knows, perhaps one day she might successfully capture an infected even more formidable than Jiang Li, one that would be entirely subservient to her. Wouldn't that signify a reversal of roles, with her emerging as the master? With the overwhelming strength now at her disposal, there is no longer any need to submit to that wicked woman. Therefore, whether for survival or to prevent Jiang Li from completely ruining her, it was imperative for her to grow stronger as swiftly as possible. Quietly calculating her next steps, the young girl finally revealed the first smile she had worn since awakening that morning. The dazzling midday sun streamed through the window, warmly illuminating her shimmering twin ponytails. Yet the owner of those ponytails, Yun Xiaoning, remained blissfully unaware of the tall figure silently approaching her from behind, head bowed and expression composed. Task 3. Upgrade any system service. Not yet accepted. Time limit. None. Task reward. 300 system tokens. What? 300 tokens? This reward for Task 3 is quite generous. Currently, aside from setting aside some tokens for emergency supplies, Yun Xiaoning needed to invest significantly in upgrading her ability and personal levels. For only then would she have a chance to surpass Zhongli. Moreover, the self-defense weapon she had set her sights on, a pistol worth 1,000 tokens, needed to be purchased promptly, as possessing a reliable weapon in the apocalypse was of utmost importance. The cumulative reward from the 3 tasks amounted to a staggering 400 tokens, nearly enough to acquire half the necessary amount for the pistol, which was far more efficient than having Zhongli hunt monsters for tokens. Yun Xiaoning blinked in surprise, quickly retrieving her system service page. Currently, she had unlocked only 2 system services, and thus could upgrade only those 2. Experience Exchange Service. The host's exclusive partner will transfer 5 of the experience gained from defeating infected beings to the host. Level 1. To upgrade service level requires 120 tokens. Status. Activated. Service activation condition. Automatically activated when the exclusive partner's favorability reaches over 60. Token Exchange Service. The host will receive a small additional token reward when their exclusive partner defeats infected beings. Level 1. To upgrade service level requires 120 tokens. Status. Activated. No wonder the token rewards were so generous. Upgrading the level alone would consume 120 tokens. Thus, Task 3 effectively provided 180 tokens. Nonetheless, that was still a considerable sum. Why not seize the opportunity? Moreover, such a straightforward task was practically a gift. After a morning of battles, Yun Xiaoning currently had 58 tokens in her pocket, so she only needed to complete either Task 1 or Task 2, and then wait for Zhongli to step out and put in a little effort to gather the required 120 tokens. Then, she could exchange 120 for 300. A splendid profit indeed. Delighted, she clicked to accept the task, closed the system panel, and stretched comfortably. But in the next moment, she suddenly felt a delicate hand gripping the skin at the back of her neck with surprising force. What? Ouch, that hurts. What's happening? Yun Xiaoning. Oh no. Is it Zhongli? When did she come downstairs? Why is there not a single sound? The girl's face, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again. In a state of mild panic, she turned her head and met Zhongli's half-closed eyes. That expression, one that seemed capable of seeing through all her concealed thoughts with a mere glance, filled Yun Xiaoning with an overwhelming sense of dread. Did she see everything? The actions I took while manipulating the system panel. This is the worst possible scenario. She would doubt. She would suspect being scrutinized by Yandere is utterly perilous. Moreover, it is crucial that Zhongli does not discover my system. If I confess, I would have no cards left to play. But no, that can't be right. Only I can see my system. Zhongli could at most have only perceived me gesturing at something in the air. Surely, that shouldn't pose a problem. And besides, I can always cover it up. I can find a way out. Yun Xiaoning froze for a few seconds before speaking with a hint of guilt. I was just enhancing myself a bit. I obediently followed my master's instructions and allocated everything to my mental strength, you know. Did you level up again? Strangely, Zhongli did not inquire about the reason for her upgrade, especially since she had not slain a single monster during her outing. In personal levels, it can only be elevated through defeating monsters. Yes, that's right, this morning, that big monster crashed in my boundary and was killed, so I leveled up. As she spoke hesitantly, the white-haired little creature curled up on the sofa, wrapping herself into a tight ball. Her mouth was filled with lies, and she couldn't tell if Zhongli would see through them. If gaining experience from a monster dying at her boundary were true, she would have leveled up long ago. Why do you look so tense, Yun Xiaoning? I'm not. Little one, don't be overly anxious. I came down merely to inform you that I will be stepping out shortly. Rest assured, I won't go far. I'll be nearby in the community, and I can return quickly if anything arises. As she spoke, Zhongli continued to pinch the skin at the back of Yun Xiaoning's neck. This soft, bouncy sensation seemed to bring her immense delight. I need to find a second big monster and quickly get my new weapon ready. So that's it. As for you, You don't need to accompany me this time. Your task this afternoon is to thoroughly inventory all the supplies in this room and move everything into the storage room in the basement. Is that clear? Under Zhang Li's unwavering gaze, Yun Xiaoning had no choice but to nod her head in a flustered manner. If you complete the task well, there will be rewards awaiting you, Yun Xiaoning. If you encounter any danger, just shout for me. All right, okay. Somehow, this reward does not seem like a good thing. However, it is fortunate that Zhang Li genuinely seemed to believe her earlier web of lies. I shall return before dusk. You shall not attempt to flee. I will keep a vigilant watch over the situation here. Understood. I shall not even contemplate escaping. I will be obedient, my master. Yun Xiaoning gradually steadied herself from her earlier anxiety, standing at attention with a sincere expression as she gazed earnestly at Zhang Li. Chapter 34. Capturing the weakest of the weak, but will I truly behave? Not at all. I shall not conform. Watching Zhang Li, clad in a black tracksuit, leap from the window and gradually fade into the distance, Yun Xiaoning breathed a silent sigh of relief, though she felt a twinge of fear being alone at home. The invincible golden circle offered her a semblance of protection. Moreover, having acclimated to the acrid scent of the apocalypse, she found herself somewhat at ease. Before embarking on the task assigned by Zhang Li, Yun Xiaoning had another pressing matter to attend to. She opened her task panel and promptly accepted task 2. With Zhang Li absent, it was the perfect opportunity to clandestinely capture an infected individual and test her abilities. As for where to find one, most infected had already ventured outside, and a throng of them encircled the villa. However, capturing a mutated infected seemed rather daunting. Ever since Zhang Li had dispatched the elite infected earlier that morning, the mutated ones had all but vanished from the neighborhood. During her recent trip to the mall and back, she hadn't encountered a single one. For now, she would have to settle for capturing an ordinary infected for testing. With determination, Yun Xiaoning maneuvered a large chair from the dining room to the windowsill on the left side of the villa. She was hesitant to step onto the balcony, fearing a fall that might result in becoming a meal for the infected. The windowsill, however, seemed a suitable alternative. Yet, the height of the windowsill posed a challenge. She needed to elevate herself on a chair to peek outside. Beneath the resplendent golden sunlight, a multitude of infected individuals had gradually congregated around the villa. It was a mystery what allure she held for them. No matter where she moved, they would swiftly encircle her. Could it truly be, as Zhang Li suggested, that her flesh was particularly delectable? Or perhaps these infected had morphed into some sort of bizarre fascination with youthful figures. Drawn to someone like her? Perhaps not. Rubbing her head in contemplation, Yun Xiaoning realized she ought to delve into understanding the origins of her peculiar allure to the infected. Even if clarity eluded her, she must devise strategies to mitigate the risks. It would be unwise to wait until an incident occurred, leaving her to rue her inaction. For now, she set aside these thoughts, focusing intently on capturing an infected. Closing her eyes momentarily, she sought to recapture the sensation of encircling the shadowy monster from the previous night, then abruptly opened her eyes. In an instant, a glimmering golden light emanated from her fingertips. So, which one to capture? The infected, clamoring and clawing their way forward, reminded Yun Xiaoning of a nest of fledglings eagerly chirping for their mother's nourishment. Observing these ordinary infected closely, she noted their vitality had significantly waned since the initial outbreak of the apocalypse. The festering wounds that marred its body severely restricted its movements, particularly due to the loss of a portion of its musculature, which rendered its limbs somewhat uncontrollable. Thus, Yun Xiaoning ultimately set her sights on an infected individual whose physique remained relatively intact, save for a slight bite mark on its abdomen. Then, in a flash of golden light, the confined infected creature was effortlessly ensnared within the boundary of the golden circle. Had she succeeded? Capturing an infected being might prove to be a crucial step in enhancing her combat prowess, and so Yun Xiaoning felt a flutter of excitement. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is engaged in a capture action. Target: Level 1 Ordinary Infected. Based on the host's level in comparison to the target, the success rate for this capture is 70. Capture in progress. The infected creature, ensnared by the golden circle, suddenly stood upright. Subsequently, its entire body began to convulse in a series of inexplicable spasms, from its legs to its head, as if its very soul was being transposed. However, this peculiar twitching lasted only a brief moment. Before long, a second crisp notification resonated in Yun Xiaoning's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured a level 1 ordinary infected. You may now issue commands to it, directing it to perform any tasks you require. Information regarding the captured infected has been uploaded to the information panel for the host perusal at any time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Basic Task 2. Utilizing the capture effect of your abilities to successfully capture an infected is now complete. System rewards have been deposited into the host's personal backpack. Please check for receipt. Indeed, she had triumphed. Not only had she successfully captured an infected being, but the second task she had just undertaken was also completed as a result of this capture. The tokens in her pocket instantaneously multiplied to a total of 108. Now, she merely needed to patiently await Jiang Li's return from battling outside, and soon she would accumulate the requisite 120 tokens to embark on Task 3. Jiang Li would undoubtedly engage in combat, and since she wouldn't return until evening, a full day was more than sufficient to amass the necessary tokens. Glancing back, the infected being Yun Xiaoning had successfully captured seemed to have lost all semblance of aggression, although it occasionally emitted a couple of growls. It no longer bared its teeth, nor attempted to approach the windowsill where Yun Xiaoning stood. Upon the success of the capture, the golden circle beneath it vanished, and it was swiftly jostled away by the throng of other infected individuals. Interestingly, the other infected did not launch an attack against it nor display any signs of hostility, indicating that they still regarded it as one of their own, despite its complete subjugation to Yun Xiaoning's control. Does this imply that in the future, when faced with perilous situations, one could first send a captured infected individual to infiltrate the ranks of the infected as a covert agent or even scout the enemy's movements? That would indeed be quite remarkable. However, it seems essential to capture a more astute infected individual. The current one certainly cannot execute such complex directives. Observing it slowly being pushed to the rear of the infected group, it clumsily stumbled and fell to the ground. Yun Xiaoning scratched her head in mild exasperation. Nevertheless, this was merely an experiment, a procedural formality. She held no lofty expectations for the captured infected individual. Upon accessing the information panel, Yun Xiaoning swiftly located the detailed data regarding her captured infected at the bottom. Current available infected slots, 2. Used infected slots, 1. Infected slot 1. Level 1 ordinary infected. Mutation type, none. Infected designation, none. Modifiable. Infected skills, none. Infected bonuses, none. Infected rating, D, the weakest of the weak. Even an average adult human could easily defeat it. What does it mean to be the weakest of the weak? Yun Xiaoning furrowed her brow in displeasure as she scrutinized the system page. If this infected individual is indeed the weakest of the weak, then what does that make her? Who is utterly incapable of defeating such a mundane infected creature? She felt personally affronted by the system. How infuriating. Chapter 35. The Lion Child must face consequences indeed. It was an ordinary infected being. The interface was nothing short of a blank slate, seemingly devoid of any combat prowess. However, out of sentimentality for having captured her first infected, Yun Xiaoning decided it was only fitting to bestow upon this creature a name of significance. Thus, she declared, Number 1 little corpse. With a flick of her long, snowy white ponytail, the young girl promptly inscribed her chosen designation in the appropriate field for the infected. Having successfully captured the infected and named it, Yun Xiaoning contemplated delaying her return to the living room to tidy up, as suggested by Jiang Li. Instead, she pondered additional testing procedures. For instance, she yearned to command Number 1 little corpse to launch an attack on other infected beings to observe their reactions and the potential outcomes. Furthermore, she was eager to discover if, by killing other infected, she might gain experience and token rewards. At this juncture, experience and tokens were of utmost importance to Yun Xiaoning, with tokens being particularly critical as her advancement relied heavily on them. Presently, The only way to acquire tokens was through Jiang Li's monster-slaying efforts, which were then shared with her. Should she develop the ability to independently farm tokens, her reliance on Jiang Li would undoubtedly diminish. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Li was out, she resolved to conduct her experiments. If her leveling speed were to surpass Jiang Li's, her strength would soon follow suit, freeing her from the anxiety of Jiang Li's coercion. With a hopeful smile gracing her face, Yun Xiaoning tossed her ponytail back and leaned out of the window once more. Before orchestrating a surprise attack with number 1 Little Corpse, she casually accepted the recently issued task from the system. If number 1 Little Corpse were to vanquish other infected, she could claim the credit and enjoy the added bonus of a 50-token reward. Simply perfect. Having set everything in motion, Yun Xiaoning leaned over the windowsill and called out to the nearby little zombie that had fallen to the ground amidst the chaos. Number 1 Little Corpse, charge. Stealthily attack them from behind. Strike fiercely. Witnessing number 1 Little Corpse recklessly plunge into the horde of zombies, Jiang Li's expression darkened. The faint smile that had previously graced her lips vanished. She sat atop the villa's roof, within the safe zone delineated by Yun Xiaoning, quietly observing her every move. To her dismay, the young girl had not heeded her instructions to organize supplies, but had instead orchestrated such a reckless escapade. To be frank, Jiang Li was genuinely perturbed at this moment. Indeed, she did not venture into the community in search of the so-called exceptional infected as she had previously assured Yun Xiaoning. She would not be foolish enough to take risks before overcoming her inherent weakness, which was still under a cool-down period. The reason she fabricated such a lie was solely due to her accidental discovery of Yun Xiaoning's peculiar behavior moments ago. Attack it. Strike its head. Oh dear. You must evade, Little Corpse number 1. Do not take damage head-on. Little Corpse number 1, Little Corpse number 1. Are you all right? Quickly rise. Just beneath her, within a mere 3 meters, Yun Xiaoning was quietly directing the somewhat chaotic battle unfolding below. Little Corpse number 1 Listening to Yun Xiaoning's rather excited and melodious voice, Jiang Li's expression grew increasingly somber. Thus, while observing the scene of the infected, dubbed Little Corpse number 1 by Yun Xiaoning, being besieged, Jiang Li slowly raised her hand and opened her personal information interface. In this apocalyptic world, individuals awakened with abilities also possess the capability to access this interface. However, it was remarkably simplistic, containing merely a single button for freely allocating points, with no other options available for interaction. What then was Yun Xiaoning doing when she sat on the sofa, gesturing at the air for an extended period? Did her information interface contain more buttons? Who would believe her nonsensical claim about allocating points? Jiang Li had observed her for a long time, but it took only a fleeting moment, a mere glance. In the flustered and evasive gaze that avoided her own, Jiang Li discerned the truth. Yun Xiaoning was lying. She was deliberately avoiding her, concealing something. She was deceiving her. Jiang Li clenched her fists, her entire being suddenly trembling. How dare she lie to me? Gritting her teeth, an indescribable wave of anger and disappointment surged through her mind like a flood. She could not accept it. It felt as though she was on the brink of losing her sanity. Moreover, this deception was far from trivial. The little creature's ability, beyond what was apparent, could capture the infected and exert control over them. She was aware of this, yet chose not to disclose it to her. Even more infuriatingly, she had deliberately selected a moment when Jiang Li was away to experiment with this ability. What did this signify? What was her intention? Was she secretly developing her power, using this as a foundation for her growth? Hey, Yun Xiaoning, before I brought you back yesterday, you had clearly agreed to several conditions. You only needed to obediently and submissively adhere to my guidance under my protection to live safely. Yet why do you choose to conceal and lie? Are you betraying me? Why? Why? Jiang Li felt an overwhelming urge to descend and confront Yun Xiaoning directly. But the remnants of her rationality held her back just in time. Deep down, Jiang Li was also filled with fear. She dreaded the possibility that Yun Xiaoning might truly betray her, that she might attempt to flee. Thus, dealing with Yun Xiaoning required patience. One must not act in haste. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li gradually regained her composure. Perhaps Yun Xiaoning simply had yet to find her rightful place. However, That was of little concern. If she could not align herself, Zhongli possessed ample means to assist her in doing so. Moreover, while this situation was infuriating, it simultaneously presented a rare opportunity, an opportunity to swiftly make Yun Xiaoning completely hers. Zhongli slowly rose to her feet, her expression still somber. Yet the corners of her lips curled upward slightly. Lies were utterly intolerable, and naturally, the child who tells lies must face the consequences she deserves. Wouldn't you agree? Yun Xiaoning, there's no escape for you. As she gazed at the strands of snow-colored hair visible outside the window, Zhongli murmured, her eyes gradually revealing a subtle intensity. Amidst the cacophony of the infected howls, Yun Xiaoning could not hear Zhongli's soliloquy from the rooftop. Indeed, it was time for her to grasp her position properly. Chapter 36. Patience in waiting. Yun Xiaoning, feeling fatigued, leaned against the windowsill, continuing her observation of Little Corpse No. One engaging in battle with a multitude of infected beings. As anticipated, the outcome was grim. Little Corpse Number 1 was utterly defeated, pushed to the rear of the ranks, and unceremoniously collapsed onto the ground, resembling a large, disheartened salted fish devoid of dreams. Nevertheless, she had never expected that a mere ordinary infected would stir any significant commotion. It would be splendid if they could capture a special-grade infected in the future, much like the towering 3-meter monster from this morning, capable of tossing cars around as though they were mere pebbles, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Although it was effortlessly cleaved in two by its own boundary line, without such constraints, Yun Xiaoning could scarcely fathom how Zhongli might triumph over it. However, special-grade infected beings are rare and elusive. Yet, she pondered where to seek them. Yun Xiaoning had a slight inkling. If the news of the large gathering place she heard in the morning had indeed circulated widely, a multitude of survivors would undoubtedly endeavor to converge at the West City Square. In such a scenario, it was plausible that those special-grade infected might also besiege the West City Square, for it is in populous areas that more infected are drawn. Yun Xiaoning believed the probability of encountering a special-grade infected at the West City Square would be significantly higher than aimlessly wandering around the community. However, she was hesitant to express such thoughts directly to Zhongli for fear of retribution. It would be wiser to wait for a moment when Zhongli was in good spirits and broach the subject delicately and tentatively. Furthermore, during the earlier skirmish involving Little Corpse Number 1 and the other infected, Yun Xiaoning discerned an intriguing pattern. Upon Little Corpse Number 1 ceasing its assault, the surrounding infected immediately refrained from attacking it. It appeared that their confrontations adhered more to a principle of mutual non-aggression, reminiscent of "you do not offend me, nor do I offend you." Yet, when they did engage, their strikes were undeniably fierce. Within mere minutes, Little Corpse Number 1 was riddled with bite and claw marks. However, possibly due to its less than appealing flesh, the other infected merely sampled it without genuinely tearing off substantial chunks. This combat style was almost gentle. How she wished they could exhibit such tenderness towards humans as well. Rubbing her increasingly sore neck, Yun Xiaoning grew weary of watching the fallen Little Corpse No. 1 and leapt down from her chair. She had already squandered a bit of time and needed to hasten to complete the tasks entrusted to her by Zhongli, lest she return to discover any discrepancies, which would inevitably lead to her being reprimanded. Upon returning to the living room, Yun Xiaoning, hands on her hips, surveyed the bounty of supplies she and Zhongli had procured that day. The array was extensive, encompassing everything from daily necessities to various provisions. These supplies were her most reliable means of survival in this apocalyptic world. Were she to purchase them from the system store using tokens, it would likely cost her thousands. In light of the circumstances during these initial days of the apocalypse, it is imperative to venture forth and gather resources as extensively as possible, lest tokens be squandered in unnecessary places. Gently brushing off the specks of dust that had settled on her maid dress, Yun Xiaoning first twisted her long, snow-white twin ponytails into two adorable buns atop her head before preparing to commence her tasks. She began by organizing and inventorying the supplies, subsequently transporting them to the basement storage room. For someone as delicate and frail as Yun Xiaoning, This constituted a significant undertaking. Given her physical stamina, she could only move small portions at a time. Fortunately, she had a backpack at her disposal, alleviating the need to handle each box single-handedly. The inventory process did not consume much time, as during their zero-cost shopping spree at the mall, Zhongli had briefly outlined her plan while selecting items. They had only brought back 3 boxes of easily preserved compressed biscuits, since Zhongli had already procured a substantial amount of food from a small supermarket at school. The nearby community supermarkets remained largely untouched for the time being, so Zhongli assured her that there was no urgent need for food. However, they had managed to secure 5 full boxes of bottled water. Though not in abundance, it would suffice for a while. Additionally, there was a considerable quantity of daily necessities. For personal hygiene, they prepared 3 large boxes each of sanitary pads and adult diapers, which Yun Xiaoning estimated would last until she achieved financial independence with her tokens. Furthermore, there were 10 entire packs of tissues and 2 full boxes of wet wipes. Zhongli noted that such items are often overlooked during resource gathering in apocalyptic scenarios. Yet they are indispensable in modern life and exceedingly difficult to replace. Their significance would be magnified in the end times, particularly in the context of cohabitation with Zhongli. She remarked that should water resources become scarce and timely cleansing be unfeasible, a substantial quantity of tissues would be required to maintain cleanliness during exercises to enhance finger dexterity. Otherwise, the risk of bacterial proliferation and subsequent infections would arise, leading to considerable complications should illness ensue. Zhongli remained vague about the specific nature of these finger dexterity exercises, leaving Yun Xiaoning in a state of partial understanding. It was only after Zhongli procured a substantial amount of pineapples, claiming they would enhance flavor and experience, that a blush crept onto Yun Xiaoning's cheeks as she gradually grasped Zhongli's intentions. This individual, it seemed, had been pursuing her all along. Uncertain whether it was jest or genuine intent, Yun Xiaoning felt a lack of agency in resisting her. Yet, candidly, she hoped for a scenario where mutual affection flourished, rather than the current dynamic, which felt entirely coercive. This sensation of being compelled to acquiesce in a submissive manner was something Yun Xiaoning instinctively disliked. However, with so many pineapples on hand, it seems unlikely that she could consume them all in a short period, and if left unattended, they may spoil and ultimately be discarded. What a pity. Dispelling such chaotic thoughts, Yun Xiaoning found herself quite fond of pineapples. Soaked in brine, they are sweet and delightful to chew, bringing immense satisfaction. After tidying up the mountains of supplies in the living room, she ascended from the underground storage one last time, feeling a twinge of hunger. She was tempted to sneak a bite, yet hesitated, fearing that Zhongli would return and scold her for indulging. Thus, she resolved to wait for Zhongli to return before addressing her hunger. In the meantime, Yun Xiaoning had already selected the meals she intended to prepare for the day. Like a little chef, she swiftly arranged the prepped food items on the dining table. A portion of roasted chicken was shredded into bite-sized pieces. 2 bags of bread were neatly sliced, a bag of sausages was cut, and an assortment of snacks was unwrapped and displayed on a pristine plate. Although all the items were ready to eat, she took great care in setting the table, creating the illusion of a sumptuous feast. Additionally, she had anticipated Zhongli's preferences and had prepared a pineapple, soaking it in brine, eagerly awaiting Zhongli's return for a delightful meal. She had gone to such lengths that Zhongli would surely be pleased and might even commend her efforts. Perhaps, in a moment of good humor, Zhongli would show leniency towards her, ceasing her relentless demands. Let this meal serve to celebrate their successful survival through another day. The little white-haired creature puffed out her chest with a hint of pride. With 2 fluffy white tufts atop her head, she settled back onto the sofa, glancing at the clock mounted on the wall. It was now 5:50 in the afternoon. Given that it was summer, the sky was still bright and showed no signs of dimming. However, Zhongli had promised to return before evening, which was soon approaching. So, all that remained was to wait patiently. As the clock's hands continued their relentless march, time slipped away in a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Yet, as the ominous twilight began to cloak the world once more, the tall silhouette that the girl had eagerly awaited did not appear at the promised hour in their modest abode. crouched on the sofa. The increasingly bewildered little white-haired creature felt her expression shift from eager joy to a growing veil of confusion and disbelief. Zhongli had not returned? Chapter 37, The First Shackles Named Fear. Where has she gone? Was it not agreed that she would only meander within the neighborhood, without venturing far? Yet, why has she not returned? It is no longer merely dusk. The sky has darkened considerably. Nightfall is imminent. Those terrifying shadowy monsters are about to stir once more. But where is Zhongli? Why does she still not come back? Yun Xiaoning felt as though the world around her was becoming increasingly silent. A silence so profound it was unnerving, particularly as both the interior and exterior of the house were enveloped in a dim gloom, filled with shadows. Every subtle sound seemed to be amplified in this eerie stillness, especially the heavy cadence of her own breathing and the relentless thumping of her heart. Where could she have gone? Why has she not returned? Zhongli, why do you still linger away? Panic began to well within Yun Xiaoning, yet she found herself powerless to act. All she could do was await anxiously until the last rays of sunset filtered through the window, casting an indifferent glow upon the meticulously set dining table before her, as if mocking the beautiful fantasy of sharing dinner with Jiang Li that had momentarily danced through her mind. Why, at last, unable to remain still, Yun Xiaoning leapt from the sofa and hurried to the window, peering outside with a heart full of urgency. As the sky grew darker, the once boisterous infected had retreated to their respective hiding places, leaving only the forlorn little corpse, one standing in place, gazing helplessly at her window. Beyond that, not a single figure was visible on the streets within her sight. Could it be that Jiang Li has encountered misfortune? Fear and worry began to engulf Yun Xiaoning's mind, rendering her momentarily incapable of coherent thought. Why does she not return? Has she perished? No, that seems improbable. Her combat prowess is formidable. How could she succumb so easily? Moreover, I have not adequately prepared myself for survival in this apocalyptic world. Yun Xiaoning shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the most dreadful thoughts. But regrettably, the more she shook her head, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Little Corpse One, could you assist me in searching for Zhongli? Please help me bring her back. Huh? Upon hearing Yun Xiaoning's command, Little Corpse One emitted a series of unintelligible growls, then looked up at the ceiling in confusion before redirecting its gaze back to her. How utterly useless. What is it staring at the ceiling for? Perhaps it misunderstood my instructions, or perhaps it simply cannot comprehend such intricate commands. In any case, it remained rooted to the spot, showing no inclination to move. Never mind, I cannot rely on you. Yun Xiaoning furrowed her brow and sighed, then turned and dashed towards the window on the other side of the villa. However, she still could not catch a glimpse of Zhongli. Where could he be? Where is he? I am so anxious. Why hasn't he returned yet? Yun Xiaoning's heart raced increasingly faster. She felt a growing fear. Last night, she had a profound experience of the terror that shrouds the world in darkness during the apocalypse. Had it not been for Jiang Li's gentle embrace, she might have been utterly terrified by the monstrous creatures lurking outside. Returning to the sofa, Yun Xiaoning collapsed wearily onto it. At that very moment, the unsettling gloom that starkly contrasted with Jiang Li's promises spread wildly, elongating shadows visibly extending into the room, creeping into Yun Xiaoning's heart, until the terrifying darkness enveloped the entire world. The second night of the apocalypse had arrived, as anticipated. The room grew increasingly obscure, as if her heart were being crushed under an immense weight, rendering her breathless. Yun Xiaoning's hands began to tremble. She had always harbored a fear of the dark, and being alone in such a vast space intensified her dread. Add to that the countless shadowy monsters circling outside, despite the safety zone formed by the boundary. She was terrified beyond measure. She curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, and frantically reached out into the darkness. Finally, she discovered the flashlight that Jiang Li had carelessly tossed aside in the corner of the sofa the day before. Being afraid of the dark, she naturally sought a source of light. She considered retrieving the portable power supply from her backpack to connect it to the house's electrical circuit. Yet, if she turned on the lights, it would likely attract even more monsters, too terrifying to contemplate. So she decided against it. However, the moment she flicked on the flashlight, the silhouette of a shadowy creature pressed against the air wall outside became starkly visible. The floating figure was ghostly, making Yun Xiaoning's heart skip a beat. She nearly let out a gasp, but quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Oh, how frightening! This is unbearable. Suppressing her inner terror, Yun Xiaoning stumbled toward the staircase, clutching the flashlight. Descending, she opened the door and fell into the storage room she had entered countless times that day. This was a completely enclosed, narrow space. Though small, it provided an inexplicable sense of security. The light from a flashlight was sufficient to illuminate the entire room, and she didn't have to worry about the brightness attracting more monsters from outside. After securing the flashlight with a box to illuminate the ceiling, Yun Xiaoning drew an additional boundary line around the room before curling up in a corner surrounded by numerous cardboard boxes. Yet this was still not enough. A few minutes later, she decisively emptied the contents of a large cardboard box, trembling as she crawled inside and closed the lid. What should she do? Where on earth had Jiangli gone? Why hadn't she returned yet? How could she possibly survive without her? I need you, I truly need you. I'm so frightened. Can you please hurry back? Damn it, damn it, damn it. No, I must remain composed. Yun Xiaoning, you must maintain your composure. Calm down. There is nothing to fear. Nothing at all. It's merely that she hasn't returned yet. There is no room for fear. No room for panic. I must not lose my reason. I need to think clearly. The girl murmured to herself, her tone gradually growing more resolute. With a sudden burst of courage, she poked her head out from the box's lid, half her body emerging. Is there any way to ascertain Jiang Li's current condition? Where could she possibly be now? Trembling, Yun Xiaoning extended her hand and opened the system interface. In the backpack section, she noticed that her token count remained at 108, unchanged throughout the entire afternoon. This seems rather peculiar. Why haven't the tokens increased? Jiangli must have encountered battles outside, and defeating infected creatures would earn her tokens through the system service. Yet now, the token count still stood at 108. This implies that since Jiangli left, she must have encountered no combat at all. How strange. If something unfortunate had befallen her, she would have put up a fight. Even if she had only slain a single infected creature, the token count would have reflected that, unless she had been killed instantly. But given her combat prowess, that seemed improbable. She certainly wasn't dead. She was definitely still alive. Firm in this conviction, Yun Xiaoning closed the backpack section and quickly opened Jiang Li's personal information page. To her surprise, she found Jiang Li's favorability fluctuating wildly. The range was between 61 and 70, oscillating up and down incessantly. This kind of fluctuation was something Yun Xiaoning had witnessed once before, prior to arriving at the villa yesterday. This might indicate that Jiang Li's mental state was experiencing some upheaval, particularly regarding her feelings and attitudes toward herself. Such emotional fluctuations surely meant she was still alive. But why hadn't she returned? Jiang Li was incredibly clever. She knew well that during the night, the shadowy creatures would be impossible to hit, and it was unlikely she would choose to spend the night outside. She would undoubtedly find a way to return to the safe zone, to the golden circle, ensuring her safety. Moreover, with her ability to wield the scythe for flight, it should be quite difficult for the infected to intercept her. The only confirmed information at this point is she would never be foolish enough to risk her life at night. She had not engaged in any combat. At least, she had not taken the life of a single infected being that afternoon. She remained alive. Her mindset oscillated incessantly. Yet, if she found herself in a perilous environment, surely she would have no time to indulge in frivolous thoughts. At the very least, when confronted by the encroaching night, she would not tremble in fear as she did. There was an unsettling dissonance, a discord lurking beneath the surface. No, that couldn't be right, could it? As if a realization had struck her, Yun Xiaoning's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Could it be that she had never actually left the villa? Instead, had she been lurking in some hidden corner, silently observing her every move? A bold, incredulous, yet terrifying hypothesis began to take shape in the young girl's mind. Chapter 38. Thus, she resolved to play along. But why did she choose this path? What compelled her to treat herself this way? The two pristine white buns atop the girl's head had not been tied too tightly, and with her incessant running about, they gradually loosened. Ultimately, the two buns fell apart, one of them even breaking free from its hair tie, cascading her snow-white strands like a waterfall over Yun Xiaoning's shoulders. In that moment, with only a single, swaying ponytail remaining, Yun Xiaoning appeared utterly disheveled. Yet, she no longer had the inclination to contemplate her hair or her appearance. She was engulfed in profound confusion and anxiety, unable to escape its grasp. Now, regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to view matters from the most pessimistic perspective. Surely, her actions in capturing the first little corpse and manipulating the system in the living room must have been discovered by Zhongli. What thoughts would Zhongli entertain upon uncovering this truth? The girl within the cardboard box continued to tremble slightly. However, now, her heart was gripped by something far more frightening than the darkness of her surroundings or the monsters of a post-apocalyptic world. After the tremors in her pupils subsided, Yun Xiaoning seemed to deflate, plopping back into the confines of the box. She hugged her knees, lowered her head, and began to gnaw on her nails, allowing her long, pure white hair to envelop her completely. Zhongli, who had not appeared as promised, herself alone at home, the apocalypse, the night. The monsters. Fear. Yun Xiaoning nodded and closed her eyes. She found it impossible to fully adopt Zhongli's perspective to ponder the situation. Compared to her own, Zhongli's mindset was extreme, even distorted. Her desire for control was profound, beyond what Yun Xiaoning could fathom. Yet, if one were to consider the situation through the lens of her need for control, perhaps her logic would become clearer. During the day, if she had lied to Zhongli and concealed certain truths, and if Zhongli became aware of this, such uncontrollable factors would undoubtedly lead to a shift in her mindset. This might explain the fluctuations in her favorability rating on the information panel. Thus, she might deceive herself, deliberately refrain from returning, and use this as a means of self-punishment. This possibility seemed quite plausible. She might even harbor deeper motives. For punishment is often imbued with purpose and significance, much like a puppy being reprimanded by its owner to deter it from guarding its food. If all of this were indeed orchestrated by Zhongli, what could her purpose be? Could it be, Just as Yun Xiaoning pinched her smooth chin and closed her eyes to continue her speculation, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted from a building not far from the villa. This desperate cry instantly shattered her train of thought. Oh no! Yun Xiaoning felt her heart constrict painfully, and even her breathing became labored. She was so frightened that she curled up into a ball, attempting to cover her ears with her long, white hair like a little hedgehog. The sound echoed from an opposite direction compared to the scream she heard last night, indicating that someone in another building might be in peril. Could it be Zhongli? No, it probably wasn't her. She did not strike one as the type to scream in the face of danger. After the scream, the shadowy monsters surrounding the villa began to stir, moving hastily. Yun Xiaoning could sense that they were swiftly rushing towards the source of that cry. The nights in the apocalypse are eerie and unpredictable. Therefore, one must refrain from making any loud noises. After cowering for quite some time, she finally peeked out of the cardboard box with a quivering head once the external calm returned, despite knowing that the golden circle could fend off those creatures. Fear gripped her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. This was unavoidable. After all, fear is an inherent human instinct. Yet, she had to gather her courage. First and foremost, remain calm, Yun Xiaoning. Calm down. In the midst of her fright, she found a flicker of inspiration from that earlier scream. If Zhongli had indeed chosen not to return intentionally, it was evident that she wished to frighten her, to instill fear. She was well aware of Yun Xiaoning's timid nature, easily intimidated. Thus, she would undoubtedly attempt to exploit such terror, much like the test she had subjected her to in the car yesterday and the pressure she imposed in the mall today. When one is engulfed in fear and despair, what does one yearn for the most? Surely, it is salvation. The dark world inevitably craves a ray of light to illuminate its path, akin to the countless tales of heroes rescuing their damsels in distress. Is Zhongli poised to become that beacon of light for her? Even if the source of this light is manipulation. How wicked! She aims to instill fear deliberately to deepen Yun Xiaoning's reliance on her utterly despicable. Fortunately, she possessed a system, allowing her to view Jiang Li's personal panel and affection levels. This created a significant information gap, enabling her to grasp the situation instantaneously. Otherwise, she might still be fretting over Jiang Li's safety, sincerely praying for her swift return. Or perhaps she would have been reduced to tears, sobbing in terror of the engulfing darkness, wiping her tears pitifully, bewildered in the cardboard box. But the current scene was not much different after all. So, what should she do? Yun Xiaoning lowered her head. A more despairing question arose. In the face of Jiang Li's schemes, what could she do? Did she have any options? It seemed she was utterly at a loss. Resistance? What a joke. That would be recklessly suicidal. Perhaps she might be kicked out of the villa by Jiang Li, left to fend for herself. Without Jiang Li's protection, her survival would surely be fleeting. But what if she directly exposed the lies? It would likely invite an even deeper level of control from Jiang Li. Yun Xiaoning understood that she was still far too weak, as fragile as cotton candy. In the jaws of Jiang Li, all she could do was render herself more delectable. Nothing more. So, what if she played along, acquiescing to Jiang Li's whims, allowing herself to become more appetizing? Continuing to comply seemed to be the only path available to her. Yet, that was acceptable. For now, she could protect nothing, hold on to nothing, but that did not imply she would be incapable in the future. If Jiang Li insisted on using fear to bind her with the tightest of shackles, then so be it. After all, aside from her own life, everything else could be temporarily set aside. As long as she could guard her heart, that would suffice. Even if she were to lose her physical form, even if she were utterly controlled, it mattered not. As long as her heart remained, she would eventually find the opportunity to unlock Jiang Li's chains. Yun Xiaoning gritted her teeth, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. What is she but a delusional, possessive individual wishing to mold her into a devoted little maid, a loyal pet? There is nothing to fear. Rest assured, just wait. Once I grow stronger, we shall see who truly holds the reins. Chapter 39. Do not underestimate a young girl's poverty. Fear is an instinct inherent to all living beings. In the darkness, Jiang Li mused with a smile. So, you may as well relish this fear in my absence, Yun Xiaoning. This is the price you pay for deceiving me and your master today. After witnessing Yun Xiaoning's desperate scramble into the underground storage room, slamming the door shut behind her, Jiang Li leisurely returned through the window to the living room. She now sat at the dining table, meticulously set by Yun Xiaoning, her gaze fixated on a bowl of sweet, salty pineapples. The room was shrouded in near-total darkness. Yet the faint glimmer of a flashlight seeping through the door's crack allowed Jiang Li to adapt somewhat. This soft light rendered the carefully prepared dinner all the more enticing. To be honest, Jiang Li was somewhat taken aback by Yun Xiaoning's initiative to prepare dinner for herself. This should have been a delightful surprise, though the timing was unfortunate. Nevertheless, Jiang Li felt no remorse. She unceremoniously picked up chopsticks. Having hung about the rooftop for an entire afternoon and feeling quite hungry, she certainly needed to nourish herself. Just moments ago, a piercing scream from the nearby apartment building had perfectly mended the most implausible flaw in her lie. Soon, she could confidently tell Yun Xiaoning that she had safely returned after luring away the shadows with that very scream. Yun Xiaoning would find no grounds to question this explanation. It seemed even fate was aiding her. The tall girl, cloaked in shadows, smiled with satisfaction as she indulged in her solitary dinner. The sweet and salty pineapple slid smoothly into her mouth, instantly flooding her with a sense of happiness that starkly contrasted the surrounding apocalypse. The meticulous white-haired little creature had cut the pineapples into perfect morsels for her palate, making each bite an exquisite delight. Delightful. Jiang Li savored her meal slowly, relishing the joy of this dinner. Simultaneously, she reveled in another pleasure unique to her. If she could just endure this night, if she could wait until the moment when Yun Xiaoning was most frightened, most desperate, most pained, and most yearning for her presence, then she would, like an angel, swing open that door and bestow upon her the most tender yet cunning embrace. At that moment, Yun Xiaoning would utterly comprehend her place and wholly depend on her, on Jiang Li, who belonged solely to herself. Fear would be her prison, yet simultaneously, it would become the sweetest of shackles, binding this poor little creature to her, ensuring she would never harbor thoughts of others. What a perfect plan! As these thoughts danced in her mind, Jiang Li's smile widened, her joy becoming increasingly difficult to contain. This is a smile that could never be displayed in a world of peace, yet it takes root and blossoms, even thriving amidst the chaos of a dystopian realm. Jiang Li felt elated. After savoring her meal, she wiped her lips with lingering satisfaction and decided to approach the entrance of the underground storage room, keenly attuning her ears to the sounds within. Pressing her ear against the door, she could faintly hear the soft sobs of a little white hamster. It whimpered, calling out a name. Whose name could that be? Jiang Li's brows arched as she listened intently. Jiang Li, Jiang Li, Jiang Li. Master, where are you? I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Jiang Li, please come back. The hamster's voice was tinged with a nasal quality, punctuated by sniffles, as if it had already cried itself to tears. Such a pitiful call. Yun Xiaoning, it seems you have been frightened into submission. What a gentle and adorable little creature you are. Everything was progressing smoothly according to Jiang Li's plan, without a hint of deviation. Yet, she found herself growing impatient. She longed to push open the door and be enveloped in Yun Xiaoning's eager and joyful embrace, filled with anticipation. However, she knew that now was not the time. Yun Xiaoning's emotions still required further sedimentation. The fact that she could call out her name implied that hope still lingered within her. But hope was not what Jiang Li sought. She desired for her to plummet into despair, to fall into the abyss. Only then would her subsequent entrance, illuminating a path of profound transformation, resonate deeply. Patience was required. Returning to the dining table, Jiang Li meticulously tidied up the dishes, allowing time to flow gently into the darkest hours of the night. Before entering the storage room, she composed herself, allowing her attire and hair to appear slightly disheveled, a testament to her flight. Having prepared for this, she listened once more to the girl's desperate sobs before she finally rapped on the door with a measured calmness. In that instant, the sounds within ceased abruptly, as though the little hamster had been startled by the noise from outside, rendering the air profoundly still. Yun Xiaoning, are you in there? Huh. Before Yun Xiaoning could call out, Jiang Li decisively pushed open the door. Her face bore a mixture of surprise and delight, while she discreetly concealed the most cunning aspect of her intentions deep within her heart. Master? You're unharmed. You're alive. Yun Xiaoning, like a frightened rabbit, scrambled to leap out of the cardboard box. However, having cried for half the night, she had exhausted all her energy, stumbling and ultimately toppling the box that contained her. She was abruptly ejected from the cardboard box, landing in a crumpled heap on the ground. Master, I didn't mean to. I didn't intend to break open the box. I have been waiting for you, waiting endlessly, but you never returned. I was terrified, so frightened. That is why I crawled into the box. Yes, I am sorry. I. Tears of grievance streamed down her cheeks, cascading onto the floor like a torrential downpour. But you are finally back, Master. It is a relief that you are unharmed. Oh, I was so scared. Jiang Li stood silently at the door, observing the disheveled little white-haired creature inside. She slightly opened her arms, as if bracing herself for a joyful leap and embrace from Yun Xiaoning. Yet, the anticipated sweetness did not envelop her immediately. The girl stumbled to her feet, lacking the exuberance to leap or embrace. Her body trembled, as if paralyzed by fear. Master, I will go warm your bed. I have prepared dinner for you, Master. Oh, I am so sorry. Please do not scold or hit me. I will warm your bed right away. I am so happy you are back. Thank you. The delicate, fragile form brushed past Jiang Li, who remained frozen in place. Yun Xiaoning lowered her head, clutching her arms in terror, and sidled up to Jiang Li's clothing, almost fleeing as she ascended the stairs. She had noticed Jiang Li's outstretched arms, ready to embrace her. She should have played her part to the end, following Jiang Li's lead. Yet, suddenly, she found herself unwilling to accept such a snare-like embrace. Not at this moment. At least, the stubbornness within her resisted yielding so easily to Jiang Li. Perhaps this was the most significant rebellion she could muster at that moment. Before heading upstairs, Yun Xiaoning furtively cast a glance at the dinner table. As expected, the meal had been cleared away, likely by Zhongli. She had been listening to her cries all along. Yet, she remained unmoved. Truly a heartless, wicked woman. Oomph. Despicable, sickly girl. Just wait. Do not underestimate a poor maiden. Turning her head, Yun Xiaoning hastened to the second floor. Meanwhile, Zhongli, still frozen in place, wore a less pleasing expression than before. Why? Why does this differ from what I imagined? She should have been tightly embraced, completely possessed. At this moment, who could refuse a warm hug? Why? Everything proceeded according to plan, except for the outcome. Was there a deviation somewhere? Could it be that Yun Xiaoning was so frightened by her previous actions that she is now too terrified to approach me? That seems unlikely. Jiang Li's expression darkened, and she abandoned the gesture of preparing for an embrace, allowing her arms to slowly fall to her sides. For some unknown reason, her mood had suddenly become quite discontented. Chapter 40. You speak your lies, I speak mine nonetheless. The established plan should have succeeded, correct? It merely lacked a final embrace. Apart from that, no anomaly surfaced. A deeper sense of dependence has undoubtedly been successfully forged. There can be no doubt about it, Yun Xiaoning belongs entirely to herself now. It must be so. Although this little one appears astute, she is, in truth, a fool whose every scheme is betrayed by her countenance, as evidenced by her earlier terrified expression. Surely, there can be no mistake. Coupled with the trust that has gradually been built over the past few days, she could never perceive the deception, never realize that she had not departed from the villa. Indeed, such a possibility is utterly non-existent. Zhongli stood in place, her fists clenched tightly, yet ultimately, she gradually relaxed her grip. Concealing her doubts, she turned and ascended the staircase, following the path of Yun Xiaoning step by step. With a click, as the door creaked open, Yun Xiaoning's body tensed involuntarily beneath the thin blanket. Master, my master! Thud! Eek! Feeling the overwhelming weight of Zhongli pressing down upon her, Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in shock, her heartbeat quickening, a timid gasp escaping her lips. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, only to find Zhongli's embrace around her, firm and unyielding, even through the blanket. This wicked woman held her tightly, so tightly that Yun Xiaoning found it difficult to breathe, tilting her head back in desperate gasps. It was as if she owed her this embrace. And Zhongli was the relentless creditor, viewing her as the hope of debt repayment. Master, so tight. I can't breathe. The sudden pressure caused the girl to tremble slightly, as if startled, yet this weight upon her showed no sign of relenting. Rather, it seemed intent on encroaching further. Soon, Zhongli shifted her form, drawing closer, her face nearing Yun Xiaoning's head. Then, Yun Xiaoning watched as Zhongli gently lifted a strand of her snowy hair that had fallen beside the pillow, bringing it slowly to her nose. And then she inhaled deeply. It still carries such a delightful scent. Yun Xiaoning. What on earth is she inhaling so deeply? As she observed Zhongli's softening demeanor while holding her close, a jolt of realization struck Yun Xiaoning. She might indeed be unable to escape a predicament today. After all, Zhongli's request for her to warm her bed each night had hinted at something more profound. It was hardly difficult to surmise what her intentions were after warming the bed surely. She wouldn't simply kick her out to sleep on the sofa? With this thought, Yun Xiaoning's body trembled even more violently. Her hands instinctively reached downward, already poised for a final act of resistance. However, Zhongli remained unperturbed. After a deep breath that seemed to fill her lungs, she slowly lifted her head, easing the pressure she had been exerting on Yun Xiaoning. Yun Xiaoning, I returned so late. Do you not intend to express any concern for me? Seeing that Zhongli had no immediate intention to escalate things. Although Yun Xiaoning's body remained tense, a glimmer of hope for survival flickered within her. Nevertheless, the idea of expressing concern for this wicked woman was something Yun Xiaoning was decidedly reluctant to entertain. Do you have no questions at all? I do have a few inquiries, but, I'm a bit afraid. The timid girl spoke with a quiver, as if fearing to provoke her mistress's ire and be cast back into the suffocating darkness devoid of her presence. Forget it. I'll just tell you outright. I spent the entire day battling infected creatures. I encountered some trouble on my way back, which delayed me. That's why I found myself stranded outside at night. Yun Xiaoning blinked, then turned her head away. Liar. It's all a fabrication. After all that talk about asking questions, she merely sought to cloak herself in more deception. This malevolent, sickly sweet individual surely had not uttered a single word of truth, claiming to have fought infected creatures all day, yet her own tokens showed no signs of increase. If it weren't for the system, she would have been utterly deceived. Alas, I have outmaneuvered you, just as those monsters were lured away by distant cries. I seized the opportunity to return safely. Jiang Li's words were laced with a sigh of relief. However, Yun Xiaoning felt a wave of nausea. For it was all a lie. Mistress, you must be weary. With your mouth full of falsehoods, it must be exhausting, no? If you're tired, perhaps you should cease your deceptions. After a moment of self-mockery, Yun Xiaoning suddenly felt Jiang Li's hand seize her face, forcibly turning it to meet her gaze. So, Yun Xiaoning, what have you been up to at home? Jiang Li enunciated each word with precision, almost as if articulating every syllable. As Yun Xiaoning instinctively prepared to recount her day's activities, she froze momentarily. It was as if she had realized something. She raised her eyes to meet Jiang Li's expression. This seemingly casual inquiry felt like a test, probing her very essence. Should she speak the truth or weave another falsehood? The events of the day, interfacing with the system and capturing the small corpse on the windowsill, had likely not escaped Jiang Li's notice. Yet, she had refrained from making it explicit, seemingly awaiting Yun Xiaoning to divulge the truth herself. To confess would mean relinquishing all her cards, a notion she could not bear. Conversely, lying would undoubtedly displease Jiang Li, and the consequences of such a deception could prove even more harrowing. A dilemma of profound proportions. However, the time for contemplation is fleeting. Jiang Li is fixated on herself, awaiting the outcome. Every individual's patience eventually reaches its limit. Yun Xiaoning's CPU begins to whirl at an accelerated pace, and ultimately, she opts for a strategic retreat to preserve her position. First and foremost, sincerity is paramount. One must respond with genuine intent shining in their gaze. I have undoubtedly completed all the tasks assigned by my master with utmost diligence. Nevertheless, I have also engaged in some additional endeavors. In truth, I discovered last night that my capabilities extend beyond mere delineation. Jiang Li suddenly smiled, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction as she regarded Yun Xiaoning below her. A flicker of anticipation danced in her gaze. I realized that it seems I possess the ability to capture the infected. Upon returning today, I delved into this matter while seated on the sofa. However, when you mentioned your intention to venture out once more after descending, I feared it would distract you. So I resolved to wait until your return to share my findings. To my astonishment, after you departed, I indeed succeeded in capturing an infected individual. Chapter 41. Yun Xiaoning. Limited Edition Girlfriend. This is a deception, a complete and utter falsehood. Yun Xiaoning cleverly extricated herself from the grave accusation of deceiving Jiang Li. Simultaneously, she concealed the existence of the system, shifting the blame entirely onto her ability to capture infected individuals. Moreover, it was of no consequence. Even if Jiang Li were to discover her capability to apprehend the infected, it would not pose a significant issue. However, the secret of the system was something she must safeguard. In that moment, Yun Xiaoning realized that the informational disparity brought about by the system was the crux of her strategic engagement with Jiang Li. It was of paramount importance. As long as this disparity existed, no matter how much Jiang Li might oppress her, she could remain steadfast in her principles. As for capturing the infected, it sufficed to refrain from revealing to Jiang Li the maximum number she could apprehend. In doing so, even if she stealthily captured other infected individuals outside, Jiang Li would remain oblivious. Thus, sharing this information was inconsequential. Her ignorance would render her blind, while Yun Xiaoning possessed boundless maneuverability. With a smirk, Yun Xiaoning raised her gaze, continuing to look at Jiang Li with utmost sincerity. See, you have misunderstood me. I harbored no intention of concealment. I had every intention of informing you, yet you hastily punished me first. Come on, don't you feel a twinge of guilt? She thought to herself. You think you can easily manipulate me, Yun Xiaoning? Not a chance. However, to her dismay, Yun Xiaoning detected not a shred of remorse in Zhongli's eyes. Instead, she noticed that Zhongli had suddenly fallen into deep contemplation. Was she pondering? Regarding your infected companion, if it were to obey your every command, could you not instruct it to lead us to the elite infected? Zhongli mused. Surely, the infected would have a clearer understanding of the pathways to locate the elite infected than humans. Wouldn't you agree, Yun Xiaoning? Why the sudden seriousness? Though it appeared a deliberate attempt to shift the topic, Zhongli's words held merit. The infected roamed freely during the day, undoubtedly more familiar with their surroundings than humans. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, elite infected seemed to be perpetually accompanied by other infected drawn to them. Thus, perhaps it'll corpse know. One could indeed guide Yun Xiaoning and Zhongli to the second elite infected. At that point, they could unlock Zhongli's second weapon. What a fortuitous development. Should we consider trying this tomorrow, Master? Very well, let us give it a try tomorrow. As for the present, it was time to rest. Suddenly, Zhongli flung aside the covers and slid over beside Yun Xiaoning. However, the moment she entered the bed, her brow furrowed immediately. What troubles you, Master? Yun Xiaoning, why are you warming my bed while still wearing your clothes? When was it ever stipulated that one could not wear clothes while warming a bed? Before Yun Xiaoning could respond, Zhongli impatiently grasped the hem of her skirt. Wait. Oh no. Various garments cascaded like a waterfall, swiftly slipping from the bed and silently landing on the floor. Before long, the delicate Yun Xiaoning, with tears glistening in her eyes, found herself tightly embraced by Zhongli. It felt softer this way, more supple. With the layers of fabric removed, the sensation became exquisitely tangible, as soft as a doll and as bouncy as jelly. It was captivating, enticing one to linger, yet it also stirred a restlessness within Zhongli that was hard to bear. And Master, what are your hands doing? She asked. Engaging in their rightful tasks, came the reply. The clamor of the night would inevitably yield to silence as time continued its relentless march. In the blink of an eye, dawn approached. Uncertain of how long she had slept, Yun Xiaoning was abruptly yanked from her cocoon by Zhongli. Her hair was tousled, as if it had endured a night of torment. Yet, nothing truly untoward had transpired, although Zhongli harbored intentions of taking liberties. Fatigue or some other reason had tempered her demands, leading her to merely embrace a soft, perfect pillow and drift into slumber. Yun Xiaoning, perhaps, understood Zhongli's underlying message. A forcibly obtained fruit is seldom sweet. She remained patient, biding her time, waiting to willingly climb into her embrace, to be entirely and voluntarily at her mercy. Yet, alas, Yun Xiaoning was in no rush to prepare herself psychologically. She had resolved that unless Zhongli took the initiative, she would not offer herself freely. With a huff, she first checked herself, confirming that Zhongli had not overstepped any boundaries the previous night. Only then did the girl groggily emerge from her cocoon, her bare feet touching the slightly cold floor. Time was nearing noon. Yun Xiaoning, as a maid, how can you awaken so late? Dazed, she lifted her head to see Zhongli leisurely dressing beside her. However, observing Zhongli's current pace, it was evident she had not risen particularly early herself. How could she then chide me with such reproachful tones? Pouting, the girl turned her gaze towards the bedside. To her surprise, she found the attire she needed for the day had already been laid out by Zhongli. It was a light pink, casual dress. The collar was adorned with ruffles, and the hem just grazed her knees, embellished with a delicate white lace trim that rendered it utterly charming. Additionally, Zhongli had prepared a pair of sheer, white tights for her legs. Once attired, Yun Xiaoning appeared more like a sweet and tender girlfriend than the little maid she had been the day before. The subsequent dressing and grooming did not consume much time. However, it irked Yun Xiaoning that Zhongli had not provided her with shoes, leaving her to scurry about the house barefoot. Could it be that she possesses some peculiar preference? After breakfast, Yun Xiaoning's snow-white hair was fashioned into two plump, elongated, and delicate braids by Zhongli, tied neatly at the back of her head. Having completed this task, the two finally ventured outdoors. embarking on the search for the little corpse number 1 as agreed upon yesterday, to evade the shadowy creatures. The little corpse number 1 seemed to have taken refuge in the corridor of the residential building opposite the villa. Upon hearing Yun Xiaoning's call, it eagerly rose to its feet, wobbling as if still groggy from slumber, and made its way to the villa's entrance. "Ah, master, this is my little corpse number 1. How unsightly!" it exclaimed. "How does it heed your commands?" "Well, it's simply a matter of issuing orders," Yun Xiaoning replied. She then approached the edge of the air wall, gazing across at the little corpse number 1, which was unable to cross the barrier. "Little corpse number 1, can you help us locate any nearby elite infectors today?" The little corpse number 1 tilted its head in confusion, as if striving to comprehend the essence of Yun Xiaoning's directive. It then began to wander, sniffing the air with determination, ultimately fixing its gaze towards the entrance of the community. So the infectors rely on their sense of smell? Yun Xiaoning mused, her eyes wide with curiosity. It appeared that the little corpse number 1 had already locked onto a target, observing its distant gaze and then glancing back at her own actions. Yun Xiaoning was struck by a sudden realization, her surprise morphing into shock. When she had commanded the little corpse number 1 to assist her in locating Zhongli the previous night, it had executed a similar motion, first surveying the rooftop, then glancing at itself. Could it be that Zhongli had been concealed on the rooftop all along? Perhaps the little corpse number 1 was quite astute, having already detected Zhongli, while she herself had failed to grasp its meaning. Upon pinpointing its target, the little corpse number 1 began to move purposefully in the direction it had just observed. "Master, should we follow?" "Of course." Just as the words left her lips, Zhongli summoned her black scythe, the radiant moon, swiftly lifting Yun Xiaoning and placing her upon the blade, before executing a graceful flip to stand upon the long handle of the scythe herself. Let's depart at once, with the prospect of locating elite infectors invigorating her. Zhongli seemed to radiate excitement, yet it appeared she had overlooked a crucial detail. Wait, master, I haven't put on my shoes. I'm still barefoot." The girl, already soaring high above with the scythe, struggled against the morning breeze that billowed her skirt, exclaiming in urgency, "No worries, being barefoot is fine. Running about barefoot may seem adventurous, yet one cannot venture far before being easily apprehended. I certainly would not roam aimlessly." Chapter 42. Another unusual infection? The early bird catches the worm, and the early infected catch the unwary. After following the steps of Little Corpse No. 1 for about 10 minutes and turning a few corners, Yun Xiaoning and Zhongli stumbled upon a scene where a horde of infected individuals was frantically pursuing several hapless survivors. It appeared that many who had managed to survive had discovered the pattern that infected beings were seldom active during the morning hours. Thus, taking advantage of this relatively safe opportunity, they ventured out to scavenge for supplies. Unfortunately, some unfortunate souls miscalculated their timing or, in their greed during the scavenging process, failed to retreat to safety when the infected began to emerge en masse. This led to the horrifying spectacle of early risers being devoured by the infected. What perplexed Yun Xiaoning was the sight of Little Corpse number 1, Mouth Agape, joining the ranks of the infected, participating in the pursuit of the unfortunate few. Wait a moment, she furrowed her brow. Her command had been for Little Corpse number 1 to seek out the elite infected. How had it come to be drawn to this feeding frenzy? Could it be that it had entirely misconstrued her instructions, driven purely by hunger? "Oh dear, it seems there is a slight issue," she lamented, observing Little Corpse number 1 trailing behind the infected horde, unable to push its way to the forefront. Disappointment washed over her as she shook her head. Meanwhile, Zhongli, gazing into the distance at the chaotic chase, fell into a contemplative silence. On the street, countless infected were converging from various directions, recklessly joining the pursuit of the survivors ahead. Suddenly, several swift infected managed to catch up with the last unfortunate survivor, a rotund individual at the end of the line. A cacophony of screams erupted as the overweight man was trampled beneath the infected's onslaught. Strangely, however, only a few of the infected began to feast upon him, while the majority continued their relentless chase. Why did they not indulge in a feast right there? It seemed they had a more defined target than the one who had perished in an instant. How peculiar. Nevertheless, they had come this far. It was worth following to ascertain the situation. All right, but if little corpse number 1 has indeed gone astray, please do not blame me, Zhongli resolved, choosing to disregard Yun Xiaoning's concerns and directly urging the scythe forward, closely pursuing the infected horde. Elevated above the chaos, the survivors and infected below were too preoccupied with their own survival and feasting to notice their presence. As Yun Xiaoning sat upon the blade of the scythe, they swiftly swept past the corpse of the unfortunate man. As Yun Xiaoning observed the grotesque scene of the infected being savagely devoured, a shiver ran down her spine. This was her first time witnessing such brutality up close. Their manner of consumption was exceedingly violent, a gruesome display of blood and flesh. The corpses on the ground quickly became indistinguishable from one another, and shortly after, one of these dismembered bodies rose from the pool of blood, howling as it rejoined the throng of the infected in their relentless pursuit. A chilling thought crossed her mind. If she were to meet her demise, she fervently hoped it would not be in such a tormenting manner. The pain and terror were overwhelming, causing her to tremble involuntarily as she nervously gripped her braided hair that hung before her chest. Summoning her courage, she turned her gaze back to the situation ahead alongside Zhongli. If this frantic flight continued, it was likely that none of the unfortunate survivors would endure. They had already begun discarding their collected supplies, various backpacks and belongings, in a desperate bid to lighten their load and save their lives. As for the notion of intervening to rescue anyone, it appeared Zhongli had not even entertained the thought. Consequently, Yun Xiaoning felt even less entitled to ponder such matters. Strangely, however, she discerned a glimmer of curiosity in Zhongli's eyes, an almost fervent eagerness as she watched the carnage unfold. How peculiar! What could this madwoman be contemplating? Up ahead, after the slowest among them, a portly individual was captured. The last position in the group was taken by a woman who was already on the brink of exhaustion. This relentless pace was unsustainable. From a distance, Yun Xiaoning heard someone shout in despair. It seemed that the woman was not the only one fatigued. The others were nearing their limits as well. Their best chance for survival lay in finding shelter within a building, hoping it would not attract the attention of the mutated infected. However, the structures lining the street were either tightly sealed or completely devoid of doors, having been damaged or destroyed in the previous days of chaos. After 2 more minutes of desperate flight, fortune finally favored them. The quick-witted leader spotted a shop with at least its main entrance still intact. Without hesitation, he led the group inside, swiftly coordinating with 2 others to pull down the shutter. No, wait. I haven't gotten on yet. The woman at the back cried out in despair as she saw her companions about to lower the shutter. She quickened her pace, but tragically, just as she reached the entrance, her teammates had already pulled the shutter down completely. No, you, open it please. There is still time, let me in. She stomped her feet in desperation, pounding on the metal door with fervor. Yet from within, a few cold sighs echoed back. You have already been bitten. There is no hope for you. We cannot let you in. I don't believe it. Scratches should not lead to infection. Should not lead to infection. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, her entire being quaking with fear, and just behind her, the pursuing infected were now less than 50 meters away. Do we not agree that I would accompany you, and you would protect me? Why? It is not merely the scratches. Do you not understand? Those infected came solely for you. Before you joined us, we had never been besieged like this. So many have perished because of you. Do you not realize? No, it's not me. It cannot be. They're certainly not pursuing me. The woman's despair deepened. The indifference within the door had completely severed the boundary between life and death. With a complex expression, she glanced back, and after a final desperate blow against the rolling shutter, she sprinted forward with all her might. The infected, in unison, abandoned the few survivors who had taken refuge behind the shutter, instead locking their sights on the unfortunate woman as they pursued her relentlessly. Fortunately, at the end of the street, she discovered a shop with its door slightly ajar, and she hurriedly slipped inside, securing the door tightly behind her. Yet, those infected seemed entranced, converging upon the sanctuary she had found. Every single infected in the street without exception, including the diminutive corpse of Yun Xiaoning #1, rushed towards her. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the shop completely. This scene stood in stark contrast to the earlier situation, where more individuals had sought refuge within another building, only for the infected to disregard them entirely. The cacophony of their roars grew louder and more numerous, echoing in a deafening chorus. Why? Why must you relentlessly pursue me to bite? Why? Within, the woman's desperate wails soon filled the air. She screamed hoarsely, as if cursing the injustice of the world. There were so many over there. Why must you single me out? Why? Indeed, why is it that only she finds herself besieged while others remain unscathed? Does this not strike you as odd? At Yun Xiaoning's ear, Zhongli suddenly began to murmur. Yun Xiaoning. That individual seems to possess a peculiar constitution similar to yours, does she not? Alas. Chapter 43. The truth behind the special physique. Glancing back at Zhongli, who wore a teasing expression reminiscent of playful banter, Yun Xiaoning swallowed hard. The scene she had just witnessed left her feeling quite apprehensive. The notion that one could attract the infected only to be heartlessly abandoned was a fate she fervently hoped to avoid. With this thought, the young girl instinctively shrank her neck in trepidation. At this moment, the two had already descended onto the rooftop of a building across the street, allowing for a more detailed observation of the happenings below. Barefoot, Yun Xiaoning found herself precariously perched on a low-lying wall, her feet dangling in midair, while Zhongli stood behind her, hands resting firmly on her shoulders. This scenario was rather perilous, for if Zhongli so desired, a mere gentle push could send Yun Xiaoning tumbling down. The fate of the three-story building was secondary. The fall would undoubtedly provide a feast for the infected below. The sensation of entrusting one's life entirely to another imbued Yun Xiaoning with a nerve-wracking tension, akin to walking a tightrope high above the ground. Thus, Zhongli's antics at this moment were even more exhilaratingly frightening than usual, so much so that Yun Xiaoning dared not move an inch. Master, could you please set me down? I'm really terrified, she implored, her legs tightly pressed together, her little feet arching in fear of an accidental plunge into the abyss. Yun Xiaoning struggled to decipher Zhongli's erratic and obsessive thoughts, as her actions often took her by surprise. Naturally, this made it impossible for her to establish genuine trust in Zhongli. Who could say whether she might suddenly turn on her, cease to believe in her, or even begin to loathe her, effortlessly sending her life to the roadside with a swift kick? Indeed, the stability of emotions between individuals is what ultimately provides a sense of security. You're not wearing shoes, so you can't come down. Just sit there obediently. Zhongli's voice echoed in her ears, mingling with her breath and causing a delightful tickling sensation. But, What do you mean, but? If you don't want to sit here, do you wish to join them down below? No. That's quite unnecessary. I will behave. I promise. Her bare feet felt as though they were shackled by invisible chains, restricting her every movement for the remainder of the day. Such tyranny, Zhongli, she thought, realizing that since waking up that morning, Zhongli's treatment of her had morphed into something akin to that of a cherished toy. This transformation likely stemmed from the events of the previous night, where she had blurred the lines between pretense and reality. Zhongli probably perceived that Yun Xiaoning had developed a deeper, more profound reliance on her, prompting her to indulge in more whimsical forms of torment. Yet, all things considered, it was still bearable. Being casually manipulated by her is undoubtedly far more fortunate than being at the mercy of the gaping maw of an infected individual after being abandoned. And as for myself, I shall eventually rise again. Even if I do not witness the day of my resurgence, I can find a way to, win her over. In any case, I must exert every effort to avoid becoming like that unfortunate woman below. Yun Xiaoning, do you not notice something peculiar about her? What is peculiar? Aside from sharing the same bizarre constitution as you, she does not, unlike others, rapidly mutate into an infected being upon infection. Did they not say she was scratched? Yet, even now, she is still desperately moving tables and counters to fend off the infected. Does a scratch lead to mutation? Yun Xiaoning did not quite comprehend. To be honest, she had only witnessed transformations resulting from bites and had never seen other forms of mutation. As if noticing Yun Xiaoning's confusion, Zhongli quickly squeezed her soft shoulder and continued speaking. On the first day of the outbreak, the infected charged straight into my classroom, and many of my classmates mutated swiftly after being scratched. Thus, I can ascertain that scratches certainly lead to infection, yet she has not succumbed. Moreover, she has endured for quite a while. Could it be due to a special constitution? Yun Xiaoning interjected. While possessing a bizarre physique, she also seems to resist infection. This is indeed a favorable hypothesis. If she can resist infection, does that not imply I might also possess such a resilience? Then I would be invincible. This trivial apocalyptic virus appears incapable of inflicting any harm upon me. Yun Xiaoning shook her shoulders, attempting to dislodge Jiang Li's hand, but alas, Jiang Li was not inclined to relent. Instead, she tightened her grip. There is indeed a possibility. Yet, it could also stem from some other reason. Perhaps she is simply not fully mutated, or maybe she will transform into a monstrous being. Regardless, we are here now. Let us observe the outcome. Noticing the glimmer of anticipation in Jiang Li's eyes, Yun Xiaoning sighed and shook her head in resignation. Very well. Observing the demise of others with such cold detachment might be an unavoidable aspect of this apocalypse. Yun Xiaoning felt she lacked the standing to comment on such matters, being one who must rely on Jiang Li for survival, and thus she obediently allowed Jiang Li to stay close. Witnessing a conclusion unfold. Meanwhile, downstairs through the window, it became evident that the woman who had been scratched exhibited clear signs of illness. She no longer screamed in despair. Though she continued to desperately haul objects to block the door, her strength waned, and her complexion grew increasingly pallid. Under the relentless assault of numerous infected, she appeared as fragile as a leaf drifting through the air. Within mere minutes, she suddenly coughed up a considerable amount of blood. It seems my earlier conjecture regarding resistance to the virus was erroneous. Though the process is slow, she is nearing her end. Soon, the fervor of the attackers outside visibly waned. The woman within the room collapsed heavily onto the floor, succumbing to lifelessness. However, the ordeal was far from over. Suddenly, her corpse began to convulsively twitch as if manipulated by invisible hands, her limbs twisting and contorting. In an instant, she was transformed into a grotesque mass, resembling an egg-shaped blob of flesh. Hiss! What on earth is that? Yun Xiaoning gasped in horror, her eyes widening in disbelief. Concurrently, Jiang Li propped her chin on her hand, observing with peculiar interest. Positioned by the window, they both had a clear view of the transformations occurring within the room. The grotesque mass began to swell, expanding beyond all reason and scientific understanding. Ultimately, it grew to occupy half the room before bursting with a resounding pop. Like a chrysalis breaking free, an eerie creature, assembled from countless twisted limbs, abruptly emerged. At the very center of this mass of appendages was a pallid visage, weeping blood. My goodness! Yun Xiaoning was petrified, instinctively springing to her feet, nearly tumbling onto the ceiling. Yet, when she looked up, she was met with Jiang Li's face, which bore a nearly frenzied smile. Oh no, this is even more terrifying. Why is she smiling? She is more horrifying than that creature. That is a special grade infected. Just as I suspected, your little cadaver indeed encountered a special grade infected. However, it is one that has yet to complete its mutation. What? Now I finally comprehend the reason behind the emergence of the evil, pulling monster physique, Yun Xiaoning. Ugh! Yun Xiaoning trembled violently, feeling Jiang Li's gaze upon her grow increasingly fervent and covetous. Chapter 44. I am not some emergency food. The essence of life revolves around survival and reproduction, an immutable truth throughout the ages. Yun Xiaoning. The young girl trembled as she glanced at the unperturbed little shop below, timidly turning her gaze to meet Jiang Li's increasingly excited eyes. If you were to become a pathogen preparing to parasitize an infected host, be it bacteria, fungi, or viruses, between a frail, ordinary individual and a robust, superior counterpart, which would you choose to fulfill the primal needs of survival and reproduction? Certainly, one would opt for the more formidable option. It is akin to the instinct to cling tightly to Jiang Li's thigh. If a weaker, more ordinary person were to approach, wouldn't that embrace be in vain? Thus, it is evident why Yandere's pulling monster physique attracts hordes of infected beings. She possesses the potential to mutate into a superior infected entity, naturally drawing the attention of pathogens, leading countless infected to swarm around her, eager to infect her. This implies that if I, possessing the same constitution, were to be infected, could I also transform into a superior infected entity? No, surely not. This seems to be an exceedingly rare trait, one that could render me formidable even in death. However, what relevance does such strength have after I have departed from life? I do not desire such a purely negative constitution. Yun Xiaoning vigorously shook her head, resolutely unwilling to concede to Jiang Li's assertions. Yet, the undeniable reality compelled her to accept it in silence. Yun Xiaoning. Startled by Jiang Li's sudden embrace around her waist, Yun Xiaoning gasped lightly. Who would have thought that while alive, you are a treasure all around, and even in death, you could still possess considerable value? How delightful! Why utter such words? Once more, Yun Xiaoning found herself lifted and forcibly turned to sit against the wall by Jiang Li. Oh, so after my mutation, I could still be killed and have the superior infected crystal extracted from me. So that is the implication. Yun Xiaoning tilted her head, avoiding Jiang Li's gaze. How cruel! She felt that Jiang Li need not resort to such rhetoric to underscore her significance. Or perhaps, from another perspective, Jiang Li's intention in saying this was merely to discover a novel angle from which to coerce her. Behave, or I shall transform you into a superior infected crystal. Is that the angle, then? Compared to the previous threat of becoming a mere fifth of it. This indeed seems far more terrifying and hurtful. Yun Xiaoning could almost envision Jiang Li's tone, playful yet genuinely menacing. This person, she would not overlook any opportunity to manipulate, tease, or toy with her, in order to become utterly obedient and submissive to her, even at the level of spirit and soul. She would likely resort to any means necessary. But what about myself? Up until now, I can only continue to endure. How frustrating. Therefore, Yun Xiaoning, your role by my side has now increased by one more WH. What role? Emergency food? I cannot be emergency food, nor am I any kind of sustenance. I can only react. Yun Xiaoning's body trembled even more violently. Yet she found herself enveloped in the embrace of Jiang Li, whose visage was dark and sinister, resembling a grand villain. He held the seemingly terrified little white bundle entirely in his arms. Yet, a demonic whisper began to flow into her ears. Although you are emergency food, when that day arrives, I shall grant you some semblance of choice. If you were to be infected, would you prefer to be killed as a human? Or wait until the mutation is complete and be killed as an infected? No, please, I do not wish to be killed by you. I only wish to live. I only wish to survive. I do not want to die. So could you refrain from making such frivolous jokes about my life? This is too much. Too much. Yun Xiaoning pouted. She felt an urge to struggle, but Jiang Li's embrace tightened, rendering her efforts futile. Jiang Li continued to murmur something in her ear. But Yun Xiaoning no longer wished to listen. She desperately shook her head, trying to evade his lips. What is the matter? Not planning to answer me? Please, don't say that. Don't say that, master. Such jokes are genuinely unsettling, and my mood is deteriorating further. Could you please stop? I beg you. I do not wish to become that strange monster, nor do I wish to meet a tragic end at your hands. However, after all her resistance proved utterly futile, the girl, shedding a couple of tears, suddenly recalled the safe word Jiang Li and she had agreed upon yesterday. Jiang. Prize ugh. The moment the syllables escaped her lips, Jiang Li's grip abruptly loosened. All his actions and words came to a halt, as if time itself had ceased. It was as if that word possessed some kind of magical power. Yet, Yun Xiaoning did not articulate the safe word in its entirety, for halfway through, she suddenly realized she had only 2 opportunities to use the safe word each week. If she exhausted them too soon, what would she do when faced with even more outrageous behavior from Jiang Li, more hurtful bullying? In an instant of contemplation, Yun Xiaoning felt it best to continue enduring. However, she did not anticipate that Jiang Li would stop so quickly. Just saying half counts as saying it. After all, I've already let you off the hook. Ugh. Can it not count, master? No. Jiangli reluctantly released her embrace, allowing the refreshing air to fill the young girl's nostrils once more. Yet, I merely wish to convey to you. After inhaling the lingering scent that belonged to the petite girl before her, Jiangli swiftly returned, somewhat brusquely lifting Yun Xiaoning's chin. Should you ever dare to disobey or betray me, I shall transform you into a Class A infected crystal. I would never dare, she promptly replied. Her tone, demeanor, and even the half-joking, half-coercive glint in her eyes were precisely as Jiangli had imagined. Instantly, Yun Xiaoning felt a sense of relief as she realized that Jiangli's rather twisted logic was, in fact, quite comprehensible. Although she breathed a sigh of relief, the tense atmosphere surrounding them persisted unchanged. After a minute or two, a resounding crash echoed from below, signaling the emergence of the Class A infected creature, which had finally completed its mutation. It shrieked and roared as it burst forth from the shop. However, this creature seemed significantly weaker than the one encountered the previous day, its destructive potential far from impressive. Perhaps due to its recent birth, despite its bizarre appearance, it exuded a certain Na'vi bewilderment. Master, it appears to have noticed us? The piercing shriek nearly shattered their eardrums, yet the Class A infected, upon spotting the two girls on the rooftop, did not rush to attack. Instead, it pushed through the surrounding infected and turned back towards the direction from which it had fled. With a sudden rush, it dashed into the very shop where the survivors who had abandoned it were hiding. Immediately, a cacophony of varied screams erupted from within the store. Yun Xiaoning, momentarily pulled from Jiangli's jest, stared in astonishment, scratching the back of her head in disbelief. So, it seems that even the infected hold a grudge that doesn't linger overnight. Chapter 45. Dawn of the Meow Knife. Why must I once again issue her this warning? I cannot fathom nor comprehend. Jiangli gazed indifferently at the distant scene of the elite infected being consumed by frenzied vengeance. Yet at this moment, her mind could not wholly concentrate on that sight. With a sidelong glance, she noted the sheer terror etched upon Yun Xiaoning's face, and a silent sigh escaped Jiangli's lips. It felt as though there was a knot lodged in her heart. Perhaps it stemmed from the events of yesterday. Jiangli was satisfied with Yun Xiaoning's reactions and performances, but an inexplicable discomfort lingered within her. What precisely was this unease? Did Yun Xiaoning truly rely on her completely? Why did such a sentiment of disquiet arise? It was perplexing. Maybe the plan from yesterday had not unfolded as smoothly as it appeared. After a night's rest, Jiangli contemplated the matter more deeply. In truth, she had awakened in the early hours, unable to find sleep, and had merely dozed for a brief moment. Throughout the hours until dawn, she had vigilantly observed the sleeping Yun Xiaoning. Her intuition suggested that there was an element of performance in Yun Xiaoning's demeanor last night. Yet Jiangli could not discern any flaws. Without evidence, she could not draw a conclusion, which only served to heighten her restlessness. Thus, when the opportunity arose, she was eager to test Yun Xiaoning and deepen her control over her. It seemed she was too impatient. Far too impatient. What was I so anxious about? This would not do. Moreover, having already succeeded, there was no need to dwell on unnecessary concerns. Was there? Surely, there could be no issues. Jiangli tapped her forehead, her expression swiftly returning to normal, and her hands once again settled upon Yun Xiaoning's shoulders. Master, it is coming. The timid voice of the little one had scarcely emerged when, from afar, a commercial building was entirely pierced through from bottom to top. A grotesque entity composed of countless twisted limbs surged skyward. With a ghostly grace, it shifted its form and leaped onto an adjacent building, hurtling directly towards the direction of Yun Xiaoning and Jiangli. Yun Xiaoning, what are you afraid of? With a thunderous crash, a brilliant golden boundary line erupted. The octagonal air wall, meticulously crafted by Yun Xiaoning prior to impact, sprang to life. The entity charged directly towards one of the sharp points of the octagon. The tremendous velocity produced a horrifying force of impact. In an instant, carnage ensued. At least a dozen grotesque limbs were severed by that razor-sharp tip. The entity's body nearly became ensnared within the octagon's recess, struggling in vain before it tumbled aside, collapsing upon the rooftop and howling in distress. The speed and strength of these infected individuals are astonishing, resulting in a remarkable force when they rebound off the air wall. However, this particular entity seems somewhat lacking in intelligence, as it remains undeterred even after suffering a severe cut. With a blood-soaked body, it howls for a while before charging at the air wall once more, wildly flailing its twisted limbs against it. The resounding thuds echo like a drumbeat around them. Yun Xiaoning fixates on the pale, tear-streaked face at the center of the creature's body, reminiscent of the monstrous visages often depicted in horror tales and films. Truly unsettling. What is most terrifying is that after it screams, the face begins to utter human words. Why? Why abandon me? Why betray me? Why do nothing as I face death? The ghostly voice seems to carry a psychological assault, and, after just a few utterances, Yun Xiaoning feels her head swimming and aching, accompanied by a ringing in her ears. It is unbearable. Yun Xiaoning, if you're truly frightened, do not look at it. Focus on me instead. Suddenly, Zhongli gently caresses Yun Xiaoning's cheek. With a slight pressure, she effortlessly turns Yun Xiaoning's face to her, leaning in closely until their noses nearly touch. No. Compared to this monster, you are even more capable of instilling fear in me. As Yun Xiaoning tightly shuts her eyes, preparing to shake her head in refusal, she suddenly feels Zhongli pulling her in, enveloped in Zhongli's embrace. The unexpected softness and fragrance nearly suffocate her, yet it also muffles the bizarre sounds emanating from the creature beside them. It seems I'm not so afraid after all, despite being a deranged woman who delights in tormenting her. Zhongli is undeniably a master at providing a sense of security. She holds Yun Xiaoning firmly. Thus, Yun Xiaoning remains protected within Zhongli's embrace, while the creature continues to batter against the air wall, which it simply cannot breach. The sharp wails persist for an agonizing duration, until the voice becomes hoarse, and more of its grotesque limbs are torn away. Finally, a massive black scythe emerges from its cooling period, reappearing in Zhongli's grasp. With a swift motion, she effortlessly severs the head of the exhausted creature. It feels tragic. Yun Xiaoning steps back, scratching her head, abandoned by her team, facing death alone, and after mutating, fixating on the air wall. After exerting so much effort to no avail, she is swiftly dispatched by Zhongli's blade. Yet, it seems I lack the qualification to pity her. After all, had I not awakened the system, lacked the ability to awaken, and not encountered Zhongli, the fate I would have faced might well be worse than hers. At last, tranquility descends upon the world. Zhongli exhaled deeply, then tidied the slightly disheveled tips of her hair. Yun Xiaoning, while I do take pleasure in frightening you, you must remember, there exists but one person in this world capable of instilling fear in you, and that is I. No other individual, not even the most fearsome of monsters, can achieve such a feat. What an odd declaration of sovereignty. Yun Xiaoning pouted, observing as Zhongli sent the monster's head flying with a single kick, before returning to the creature's remains to extract a superior infection crystal with her scythe. Thus, you should only display that timid yet endearing expression in my presence. As for confronting other matters, you must learn to summon your courage. Otherwise, she warned playfully, I shall inevitably transform you into a superior infection crystal. But being timid is my distinctive trait. Yun Xiaoning replied meekly, rubbing her small hands together. When the day comes that I am no longer timid, it will signify that I am truly unafraid, which in turn means you can no longer hold sway over me. What a foolishly obsessive individual. Just then, Yun Xiaoning noticed a flash of dark light emanating from Zhongli's hand. 2 superior infection crystals were unexpectedly consumed the moment they came into contact with the black scythe. Following this, it appeared as though the very fabric of reality had been torn, as a long knife, radiating an even more dazzling black light, gradually manifested above Zhongli. That is, Yun Xiaoning gasped, her eyes widening as she hastily opened the system panel to examine Zhongli's personal information. Ability user, Zhongli, female, age, 20, personal level, 14, ability, Black Arsenal. Arsenal unlock progress. 2-7. Ability rarity. SSR super rare. Ability level 2. Ability derivative skills. Skill 1. Black Scythe Bright Moon. Summons a controllable black scythe for attack. Duration 45 minutes. Cooldown 45 minutes. Based on ability level. Skill cooldown and duration have been reset to optimal effect. Skill 2. Meow Knife Dawn. Summons a black knife with a unique kill count feature for sustained combat. Capable of existing long-term in the real world, kill count. The number of enemies slain will be specially recorded, providing the wielder with a percentage attribute enhancement based on the recorded kills. Base attribute rating. Physical strength S, endurance S, power A. Mental strength SSS, base attribute bonus, power 14. Chapter 46. The hilt of this dagger is too thick for my use. The dawn of the Meow dagger has emerged. This blade, astonishingly, does not require a cooldown period like that large scythe. Can it truly persist indefinitely? Moreover, the passive ability associated with kill counts appears to be exceptionally formidable. In addition, with the enhancement of his abilities, Zhang Li's large scythe has also received a notable upgrade, allowing for more frequent summons. Remarkably, Zhang Li's personal level has surged to level 14. Is the experience gained from slaying a particular creature truly so substantial? It is quite impressive. I must admit, I feel a twinge of jealousy. Puffing her cheeks, Yun Xiaoning observed Zhang Li as he attempted to wield the long blade, her eyes betraying a hint of envy. Yun Xiaoning. Catch. Suddenly taken aback, she blinked and found Zhang Li had tossed the long dagger towards her. Startled, Yun Xiaoning hurriedly attempted to catch the blade, which was longer than her own height. Its hilt was thick and elongated, with a considerable portion of the blade unsharpened, allowing her to barely grasp it. Oh my, this blade is heavy. The weight felt akin to lifting a substantial dumbbell. Its passive effect regarding kill counts indicates it activates for the wielder. Have you noticed any special effects upon acquiring it? Me? Can I also be effective? Yun Xiaoning was momentarily stunned, quickly opening her personal panel. Age, 18, personal level, for ability, absolute margin, ability rarity, SSR super rare, ability level 2, ability derivative skill, skill 1, cancel line. You can now manually erase unnecessary margins. Base attribute ratings, physical fitness E, stamina E, strength E, mental power C, base attribute bonuses, mental power 2, overall attribute special bonus 0. Indeed, there is something. Yun Xiaoning's eyes brightened. There it is. Upon grasping the Meow Dagger of Dawn, a new entry for an overall attribute special bonus appeared in her base attribute bonuses. This implies that the attribute enhancement granted by the dagger is also applicable to her. That would be remarkably powerful. If she could persuade Zhang Li to wield this blade to slay more monsters, and then take over its use herself, it would mean acquiring substantial attribute points effortlessly. This seems to finally present an opportunity to improve her currently subpar physique. Furthermore, the good news does not end there. After Zhang Li's swift ascent to level 14 from slaying that particular creature, her level also rose to level 4, bolstered by the system's assistance, granting her 2 additional attribute points to allocate. Without hesitation, Yun Xiaoning distributed all her points to enhance her mental power. Additionally, her token count has increased to 119, a significant contribution stemming from the demise of that unfortunate creature. Next, I merely need to acquire 1 more token to elevate the system service to the next level and complete the task that rewards 300 tokens. But where shall I procure this token? Naturally, Yun Xiaoning lifted her gaze towards Zhang Li, her eyes soon sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Li, quickly, wield this scythe and test its effectiveness against the monsters. It seemed Zhang Li instantly grasped Yun Xiaoning's eagerness, mumbling something as she flung her massive scythe towards the staircase. Accumulating enemy kills would yield a percentage bonus. This passive ability indeed appeared advantageous. Now, it was time to put it to the test. Suddenly, with a resounding clang, the locked iron door was effortlessly sliced open by Zhang Li's scythe. Behind the door, a multitude of infected creatures, drawn by Yun Xiaoning's allure, had already amassed. With the iron door no longer a barrier, They roared and rushed towards Yun Xiaoning and Jiang Li, only to collide one by one against an invisible wall. In no time, the safety zone drawn by Yun Xiaoning was besieged, leaving no room for escape. Master, master, here you go. Struggling mightily, she awkwardly presented the hefty scythe to Jiang Li, only to witness a whimsical smile emerge on Jiang Li's face. Yun Xiaoning, why don't you take the first swing? Huh? Me? Yun Xiaoning hesitated. The scythe was both heavy and long, easily surpassing her height when thrust down, and merely holding it was a strenuous endeavor. What if she swung it and ended up flung away instead? Surely, Jiang Li was not contemplating a chance to mock her if she faltered. Such a mischievous thought. What is the matter, Yun Xiaoning? Why the daze? I can't do it, can I? What can't you do? It's too large. I can't manage it. I can't handle it. Oh, so it's too big, is it? The handle is too thick to grasp. Indeed, it is rather large, master. Placing the scythe at an angle on the ground, Yun Xiaoning innocently showcased her plump yet somewhat delicate little hands to Jiang Li. Look, how can such tiny hands wield a scythe? Since it's too large for you, I suppose this scythe shall no longer be lent to you in the future. Huh? In the future? What do you mean by that? This meant that Jiang Li shared her sentiments, intending to utilize the scythe as much as possible for herself, thereby enhancing her own attributes while also gaining a measure of combat prowess. This was indeed splendid. An opportunity to elevate oneself should not be easily forsaken. I will use it. I can do it, master. Though her petite frame was unable to wield the dagger with any semblance of normalcy, Yun Xiaoning could certainly regard it as a mere long weapon, relying solely on its thrusting capability, which she believed she could manage. Furthermore, the design of the dagger seemed inherently intended for long-range combat, did it not? Glancing at the smiling Jiang Li, she pursed her lips and took several deep breaths. Finally, summoning her strength, the bewildered little girl awkwardly lifted the lengthy blade once more. The obsidian surface of the weapon shimmered with a golden glint under the sun's rays. With one hand firmly gripping the hilt, she clutched the unsharpened portion of the blade with the other. Hungry, at that moment, a famished, infected individual squeezed into the recess of the octagonal star, rendered unable to move by the throng of other infected. You are the one. With a delicate yet fierce cry, Yun Xiaoning shut her eyes and, with all her might, thrust the blade forward without hesitation. The moment she did, a visceral sensation of cutting surged through her hand, an experience utterly unattainable in the sterile environment of a school laboratory, akin to the feeling of slicing through flesh. Dark crimson blood erupted from the wound like a broken dam, yet upon meeting the barrier of air, it was abruptly halted, slowly trickling down. However, the infected being merely let out a pained howl and began to thrash violently against the air wall. Not dead. Upon opening her eyes, Yun Xiaoning realized her aim had gone awry, having only struck the shoulder. This minor injury was utterly inconsequential to an infected. TSK, Yun Xiaoning, how inept you are! In the moment of her failure, the mocking laughter of Jiang Li echoed in her ears. I'm not inept. I am not inept. With a petulant turn, Yun Xiaoning shot Jiang Li a defiant glare and, with newfound determination, swung the long blade down forcefully. Jiang Li noticed that, at this moment, Yun Xiaoning's eyes seemed to be veiled with a dense network of blood vessels. Chapter 47. It's all your fault. Do not mock me in such a manner. It is utterly vexing. Truly, it is infuriating. Yet, it is not merely the ridicule that troubles me. Yun Xiaoning whirled around abruptly, her gaze fierce and piercing, fixated upon the infected being that had subjected her to the derision of Jiang Li. In that instant, as the obsidian blade pierced through flesh, it felt as though all her pent-up fury and grievances had finally found a channel to be unleashed. It is you. It is all of you, is it not? So effortlessly, you have obliterated everything. The life I once yearned for, the new future I envisioned, has been forever shrouded in an inescapable gloom because of you. The dark blade gradually slid down the body, severing flesh with a swiftness akin to slicing through dough. The young girl gripped the hilt tightly, determined to continue her descent with the blade. The infected creature, on which her wrath was directed, writhed in futile desperation, emitting a series of meaningless wails. Yet, ensnared within the confines of the air wall's recess, its struggles proved utterly pointless. Now, it was merely a slab of meat awaiting its fate. D, 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 D. The red in the girl's eyes intensified, her spirit taut to its breaking point. A flame of hatred ignited within her, poised to blaze uncontrollably. What have I done to deserve this treatment? I lay in a hospital bed for a decade, tormented for 10 long years, and at last I have perished. Why, after being reborn, must I continue to suffer in this wretched apocalypse? The world has bullied me. You have bullied me. And even the ally I clung to for dear life turned out to be a vile, sickly figure, reveling in tormenting me daily. How detestable! How infuriating! How deserving of death! With a sharp crack, something was cleaved in two. No longer struggling, it succumbed to a lifeless twitching, leaving behind only a pool of viscous, dark red liquid that mingled with a foul stench of decay, slowly gathering in a corner of the air wall. The girl, now silent and brooding, had no intention of halting her actions. The long knife in her grasp bestowed upon her a rare sensation of control over herself and her freedom. In that fleeting moment, having endured 3 days of terror and tension, she became utterly enraptured by this newfound feeling. Thus, even after fulfilling her master's command, she continued laboriously to lift the long knife. With each thrust and withdrawal, the body soon bore multiple deep gashes. It was not until the petite girl, exhausted, finally collapsed onto the ground, still clutching the long knife. Her small hands were reddened, and her delicate feet, swathed in white stockings, betrayed a hint of rosy hue from prolonged contact with the bare ground. However, after merely a fleeting moment of respite, the girl, with her back turned to her master, swiftly concealed all traces of her gloom, silently wiping away the tears clinging to the corners of her eyes. She then reemerged with a visage brimming with joy and excitement, a smile identical to the one she had worn moments ago upon her advancement. Indeed, she felt anger, frustration, and injustice. Yet she could not allow Jiang Li to witness any of it. She dared not let her see. The floodgates of her emotions had now closed. The soft, plump creature must revert to her endearing, squishable self. Master, I succeeded. I did it. She turned her head, puffing out her chest with a hint of pride, as if awaiting her masteress praise. Her 2 adorable braided pigtails swung behind her, momentarily catching a trace of blood in their wake. You are quite remarkable, Yun Xiaoning, Jiang Li said, her eyes narrowing in a smile. She was fully aware of what had just transpired with Yun Xiaoning, having witnessed it all. The girl was merely venting. After bottling up her grievances for 2 or 3 days, she needed an outlet. Moreover, Jiang Li was well aware that the majority of Yun Xiaoning's burdens were a consequence of her own actions. Yet, this little one never dared to voice a single complaint to her. Even after releasing her pent-up emotions, she hastily returned to her cheerful demeanor, looking back at Jiang Li with a bright smile. How obedient she was, her endurance rivaling that of a rabbit. Truly, she was utterly charming, whether in moments of anger, tears, grievance, tension, fear, or release, each expression only deepening Jiang Li's infatuation, rendering her unforgettable. Yun Xiaoning was becoming increasingly adorable, and Jiang Li felt an overwhelming desire to hold her tightly, never to part again. Such a delightful little creature deserved to be cherished wholeheartedly. It would be an affront to her own good fortune otherwise. With a beaming smile, Jiang Li stepped forward, grasping the machete that Yun Xiaoning offered. Once I've cleared them out, shall we return home? Of course, master, Yun Xiaoning nodded, watching as Jiang Li swiftly brandished the long knife and plunged into the horde of monsters. She exhibited no hesitation in her actions. Within moments, Jiang Li had carved her way to the staircase, single-handedly blocking the entrance and dispatching the infected with fervor. Yun Xiaoning pouted, casting a glance at Jiang Li's retreating figure before seizing the opportunity to open her system. Due to her overexertion with the machete, she still trembled slightly, her hands unsteady. Furthermore, after eliminating the infected creature, she realized that the buff provided by the machete was still at a mere 0. This indicated that for the passive effect to truly take hold, an immense number of infected would need to be vanquished after all. It was a noble percentage increase, and one could not expect results without considerable effort. This task, naturally, would fall to Jiangli. As for herself, Yun Xiaoning directly opened the system service shop. Having personally eliminated an infected being, she had thus completed the task assigned by the system yesterday. Now, her inventory boasted a total of 170 tokens. Without hesitation, Yun Xiaoning opted to spend 120 tokens to upgrade the token exchange service by 1 level. Token exchange service. The host's exclusive support will grant additional token rewards upon defeating infected beings. Token acquisition rewards have been enhanced. Level 2. To further increase the service level, 480 tokens are required. Status. Activated, considering that Jiang Li might eliminate numerous infected beings to enhance the passive effect of the Miao Dao Dawn. It was evident that substantial token rewards would ensue. Thus, Yun Xiaoning chose to upgrade this service, believing it prudent to establish a solid economic foundation, as financial resources would afford her greater freedom in future decisions. Furthermore, she needed to quickly elevate the various levels of her services, as establishing a strong groundwork was undeniably paramount, a key to her rapid advancement. While upgrading the token service, Yun Xiaoning simultaneously fulfilled the final requirement for enhancing the service, earning an additional 300 tokens. This brought her total to 350 tokens. Now, she needed to deliberate on how to allocate the remaining tokens. Ding! Due to the host's successful defeat of an infected being, certain activation restrictions of system services have been lifted. Please check. Oh, new services available for unlocking? Yun Xiaoning blinked and scrolled down the menu bar. The conditions for unlocking the new batch of system services all required to kill an infected being and submit 50 tokens. They appeared not particularly powerful, with most focusing on resource-related effects, such as purchasing discounts. However, Yun Xiaoning had no intention of making any purchases at the resource shop for the time being, as it was not particularly useful. It wasn't until she reached the very end of the list that a commendable system service caught her eye. Ability Insight Service. The host can actively probe the ability effects of all targets within a 50-meter radius, acquiring information on their current ability level and all skills obtainable at the next level. Level 0. Unlocking conditions. 50 tokens. Kill an infected being. Status. Not activated. This was impressive. It was significantly more potent than the preceding, less useful options. And the cost was merely 50 tokens, not a hefty sum. Jiangli could easily earn that by battling monsters for a few hours. Most importantly, this was an exceptionally rare PvP-related function, a direct counter to ability users. What Yun Xiaoning lacked was precisely this type of capability. Her circle could only fend off infected beings, but not humans. Therefore, acquiring this ability insight would substantially mitigate risks when interacting with others in the future. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Xiaoning promptly unlocked this service. Suddenly, she directly applied the effect of surveillance upon herself. Ability, Absolute Boundary, Rarity of Ability, SSR, Super Rare. Level of Ability, 2. Derived Skills, Skill 1, Cancel Underlining. You can now manually erase unnecessary boundary lines. Next level will unlock soon. Skill 2, Boundary Line Denial, Prohibition of Passage. Select and mark a target that could originally traverse the boundary line, rendering this target and most actions triggered by it unable to cross the boundary line for the next 24 hours. Prohibition of Passage? As she meticulously read through this comprehensible string of text, Yun Xiaoning's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, and she furtively lifted her gaze to observe Jiang Li, who had already infiltrated the corridor. After 3 long days of gloom, the young girl finally revealed a genuine smile, a rare sight that emanated from her heart. Chapter 48. I absolutely refuse to become like a Yandere. Does this imply that once my abilities reach level 3, I can confine someone's access to the periphery? For instance, restricting Jiang Li, keeping her locked outside. You thought you could bully me, but now you cannot enter, can you? No, that won't do. Yun Xiaoning rose to her feet and slowly approached the edge of the railing. It would be far too perilous to leave her alone outside. What if she grew furious and chose to leave? What if she encountered a more formidable infected being intent on her demise? No, no, no. I merely harbored a fleeting desire for vengeance, yet I did not genuinely intend to place Zhongli in peril. It would be far better to keep her inside. Perhaps I could delineate a concentric circle within the safe zone as a punishment, imprisoning Zhongli within. Let her experience the sensation of being tightly controlled, of having her every action dictated. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. Truly delightful. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yun Xiaoning could scarcely suppress a smile. Now, how many tokens would it take to upgrade my abilities one level? Manipulating the system interface, she located the pertinent option. Transitioning from level 0 to level 1 required 50 tokens. From level 1 to level 2, 200. And from level 2 to level 3, a staggering 800? 800 tokens. Such a considerable sum. Yet, it seemed reasonable, for the experience required for upgrades inevitably escalates. Presently, she possessed only 300 tokens, which was entirely insufficient thus. She would have to await the system's release of new tasks or hope that Zhongli would swiftly dispatch more infected beings. With this in mind, Yun Xiaoning craned her neck to peer downstairs. At that moment, Zhongli, the harbinger of death, wielded her long blade, slaughtering her way through the corridor, driving the infected out into the bustling street. Amidst a veritable sea of corpses, she moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, slicing and dicing the zombies with the ease of cutting tofu. Hurry, Zhongli. Slay them quickly. The more you kill, the more tokens I can acquire, thus enabling me to elevate my powers to level 3 more swiftly. With an earnest anticipation for the future, a twisted fervor emerged in Yun Xiaoning's eyes, one that even she found hard to believe. This way I can retaliate. I must exact a severe punishment upon her. A punishment so harsh. Punishment, Puni? The young girl blinked, and the chaotic fervor in her gaze dissipated in an instant, swiftly reverting to her original clarity. She lowered her head and took 2 steps back, vexedly tapping her little head. What is wrong with me? What have I been thinking? Why must I harbor such hatred towards her? Punishment, revenge, confinement, if I were to enact such deeds, how would I differ from that foolish Yandere? Zhongli? Have I been infected by her? I absolutely refuse to be tainted. With a soft thud, Yun Xiaoning sank to the ground, rubbing her face in exasperation. The gelatinous, silken texture indeed possesses a certain allure that can captivate one's senses. Simultaneously, the slight chill emanating from the jelly serves to temper the young girl's emotional turmoil. The cycle of mutual retaliation appears unending. Today, it is my turn to strike. Tomorrow, she may very well retaliate. This is not the relationship that Yun Xiaoning wishes to maintain with Zhongli. Such dynamics will only serve to deepen the rift between them, rendering their future even more bleak. Therefore, this cannot be the way forward. Zhongli is the ally I have chosen. She might survive without me, but I cannot thrive without her. Moreover, my very life was saved by her. Without her intervention, I would likely have perished long ago. I certainly cannot treat Zhongli unjustly. She is a complex individual, whereas I am not. Ultimately, my desires are remarkably straightforward. I wish to call her mistress and heed her commands, no matter how trivial. As long as she treats me with kindness and normalcy, that is sufficient. There is no need for daily torment. My standards are quite low. Merely surviving is enough for me. Thus, what I truly seek is not revenge or punishment, but rather a semblance of agency, a means to counteract the oppressive control Zhongli imposes upon me. Yes, upon acquiring new skills, my aim is not to exact vengeance, but to establish a counterbalance. Although the actions may appear similar, their implications are vastly different. Even a distressed kitten can huff at its owner. I am a human being, and I must not be less than a mere cat. Therefore, if I can counter her, that would suffice. It is essential to restore our distorted relationship to a semblance of normalcy and to temper this troublesome, obsessive Zhongli. At the very least, she must be guided away from her pathological tendencies. Pouting, Yun Xiaoning rose once more and approached the railing to gaze down at Zhongli, armed with a scythe and a dagger. Dispatching these ordinary infected individuals was as effortless as eating and drinking. In less than 10 minutes, all the infected, save for the first little corpse, lay on the ground, either lifeless or convulsing. The speed of the slaughter was remarkable. Furrowing her brow, Yun Xiaoning opened the system interface to review the spoils accrued after Zhongli vanquished this wave of infected. The number of tokens had risen to 315, a swift increase. And she had also garnered a significant amount of experience. However, as she had yet to upgrade her experience stealing service, the efficiency of experience acquisition remained quite low. Glancing at Zhongli's panel, she noted that this individual had already ascended to level 15, adding a point to her strength attribute. Furthermore, she was multitasking, selecting her next weapon to unlock amidst the battle. Skill 3. Temporary skill. The new weapon longbow has entered the unlocking process. One can visualize the weapon's appearance in the mind, and by submitting the crystals of 4 elite infected, one can successfully unlock it. A longbow. Has she opted for a ranged weapon? It seems she has devised quite a commendable plan for the weapon she intends to unlock next. The scythe may possess the ability to strike from afar, yet it cannot endure for extended periods. Conversely, the spear can last longer but lacks the scythe's long-range control. Thus, for her third weapon, she has chosen a longbow, one that focuses on distant targets. The trio of weapons complements each other's deficiencies, rendering Zhongli's combat more rational and efficient, a remarkably astute choice. Thanks to the service of insight, Yun Xiaoning can even foresee the unique effects of Zhongli's third weapon, the bone-piercing longbow, before Zhongli herself does. Next level unlocking soon. Skill 3. Bone-piercing longbow. Summon a black longbow that inflicts additional damage on all apocalypse creatures except the infected. The longbow requires no arrows. It automatically draws mental energy as ammunition while drawn, lasting for 45 minutes with a cooldown of 45 minutes. Could it be that, once Zhongli unlocks this weapon, she will no longer need to fear the shadowy creatures that emerge at night? How comprehensive, in addition to compensating for the shortcomings of her first 2 weapons. It also grants her formidable combat prowess during the night. Remarkable indeed. But does this imply that she will have to venture out at night to slay monsters? That would surely be exhausting. Yun Xiaoning scratched her head and continued to scroll down. Upon reaching the end of Zhongli's panel, she was suddenly taken aback by the last line of text. Current exclusive thigh affection level. 72 fondness. Chapter 49. She said she wanted to watch me bathe. My affection level surged again. When did this happen? It has astonishingly exceeded the threshold of 70, and her attitude has shifted from trust to affection. Just yesterday, it fluctuated in the 60s, teetering in an unstable state. How has it suddenly reached 72? I haven't done anything noteworthy this morning. Could it have just risen? It's perplexing. Did I inadvertently perform any actions that significantly boosted Zhongli's affection? I cannot fathom it. Moreover, what does this affection truly signify? Yun Xiaoning gazed at the small text, as if a troubling thought crossed her mind, causing beads of perspiration to form on her forehead. Oh no, has a Yandere developed feelings for me? This person likely has no understanding of how to genuinely like or love someone. Does she? Her entire demeanor exudes that twisted Yandere essence. Just as she hesitated, Zhongli gracefully floated up from downstairs, wielding her enormous scythe in a manner reminiscent of flying with a sword. Naturally, Yun Xiaoning's gaze shifted away from the system page to Zhongli's presence. Master, Yun Xiaoning, everything is taken care of here. After eliminating these infected individuals, the passive effect of Dawn has nearly stacked to 0. 1. The efficiency is quite commendable. After all, it is a percentage enhancement. If stacking the values were as simple as it seems, it would be excessively powerful. The moment Zhongli sheathed her long blade, Yun Xiaoning caught a glimpse of a special count at the bottom of the hilt. 77. She has slain so many in one breath. Yet, Zhongli appeared utterly unfazed, exuding a calmness that belied her recent vigorous exertions. Such physical prowess is astonishing, indeed worthy of an S rating. However, Zhongli's extraordinary constitution does not seem beneficial for me. Yun Xiaoning found herself lost in thought, contemplating Zhongli's affection level that had reached a point of genuine liking. She sensed that the moment Zhongli would channel her formidable constitution onto herself was fast approaching. Zhongli seemed almost tireless, while she on the other hand, could barely catch her breath, even while wielding a blade. This disparity in physical capabilities would likely leave her utterly exhausted in just a few hours. Alas, how terrifying. This is untenable. It could lead to my demise. Such endurance is decidedly not advantageous. Is there any way to quickly acquire more tokens to purchase skill 3? That would alleviate the fear of Jiang Li's uncontrollable advances. Shaking her head vigorously, she then noticed Jiang Li extending her hand towards her. What am I thinking? We should return home now. Yun Xiaoning stepped back, feeling the intensity in Jiang Li's gaze had escalated, imbued with an almost fearsome fervor. Moreover, why does she keep scanning me up and down as if she were about to devour me? It is quite embarrassing to be seen like this. Surely, she must have some plans for herself by now, considering her feelings have progressed from mere fondness to genuine affection. Oh dear, the more I think about it, the more anxious I become. Just now, having received such bountiful rewards, Jiang Li's mood has brightened considerably, observing the girl before her. With her head bowed and her soft, delicate demeanor only makes her grow fonder. In the end, she could not resist and floated over, swiftly lifting Yun Xiaoning by her armpits, raising her entirely into the air. Today, Xiaoning is indeed a great contributor. A great contributor deserves a proper reward. Xiaoning? Why has the address changed so suddenly? Yun Xiaoning felt her body stiffen, immobilized in Jiang Li's embrace. As she buried her nose in the snow-white hair and audaciously inhaled deeply. Oh my, what kind of reward is this? You are clearly indulging yourself. Stop it. Stop it. I am not your pet, let alone your cat. This is too much, too much. Instinctively, Yun Xiaoning attempted to push Jiang Li away. Yet her small hands lacked strength, easily captured and pinned behind her. Oh dear, master, please, spare me. I feel as though my very soul is being drawn away. As she feebly struggled, the fragrant air around her was swiftly replaced by the rushing wind. Although her eyes were tightly shut, Yun Xiaoning realized that Jiang Li was controlling the scythe, propelling them into the sky at breakneck speed. Sometimes, one must marvel at the convenience of this great scythe. Whether as a weapon or a mode of transportation, it is unparalleled. In just a few minutes, Jiang Li brought Yun Xiaoning back to her quaint little villa. Unfortunately, I have yet to collect a generator or anything of the sort. We have no electrical appliances to use. In this sweltering summer heat, not only is the air conditioning out of commission, but even the fan cannot be turned on. Complaining to herself, Jiang Li tugged at Yun Xiaoning's small hand, pushing open the door. Thus, I plan to venture out again this afternoon to a slightly farther location to see if I can find a generator and gather some more fuel. We also need to fetch more water. Xiaoning, you must stay here obediently. You're not to go anywhere, understand? Oh, why must you leave me behind this time, master? It's scorching outside this afternoon. Hot enough to make one sizzle. I certainly don't want my little cake to spoil. The way you describe it feels so vivid. Oh, I see. Yesterday, Jiang Li was sunbathing on the roof all afternoon without returning indoors, so it's no wonder she can describe it so realistically. Serves you right for scheming against me. How deserving. Yun Xiaoning stifled a giggle, blinking her eyes as Jiang Li continued to pull her along, not knowing where they were headed. With a thud, Yun Xiaoning finally found herself following Jiang Li into the bathroom. Now, shall we remove your clothes, Xiaoning? Huh? Sigh. Why the sudden insistence on disrobing? Is it that Jiang Li, with her fiery spirit, can no longer contain herself? Please, no. I am utterly unprepared for this. Why do you tremble with fear? Aye. It's not that. At least, could we not do this in the bathroom, master? What are you thinking? I shall use wet wipes to cleanse your body. You haven't bathed in 3 days, and the scent of blood clings to you. The fragrance you once had has faded. So that is the issue. Yun Xiaoning froze in realization. Indeed, with the water and electricity cut off, they had yet to take a proper bath to conserve resources. Although Jiang Li had gathered some water for a cold wash, falling ill would pose a significant problem. Yet, there was an inkling that Jiang Li's intentions to cleanse her had ulterior motives. Yun Xiaoning shook her head vigorously, retreating and breaking free from Jiang Li's grasp. She felt as if Jiang Li's gaze was now filled with something less than pure. However, if it were merely a matter of bathing, Yun Xiaoning had her own means. Seizing the moment before Jiang Li could lunge again, she revealed a long-hidden high-tech water purification device and portable power source from her backpack. "What is this, Yun Xiaoning?" Zhongli inquired. "Didn't I mention I could produce supplies?" "These two. One is a super portable power source, and the other is an advanced water purifier. With these, we can enjoy a hot shower without worrying about wasting water. I can manage on my own, so there is no need for you to assist me, Master. Moreover, you need not seek out a generator. This little power source is quite impressive." Yun Xiaoning noticed Jiang Li's brow furrow in sudden confusion as she snatched the device from her hands. "Do you think I would believe this?" "Whether you believe it or not, you'll know once you try it, Master." "Very well, you shall wash now, and I will observe." Hesitating for but a second, Yun Xiaoning suddenly felt a gust of cool air beneath her skirt. Jiang Li had unhesitatingly approached and lifted her dress, exposing her bare body to the air. Chapter 50. I am not your blessing, no wait. Being watched while bathing is utterly humiliating. How could I ever agree to such a thing? Absolutely not. This time, I shall resist to the end. Faced with the smiling approach of Jiang Li, Yun Xiaoning defiantly pouted her lips. After a brief interlude of several minutes. "That's right. Now you're being obedient." "Boo-hoo." The young girl's face was flushed from the warmth of the water. At that moment, she tightly closed her eyes, submerging half her face in the bath, her small mouth continuously blowing bubbles. Glub, glub, glub amidst the steamy vapor. Yun Xiaoning felt as though she had truly transformed into a doll, subject to the whims of a mischievous giant child. "Relax, I'm not an infected one. I want to eat you. Why are you so tense? Really want to eat me? Then what is your hand doing?" Yun Xiaoning cast a resentful glance at the water surface before quickly raising her gaze to glare at Jiang Li. Why are you glaring at me like that? I'm merely assisting you in cleansing those areas you cannot reach or clean properly. Is there a problem?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes, yet her hands showed no inclination to cease their movements. "I can reach those places. I can." Yun Xiaoning protested in exasperation. Watching Jiang Li speak nonsense with her eyes wide open left her utterly speechless. Suddenly, a sharp pang akin to punishment struck her, causing her to cry out in pain. "Ouch! Why does it have to pinch as well? This is a bit excessive. It hurts." The young girl was infuriated. Just as she attempted to struggle, Jiang Li forcefully pressed her back down, even maliciously twisting her slightly. "Eek! Mommy, this wicked woman is twisting me." Yun Xiaoning shouted in alarm, fiercely swatting Jiang Li's hand away and curling her body tightly, resembling a frightened little bird. "Oomph! Let us see if you dare to misbehave again." Jiang Li's hand turned red from the slap, yet she remained unfazed, looking at the trembling little figure in the bathtub with a thoroughly delighted smile. "It seems I will have much fortune to enjoy in the future. I am not your blessing." However, her protests fell on deaf ears. Like a kitten forcibly adored by its owner, Yun Xiaoning soon succumbed to exhaustion from the teasing, allowing her limbs to float on the water-s surface as she shut her eyes, surrendering to her master's whims. Fortunately, Jiang Li did not go too far. She seemed to adhere to the principle that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, and, after eliminating Yun Xiaoning's resistance, she merely quenched her thirst for mischief before cheerfully departing the bathroom. As the bathroom door slowly closed, Yun Xiaoning suddenly opened her eyes wide. With a soft thud, she flipped over and sat up once more, as if regaining a semblance of spirit. The absence of Jiang Li's worries rendered the entire bathroom enveloped in an instant tranquility. The warm steam wafted about, and the inviting, bubbling waters of the pool filled Yun Xiaoning's heart with an indescribable sense of comfort. The gentle bubbling continued, and the girl squinted her eyes, soon becoming immersed in this cocoon of warmth. Yet, during this brief moment of serene respite, her thoughts wandered uncontrollably, flitting from one idea to another. Yun Xiaoning found it impossible to fully concentrate, let alone clear her mind or body of all burdens. This was a consequence of having lain bedridden for a decade in her past life. She could not venture out to play, nor did she have friends to converse with. So in the silence and solitude of her existence, she resorted to filling her empty mind with countless unrealistic and illogical fantasies. This habit of daydreaming had taken root within her, much like at this very moment. Her gaze had fixed upon a singular point. Her body remained motionless, her rosy cheeks enveloped and teased by the rising steam. Only her steady breaths and the occasional flutter of her lovely eyelashes bore witness to her continued existence. She pondered many thoughts, reflecting on numerous matters for what felt like an eternity, from the sorrow of her loved ones at the time of her previous demise to the experiences she had encountered since her rebirth. The apocalypse had devoured all the beauty she once anticipated. Though she awakened to newfound abilities, she still had to confront the specter of death. Having aligned herself with a powerful ally, she was oblivious to the fact that this individual harbored a darkly possessive nature, preoccupied with controlling and tormenting her. Even her disposition seemed to have softened in tandem with her delicate form, rendering her more timid than ever. She felt as if she could pinch herself into a state of resilience. How infuriating! How utterly vexing! It felt as though an invisible shroud of tragedy perpetually loomed over her, suffocating her with its weight, leaving her breathless. This realization gradually ignited a spark of anger within her. She lamented silently, crying out in her heart, yet at that moment, no one would respond. Not even the fool whose affections had deepened to a point of affection could hear her silent pleas, until two unwilling tears plopped into the water below, until the girl clenched her fists tightly, pouting in silent resolve, until the water grew increasingly cool, until a sudden sneeze signaled the dissipating warmth around her. She finally acknowledged that she had been lost in thought within the bath for far too long. How cold it had become, escaping the now frigid waters. The girl timidly wrapped herself in a towel, curling her form as she shakily made her way out. Xiaoning, why did you take so long? The water must be cold by now. Outside the door, Zhongli was clutching the advanced power supply, attempting to connect it to the household electrical system. This was indeed a task that baffled her. Although she no longer needed to venture out for a generator in the afternoon, this endeavor would keep her occupied for quite some time. Achoo! Master! Master! I have finished washing. You should go wash now. I will be there shortly. You can head upstairs to rest for a while after you finish. I have prepared some sleepwear for you. All right, the girl nodded obediently, akin to a tamed puppy, and stumbled her way upstairs. Achoo! 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 As the sound faded with the closing of the door, Zhongli immediately ceased her actions. She glanced towards the direction where Yun Xiaoning had ascended and abruptly grabbed the nearby water purification device, dashing back to the bathroom. Could this contraption truly purify water to a drinkable standard? Despite her lingering doubts, Zhongli could hardly contain her excitement as she scooped several cups of Yun Xiaoning's fresh bathwater with a cup she had carelessly grabbed, pouring it into the purification device. Soon, the small apparatus emitted a peculiar humming sound. To her astonishment, a stream of crystal-clear water began to flow gently from the opening beneath the device. Zhongli was astounded, but she quickly regained her composure, filling a cup with the purified Yun Xiaoning's bathwater. Chapter 51. You truly are my blessing. The entrance exudes a sensation akin to ordinary purified water, yet there seems to be a subtle hint of sweetness. Upon further reflection, it appears one can also savor the delicate fragrance reminiscent of the light, airy white silk cake that belongs distinctly to Yun Xiaoning. It is as though one has directly savored the cake itself. This water is indeed delightful, refreshing, and quite palatable. A robust recommendation. After a sip of this sweet elixir, it feels as though the burdens of an entire day have been completely washed away. However, Zhongli ultimately gazed at the empty cup in her hand with a face full of skepticism. Although the mechanics behind Yun Xiaoning's ability to produce such extraordinary supplies remain shrouded in mystery, the blatantly unscientific nature of these super resources, which defy the understanding of this world, can only lead one to consider that they are indeed manifestations of Yun Xiaoning's powers. After all, her abilities are fraught with enigmas and intrigue. Nevertheless, Zhongli reassured herself that she would eventually train Yun Xiaoning to the point where she would willingly divulge everything. Thus, there was no urgency in uncovering the truth. For now, patience was key. After dedicating some time to meticulously managing Yun Xiaoning's bathing water, Zhongli leisurely returned to the restroom, employing a damp towel to cleanse her body, which still bore traces of blood. Subsequently, after an afternoon of troubleshooting, She successfully resolved the electrical issues in her home, illuminating the premises with a piece of advanced technology. However, dusk had begun to settle in. Zhongli glanced out the window to confirm the time, and then made her way to the kitchen. It was nearly time to prepare for the delightful indulgence that awaited her that evening. Indeed, after assisting Yun Xiaoning with her bath, Zhongli felt an insatiable urge rising within her. The more she beheld Yun Xiaoning, the more endearing she appeared, becoming increasingly addictive. The more she playfully teased her, the more irresistible she became. That plump, fair little face seemed to perpetually beckon her towards delightful mischief. It was unbearable. Thus, Zhongli resolved to thoroughly test Yun Xiaoning that night, probing the depths of her character. Even if she resisted fiercely, Zhongli would compel her to yield. With this thought, a villainous grin crept onto Zhongli's lips once more. She swiftly set about preparing a sumptuous pineapple feast for Yun Xiaoning, mirroring the lavish dinner that Yun Xiaoning had prepared for her the previous night. She must ensure that Yun Xiaoning consumes a hearty portion to elevate the experience to its zenith. Even if she hesitated to eat, Zhongli would insistently coax her, piece by piece, until her stomach was filled. Having swiftly completed her preparations, Zhongli clapped her hands and ascended the stairs with purpose. It was now time for Yun Xiaoning, this delightful little cake, to face her destiny and obediently ascend to Zhongli's dining table. Moreover, had the little one fallen asleep? After bathing, she had retreated into the bedroom and had not re-emerged. Was she intentionally avoiding Zhongli? That simply wouldn't do. Zhongli raised an eyebrow, pushed open the bedroom door, and called out, "Yun Xiaoning, it is time to rise and dine." The bulge beneath the quilt indicates her gentle presence, lying there obediently. Her once silken white hair has dried completely, and in the last rays of twilight, it glimmers with a delicate golden hue. Yun Xiaoning, awaken, do not slumber any longer. I have prepared your favorite pineapple. You dare not refuse it. Beware, or I shall transform you into a premier infected crystal. Even in the face of such a playful threat, that frail little body remains unresponsive. What could be the matter? This is rather peculiar. Zhongli furrowed her brow and stepped into the room. The space, once saturated with her scent, has now been overtaken by the sweet aroma of milk that clings to Yun Xiaoning after a night's rest, becoming the dominant fragrance in the air. As she approached closer, Zhongli finally discerned a faint, rapid panting sound. Yun Xiaoning? Her heart plummeted with a sudden sense of foreboding. She swiftly knelt beside the bed and turned Yun Xiaoning over. Xiaoning? The once fair and plump visage was now alarmingly flushed, reminiscent of one intoxicated. Amidst the girl's hurried breaths, Zhongli felt waves of feverish heat emanating from her. Her heart tightened as she pressed the back of her hand against Yun Xiaoning's forehead. It was scorching, exceedingly hot. She was burning with fever, and quite severely at that. It felt as if it were nearing 40 degrees. Zhongli's eyes widened, her expression turning bewildered. The roots of the girl's snow-white hair were drenched in sweat, clinging together in damp strands, suggesting she had been lying in this state for quite some time. What is happening? Why is she feverish? With each of Yun Xiaoning's unconscious, rapid, and feeble breaths, Zhongli's heart mirrored her unease, tightening and constricting further. Is she infected? No, that cannot be. She had not noticed any wounds while bathing. Could it be due to the water? That seems even less likely, as unclean water related to infections could not penetrate Yun Xiaoning's protective aura. The blood of the infected and the rain from the first day are cases in point. They would be blocked. Furthermore, if she were infected, lying here for an afternoon should have led to her mutation by now. Thus, it cannot be an issue of infection. But what then could it be? Zhongli repeatedly touched Yun Xiaoning's forehead, comparing it incessantly with her own. Her expression revealed an unusual and disconcerting sense of panic. Upon discovering that Yun Xiaoning was unwell, her mind momentarily blanked, leaving her incapable of coherent thought. It was truly distressing. If it were not an infection, then it must have been a chill from bathing during the day. That seemed the only plausible explanation. Yet, was Yun Xiaoning's constitution truly so fragile? How could she succumb to fever so swiftly? Alas, in this apocalyptic landscape, medical resources were virtually non-existent. Even a minor ailment could prove fatal. especially for someone as delicate as Yun Xiaoning. Jiangli furrowed her brow and took a few steps back. The delightful little cake she had just acquired, which she could have played with at her leisure, was now in jeopardy of being lost. No, this simply could not be allowed to happen. Setting aside the reasons for Yun Xiaoning's fever, the immediate priority was to bring down her temperature. Jiangli quickly discarded the chaotic thoughts cluttering her mind and rushed downstairs. She needed to find medicine. Any kind of medication would suffice, antipyretics, cold remedies, anything at all. However, this small villa undoubtedly lacked any such supplies. It had been uninhabited for years and lacked any form of stock medication. How could she have forgotten this? Jiangli stamped her foot in frustration. In this world, aside from food and water, various medications were indeed the most sought-after commodities. 3 days had passed, and while she had gathered an array of supplies, she had utterly neglected to procure any medicine. And of all times, it was at this moment that Yun Xiaoning had fallen ill. What a stroke of misfortune. But since there were no medicines at home, she had no choice but to venture out. Hastily donning her clothes, Jiangli dashed to the villa's entrance. Yet, the moment she pushed open the door, she was met with a multitude of shadowy creatures congregating outside, all eagerly brandishing their claws, as if anticipating a delectable feast to descend upon them. In the distance, the sun had just dipped below the horizon, and the world had yet to be fully enveloped in darkness. Yet why did it seem as if the shadows were drawing nearer? Chapter 52, Please, Hold Me Tight. A long knife, glimmering with a dark light, sliced through the air with ferocity, yet the obsidian blade left no mark upon the shadowy monstrosity. Once again, the sensation of being unable to strike true gripped her. It seemed these creatures were impervious to conventional means of destruction. Jiangli retracted her blade and retreated a couple of steps. Neither the radiant moonlight nor the break of dawn could inflict even the slightest harm upon them. It appeared that escaping was nigh impossible now. The shadowy beings had multiplied, likely drawn to this villa since the first night. Each evening, they returned to haunt her. What a nuisance! Anxiety surged within her. Jiang Li's expression darkened considerably. This was the first time the apocalypse had bestowed upon her the gift of helplessness. She loathed this feeling of losing control. If she could not break free to find medicine, the fragile Yun Xiaoning would soon be unable to endure. The little one could catch a cold just from a bath. Who knew whether such a high fever could threaten her life? Confronted by these monsters, Jiangli clenched her fists tightly, as if a precious treasure was silently slipping away from her grasp. About to escape, but how could she allow that to happen so easily? Yun Xiaoning, you belong to me. Only with my consent may you perish. And right now, I do not consent. With gritted teeth, Jiangli slammed the villa door shut. She could no longer afford to waste time with these indestructible fiends. Yun Xiaoning was in grave danger. She was still waiting for her. Moreover, she owed herself a sumptuous feast yet to be savored. She must rescue her. However, since acquiring medicine was not feasible at present, a different approach was necessary. Physical cooling. Jiangli swiftly prepared cold water and several towels, carrying a large basin as she anxiously ascended to the second floor. In the bedroom, Yun Xiaoning remained in her previous position, gasping in distress. Yet, she seemed to be losing strength, her breathing, and even the slight parting of her lips growing increasingly feeble. In the dim light, the disheveled girl with snow-white hair unveiled a poignant, desperate beauty that tugged at the heartstrings. Upon turning on the light, Jiangli placed the basin on the floor. Yun Xiaoning, can't you produce some supplies? Generate some fever-reducing medicine. There was no response. It appeared she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Jiangli settled at the bedside, softly calling the girl's name while preparing the towels, dampening them, wringing them out, and finally folding them into squares. As the cool, refreshing towel was laid upon the girl's forehead, the frail figure seemed to flinch, startled. Wow, I'm so scared. The pale lips parted unconsciously, a hoarse and weakened voice that pierced the heart with sorrow. Ha, I'm so scared. The petite figure trembled uncontrollably, resembling a frail kitten that had endured relentless torment, now seemingly devoid of life. Jiangli gazed upon the scene, her mouth parched and words failing her. With a heavy sigh, she continued to apply a cold compress to Yun Xiaoning, striving to alleviate her fever. It was hard to believe that just last night, she had been devising ways to frighten Yun Xiaoning, to instill a sense of dread and a deep-rooted dependence on her. Yet today, she found herself compelled to nurture and care for this little being instead. "You troublesome creature," she thought. "Your illness comes at the most inconvenient time, thwarting my plans while simultaneously demanding my utmost effort to save you." Despite her inner turmoil, Jiang Li's body remained dutiful. She rotated through 3 towels, the sound of water splashing incessantly in her ears. However, it wasn't long before the cold water in the basin lost its chill, warmed by Yun Xiaoning's rising temperature, necessitating yet another change. The bedroom was dimly lit, but it sufficed for Jiang Li to discern Yun Xiaoning's condition amidst the darkness. She appeared to be slightly improved. The physical cooling had evidently borne some fruit. Jiang Li pressed her lips together, placing the final towel atop the girl's head, preparing to change the water. Just as she turned to leave the bed, a soft plea echoed from behind her. Don't go, please, don't leave." Was she truly in a stupor? Jiang Li turned her head, brow furrowed. Yet Yun Xiaoning remained with her eyes tightly shut, her small mouth moving unconsciously as if murmuring in a dream, calling out for something. "I'm so scared, please don't leave. Hold me, oh, hold me," in a display of vulnerability. 2 streams of tears began to trickle down Yun Xiaoning's cheeks, her pitiful demeanor rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to deny her wishes. "Goodness, what is this about holding? I need to cool you down," Jiang Li thought, exasperated. "Please, how troublesome." With no other choice, she relented. "Fine, just for a moment, understand? Just a moment." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, set down the basin, and quickly burrowed into the warm cocoon of blankets that Yun Xiaoning had heated. It was so warm as she tentatively reached out to embrace the little bundle. She was surprised to find that the small figure had already curled up, its bare skin eagerly pressing into Jiang Li's embrace. Like a stray cat that had wandered for half a lifetime, finally finding a place of warmth and happiness. Yun Xiaoning nuzzled against Jiang Li's chin, expressing her gratitude in a unique manner. She clung tightly, her small paws gripping Jiang Li's clothing, her legs wrapping around Jiang Li's waist like an octopus. The initial panic dissipated, and she began to settle down, her breathing gradually returning to a calm rhythm. This left Jiang Li utterly unable to extricate herself to change the water. She could only endure the rising heat, allowing Yun Xiaoning to act as she pleased. The long, endless nights soon passed. When Yun Xiaoning awoke in a daze, she noticed Jiang Li beside her, sleepily dressing herself. Her limbs felt sore and weak, as if every part of her body had rusted from the previous night's slumber. Even lifting her head required immense effort. "Ah, you're awake?" Jiang Li turned her head, shooting a disgruntled glare at Yun Xiaoning. However, Yun Xiaoning paid little mind to the look, instead noticing a large red mark on Jiang Li's neck that resembled a strawberry, as if something had bitten her fiercely. Who could have done that? Was it me? Shaking her head, the little girl mustered her strength to sit up unsteadily. Her mind remained foggy, caught in a half-awake state. "What has happened to me? You had a fever yesterday. Don't you remember?" Jiang Li's tone was rather harsh. Had she angered her again? There was an edge to her demeanor. Perhaps she hadn't slept well. But what did her sleeplessness have to do with Yun Xiaoning? However, a fever? That seemed plausible. Yun Xiaoning recalled sitting on the edge of her bed after a bath, browsing the system store while waiting for her damp, snowy hair to dry completely. Yet, she knew she must have caught a chill. She had indeed become cold. By the afternoon, she had felt a throbbing headache and persistent sneezing, leading her to retreat to bed. So, she had indeed been feverish last night. This was unexpected. Had she known, she would have purchased some medicine from a system. She was uncertain of the severity of her fever, but at present, she felt fine aside from her sluggish thoughts and lethargic body. "You burned with fever all night, but it subsided for now. You needn't accompany me today. Rest at home. You're not to go anywhere, understand?" Jiang Li had finished dressing and, having spoken, was about to head downstairs. "Wait, master, are you leaving again?" Seeing Jiang Li's intent to depart, Yun Xiaoning suddenly became fully alert and hurriedly tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve. "Of course I have to go out. I need to gather more water and continue hunting monsters for dawn." In truth, Jiang Li was solely focused on finding some medicine to aid the little one, whose condition had only slightly improved. She had merely broken the fever. However, she did not wish to voice this concern, as it felt like an oversight on her part. A mistake she was reluctant to acknowledge in front of Yun Xiaoning, yet she needed to rectify it promptly. Please wait. Don't go yet, master. The awkward girl turned around, pulling out a beautiful silver bracelet from beneath her pillow and extending it toward Zhongli. What is this? This is something I found while gathering supplies yesterday. It may not be particularly useful, but it's quite lovely. I want to give it to you, master. Chapter 53. As a flickering candlelight emerged in the dark forest, Zhongli furrowed her brow at the naive smile of the young girl, momentarily questioning whether Yun Xiaoning had perhaps lost her wits. Yet, she hesitated not for a moment as she accepted the silver bracelet that Yun Xiaoning extended towards her. A mere ornament? Indeed, and a matching pair at that, perfectly fitting for the owner's wrist. However, it appeared that the size was not adjustable. My slender wrist made it a tad too tight, so I decided to wear it around my ankle instead. As she spoke, Yun Xiaoning revealed her right leg, along with her adorable little foot from beneath the covers. Indeed, a matching silver bracelet adorned her ankle, and unlike Zhongli's, Yun Xiaoning's was additionally tied with a red thread, showcasing a delicate silver bell that emitted no sound. Zhongli observed closely, realizing why she had felt something pressing against her foot the previous night. It was this. Look, dear owner, we are a pair. With a gleeful display akin to showing off a treasure, the girl lifted her fragrant little foot, her rosy cheeks glowing with a radiant, angelic smile. Beholding Yun Xiaoning's expression and listening to her words, Zhongli's heart inexplicably tightened. It was as if all the toil and fatigue from the previous night had been entirely swept away by this sweet, endearing voice. Yet, if it were merely an ornament, it was not wholly unacceptable. But could it truly be just an ornament? Indeed, if I deceive you, I shall be but a little dog, confined within a cage and subjected to relentless bullying, destined to be bullied for a lifetime. As Zhongli, after a moment of hesitation, slowly adorned the bracelet and contemplatively descended the stairs, the previously oblivious Yun Xiaoning suddenly displayed a mischievous grin of accomplishment. An ornament? No. Far from it. That was a falsehood. This pair of bracelets was one she had meticulously chosen from the system shop after her bath yesterday, perfectly suited as a locator to gift to another. The bell on her ankle was actually an alarm that would ring depending on distance. With these bracelets and the little bell, there would be no more worries of Zhongli deceiving her into stepping outside only to spy from the rooftop. For when the distance between the two bracelets exceeded or diminished to the intervals of 100 meters, 200 meters, 800 meters, and 2,000 meters, the little bell would automatically ring once to alert her. Moreover, it was designed for long-term use, free from concerns about energy supply. Though the operational principles of this little device remained a mystery, it was, after all, a product of system technology. Logic was of little consequence. With this thought, Yun Xiaoning stretched elegantly. She quickly donned the light blue home sleepwear that Zhongli had prepared for her in advance. After a simple wash and clumsily tying her hair into a high ponytail, the little bell on her ankle chimed 4 times in succession. It seemed this time, Zhongli had not deceived her. She indeed ventured out to diligently level up and hunt monsters. Yet, could it be that this individual merely set out for the sake of training? How could she neglect the fact that she had just recovered from a fever? Surely, she could have taken a moment to procure some medicine for herself. The affection she displayed towards me, was it genuine or merely a facade? She shows no concern or care for my well-being and even adopts an indifferent demeanor. How cruel! Nevertheless, it is what it is. Yun Xiaoning descended the stairs. Letting out a quiet sigh, she held no expectations that a Yandere could truly grasp the essence of affection. To be frank, it was already commendable that Zhongli did not distort or misinterpret her feelings. Feeling hunger pangs, she decided to seek something to eat first. Then, she would assess her own physical condition and see how her recovery was progressing. If it proved unsatisfactory, she would simply purchase some medicine from the system store using her tokens. Relying on Zhong, Li was out of the question. At the dining table on the first floor, Yun Xiaoning noticed that, in addition to 2 bags of bread, Zhongli had also added 2 cans of meat, which she had not tasted in the past couple of days. How surprising. Yun Xiaoning was taken aback. Her meals over the last 2 days had been rather dismal, consisting solely of bread and unpalatable compressed biscuits, which paled in comparison to the meat sausages and canned goods Jiangli indulged in. This selfish individual seemed to take pleasure in tantalizing her, often munching while declaring that she could only enjoy delectable food if she obediently complied with and remained loyal to her. It was incomprehensible. What more did she want from her? This was truly excessive. Yet, unexpectedly, today Jiangli had displayed a rare act of generosity. Could it be that her meals were somehow linked to Jiangli's affection for her? The more she liked her, the more she would be inclined to care for her. Logically, it made sense. But she was, after all, a Yandere, who could predict what unforeseen circumstances might arise when her affection truly flourished. Therefore, it would be wiser to refrain from hastily increasing that affection before bolstering her own strength. Such actions could only lead to her detriment. And as for her meals, Yun Xiaoning was least concerned about that. Once her token count increased, she could indulge in whatever she desired. Eventually, she would relish the thought of enjoying a hot pot feast in front of Jiangli, confining her within a circle, forcing her to watch as she savored her meal, releasing her only after she had finished. How delightful it would be to tease her, to enact a fitting retribution. No, not retribution, rather a countermeasure. Seated at the dining table, she envisioned this splendid future while rubbing her belly, entering a mode reminiscent of a hungry kitten. However, before long, an odd rustling sound emanated from beyond the kitchen window, catching her attention. What could it be? With her cheeks puffed out like a round little hamster, she lifted her head, her expression one of confusion, as she sought the source of this peculiar sound outside. What was that noise? The atmosphere gradually grew tense. Yun Xiaoning dreaded encountering unexpected situations. Having just recovered from fever, her mind was still somewhat foggy. Encountering an unforeseen event could very well send her into a panic. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage, leaping off the chair and dashing into the kitchen, pressing her face against the window to gaze outside. To her astonishment, several robust men were struggling to scale the community wall from the outside. Were they other survivors? What were they up to? Yun Xiaoning stood frozen, watching as one by one they clambered into the compound, heading directly toward Jiang Li's villa. This was indeed the place, she recalled clearly. The lights had been on all night. The house surely contained a generator and possibly other survivors. The leading figures had already crossed the lush green lawn, conversing amongst themselves as they approached the villa's base. Very well, perhaps she could engage them in conversation to see if she could borrow the generator. It would also be prudent to request some supplies from those inside. The previous household had been destitute, with nothing but a few bags of biscuits, hardly sufficient. What borrowing? How crass. We are borrowing, do you understand? Yes, indeed, borrowing from those on the brink of death. Chief, this villa appears quite intact, and seems suitable enough to serve as a safe haven. Wouldn't you agree? What? Overhearing their conspiring voices, Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in disbelief. The lights were on? How was she unaware of this? Had Jiangli turned them on last night while she was feverish? This was dire, exceedingly dire. Her heart sank, nearly halting altogether, causing her to drop the slice of bread she held, which fell to the floor with a soft thud. Her personal boundaries could only safeguard her from the infected and the creatures of the apocalypse, but were ineffective against humans. Her abilities were nearly entirely PV. Being surrounded by monsters posed little threat, yet if other survivors had set their sights on her, that would spell significant trouble. The illumination from last night felt akin to a candle igniting in the tranquil darkness of a forest. In this world of desolation, there would undoubtedly be treacherous hunters, adept at employing dubious tactics to gather resources. Trembling, Yun Xiaoning took several steps back, distancing herself from the ominous window. Yet deep down, she comprehended the truth. Despite moving away from the window, the real danger, likely the greatest crisis she had faced since the outbreak, was now unavoidably closing in. What to do? The girl murmured, her small hands shakily grasping a kitchen knife. Jiangli, you must return quickly. We're about to be robbed. Chapter 54, Little Sister. We are the rescue team. Those who have indulged in battle royale games are undoubtedly aware that engaging in thievery is far more efficient than scavenging for resources oneself. Despite her recently recovered state, Yun Xiaoning comprehends this principle all too well. Clearly, these intruders who have scaled the walls harbor malicious intentions to pilfer. However, it remains uncertain whether they might also entertain sinister thoughts towards individuals. Thanks to the system, Yun Xiaoning is never in want of supplies. Thus, all external possessions pale in comparison to her safety and are entirely expendable. Yet, one must ponder, could these individuals, upon breaching her sanctuary, possibly relent? A delicate, defenseless girl, easily grasped with a single hand, possessing striking beauty and a sweet voice, it is all too apparent what fate awaits her. Becoming a mere object of desire for the masses. Oh no, such a humiliating defeat would shatter her entirely. It would be preferable to embrace death than endure such indignity. In contrast, seeking out Zhang Li would undoubtedly yield a far more favorable conclusion. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Yun Xiaoning felt her legs weaken, terror rendering her nearly immobile. Yet, this was no moment to succumb to fear and collapse. Shaking her head vigorously, she inhaled deeply, determined to regain her composure and devise a strategy. Though she found herself in dire straits, succumbing to cowardice would only lead to regret. Yes, retreat was not an option. Fear was not an ally. Summoning her courage, she stealthily approached the kitchen window, squinting to scrutinize the scene. 17 individuals had arrived, an unexpectedly large number. Some positioned themselves at the front and others at the rear, while several dispersed as sentinels, demonstrating remarkable coordination. This was undoubtedly a gang operation. How many victims had they already claimed? Moreover, the sheer number of assailants was not the most alarming factor. Upon activating her observation skills, Yun Xiaoning discovered that among these 17, possessed extraordinary abilities. The highest ranked among them was a formidable figure, a level 9, who exuded an air of authority, while the others ranked no lower than 5. Surviving in such a post-apocalyptic world and assembling such a formidable crew, these individuals were not to be underestimated. Fortunately, their powers were not particularly rare. With lower ratings, C and B grades, most of their abilities revolved around physical enhancements, such as arm hardening, primarily combat-oriented, lacking functional complexity, and wholly incomparable to SSR-level abilities. As for the non-ability wielders, they appeared rather unimpressive. A few seemed to be mere pretenders, likely unable to contend even with the simplest adversaries. Yet, all were armed with an array of makeshift weapons, modified baseball bats, and mop handles adorned with knives fashioned into short spears, primarily wielding long-handled weapons. 2 individuals brandished rudimentary bows and arrows. What the predicament? A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to defeat, even with the inclusion of a small corpse. The most one could manage would be a sneak attack on a single adversary, only to be swiftly overwhelmed thereafter. Yun Xiaoning furrowed her brow and hastily retreated from the kitchen, her steps trembling as she approached the staircase. If Zhang Li did not return, relying on her own survival seemed nearly impossible. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. A gamble could be made. As she pondered, absent-mindedly nibbling at her fingernails, Yun Xiaoning was alerted by the resounding knocks on the villa's front door. If she could endure until the infected emerged, then eliminate all perimeter defenses, allowing the monsters to flood in, perhaps that strategy might succeed. With her innate ability to attract the infected, she could draw a considerable horde within mere minutes. These intruders would be hard-pressed to withstand such an overwhelming assault. The optimal outcome would be for them to recognize the futility of their situation and retreat before the infected began to stir. The pressing question now was how to hold out until the infected became active. The underground storage room was a dead end. Breaching that door would trigger a defeat cutscene, rendering it an unviable hiding spot. The expansive first-floor living room posed a significant risk, as a dozen individuals could easily corner her like so many fledgling chicks. Thus, her only refuge would be the second floor, where the narrow hallway would limit their movements, making it a defensible position. Even if they managed to break through, she could escape via the windows to the rooftop, buying herself a precious few moments. Turning back, she caught sight of someone peering in through the window. It appeared they noticed her. "Hey, It seems there's just a little girl inside. No adults in sight. It looks like it's just her. What little girl? I am a fully grown university student, she retorted, pouting as she hastily ascended the stairs. Is anyone there? We are the rescue team, here to assist your evacuation. Time is of the essence. Please open the door. The knocks on the door grew increasingly frantic. Should we just break a window? No. We might need this villa as our base in the future. We can't afford to damage it. Fine. Hey, can you hear us, little sister? We are the rescue team come to save you. Please open the door. We'll take you to safety. Strangely enough, despite only a fleeting glance, that little girl appeared rather lovely. I noticed too. Quite beautiful indeed. This could be fortuitous. The interior seemed to harbor a wealth of supplies. Look at that dining table. Brother, should we just charge in? They are even resorting to the guise of a rescue team? How shameless. Do you truly believe that promised safe haven is genuine? You merely wish to lead me to hell. Yun Xiaoning grimaced, increasingly repulsed by the unfolding situation. She closed the bedroom door and took a deep breath before beginning to explore her system store. The self-defense weapons in her arsenal were prohibitively expensive, far beyond her means. While the cheaper options were utterly useless to her, wielding a crowbar or a baseball bat against these individuals was no different from throwing her money away. Thus, if she wished to acquire something to aid in her resistance, she needed to adopt a different perspective. The people outside grew increasingly impatient, but it seemed they would not breach the door swiftly. There was still time, still an opportunity. Her mind raced. Think faster. The tension that had seeped into her very scalp was steadily intensifying, heightening the pressure on the young girl. Her heart pounded wildly. Although she appeared remarkably composed on the surface, internally, she was quite frightened, her thoughts scattered. Yet, she understood one thing clearly. She did not wish to die. Even more so, she could not bear the thought of such humiliation. Therefore, she had to fight. She had to struggle with every ounce of strength she possessed. In the system store, particularly within the supplies section, many items were astonishingly inexpensive. With her limited tokens, her only chance of survival lay in this direction. Her trembling fingers scrolled down the page incessantly. Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up with surprise. Who would have thought that chemical materials could be sold at such a low price? Chapter 55. Even a moment of strength can save oneself. Don't smash it. Don't break the door. If you break it, will you fix it? Hey, didn't you say you could pick locks? Can this lock be opened? Absolutely, brother. I've secretly learned a bit about lock picking. With a series of crisp sounds, Yun Xiaoning actually heard the door creaking open. Is it really that fast? Yun Xiaoning widened her eyes, pressing her ear against the door, straining to listen to the commotion downstairs. Soon, the chaotic sound of footsteps burst in without warning. Wow, we struck gold. So much food and drink. The lights in this house actually work. There's even a pineapple in the fridge. Fresh fruit. Ha ha. We've hit the jackpot. It's all ours. Where's the generator? Let's find it first. Amidst the chaos, some individuals still managed to issue commands. For them, two pressing issues needed resolution. The generator in the house and the owner. Where's that girl? I saw her run upstairs. Let us go upstairs and drag her down. Strip her down and see if she's worth anything. All right, but what if she resists? Then we'll do to her what we did to that one yesterday. Break her limbs and blind her eyes. It's all the same. Hihihi, no problem. How terrifying they are. Why does everyone speak so loudly like ferocious beasts? Had someone like herself already fallen victim to their malice? Yun Xiaoning curled up tightly, hiding behind the bedroom door. What to do? What to do? How did they break in so quickly? The girl's breathing grew increasingly rapid and uncontrollable. Having just recovered from illness, her frail body could not withstand such life-threatening pressure. At this moment, Yun Xiaoning felt faintness creeping in. No, I can't be afraid. But, telling herself not to fear was just self-deception. Covering her mouth to suppress any sound, she felt 2 tears escape, trailing down her cheeks. Zhongli, where are you? Aren't you the one who always wanted to make me your little pet? Now your little pet is about to die. Why aren't you back yet? Why aren't you back yet? Sobbing softly, the disheveled girl pressed her hand against her heart, resolutely making a decision. If she were truly to be captured, it would be better to die early. She did not wish to live a life shrouded in terror and darkness. Exhale. Ah, no, it cannot be. Fear must not take hold. Even if it means deceiving oneself, one must persevere. The girl resolutely wiped away the tears from her cheeks, and at that moment, the heavy footsteps on the stairs echoed abruptly, signaling the onset of battle. They were coming. Yun Xiaoning's heart nearly stopped. Yet, she did not hesitate. Summoning every ounce of her remaining courage, she gritted her teeth and opened the door. Little sister, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. The individuals downstairs were taken aback at the sight of Yun Xiaoning emerging on her own. Their expressions transformed into one of sheer astonishment, their speech slowing considerably. What could possibly astonish them so? Their faces soon reflected a glimmer of greed. An insatiable desire seized their minds in an instant, softening their previously tainted and vile tones. They even intertwined their words in a rather deliberate and unpleasant manner. Yun Xiaoning comprehended their astonishment. Am I truly beautiful? Is that it? Exceedingly so, stunning beyond compare. The original owner of this body had endured countless instances of such nauseating stares throughout her brief existence. However, possessing beauty is not a sin. Thus, I command you all to close your eyes. With a swift motion, the girl hurled a transparent glass bottle from behind her, unhesitatingly smashing it towards those ascending the stairs. Wait, no. The first person to ascend had considerable combat training. Instinctively, he raised his weapon, smashing the flying glass bottle with a swift swing. Yet, this played directly into Yun Xiaoning's hands. In an instant, as the glass shattered, a pungent, transparent liquid erupted into the air, blooming like a flower, cascading swiftly onto the perpetrators. It splattered upon their arms, skin, faces, mouths, and eyes. The searing sensation and odor enveloped the stairway. Ah, my eyes! My eyes! The agony prompted them to scream, instinctively retreating. Some, in their panic and pain, inadvertently drove their weapons into their comrades. It was sulfuric acid, concentrated sulfuric acid. Blood gushed forth, flesh writhing in the corrosive liquid. The first man to behold Yun Xiaoning's visage instantly lost his own, collapsing in torment, only to be impaled by a comrade's spear from behind. The once orderly formation descended into chaos in the blink of an eye. But this was merely the beginning. It was far from sufficient. A second glass bottle followed, then a third, a fourth, a fifth. Bang, 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 bang. The uncontrollable screams suddenly filled the air, enveloping the entire staircase in an atmosphere of terror and despair, akin to a hell on earth. The scene was so grotesque that Yun Xiaoning herself felt nauseated, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of dread. Concentrated sulfuric acid could very well be lethal. Am I committing murder? But if I do not act, I shall perish. Gritting her teeth, the young girl resolutely thought, no, I must not entertain such thoughts. Even if guilt gnaws at me, even if regret follows, those are burdens to bear only after I have ensured my survival. At this moment, I am clearly unworthy of such considerations. After discarding the 5 bottles of sulfuric acid piled at the door, she realized that the strength she had only just regained was now nearly spent. Trembling, she leaned against the doorframe, her legs weak as she retreated back into the bedroom. That little girl. Damn it. Seize her. Everyone advance. No, don't come near me. You. Stay back. I still have plenty of concentrated sulfuric acid. If you dare to enter, I shall splash it all over your faces. Through the door, she exerted every ounce of strength to ensure her voice did not sound feeble, but instead became as sharp and piercing as possible. Yet in truth, all her possessions would only suffice to sell that small amount of strong acid. With 1 bottle already used, if they charged in now, she would be like a lamb waiting for slaughter, utterly defenseless, poised to trigger a catastrophic defeat. However, the earlier scene seemed to have successfully established a deterrent, dissuading those downstairs from their initial reckless intentions. Considering the conditions of this post-apocalyptic world, injuries were largely irreparable. Severe burns, akin to a death sentence, rendered them paralyzed by the fear of mortality, granting Yun Xiaoning precious moments of respite. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment of time. Humans are neither infected nor monstrous, and certainly not fools. This is precisely what makes survivors so terrifying. From downstairs, Yun Xiaoning faintly heard the sounds of tables, chairs, and windows being dismantled as they attempted to construct makeshift shields. Damn it, don't waste time. Hurry up. In 10 minutes. I want to see that little rascal with broken limbs, stripped of clothing, laid before me. In this grand apocalypse, one has witnessed stockpiling of food, the gathering of weapons. But who would hoard sulfuric acid? Are they out of their minds? The burly man, who had been revered as leader, shouted in exasperation at the plight of his subordinates. He simply could not fathom where this ordinary family's villa had acquired such sulfuric acid. Chapter 56. The sound of silver bells echoes the miracle. Most of the pharmacies near the community have been plundered, a reality that caught Zhongli off guard. Particularly, the most common medications, such as cold remedies, antipyretics, and antibiotics have been completely bought out. Many survivors quickly recognized the significance of these medicines, yet she herself failed to do so. Had she grown too accustomed to safety and comfort? What a miscalculation it was. In order to procure medicine for Yun Xiaoning, Zhongli was compelled to venture to a hospital that was a bit farther away. She hurriedly arrived, her movements nimble as she dashed into the hospital pharmacy. Fortunately, this place harbored a number of infected individuals still in a state of repose, thus sparing it from the onslaught of other survivors. She swiftly began to gather the medications, eager to return home. Time was of the essence. Yun Xiaoning's frail little body was far too delicate. If the fever truly left her dazed, it would spell trouble. She certainly did not wish to care for a little fool. Rubbing her weary neck, which had endured a sleepless night, Zhongli let out a long sigh. Yet, after exhaling, she suddenly slapped her forehead. How strange it was that her mind was now consumed with thoughts of Yun Xiaoning. In a moment of clarity, Zhongli became acutely aware of a grave concern. When had it come to this? Just yesterday, she had treated her with such indifference, even finding amusement in her cries. Had she truly developed feelings for her? How perplexing. The little one likely held no affection for her. Why then had she experienced such stirring emotions? Had she inadvertently allowed Yun Xiaoning to take the reins? This simply would not do. Continuing down this path, it felt as though her authority as the caretaker would gradually diminish, blurring the lines of who depended on whom. No, this could not be feelings, certainly not. This was merely a special consideration for Yun Xiaoning during her illness. Just a special consideration. After all, the girl was exceedingly fragile, being unwell. Zhongli could not afford to exert too much pressure on her. That was surely the reason for her current state of mind. Regardless, she must always regard Yun Xiaoning as her possession, merely a cherished pet. What was inappropriate about a master caring for her pet? While collecting the medications, Zhongli found herself incessantly repeating this question. Since Yun Xiaoning had fallen ill the previous night, a constricting sensation had settled in her chest, never to fade. This feeling was indeed vexing, making it difficult to concentrate. Even now, Zhongli felt a disarray within her heart, struggling to untangle her thoughts. What exactly was this feeling? Was it worry? Was it anxiety? Upon her wrist, a silver bracelet shimmered with a gentle metallic sheen. Whenever she stepped outside and cast her gaze upon it, the image of the awakening girl presenting it to her, with a gentle yet somewhat pallid and heart-wrenching smile, flooded her mind. She ought to return quickly to check on her. Perhaps it was this very worry that was at play. What desires arise from the depths of the heart? What ominous premonitions are transforming into an indescribable driving force, urging my hands to move faster, ever faster? If only I could complete everything swiftly, I would return to see Yun Xiaoning. Yes, I must refrain from indulging in futile thoughts. I need to finish this and hurry home. She is waiting for me. Don't come in, Yun Xiaoning shouted, her voice already tinged with hoarseness. But then came a resounding crash as the door was slammed. The person outside seemed to be probing for something. It appeared that only one individual had approached, fully armed, clutching the makeshift shields they had crafted on the first floor. The others remained hidden in safer positions below, ready to evade danger at a moment's notice. Yun Xiaoning braced her body against the door, but the strength of the assailant was terrifying. Each collision unleashed a tremendous force that nearly knocked her off her feet, even through the door. What should I do? What should I do? Time is running out. I cannot hold out long enough for the infected to emerge. Just a few minutes have passed. Hope seems to be dwindling rapidly, and the yearning in the girl's eyes is fading swiftly. She felt the numbing shock in her hands, and her spirit became dulled. It's over. There seems to be no need to cling to hope any longer. The tokens have been exhausted, and the infected have yet to appear. Zhongli cannot provide me with more tokens. Without tokens, without a shop, relying solely on myself, I am powerless. Gasping, Yun Xiaoning glanced up at the window. Should I climb out? Yet even if I reached the rooftop, it would likely be futile. I would soon be brought down. There isn't enough time. What if I simply jumped down and fled? Could my little legs outrun that group of burly men? It would be better to pray for a high enough leap to land headfirst, thus meeting a swifter end. Such despair. It seems I have done everything within my power, yet it all amounts to nothing. Ultimately, I will be captured, have my limbs broken, and my eyes blinded to become a mere plaything. But I do not desire such a fate. Why? Why is the world against me? It hurts so much. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes once more, but this time the girl bit her lip, determined not to cry out. I refuse to accept this. But will a miracle occur? Bang! Another deafening crash reverberated through the room, shaking its very foundations, and the bedroom door, finally unable to withstand the onslaught, teetered precariously, on the verge of being forced open. Yun Xiaoning momentarily lost focus. Her already weakened legs failed to find balance during this tremor, causing her to collapse helplessly onto the floor. Clutching her aching knee, Yun Xiaoning awkwardly crawled towards the edge of the bed, curling up in front of the door that seemed impossible to defend. It felt as if she were silently awaiting the arrival of some fateful moment. Blinking her eyes, as if having finally made a decision, the young girl picked up the knife that had fallen to the floor and contemplated its sharp blade. Where could she inflict harm upon herself to hasten her demise? Tilting her head, this was the pressing question she had to ponder. Perhaps the carotid artery? Just a few seconds would suffice to lose consciousness. Swiftly, very swiftly, with her fragile little body. She might even succumb to unconsciousness much faster than an ordinary person, which could be seen as a blessing. Yes, indeed, a blessing. Tears cascaded down like raindrops, and yet she found herself resisting the thought of death. I do not wish to die. I do not want to perish. Her hands trembled as they clutched the knife, lifting it and then lowering it repeatedly in hesitation. Was there truly no miracle to be had? I implore you. I beg of you. Even at this critical juncture, Yun Xiaoning prayed for that minuscule possibility. In her previous life, she had similarly beseeched for a miracle just before the final anesthetic took effect, as she was wheeled into the operating room. Oh, miracle, miracle. She had heard countless tales of lives saved by miraculous turns of fate. Yet, miracles had never graced her fleeting existence in her past life like a shameless deceiver, instilling hope only to force one to gnaw on the bitter fruit of despair. Amidst her uncontrollable sobs, the girl drew her legs close, wrapping her arms tightly around them. Perhaps her movements were a bit too vigorous, for the silver bell on her ankle suddenly emitted a clear, ethereal chime. The sound seemed to respond to her silent plea, resonant and melodious. Ah, it was as if a thought had struck her. Yun Xiaoning abruptly lifted her head from where it had been buried in her knees. No, that cannot be right. Just now, did that little bell ring? Huh. Chapter 57. Now is the time to weep freely. This little bell does not ring at random. It only chimes when another wristband enters or exits a specific distance, serving as a reminder. In all other circumstances, it remains silent, no matter how much one shakes it. So it is. Zhongli. Yun Xiaoning's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, as if she had suddenly broken free from despair, regaining her original clarity. Is Zhongli making her way back? The first chime indicated that only 2,000 meters separated them. 2,000 meters. Zhongli, flying at the swiftest pace upon her scythe, was comparable to the speedy motorcycle-riding youth. 2,000 meters would likely take just 2 or 3 minutes. Therefore, all she needed to do was endure for a mere 2 to 3 minutes. She is coming. Yet amidst the joy, the door once again burst open with a resounding bang. Overwhelmed, it could no longer withstand the force, crashing against the wall with a loud thud. However, the first person to rush in, obstructed by two large shields, failed to immediately notice Yun Xiaoning, who was half kneeling on the ground. Huh? Where is everyone? Before he could finish his thought, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his leg. It turned out that Yun Xiaoning, quick as a flash, had thrust a kitchen knife directly into his calf. Blood spurted forth, splattering even onto the girl's delicate face. A scream erupted, causing those huddled downstairs to mistakenly believe Yun Xiaoning had hurled a bottle of sulfuric acid, and they hastily scattered, none daring to rush in to assist their comrade. No sulfuric acid, no sulfuric acid, help! In the midst of his panicked cries, Yun Xiaoning agilely dodged his shield strike, swiftly withdrawing her knife to stab upwards. Due to the height difference, her crouch position allowed her to strike directly at his groin. A more distorted scream erupted, and the man collapsed onto the floor, curling up and rolling down the staircase. It seemed there truly was no sulfuric acid. Charge! Everyone! Attack together! Dingling, the bell rang again, this time signaling 1,000 meters. It's getting closer, so close. Just a little longer. Yun Xiaoning did not intend to confront these ruffians head-on. She merely needed to hold out until the fourth chime, summoning her last reserves of strength. The girl hurriedly climbed onto the bed, while the quickest among them had already seized the doorframe. Yet, what awaited him was a large blanket. The entire blanket was thrown out by Yun Xiaoning, instantly obscuring his vision. Seizing the opportunity, she attempted to strike back, planning to launch another surprise attack on this man's vulnerable area, but this time she was just a fraction too slow. The individual swiftly extricated himself from the quilt and, with a deft motion, seized the back of Yun Xiaoning's knife. Ouch! The force wrenched her wrist painfully, causing Yun Xiaoning to hastily relinquish her grip and retreat. You little imp! I wonder how you intend to contend with us. A mocking laugh echoed. It was unfathomable how these individuals could still laugh after inflicting harm on so many companions. Yun Xiaoning pursed her lips and began to hurl everything remaining on the bed at the intruders. Jiang Li's pillow, Jiang Li's clothes, Jiang Li's sheets, and even a delightful little toy belonging to Jiang Li. After all, it was all Jiang Li's, so she felt no remorse in discarding it. At that moment, the bell chimed once more. This was the third time. However, two burly men surged forward, lunging at Yun Xiaoning as if she were a mere chick. Out of knives. Are you, little one? Surrender quickly, or you'll regret it, she retorted defiantly. Even if I were to surrender, I doubt I would fare well. Moreover, who claimed she was unarmed? Although her tokens had been exhausted, Yun Xiaoning recalled having purchased a modest folding fruit knife for self-defense from a system store. Now was the opportune moment for its use. Just as one of the men lunged at her, a small knife suddenly materialized in her hand. What? The man, unable to evade in time, was struck in the eye by Yun Xiaoning, letting out a horrific scream as he stumbled back, clutching his bloodied eye and rolling down to the doorway. The other assailant, quick to react, swatted the knife from Yun Xiaoning's grasp. Where did that knife come from? Show me another one, he taunted. Alas, she was now truly without a weapon. Yet the bell rang for the fourth time. A gust of wind suddenly howled from outside. It sounded as if something was racing towards them. The intruders were drawn to the peculiar sound and turned their gazes toward the window. In the next instant, a blade glimmering with a dark sheen shattered through the glass, accompanied by a terrifying pressure, hurtling into the room like a cannonball. What? Such a transformation? The nearest burly man was instantly pierced by the long knife, his body impaled against the wall as if nailed in place. The blade traversed from his left shoulder to his right, and within mere seconds, he lost all consciousness. What? Who was responsible? While the remaining individuals were still reeling from shock, a tall girl clad in black attire deftly leaped through the window. Following her was an enormous scythe, completely black, which moved without command, swinging towards the group at the entrance with a mere icy glance from the girl. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, and several heads were effortlessly severed, akin to cutting chives, gushing blood as they rolled down the staircase with a dull thud echoing against the wooden steps. The few individuals still barricaded behind the door were momentarily stunned, shrieking in panic as they clumsily fled downwards, only to stumble and collide with one another in chaotic disarray. The small bedroom became saturated with the crimson essence of the decapitated bodies, which continued to spout forth lifeblood. The swift harvest of life unfolding before Yun Xiaoning left her in a state of shock. Her surroundings were drenched in blood and reeked of carnage. Yet amidst it all, the tall, familiar figure retained a semblance of untainted purity. It was Zhongli. The blood-stained scythe effortlessly shattered the despair and gloom that had shrouded her. The radiant figure stood before her like an impenetrable wall, more reliable and worthy of trust than any boundary, existing solely to protect her. In an instant, the security she had just lost surged back, as though her heart were gently enveloped by invisible hands, safeguarding her. All tension and terror evaporated, and though her body trembled slightly, the girl understood that she no longer needed to be afraid. Yun Xiaoning abruptly shook her head, breaking free from her stupor, and finally mustered the courage to speak, albeit tremulously. Master, Zhongli, you finally returned. Zhongli, with an impassive countenance, discarded the bag filled with various medicines and coldly surveyed the disarray of her bedroom. Yet her gaze softened with warmth and guilt as it fell upon Yun Xiaoning. She approached and gently caressed the top of Yun Xiaoning's head, noticing the bloodstains marring her disheveled white hair, lending an unwarranted brutality to the gentle creature. The vivid crimson hue was striking, glaring, and incited a fury that was utterly unforgivable. With clenched fists, her nails dug into her flesh, causing more blood to seep forth. Zhongli coldly withdrew the long blade embedded in the wall, holding it behind her, and advanced step by step toward the staircase. The corpse, still partially adhered to the wall, finally succumbed and fell to the floor before Yun Xiaoning. Tears could no longer be contained, cascading down as the white-haired little bundle knelt beside the bed, as if she had finally found an outlet for her pent-up emotions. All the pressure erupting into a torrent of tears. Woo-woo. Why, woo-woo? Why did you take so long to come? I almost died. Oh, alas, the painstaking efforts I have invested have finally borne fruit. Now is the moment to unleash all the grievances and sorrows that have been pent up within me. So let the tears flow freely. Let the cries resonate. Louder the better. Let those reckless and shameless scoundrels downstairs hear it well, so they may come to understand the price they must pay for provoking this gentle, soft little being. Chapter 58. Death awaits. If only I could have returned sooner. Zhongli stood with her blade in hand, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd below. With each step she took, each descent down the staircase, the onlookers recoiled in palpable trepidation. If only I had come back earlier, or perhaps had never ventured out at all, or if only I could have taken her with me. Had I procured the medication last night, there would have been no need for me to venture out today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have terrified my little cake like this, leaving her in tears. Her heart felt as if it were ensnared by relentless shackles, constricting tighter and tighter, causing excruciating pain. She is mine, in this world. Only I have the right to torment her. Only I can frighten her. Only I. And what are these scoundrels? How dare they? How dare they? It is utterly loathsome. They all must perish. They all must die. Beware of her scythe. Before Zhongli could fully descend the stairs, several individuals on the first floor had already taken the audacious initiative to strike. Two ability users led the charge, and the crowd surged forward brandishing weapons. Zhongli cast a cold glance, refusing to evade or flinch. With a mere flick of her long blade, she cleaved the two assailants and their weapons in half. As effortlessly as slicing paper, blood sprayed forth, staining half the wall in crimson. What kind of blade is this? Perhaps it would be wise to retreat. Terrified as if confronted by a deity of death, the two at the back of the group quaked in fear, retreating several steps before turning to flee through the villa's entrance. Yet, the moment they crossed the threshold, they were met by a waiting black scythe, which severed them at the waist with a swift stroke, leaving them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Wah! Before Zhongli could even register the fate of her two comrades behind her, she surged forward, wielding her long blade and dispatching the unfortunate souls nearby in a flurry of strikes. Only 5 remained. Zhongli maintained her composure, murmuring as if echoing the whispers of death. Blood dripped from her blade, trailing from the staircase to the corner of the living room. With their escape routes sealed by the scythe, and Zhongli pressing them against the wall, the remaining individuals cast desperate glances toward their tallest, broadest leader, their acknowledged chief and their last bastion of hope. This man's ability, arm hardening, rendered his arms as resilient as steel, allowing him to dispatch ordinary infected or human foes with ease. His prowess was formidable, boasting a personal level of 9, with exceptional talent and physical attributes. He had even triumphed against 5 mutated infected without sustaining injury. He was the strongest member of this survivor team, having led them through countless perilous situations over the past 3 days. Yet, why was there a sheen of sweat now beading on his forehead? You all of you, get in there. Like a predator confronting an unfamiliar beast, the hardened-armed ability user fixated intently on the tall, graceful girl who approached with an unhurried demeanor. The battle between ability users diverged significantly from that against infected beings. A pivotal aspect of such confrontations lies in swiftly discerning the nature of the opponent's abilities through probing. Only by comprehending the adversary's powers can one devise strategies and countermeasures based on their own capabilities, thereby increasing the likelihood of victory. Unless there exists an overwhelming numerical advantage. The logic of combat among ability users invariably follows this pattern. Now that the opponent's abilities had been unveiled while his remained concealed, a splendid opportunity had arisen. Presumably, this woman possessed the ability to summon weapons. At this moment, the scythe lay outside, and the long blade in her grasp would undoubtedly struggle to unleash its full potential within the confines of the narrow space. Thus, it would be prudent for his subordinates to create an opening for him to strike decisively, eliminating this woman in one swift maneuver. After all, his own level had surged to 9, while the average level of the other ability users lingered around 4. Hence, it was highly probable that he held the numerical advantage. What? We can't do this, can we, boss? Perhaps it would be better if you took the lead. My ability is one of escape. Enough chatter. You go, and let us not waste time. Gripping 2 of his quaking subordinates by their collars, the burly man hurled them toward Zhongli. Zhongli furrowed her brow slightly, effortlessly dispatching the 2 airborne figures with a casual horizontal slash of her blade, severing their heads cleanly. At that moment, the stout man seized the opportunity, suddenly surging forward, his body coursing with visible veins, his hands transforming in the blink of an eye into a hue reminiscent of lime. His rapidly hardening arms, propelled by a fierce gale, charged toward Zhongli, exuding considerable force. However, they struck directly against the edge of her blade, the impact cleaving his limbs asunder. Ah, my hand, my bouvet. Zhongli had no intention of engaging in further conversation with these individuals. Allowing them even a second more to live would be a desecration of the air. With ruthless efficiency, she executed a flurry of strikes, reducing the cornered assailants to mere fragments, their final cries stifled before they could escape into oblivion. 17 corpses lay scattered, though most were in a state of disarray. Yet, none had managed to flee. As she sheathed her long blade, a series of soft thuds echoed from the staircase behind her, the sound of bare feet striking the floor. Zhongli turned to see a small, white-haired figure bounding over the numerous bodies, launching herself into an embrace. Master the girl's voice was hoarse, her cheeks stained with tears, her entire demeanor appearing utterly haggard. Having traversed a path strewn with corpses, her feet were soaked in crimson, and her garments bore the marks of filth, as though she had just escaped from the very depths of hell. The timid little white ball clinging tightly to Zhongli's waist continued to tremble uncontrollably, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Zhongli lowered her head and gently caressed Yun Xiaoning's crown. This time, her touch was devoid of any superfluous thoughts, embodying pure comfort and unadulterated affection. The playful dynamic between master and pet needed to be temporarily suspended, at least for today. She could not approach Yun Xiaoning's fragile heart, which had nearly shattered, with any notion of oppression or cruelty. Otherwise, she would never forgive herself. Zhongli closed her eyes, reflecting on all her miscalculations and helplessness since Yun Xiaoning had fallen ill with a fever the previous day. A profound sense of regret filled her mind, igniting a growing frustration and agitation. Indeed, she bore at least 90 of the blame for the current predicament. She should not have coaxed her into bathing with such a playful mindset. While she had enjoyed the bath, the aftermath proved dire. Fever, seeking medicine, and then the intrusion of others into their home. She had nearly lost this newly tamed little cake due to her impatience. Jiangli lowered her head, her expression dark and foreboding. Yet, she spoke with the gentlest tone she could muster. Xiaoning, let us step outside. It's too messy here. Let's find a cleaner place. And no, please, master, could you hold me like this for just a little while? Just a moment, I beg you. What? Though it was a question, Jiangli inclined her body, adhering to Yun Xiaoning's wishes as she held her closely. The mingling scent of blood and milk wafted around them, oddly comforting and sweet. It unexpectedly instilled a profound sense of security within Jiangli. She felt reassured that she was still there, that she was alive, that she still belonged to her. Because being embraced by my master like this makes me feel so safe. Xiaoning, please, don't be afraid. I'm right here. Amidst the pool of blood, two girls stood embraced, one black and one white, yet both stained with hints of crimson. Chapter 59. She stole something very important. I had fervently prayed for a miracle countless times, yet never received a response. Until death, until the very end. Until I was wheeled into the operating room, until I was delivered to the crematorium, until I was placed in a small box. But this time it was different. Suddenly, Yun Xiaoning felt that she no longer harbored such animosity towards Jiangli. True, Jiangli was hardly benevolent. In fact, she had an unsettling malevolence about her. A twisted nature characterized by an overwhelming desire for control, so intense that it was almost unbearable. She would lie, deceive herself, and force herself to call Jiangli master. Her every thought revolved around how to torment and oppress Yun Xiaoning. There was no hope for redemption. However, when she killed, she was undeniably magnificent. Whether vanquishing infected beings or human foes, she descended from the heavens wielding a massive black scythe, thwarting all dangers and malevolent forces, intercepting the most dreadful and loathsome of fates. In doing so, she saved her own life. Yes, she had indeed saved her life. Twice, once from the hands of an infected and once from survivor. Yet, each time she rescued someone, she would also see something plundering without a hint of reason. The first time, she audaciously snatched away Yun Xiaoning's meager meal, a truly detestable act. And what of this time? Placing her small hand upon her chest, Yun Xiaoning took a moment to feel the exhilaration of her heart. Though outwardly, she seemed to possess nothing, she had inadvertently pilfered something immensely significant from herself. Ah, truly a despicable thief. How utterly loathsome. With a sigh, Yun Xiaoning resolved not to dwell on these thoughts, instead casting her gaze down towards the scene below the villa. After everyone inside had perished, Jiangli had carried her to the rooftop. The wind here was brisk, and the air relatively fresh, devoid of the foul stench of blood. Meanwhile, Jiangli busied herself re-entering the villa, diligently cleaning up a crime scene. 17 individuals had entered the villa in their entirety, yet one by one. They were unceremoniously discarded as meticulously carved chunks of flesh, conveniently sized for consumption. As for why they were made so conveniently manageable for eating, Yun Xiaoning tilted her head, observing the small corpse number 1, who appeared to be staring blankly at the pile of bodies. It seemed more dazed today than usual. With such a feast before it, why did it not dare to take a bite? Hungry? Small corpse number 1 glanced up at Yun Xiaoning on the rooftop, then down at the mound of flesh before it, repeating this motion several times without making a move. Yun Xiaoning could even discern an astonishing expression akin to disbelief in its hollow eye sockets. At the moment of incredibility, another head was suddenly hurled out of the window, landing with a thud upon the mound of flesh, rolling all the way to the feet of the first little corpse. Hungry, hungry. If you're hungry, just eat, Yun Xiaoning exclaimed, prompting the obedient yet somewhat clumsy little corpse to lunge toward its buffet for the day. It devoured its meal with remarkable speed, gorging itself ravenously. Interestingly, this creature seemed quite selective, specifically gnawing on the abilities of certain supernatural beings. A hint of confusion crossed Yun Xiaoning's face. The gruesome scene sent a chill down her spine, yet a sudden surge of curiosity compelled her to endure her discomfort and observe further. Could it be that the flesh of supernatural beings was more delectable? Before long, after a fervent feast, the little corpse suddenly convulsed, collapsing motionless atop the mound of flesh. What followed was even more terrifying. The body of the little corpse underwent a drastic transformation, its limbs, flesh, and skin twisting and expanding, ultimately enveloping the entire mound of flesh within its detached form. Gradually, it closed in on itself, forming a massive, egg-like object. What is this? Yun Xiaoning gasped, hastily opening the system interface to check. Current available infected slots. 2. Used infected slots. Infected slot 1. Level 1, ordinary infected. Mutation type, undergoing mutation. Duration of this mutation, 12 hours. Infected designation, little corpse number 1. Infected skills. Infected enhancements. Infected rating. What? Mutation? Yun Xiaoning was taken aback, nearly losing her balance and tumbling off the roof. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on the enormous, egg-shaped entity that had transformed from little corpse number 1 before the villa's entrance. Little corpse number 1? Super evolution? Was it about to mutate? It seemed that an ordinary infected, having consumed a supernatural being, could evolve into a more formidable entity. No wonder they incessantly cried out in hunger. It was only through consuming humans that they could ascend to greater heights. How remarkable! The strengthening of little corpse number 1 essentially meant her own enhancement. If its combat prowess could be elevated, perhaps she would no longer have to fear encountering problems akin to those of today. This was splendid news. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the results of little corpse number 1's super evolution, curious to see what it would become after 12 hours. Could it potentially evolve to a level capable of overwhelming Zhongli? How exciting! A smile adorned Yun Xiaoning's lips as she happily crossed her waist and settled back down. Yet, to her surprise, she found herself sitting directly upon a soft cushion. Huh? Yun Xiaoning abruptly turned her head and was taken aback to find Zhongli had materialized out of nowhere, carrying 2 cushions from the sofa and an umbrella. Huh? Yun Xiaoning was momentarily stunned. Oh no, she surely witnessed my earlier manipulation of the system. However, I could always claim that I was merely inspecting the panel of little corpse number 1 to deflect suspicion. That should suffice, right? You must be hungry, Xiaoning. Indeed, she was ravenous. She had barely finished her breakfast before being cornered by the villain on the 2nd floor, and she had just endured an intense battle. She was utterly drained. I brought you some bread. Eat a bit for now. I haven't cleaned up all the bloodstains in the room yet, so let's save the delicious food for dinner. All right. I shall heed my master's words. As she accepted the bread Zhongli offered, Yun Xiaoning's gaze lingered on Zhongli's face, as if captivated by an unseen force. In truth, she had never closely examined Zhongli's features before. This was her first time, slim yet devoid of an odd skeletal appearance. Her facial features were exquisite and three-dimensional. One might even consider her a masterpiece crafted by Nuwa herself. In contrast to her own round and adorable visage, Zhongli possessed a striking, cold beauty that was both enviable and captivating. The remnants of dried blood accentuated a certain fierce allure, adding a touch of rugged charm. Yun Xiaoning silently appraised her, but under Zhongli's gaze, she reluctantly averted her eyes. Taking a bite of the sweet bread, she chewed slowly, her mind seemingly savoring a distant memory, a faint blush blossoming on her cheeks. Yet, her reverie was swiftly interrupted by Zhongli's mischievous comment. Xiaoning, I noticed a strong smell of sulfur in the house when we were dealing with them. Do you know where it came from? EW. Chapter 60. Did she apologize? Where did this come from? Yun Xiaoning suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her small hands. The tall girl before her drew ever closer, almost on the verge of pressing against her. A sly smile danced upon her lips, as if she had already deciphered some hidden truth. This only heightened Yun Xiaoning's discomfort. It's just, Moreover, I discovered a folding knife on my bed. Her heart plummeted. The girl timidly raised her head, fear glinting in her gaze as she looked at Zhongli. The knife bore a strong scent reminiscent of the milk fragrance on Jiang Li's hands. Is it your knife? Such an astute nose you have. So, you pinpointed my location by scent, Jiang Li. Yet, Yun Xiaoning was genuinely alarmed. That knife was intended for self-defense. And as for whom she was defending against, even if she explained that it was meant to protect herself from others, Jiang Li likely wouldn't believe her. After all, she had concealed a knife without ever disclosing it. This was a far more egregious deception than the events of the day before yesterday. Jiang Li. She wouldn't erupt again, would she? Furthermore, Yun Xiaoning was reluctant to reveal anything about the system to Jiang Li. It was her foundation, a secret meant solely for her. Thus, the origin of these items could only be brushed aside with the excuse of gathering supplies. But how long could this pretense endure? Whose is it? No, it's not mine. Yun Xiaoning almost held her breath. However, upon regaining her composure, she could discern from Jiang Li's tone that she had come with answers. Therefore, she could hardly afford to meander in her response. But at the very least, she needed to find a way to muddle through. It's mine. It's mine. Her head sank deeper, yet her gaze furtively followed Jiang Li, observing her every movement. It's just something I picked up while gathering supplies. I've kept it with me, thinking it could be for self-defense. Oh, self-defense, you say? Against whom? A mere glance was enough to reveal Jiang Li's mischievous and enigmatic smile, growing ever more pronounced. This is dire. It seems she is poised to concoct a fresh excuse to torment me. But, Jiang Li, your little cake has just barely escaped calamity. Even now, I'm still haunted by lingering fears. Are you truly considering delivering another blow? This is utterly inhumane. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yun Xiaoning noticed that Jiang Li had suddenly raised her hand. The small white dumpling was taken aback, quickly curling up and shutting her eyes. Her petite body trembled slightly, yet she did not evade nor dare to retreat. If Jiang Li intended to chastise her, it was best to bow her head and endure, rather than provoke her and invite even graver consequences. However, what Yun Xiaoning could not anticipate was that the imagined pain did not materialize. On the contrary, Jiang Li did not unleash her wrath upon the small knife and sulfuric acid, but gently tugged at her own arm. She unfurled her tiny fist and returned the folded knife to her palm. Yun Xiaoning, trembling, opened her eyes with hesitation. If this was meant to intimidate me, this mere knife would not suffice. What? Jiang Li's demeanor towards me today seems exceptionally kind. Even her tone remains consistently gentle, reminiscent of a patient and affectionate owner coaxing a little kitten. Xiaoning, there's no need for you to be frightened now. You're still unwell, which is an exception. And having just encountered such a situation, I assure you that I will not reprimand you as I did before. You may indulge a little. Since these items have been employed for the right purpose and have even safeguarded you, I shall refrain from further inquiries. However, it would be prudent for you to consider an explanation, lest you face a rather stern punishment if I discover a second time. An unexpectedly candid response. Yet what followed was even more surprising. Yun Xiaoning observed as Jiang Li's mischievous grin swiftly faded, replaced by a serious and earnest demeanor. The folded knife was enveloped between their two hands, both grasping it firmly. Yun Xiaoning tilted her head, puzzled by Jiang Li's reluctance to release her grip, choosing instead to hold her hand tightly through the layer of metal. Moreover, today, her speech became fragmented, as if she found it challenging to articulate her thoughts. Even her gaze began to flit about, which was quite peculiar. Today, the events of today are all my fault. Sorry. What did she just say? It felt as though time had come to a standstill. Yun Xiaoning felt as if she were frozen, ensnared by Jiang Li's words. It was not until Jiang Li had long departed, and the sounds of furniture being rearranged echoed through the room, that Yun Xiaoning began to regain her composure. Her cheeks flushed. Jiang Li, did she just apologize to me? Is she feeling guilty? Guilty for not being able to protect herself, guilty for not returning sooner. Or perhaps guilty for being unwell and not taking care of herself. Or maybe it is all of the above. Could she truly be someone capable of offering an apology? Oh, my goodness, has Jiang Li finally found her conscience? Or is it merely a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year? Yun Xiaoning recalled that when Jiang Li returned earlier, she brought with her a bag filled with medication, which meant she had specifically gone out to gather medicine for her this morning. She had misunderstood her intentions. It appears that she indeed cares for herself. Therefore, her earlier apology must have stemmed largely from guilt and a newfound conscience. Yun Xiaoning felt her mind swirling in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, the blush on her cheeks deepened. Perhaps, after Jiang Li's concern during her fever yesterday and the events of today, there has been a positive shift in her attitude toward herself. After pondering this for a brief moment, Yun Xiaoning suddenly accessed the system panel and navigated to Jiang Li's affection level page. 75, quite fond. Her affection level had risen once more. If she truly harbored feelings for her, then perhaps this second chance at life could also be deemed Jiang Li's own rebirth. Losing someone you cherish is undoubtedly an excruciating ordeal. Thus, feeling a sense of relief from surviving such a calamity would naturally lead to an increase in affection. It seems this affection is neither feigned nor a fabrication of the system. It is a genuine sentiment, a tangible emotion. As she gazed at the small knife in her hand, Yun Xiaoning's expression softened. Her grip gradually tightened around the blade, which still bore the warmth of Jiang Li's presence. However, Jiang Li, that clumsy individual, likely struggles to express her feelings. She is lost, unable to comprehend the nuances of affection. A person so twisted in their understanding cannot possibly grasp how to love another. The burgeoning emotion within her heart, poised to flourish, may render her increasingly obsessive and stubborn. Her desire for control and possession will only intensify, becoming more fearsome, potentially spiraling into a perilous extreme. Thus, it is said that being pursued by a Yandere is entirely an accident. And as for herself, she has already become ensnared in the whirlpool of this accident, seemingly unable to escape its grasp forever. Chapter 61. It's all right. Allow me to teach you, but it's quite all right. Yun Xiaoning closed her eyes, her small fist clutching the knife, gently resting against her chest, quietly savoring the rapid, almost frantic rhythm of her heartbeat, which felt both eager and joyful. At this moment, the mere thought of Jiang Li's face, the mere mention of Jiang Li's name, made her heart race uncontrollably, disobediently accelerating on its own accord. This had been the case since earlier. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, which might merely be lies or perhaps deceptive apologies, her heart sank even deeper into a state of hopelessness. Yun Xiaoning comprehended clearly what this entailed, what it signified. That insufferable, lovesick individual had pulled her back from the abyss of death not once, but twice. Twice. A miracle that even the heavens would marvel at. It was the miracle she longed for, yearned for, and coveted the most, something she had envisioned countless times, yet had never attained. Therefore, it was nothing to be ashamed of that her heart now only leaped for her. One must find a sanctuary for their heart. After all, even if she was detestable and perilously unhinged, it mattered not. You may find yourself entangled, hesitant, and perplexed, perhaps even more twisted, but it matters not. I shall not. You might not comprehend how to handle this sentiment called affection, yet it is of no consequence. I understand. Allow me to teach you. That suffices. Yun Xiaoning stood tall, suddenly brimming with confidence, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her hands resting on her petite waist, exuding an air of ambition. Meanwhile, the zombies that had rushed over, upon sighting Yun Xiaoning atop the rooftop, raised their hands in unison, howling in hunger, incessantly crying out in a chorus of desperation, as if a devoted congregation fervently worshipped their deity. Soon, the infected surrounded the villa, forming an impenetrable fortress, a colossal prison that shackled Yun Xiaoning's escape route. But mere shackles? With unwavering confidence, Yun Xiaoning felt no fear. She understood that in the future, Jiang Li's possessiveness would undoubtedly bind her with even more chains, more fears akin to those she had encountered just days prior. However, it mattered not. She would shatter each chain, one by one. Then, she would guide the distorted Jiang Li back onto the right path, transforming her into the most virtuous wife in the world, teaching her how to love herself, how to appreciate herself in a normal and correct manner. Yet, before that, her plan to retaliate against Jiang Li with hot pot and a travel ban must remain unchanged. Furthermore, she needed to devise more strategies targeting Jiang Li. For instance, in the realm of confessions, she must find a way to compel Jiang Li to confess her feelings first, for in matters of love, the one who confesses first often emerges as the loser, the weaker party. Yun Xiaoning pondered deeply, her chin resting in thought for an extended period. However, as she lingered on the rooftop, the temperature began to rise. Thus, she resolved to return indoors to see what Jiang Li was up to, while also seeking to engage in some tasks within her capacity to further cultivate their rapport. Upon gracefully climbing back through the window into her bedroom, she was met with the sight of Jiang Li approaching, hands clasped behind his back as if concealing something. My master? I rummaged through some boxes and unearthed a few delightful items. You gifted me a bracelet today, yet I have not yet reciprocated, he said, a hint of mischief in his tone. So, I thought to present you with this. Wait, first you apologize, and now you offer me a gift? How perplexing. Is this a trap? Jiang Li, are you merely seeking to manipulate me from another angle? With a reluctant sigh, she closed her eyes and turned away. All right then. What could it be that feels so mysterious? Yun Xiaoning obediently shut her eyes and turned her back. She distinctly heard Jiang Li's footsteps drawing nearer. Soon, an unusual sensation enveloped her neck. Was it a necklace? If it were a glittering, exquisitely beautiful one, perhaps he had put some thought into it. Yet, this texture felt rather peculiar, thick, non-breathable, yet smooth, with an inexplicable friction. Could it be leather? Suddenly, as Jiang Li released his grip, an overwhelming sense of weightiness descended upon her neck, accompanied by a feeling of confinement, as if she were ensnared and deprived of freedom. Upon further examination, Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? Hey, collar! And not just a simple collar. Turning her head, she beheld Jiang Li, clearly satisfied, as he waved a small leather strap that was already connected to the collar. Is this truly the gift you've chosen for me? A collar and a strap? No, my friend. Panic surged through Yun Xiaoning as she strained against the collar, encircling her neck. It was constricting, rendering her unable to move, causing her great discomfort, and she could not even locate the buckle, which appeared quite intricate. Oh no, this is unbearable. I can scarcely breathe, she exclaimed in distress. How infuriating. Now I can keep you by my side forever, without the worry of losing you to anyone else, Jiang Li remarked with a playful tone. So, do you like this gift? Why is your mind solely occupied with your own desires, Jiang Li? How selfish of you, she retorted. If it's too tight, I can adjust it for you. Why does your expression seem so grim? Do you not like it? At his words, Yun Xiaoning noticed a shadow of concern flicker across Jiang Li's face, almost as if it bore a threat. Alarmed, she quickly lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting anxiously, responding in a voice barely above a whisper. I like it. I truly do. As long as you like it, the house has been tidied up quite well, and now it just requires a final touch. By the way, have the infected individuals made their appearance yet? Jiang Li gently weighed the belt in her hands, her face betraying an uncontainable smile reminiscent of a conqueror. They have indeed emerged. Shall we eliminate them, master? And what of your little corpse number 1? Was it not transformed into a ball just earlier? Has it completed its evolution? Not yet. How could she know that little corpse number 1 was evolving? Was it merely conjecture? While responding, Yun Xiaoning was once again pulled out of the window by Jiang Li, clutching the small belt, and they returned to the rooftop, panting slightly. Today's events would serve as a valuable lesson. Now, try to see if you can use your abilities to encircle all the infected individuals that have gathered around, trapping them within the confines of the villa, preventing their escape. But encircling the infected seems to fall under the category of capturing, master. I cannot apprehend so many of them at once. How should I encircle them? Firstly, my capture zones are insufficient, and even if I were to determine a capturing action, I can most capture one. Those encircled infected would likely be ejected directly. Observing the look of confusion on Yun Xiaoning's face, Jiang Li suddenly flicked her forehead with a resounding smack. Ouch, that hurt. Isn't it simply a matter of drawing dash lines? A Allow the segments to remain discontinuous, leaving a gap, and see if it triggers the capture. If it does not, we would have successfully encircled them. Wouldn't we? Can that really work? Rubbing her head, Yun Xiaoning's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps it might indeed be feasible. It could create a natural wall of protection against these infected. How infuriating. Could it be that Zhongli is indeed far more intelligent than I am? But surely I am not. Merely a foolish little girl. Yun Xiaoning blinked her remarkably clear big eyes. Yet suddenly, another concern crossed her mind. But master, what about at night? The shadowy creatures are omnipresent, and the infected seem to evade them, hiding away. If they cannot conceal themselves properly, could there be unforeseen consequences? What are you afraid of? We must try to know. Even if the night's monsters emerge and annihilate the infected, you could still close the circle and eliminate them for experience points. Moreover, the most pressing issue at hand is how to deal with these shadowy creatures. The more we eliminate, the better. Zhongli gazed at the surrounding infected, her brow furrowed. The thing she regretted most was being restricted by the shadows last night, which prevented her from seeking medicine promptly, resulting in this morning's tragedy. It nearly cost her the little cake she had just subdued. It is all the fault of those accursed shadowy creatures. But, in truth, master, your abilities can also eliminate those creatures at night. Yun Xiaoning suddenly tugged at Zhongli's sleeve, swiftly pulling the somewhat dazed Zhongli back to reality. What did you say? It was as if she had heard something of utmost importance. Zhongli abruptly turned her head, gripping the girl's shoulders tightly. Yun Xiaoning observed that Zhongli's eyes were now filled with a fierce anger directed at the shadowy monsters, along with a fervent desire to vanquish them. All that was needed was to unlock the next weapon. Chapter 62. A new, urgent mission emerges. Engaging in such discourse is indeed perilous. Yun Xiaoning harbored a profound fear that Zhongli might uncover the existence of the system. Consequently, she was compelled to attribute this notion to her own abilities, fabricating an explanation that her supernatural powers had acquired a new skill of insight. Zhongli would undoubtedly raise questions, but there was little that could be done. Yun Xiaoning believed it was imperative to be forthright with Zhongli regarding her newfound ability to perceive supernatural powers. Zhongli's earlier assertion held truth. One learns wisdom through adversity. To date, Yun Xiaoning had yet to encounter an infected individual capable of posing a genuine threat to her. Furthermore, for the infected, the absolute boundary of the air wall was nearly an insurmountable existence. However, the mechanism of this absolute boundary ability leaned excessively towards PvE, rendering Yun Xiaoning severely disadvantaged when confronted with threats from other survivors. Hence, scenarios akin to today as predicament arose. As the adage suggests, one must compensate for their deficiencies. Yun Xiaoning resolved to expedite her growth towards PvP, lest she encounter similar troubles in the future. Today, it was Zhongli who fortuitously returned in time to rescue her. Yet such luck might not be guaranteed again. At present, Yun Xiaoning contemplated 3 strategies. First, she needed to acquire modern weaponry, such as firearms. For modern individuals invariably feared such implements. This was the true instrument of self-defense. Despite the prowess of supernatural beings, they remained mortal. Even someone as formidable as Zhongli had not yet reached the level of effortlessly consuming peanuts. Should she manage to do so, it would merely indicate that the caliber of the peanuts was insufficient. The second strategy involved optimizing her ability to subdue the infected. This feature was arguably her closest approach to PvP capabilities at the moment. Once Little Corpse number 1 completed its evolution, she must swiftly capture a genuinely combat-capable infected individual. After all, one can never have too many bodyguards. Lastly, she had to continue relying on Zhongli for protection. This necessity underscored the importance of confessing her ability to perceive supernatural powers to Zhongli. Yun Xiaoning slightly raised her gaze, meeting Zhongli's unwavering stare. Zhongli possessed a purely offensive supernatural ability, which had yet to manifest any supportive effects. At most, it could enhance her own attributes. Thus, in essence, Zhongli's defensive capabilities were quite fragile. While she could retreat into the boundary to withstand any assault from the infected, this tactic would not suffice against other supernatural beings. Should she encounter an adversary of equal standing, The risk of mutual annihilation loomed large. At such a juncture, the significance of intelligence advantage became paramount. With the system's provision of insight services, she could glean information regarding the abilities and levels of other supernatural beings in advance, even observing the growth of their abilities into the next tier. This, indeed, constituted an exceptionally potent advantage. It is akin to having gained a form of clairvoyance. Your abilities and powers are entirely transparent to me. Yun Xiaoning deems it essential to share this advantage with Zhongli. This will undoubtedly enhance her odds of victory in battles against other superhumans. After all, until her own combat prowess reaches fruition, she must rely on herself as her greatest support, thereby fulfilling her role as an auxiliary character to the utmost. So, how come your abilities possess such an abundance of supportive functions? You can even glimpse the capabilities of others and discern the effects of the next level? Oh, I cannot say for certain. Faced with Jiang Li's skepticism, Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, opting to feign ignorance. If all else fails, she could resort to acting cute. You had better not let me discover any secrets you are withholding. Otherwise, you shall find yourself confined in a little cage for punishment. Sigh. For today, I shall consider this a pass. I will not pursue the matter further. Well then, I truly appreciate it. I shall head downstairs to continue tidying up. You remain above, basking in the sun, and do not wander about. Remember to take your medicine after eating. Very well. Yun Xiaoning obediently nodded, catching the small strap that Jiang Li threw her way, which was now fastened around her neck, and dutifully returned to her cushion. As time swiftly passed to noon, Yun Xiaoning found herself growing drowsy under the sun's warmth, just as she was about to curl up on her cushion and doze off like a small cat. Familiar chimes suddenly echoed in her mind. The current time is precisely 12 o'clock noon. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving the 72nd hour post-apocalypse, becoming one of the remaining 9 of the human population. To further promote the enhancement of the host's abilities, this system has tailored and issued a second wave of foundational tasks, now fully stored in the taskbar, available for the host to accept at any time. Ding! The host token balance is detected to be a mere 2 tokens, nearing the brink of bankruptcy. This system has urgently issued a time-sensitive emergency task and has automatically accepted it. Please check for details. Another task has arrived. How splendid. Just when my tokens have been entirely spent, receiving a task now feels like a timely boon. Yun Xiaoning jolted upright, hastily opening the system interface. At this moment, she had little interest in the statistics of survivor numbers. To her, they were merely ethereal and cold figures. Moreover, after today's interactions with other survivors, she had developed significant aversion towards them. Her sole concern now lay in the difficulty of the new tasks and the rewards she could obtain. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. If she desires to enhance her power, she must acquire a greater abundance of tokens. Upon accessing the system interface, Yun Xiaoning swiftly navigated to the taskbar. First, she encountered 3 foundational tasks that were quite similar to the previous ones, but had slightly elevated difficulty and rewards. Task 1. Personally eliminate a total of 20 infected, not yet accepted. Time limit. None. Task reward. System tokens X150. Task 2. Successfully capture a mutated infected, not yet accepted. Time limit. None. Task reward. System tokens X150. Task 3. Unlock a total of 5 system services, not yet accepted. Time limit. None. Task reward. System tokens X150. An additional random system service unlocked at no cost. With her chin cupped in her hand, Yun Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction. Although the difficulty had increased, the absence of a time constraint rendered these tasks almost effortless. Indeed, they were worthy of being classified as foundational tasks. Moreover, the tokens awarded were significantly more than in the previous round. An increase in rewards is undoubtedly a positive development. Her immediate objective was to elevate her abilities to the next level and unlock new skills. Furthermore, she needed to accumulate sufficient tokens to procure defensive weapons, while also enhancing several system services to expedite Jiang Li's token accumulation efficiency. There were countless expenses to consider. Meticulous budgeting was essential. As she continued to scroll down, Her eyes widened in astonishment upon encountering the final task, which had been automatically accepted. Emergency task. Eliminate a special grade infected. Time limit. Within 48 hours, failure to complete within the time frame will result in task failure. However, there are no penalties for failure. Please assess your own capabilities and choose to complete it wisely. Do not risk your life. Task reward. Advanced portable power source X1. System tokens X2000. What a substantial reward. Chapter 63. A whimsical display amidst diarrhea, a staggering 2,000 tokens. Truly, this is an urgent task triggered by the brink of bankruptcy. Bankruptcy protection, indeed, if we include the 450 tokens from the other 3 tasks. Yun Xiaoning could acquire an abundance of items. A quality firearm could be procured, and ample ammunition could be purchased as well. Upon scrutinizing the system shop, the Glock pistol is priced at 1,000 tokens, while an ACAM assault rifle costs a mere 1,600. Should she encounter those vicious survivors from this morning again, she could effortlessly pull the trigger and empty the magazine. With such power in her hands, who would dare to bully her? Moreover, the remaining funds would suffice to upgrade her abilities to level 3 through investment, unlocking the skill to prohibit passage. Could it be that her desire to confine Zhang Li within the circle, indulging in hot pot and barbecue right in front of her, could be realized so swiftly? Yun Xiaoning's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. The limited time frame is within 48 hours, and all she needs to do is eliminate a specific infected target. However, it is imperative to vanquish this particular adversary, which poses a considerable challenge. Rubbing her head, she settled back onto her cushion. The prospect of locating such a target was secondary. Her personal level was only 4, and it was highly unlikely she could breach the defenses of a high-level infected being, rendering her efforts futile. Furthermore, should these creatures perish against the air wall, it wouldn't count as her kill. Thus, to personally slay one, her only option is to intercept Zhang Li's target, allowing her to weaken the foe while Yun Xiaoning delivers the fatal blow. Yet, this hinges upon her attaining a sufficiently elevated level. Yun Xiaoning recalled that during her first encounter with a high-level infected, Zhang Li was at level 7 and still could not penetrate the foe's defenses, resorting instead to using the sharp angles of the air wall to bisect it. They won the battle, but the experience was entirely squandered, leaving no rewards for anyone. Therefore, to accomplish this task, there exists a hidden prerequisite. She must first elevate her personal level. Gazing at the infected surrounding the villa, ensnared by a circle formed by a dashed line and a solid line, she confidently puffed out her cheeks. This was Zhang Li's ingenious suggestion of delineating a dashed line, proving remarkably effective, though it remained uncertain if it could hold until nightfall. With the dashed line in place, the infected would be easily confined, rendering them as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Thus, there would be no time for idleness today. Having established a secure monster farming tower, she would dedicate the entire day to slaying creatures. By completing the first basic task, she could also incrementally raise her level, facilitating her efforts in accomplishing the second basic task. The success rate of capturing infected beings is determined by one's level. The higher the level, the greater the likelihood of success. After all, this time she was tasked with capturing a mutated infected, not a mere weakling like the first corpse. So, with resolve, she set forth to act. Despite Zhang Li's admonition to remain on the rooftop and refrain from wandering about, she had also permitted herself a modicum of indulgence today. Such contradictory counsel was a source of vexation for her. Yun Xiaoning tossed aside the sunshade, slid through the bedroom window, and scampered down the stairs with a series of light footfalls. Yun Xiaoning? Did I not expressly instruct you to stay put until I finish tidying up? The bloodstains in the living room had not been completely eradicated, yet Zhang Li had managed to clean them up considerably. Who would have thought she possessed such competence? Truly admirable. My dear master, I have made a decision, Yun Xiaoning exclaimed as she rushed to Zhang Li's side, wrapping her arms around her waist and pressing herself against her. While speaking, she nuzzled her cheek against Zhang Li's arm. Under the onslaught of such endearing antics, Zhang Li soon ceased her work, gazing at the little one with a puzzled expression and furrowing her brow. What have you decided? I want to level up. What do you wish to level up for? Since I have some time on my hands, I want to slay some infected. As she spoke, Yun Xiaoning pointed towards the door. I'll do it just outside our home. Is that all right, master? Then, could you lend me the dawn? Absolutely not. Observing Jiang Li's resolute refusal, Yun Xiaoning bit her lip and buried her head into Jiang Li's chest, rubbing against her fiercely while emitting soft, cat-like whines. In that moment, Jiang Li nearly succumbed to her overwhelming cuteness. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. TSK. Although initially reluctant, Jiang Li ultimately could not resist Yun Xiaoning's theatrical display of charm. She retrieved her long knife and handed it to Yun Xiaoning. Hooray! Thank you, master. Grasping the knife, Yun Xiaoning dashed outside, fearful that Jiang Li might retract her permission. The infected, ensnared within two delineated boundaries, were jostling against one another, utterly immobilized, effectively serving as living targets. Engaging in the slaughter proved to be exceedingly effortless. Yun Xiaoning held the long knife, inhaled deeply to recapture the sensation from her initial encounter with the infected, and plunged forward with a decisive strike. This time, her aim was true, and the blade pierced directly into the head of the infected before her. One down. As her experience increased, her tokens also rose by one. The thrill of such rewards was exhilarating. She pressed on. 2, 3, 4. With determination, Yun Xiaoning felled 7 infected in one go, and at last, her experience bar, already nearing fullness, propelled her to level 5. However, this exertion had left her considerably fatigued, and she leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Yet, Yun Xiaoning did not forget to promptly access her personal information interface to allocate her skill points. This time, she chose not to heed Jiang Li's advice, mindlessly distributing her points into mental fortitude. Instead, she opted to boost her physical prowess by 1. Given her current frail physique akin to that of a crispy fried chicken, it is not only doubtful that she could engage in battle, but even in her future confrontation with Jiang Li, she would merely be capable of rolling her eyes at the speed of light. Moreover, learning from the lessons of the morning, she resolved to enhance her physical capabilities so that when faced with today's perils again, she would find it easier to flee. Therefore, from now on, all her points would be allocated equally between physical strength and mental fortitude. After a brief respite, the spirited little dumpling, filled with determination, shouted various declarations for her 2,000 tokens, for a fierce revenge against Jiang Li, and for the opportunity to teach Jiang Li a lesson by confining her within a circle. Armed with a long knife, she charged forth, exclaiming, Die, 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 die. Silly Jiang Li, just wait to be corrected by me. The entire afternoon slipped away in this manner, and as night fell, Jiang Li remained on the balcony, observing Yun Xiaoning's frantic attempts to slay monsters. Her brows were tightly knitted in concern. She was acutely aware of the reasons behind Yun Xiaoning's desperate fervor. Ultimately, she had returned too late today. The incident from the morning had left an indelible scar in Yun Xiaoning's heart, one that could not be easily mended by merely rescuing her. This life-threatening crisis would forever resonate within her, etched into her subconscious, instilling a perpetual sense of fear and aversion. Thus, it was only natural for Yun Xiaoning to exert herself so recklessly, striving to elevate her level, Jiang Li mused, convinced her intuition was correct. Yet at the heart of it, all this turmoil stemmed from her own negligence. Jiang Li clenched her fists in frustration. Although Yun Xiaoning had developed a deeper reliance on her, Jiang Li wished that such dependence did not arise from such dire circumstances. It felt akin to a perfect little cake marred by a deep incision, no longer retaining its flawlessness. It was indeed vexing. Regret seeped into her heart, lingering like a persistent shadow. Simultaneously, as the little cake bore its wound, a void emerged in Jiang Li's own heart, one that demanded urgent fulfillment. She was determined to eradicate every shadowy monster obstructing her path, almost be vanquished. The hatred and fury did not subside. Instead, they swiftly transferred onto another target. She needed to unlock her next weapon promptly. Only with a formidable weapon could she inflict genuine harm upon those accursed shadowy beasts. As she observed the darkening sky, Jiangli silently resolved to devise a plan for tomorrow's quest for a new weapon. However, a curious development soon unfolded. Even Yun Xiaoning, who was utterly exhausted from slaying monsters below, sensed something amiss. With the onset of night, the infected beings constrained by the boundary became increasingly agitated, seemingly desperate to find a shadowy corner to hide in. Yet, the true dilemma lay in what they sought to evade. The shadowy monsters. Why have they not arrived at this quaint villa tonight, as they typically do? Have they not come? Those shadowy creatures? Why? Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, perplexed. Shadows are drawn by sound. Could it be that some other place is more lively tonight, luring all the shadows away? Chapter 64. It's fine. I simply enjoy the thrill of combat. The absence of shadowy monsters was both a blessing and a curse. On the one hand, Yun Xiaoning could continue to vanquish her foes without interruption, free from the anxiety of sudden ambushes that might delay her progress. On the other hand, Jiang Li's strategy of using the infected as a barricade could not be validated for its effectiveness during the night. Thus, she resolved to keep attacking. She would persist until the first little corpse completed its evolution before taking a respite, as the mutation process required a lengthy 12 hours. With a slight pout, Yun Xiaoning accessed her personal information interface. Age, 18 years. Personal level, 6. Ability, absolute marginality. Rarity of ability, SSR, super rare. Ability level, to derive skills, skill 1. Cancel line. You can now manually erase unnecessary marginal lines. Next level unlocking soon. Skill 2. Marginal line prohibition. Designate and mark a target that could ordinarily traverse the marginal line, rendering this target and most actions it triggers unable to cross the line for the next 24 hours. Base attribute rating. Physical strength, E. Stamina, E. Power, E. Mental fortitude, C. Base attribute bonuses. Mental fortitude 4. Physical strength 2. All attributes special bonus 0. 19. Throughout the afternoon, as she counted, Yun Xiaoning dispatched approximately 40 infected beings. During this time, she had also activated the marginal line once, drawing in a second wave of infected to her enclosure. Not only did her level rise to 6, but she also augmented Jiang Li's Dawn passive skill by 0. 19. A vivid crimson numeral, 125, was inscribed on the hilt of her weapon. 125? Something felt amiss. She had slain 40 infected today, while Jiang Li had dispatched 77 yesterday morning. Where then did the remaining 8 kills originate? She hadn't observed Jiang Li engaging any infected today, and it was unlikely she encountered any on her morning outing. After pondering for a moment, Yun Xiaoning suddenly smacked her forehead. Could it be those human survivors? It turned out that humans could also be counted. Those slain by the scythe did not count, but those taken down by Dawn were indeed recorded. Yun Xiaoning was momentarily taken aback. Upon further reflection, the 77 infected from yesterday had contributed approximately 0.1 to Dawn's passive ability, while today's 40 infected and 8 humans likely provided a similar boost. So, was the efficiency of killing humans even greater than that of slaying monsters? Of course, it could also be attributed to the fact that they were abilities users who might hold a greater weight in the calculations. Nevertheless, it was somewhat unsettling. Yun Xiaoning could accept Jiang Li killing for a purpose, whether for her own benefit or for Yun Xiaoning's sake, but she was reluctant to see Jiang Li evolve towards becoming a harbinger of death. She could only hope that Jiang Li would remain oblivious to this efficiency conundrum. As Yun Xiaoning pondered, she swiftly wielded her blade to slay yet another infected creature. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her hands, which trembled slightly from the strain of gripping the weapon. It seemed she had reached her limit after a half-day's toil. She had actually spent more time resting than working, indulging in several extra meals, yet her body had long been sending distress signals. If she continued, she would surely fall apart. Jiang Li would certainly not appreciate a disassembled companion, especially one drenched in sweat. Perhaps it would be best to call it a day. Just as she sheathed her knife, a peculiar sound emanated from the enormous egg-shaped object nearby. What? At that moment, Jiang Li emerged from the villa behind her, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the giant egg, which was slowly cracking open. Master, it's little corpse number 1. It seems to be hatching. Indeed. Jiang Li moved behind Yun Xiaoning, resting her arms on the latter's shoulders, allowing her hands to slide down to encircle Yun Xiaoning in a gentle embrace. The young girl was glistening with perspiration, yet the scent that wafted from her was anything but foul. On the contrary, it was an intensely rich and pure milky aroma, inviting and captivating, evoking a desire to linger in its presence. Truly, she was a delightful little cake. After such exertion, the fragrance had only intensified, heightening the appetites of those around her. Jiangli had to consciously restrain herself from indulging in the alluring scent, lest she be completely entranced by Yun Xiaoning. She rubbed her nose and turned her gaze, following Yun Xiaoning's line of sight to the egg that was now gradually splitting apart. A mere minute passed before a low roar of hungry echoed in the air. A brand new little corpse number 1 had emerged from its shell. Its form had not drastically changed. It remained humanoid, yet appeared significantly stronger, with patches of skin regressing to reveal expansive areas of vibrant red muscle. Most striking were its hands and feet, encased in a layer of bleached bone, resembling long boots and gauntlets, exuding an undeniable aura of aggression. Additionally, a rudimentary bone chest plate, composed of countless rib-like structures, adorned its front and back. Little corpse number 1 had completely transformed from a frail being into a muscular warrior, brimming with vitality. Current available infected slots. 2. Use infected slots. 1. Infected slot 1. Level 8 variant infected. Variant type. Warrior variant. Infected title. Little corpse no. 1. Infected skill. Arm hardening. Having absorbed the ability for arm hardening, it can now engage in combat with the same level of strength as its original master. Infected bonus. None. Infected rating. A remarkable Yun Xiaoning exclaimed in awe. How does it start at level 8? Its level surpasses my own. Moreover, he astonishingly assimilated a supernatural ability, acquiring the skill of arm hardening. This significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Fortunately, the little corpse obediently adhered to his commands. Its growth signified an escalation in his own strength. Truly remarkable. I have a persistent feeling that my capabilities will soon surpass those of Jiangli, allowing me to effortlessly overpower her. Hee. Now that the evolution is complete and the monsters have been vanquished for experience, it is time to retire for the night. I assent it? Oh, do not forget that you have just recovered from serious illness. Jiangli gently caressed Yun Xiaoning's head, prompting her to turn around. Are you not going to warm my bed? Oh, I understand. However, could I? Yun Xiaoning lowered her head, catching a whiff of her own perspiration. Some areas felt sticky, making it quite uncomfortable to sleep. May I take a bath first, master? I'm quite sweaty and rather odorous. You have just had a fever. Why would you take a bath? No washing allowed, but the smell is quite overwhelming. It's all right. I rather enjoy strong scents. What? You don't believe me? As she spoke, Jiangli unabashedly leaned in, bringing her nose close to the collar of the shirt where the odor was most potent, and took a deep inhalation, savoring the aroma. Chapter 65. Affection is an emotion that yearns for expression. In summary, you shall accompany me tomorrow in search of other elite infected individuals, as I am to unlock my next weapon. Should you dare to linger in bed, I shall administer a playful spank to rouse you from your slumber. Oh no, please, not that. Ultimately, after a futile struggle, Yun Xiaoning was swept off her feet by Jiangli, who carried her back to bed with unwavering determination. The acrid scent of blood had entirely dissipated, and the bed linens had been completely replaced with a fresh set. The gentle blush of the fabrics evoked a sense of youthful charm. Nestling into the soft embrace of the bedding was an exquisite comfort. With the absence of the noisy, shadowy creatures tonight, the infected had gradually fallen quiet, bestowing the room with a rare tranquility. After donning a delicate pink nightgown, Yun Xiaoning slipped under the covers, only to find herself enveloped in Jiangli's arms, as if she were a cherished pillow. His embrace was tight and unyielding. Previously, she may have deemed Jiangli's actions excessive, leaving her breathless. However, today marked a shift in her perspective. This constricting, yet almost compulsory embrace was no longer unwelcome. Rather, it had transformed into an extraordinary source of strength, allowing her to draw forth the security she so desperately needed from its suffocating warmth. With this newfound sense of safety, She no longer trembled like a frightened rabbit when held by Jiang Li, and instead, she gently closed her eyes, serenely attuning herself to the cadence of his breathing and heartbeat, awaiting the arrival of drowsiness. Yet, prior to succumbing to sleep, an inexplicable feeling that something remained unfinished stirred within her, prompting Yun Xiaoning to suddenly open her eyes. She gazed tenderly at Jiang Li, meticulously studying his gaunt and serene visage, while secretly concocting a mischievous plan. "What is the matter? Still awake?" Jiang Li, sensing her gaze, inquired lazily, his eyes still closed. I find it a bit difficult to sleep." "Why is that?" Because I feel there are still some words I wish to share with you, yet have not expressed." Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes, only to find Yun Xiaoning's face drawing ever closer until their breaths mingled. He furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by her intentions. The sweet, milky scent enveloped him, clouding his thoughts. Yun Xiaoning gradually rose, her lips brushing against the lobe of Jiang Li's ear as she whispered softly, "Jiang Li." "Yes. Thank you." "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for saving my life." "Thank you." Her melodious and delicate voice flowed like a clear stream, gently cascading into his ears and swiftly settling in the depths of his heart. The girl, tightly embraced, felt the arms around her suddenly stiffen, yet, as if to conceal some awkwardness, they tightened their grip even more. This action, however, caused her to gasp for breath, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. "Thank you." Merely uttering a word of thanks is insufficient. "Yun Xiaoning, you must present an appropriate reward. Am I not correct in assuming the master would say so?" Despite the near suffocating discomfort, the girl forced a smile, bracing herself. "I certainly have prepared a reward." Taking a deep breath, as if finally steeling herself, she closed her eyes, and her delicate lips gently brushed against Jiang Li's earlobe. A fleeting peck, as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, merely a taste. This gesture served as the best form of recompense. Moreover, this tender kiss was enough to impart a valuable lesson to Jiang Li, that affection is an emotion that must be expressed rather than bottled up inside, accompanied by a series of contradictory and clumsy actions. Soon, Yun Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction, her cheeks flushed as she turned away, effortlessly extricating herself from Jiang Li's grasp, and, with her back to her, fell into a deep slumber, blissfully carefree. A night of deep sleep enveloped Yun Xiaoning. Upon awakening and seeing Jiang Li still in a peaceful slumber, she realized that this individual must have stayed up for quite some time the previous night. This signified that she had indeed secured a significant victory. With a cheerful demeanor, she emerged from her cocoon of blankets and opened her affection interface to take a look. Current exclusive affection level, 77, very fond. See, it has risen again. In a situation where Jiang Li could not perceive her level of affection, yet she could see Jiang Li's, she held an absolute advantage in this emotional tug-of-war. This insurmountable information disparity was an undeniable existence, stronger than the constraints placed on the infected by the margins. It was even possible that Jiang Li spent the entire night pondering and speculating whether she genuinely liked her, or if it was all an act, or perhaps it was due to a deeper sense of dependence that allowed her to behave thus. No matter how hard she tried, she would never truly comprehend her own feelings towards her. There was no way to lose, absolutely not. Yun Xiaoning reveled in this pride for a while, before freshening up and heading downstairs to prepare breakfast. Shortly after, Jiang Li awoke as well. Upon descending the stairs, they exchanged a knowing glance, seamlessly reverting to their usual dynamic, with neither mentioning the events of the previous night, as if nothing had transpired at all. After a silent breakfast, Yun Xiaoning was pulled by Jiang Li onto the balcony. Time was of the essence. They needed to secure a special affection today, instructing her little companion, Little Corpse One, to quickly find one. "All right, okay," the little one obediently nodded, stretching her neck to summon her evolved number 1 assistant. Little Corpse number 1, could you assist us in locating another elite infected individual? I'm so hungry. The little corpse number 1 has grown considerably stronger. It still bears that simple-minded expression, continually exclaiming its hunger. However, unlike last time, it did not sniff around to quickly identify a target. Instead, it turned in circles several times before glancing back at the two on the balcony, then shrugged its shoulders, indicating its powerlessness. It seems there are no elite infected individuals in our vicinity, Master. Alas, this is precisely the situation that Jiang Li feared the most. The number of elite infected is exceedingly rare. The last one they found was merely a survivor who had not yet mutated into an elite infected. If there are none nearby, the only option would be to venture further afield, perhaps to the city center or other densely populated areas, in hopes of better luck. Yet, the dangers within the city center are incomparable to the current suburban setting. Encountering multiple elite infected or more formidable and higher-level superpowered beings could indeed pose significant challenges. Master, shall we try our luck at the survivor gathering site? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's expression darkened, and she shot a disapproving glance at Yun Xiaoning. No. That is certainly not what I meant to suggest. Oh, Master, please don't misunderstand me. I am well behaved. I want to run away. I will stay right by your side. What I meant to say is, since there are many survivors there must also be numerous superpowered individuals and infected. Moreover, the gathering site would likely be an easy target for attacks from the infected, thus increasing the probability of encountering elite infected. Wouldn't it? Even if we don't find any, it's still quite possible to meet survivors with peculiar traits. However, Yun Xiaoning did not voice this thought, as she was uncertain whether Jiang Li might resort to some inhumane and selfish actions. Nevertheless, regardless of Jiang Li's decisions, she felt she had no right to judge her. She must always remain in step with her. If she chose to be the villain, then she would simply be the little sidekick of a great evildoer. After listening to Yun Xiaoning, Jiang Li seemed to find her reasoning sound. She pondered for a moment, stroking her chin before nodding and making her decision. Then let us drive there. If time runs short on our return, we can conveniently stay nearby to observe the situation. Very well. I shall heed my master's command. Furthermore, we need to procure some fuel on the way back. Supplies must continue to be stockpiled. Xiaoning, go fetch the principal's car keys from the living room. Understood. Chapter 66. Get up and sleep again. Having gathered some essential supplies before officially embarking on their journey, Jiang Li pulled Yun Xiaoning into her dressing room for a bit of grooming. Given that their destination for the day was the Survivor's refuge at the West City Square, the likelihood of encountering other survivors was somewhat heightened. Thus, Jiang Li opted not to dress Yun Xiaoning in anything ostentatious or attention-grabbing, but rather selected a few modest garments. She adorned her with a long white t-shirt that extended past her thighs and a pair of inconspicuous deep blue ultra-short shorts hidden beneath the t-shirt, virtually undetectable unless one bent down. On her feet were delicate white socks adorned with lace, paired with the round-toed canvas shoes that Yun Xiaoning typically wore at school, which Jiang Li had taken the liberty of cleaning up during their tidying session yesterday. Once dressed, Jiang Li spent a brief moment tidying Yun Xiaoning's hair into an adorably charming long-eared bunny hairstyle, exuding an exceptional purity. Although her attire was considerably simpler than in previous days, it did not diminish the gentle and demure aura that radiated from Yun Xiaoning, which somehow seemed to draw even more attention. As the young girl twirled lightly in front of the mirror, she resembled a character straight out of comic, a neighborly girl leaping from the realms of the second dimension, making it impossible for anyone to avert their gaze. Sighing, Jiang Li ultimately pulled Yun Xiaoning into the car, her expression laced with complexity. Today, a thick fog enveloped the outside world, causing Jiang Li to drive cautiously. The streets of his post-apocalyptic landscape were fraught with potential accident sites, with countless abandoned vehicles strewn haphazardly along the roadside. Driving carefully was imperative, as even a slight miscalculation could lead to unnecessary complications. The unsteady pace of the vehicle soon lulled the little cake in the passenger seat into a state of drowsiness. After blinking a few times and stretching languidly, she curled up, removed her shoes, and settled in her seat, quickly succumbing to sleep. She would awaken to eat, then drift back into slumber, finding comfort in her rest. With an exasperated glance at Yun Xiaoning, Jiang Li continued to drive attentively. At this speed, it would take at least an hour to reach their destination. During this lengthy and tedious stretch, Even Jiang Li found herself mulling over the events of the previous day. Yesterday, who would have thought that the little one would dare to initiate contact? This caught Jiang Li completely off guard. Had it not been for her consideration of Yun Xiaoning's recent fright and her still recovering health, Jiang Li might have been unable to resist the urge to claim the girl right then and there, teaching her a lesson. Where one might wonder, did the audacity for such an advance come from? Perhaps, more likely than not, it stemmed from a deepened sense of reliance on Jiang Li after she had rescued her. Yun Xiaoning's timid nature meant that the more dependent she became, the greater her fear of abandonment grew. Thus, it was only natural for her to act out of urgency and initiative. This is indeed a positive development, as she has thoroughly mastered herself and remains loyal to her own performance. However, it is far from perfect. The root cause of her unwavering loyalty stems from uncontrollable external factors, which are rather undesirable. Once Yun Xiaoning possesses the strength to overcome these external challenges, how can her loyalty be further assured? The consequences of this recent attack bear a striking resemblance to the fear-induced dependency she had cultivated on the first day. While it undoubtedly deepened her sense of reliance, it simultaneously ignited Yun Xiaoning's fervor to become stronger. Yet once she grows stronger, she may very well break free from her confines, escaping her own grasp. This cannot be permitted. Once she savors the taste of power, she will no longer be a mere cake to be toyed with or bullied at will. From this perspective, I should not have lent her the knife yesterday, allowing her to level up. How infuriating. I was momentarily blinded by her charm and softened my heart. Another blunder. Am I now resorting to coaxing myself with cuteness? Reflecting on this, Jiang Li suddenly felt that Yun Xiaoning was slipping slightly out of control, and an unnameable fury surged within her. Thus, Jiang Li resolved to reinforce her control over the little cake immediately. She reached out, grasped Yun Xiaoning's head, and shook it vigorously a few times. What? My little head is about to be shaken into a daze. Yun Xiaoning blinked in confusion. Master, what's wrong? Nothing. Just let you wake up and sleep again. Wake up and sleep again? It took Yun Xiaoning a while to comprehend Jiang Li's words, and she cast a resentful glance at her. It was early morning. Was she about to start acting up again? How annoying. Nevertheless, if it's about sleeping again, so be it. You've provoked me, and you've certainly stirred a cotton-like softness within me. I want to resist, even for a moment. Rolling her eyes, Yun Xiaoning turned away, reclined back in her seat, and closed her eyes, quickly falling asleep. You actually fell asleep just like that. Yun Xiaoning. What now? Yun Xiaoning was shaken again, and this time she was genuinely irritated, opening her little mouth to let out a small yawn at Jiang Li like a kitten. We have arrived at the West City Square. Don't sleep anymore. So we've reached the station. Yun Xiaoning rubbed her eyes. Following Jiang Li's lead, opened the car door, and stumbled out, still half asleep. On the roadside, the subway entrance representing the West City Square was nearby, and just a glance ahead revealed the faint outline of the square shrouded in thick fog. This area was once the most prosperous part of the western suburbs before the apocalypse, but now it is marred by decay and corpses, bearing a hellish new visage. At this moment, the infected have yet to emerge, making it the ideal time for survivors to venture out and gather supplies. However, a sense of bewilderment arose within me. Despite having arrived at the outskirts of West Square, why was there not a single living soul in sight? The ground was strewn with an abundance of corpses, predominantly those of the infected, alongside a number of survivors who appeared to have perished without any mutation. Wait a moment. This is indeed the most peculiar aspect of the situation. Why would there be intact human bodies in the wilderness of a zombie apocalypse? It defies logic. Yun Xiaoning furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Yet, upon noticing Jiang Li advancing with a long knife in hand, she quickened her pace to catch up, grasping the hem of his garment. Master, something feels amiss. Indeed, it is quite unsettling. Ultimately, the very notion of establishing a survivor enclave at West Square is fraught with complications. Although West Square is abundant in resources, it is also the area with the highest foot traffic in the entire west of the city. This implies that it would be the most densely populated location for the infected following the outbreak. It is entirely unsuitable for establishing a human sanctuary. So why? Chapter 67. The episode of Yun Xiaoning's intense bloodlust as she pondered, a sudden series of thumping footsteps echoed from behind. Yun Xiaoning turned to see that the diminutive figure, known as Little Corpse One, had finally arrived, burdened with an oversized mountaineering backpack nearly as tall as itself. The pungent odor emanating from Little Corpse One was overwhelmingly offensive, prompting Zhongli to vehemently refuse its entry into the vehicle. Consequently, Yun Xiaoning ordered it to run alongside the vehicle, carrying its substantial load. Little Corpse One, are there any elite infected nearby? Little Corpse One, appearing momentarily perplexed, removed its hefty pack and took a moment to sniff the air. Suddenly invigorated, it raised a hand and pointed towards the West Square. The West Square, Master. Little Corpse One senses the presence of elite infected within. Understood, she replied, though a gnawing apprehension lingered. It feels dangerous to proceed, Master. Yun Xiaoning tugged at Jiang Li's sleeve twice, her gaze sweeping the surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. The morning fog was unbearably thick, intensifying as time passed, and visibility diminished alarmingly. Although it was well past dawn, the sun was nearly obscured by the haze, casting an eerie pall over the world, transforming it into a foreboding and oppressive realm. The square ahead was devoid of any signs of life. If there were indeed any human settlements or shelters, they might have already succumbed to the assault of the elite infected. After all, the combat prowess of the elite infected was undeniably formidable. Ordinary humans, lacking heavy firepower, could only compensate for the disparity in strength through sufficiently potent abilities. And what if one lacked such formidable powers? Yun Xiaoning swallowed hard, her eyes filled with trepidation as she surveyed the lifeless bodies lining the road, their fates shrouded in mystery. The oppressive atmosphere instilled in her a sense of foreboding. Perhaps it would be wiser not to venture forth? Although both she and Zhongli urgently sought to eliminate an elite infected, it was unwise to recklessly endanger themselves. The system task explicitly stated to exercise caution in execution and not to sacrifice their lives unnecessarily. Yet, having arrived, it seemed only prudent to investigate the potential danger. However, Zhongli showed no inclination to retreat. Let's see what has transpired in the square. And since we have confirmed the presence of elite infected, we cannot afford to leave without ascertaining the truth. Suddenly, Yun Xiaoning felt her small hand being grasped by Zhongli. The warmth radiating from his palm provided a measure of comfort, allowing her to breathe a little easier amid the tension. If all else fails, they could simply retreat in circles before devising an escape plan. Indeed, with the boundary line in place, there was little need to fear the infected. Instead, vigilance should be directed towards other human ability users. Puffing out her cheeks, she turned her head and, with a flash of golden light, created a protective circle around the principal's vehicle. This would serve as their retreat, a point they must steadfastly defend. As for Little Corpse One, while its level had reached 8 and its combat ability had improved, it still seemed woefully inadequate to face the elite infected, whose true strength remained an enigma. Moreover, when it encounters an insurmountable situation, it cannot retreat into a protective circle like itself and Zhongli. Instead, it would be ejected by the boundary line. To defend it, one can only hastily draw a dashed circle. This proves to be quite troublesome in actual combat, making swift reactions exceedingly difficult. Yun Xiaoning also wishes to protect her only little brother from injury or death. Thus, she decides to let it stay here, guarding the vehicle, enabling it to assist later, which is not a bad choice. After giving instructions to Little Corpse Number 1, Yun Xiaoning is led by Zhongli deeper into the mist, heading towards West City Square. In the square, the signs of battle are ubiquitous. Numerous mutated infected have attacked this place, resulting in many casualties. Flesh and blood are scattered everywhere. It appears that many individuals have arrived here after hearing news of the shelter being established. However, once they arrived, they never emerged again. Furthermore, aside from the decaying corpses, Yun Xiaoning even spots 2 remarkably fresh human bodies. They died from knife wounds, with no signs of being bitten. This is clearly not the work of the infected. Instead, it resembles the actions of human survivors committing murder, which is even more terrifying. Upon this realization, Yun Xiaoning immediately recalls the events that transpired in the villa yesterday morning. Instantly, an uncontrollable shiver runs through her entire body. Do not be afraid, Xiaoning. I am here. I will not be afraid. Clenching her fists, Yun Xiaoning follows Jiang Li to the first commercial building at the edge of the square. This building evidently underwent some basic defensive construction by humans, indicating that someone certainly sought refuge inside after the apocalypse began. From the top floor to the ground level, all the windows have been boarded up, and the main entrance was once barricaded with various large office desks. However, these desks are now in shambles, as if something enormous had broken through. Could it be the special grade infected that little corpse number 1 discovered? Yun Xiaoning shrinks her neck, and following Jiang Li, ventures deeper into the dimly lit corridor. The sound of their footsteps echoes through the hall, resonating far and wide, yet growing increasingly unsettling to their ears. Amidst the heightened tension, Yun Xiaoning regrets her somewhat inadequate clothing. At this moment, aside from Jiang Li's hand in hers, her entire body feels cold, making her wish she could simply draw a circle on the spot to hide for a while. She turns her head and sees Jiang Li maintaining an air of calmness. His tension minimal, but his vigilance undoubtedly high. He exudes a palpable sense of safety. With this thought, Yun Xiaoning draws a little closer to Jiang Li. Just then, a faint sound suddenly emanates from the staircase leading to the basement. Though the noise is not loud, it is enough for both Yun Xiaoning and Jiang Li to perceive it. Is there something there? They exchange glances and promptly proceed to the staircase, following the sound into the basement. In this modest storage room, a considerable amount of supplies lay within, and the source of the peculiar sound emanated from a small compartment nestled in the far corner. What could possibly be concealed in this cramped space? With unwavering courage, Jiang Li advanced, brandishing his blade, and forcefully kicked open the door to the compartment. No, stay away. To their astonishment, the occupant of the compartment was not a formidable infected being, but rather a disheveled young girl with short hair, clad in tattered clothing stained with blood. She appeared to be of similar age to Jiang Li and his companion, though her frail frame suggested she had endured considerable hardship and hunger. Please don't kill me. Please don't. The girl, utterly terrified by Jiang Li's sudden intrusion, nearly panicked, causing the compressed biscuit she had been clutching to fall to the ground with a soft thud. Yun Xiaoning, closely following Jiang Li, cautiously entered the compartment, her gaze fixed warily on the corner girl. Recent discoveries of fresh human corpses in the plaza, marked by knife wounds, rendered any nearby survivor highly suspect, regardless of how weak they appeared. Moreover, the girl, despite her seemingly fragile state, was taller and likely stronger than Yun Xiaoning. In a hypothetical, unarmed confrontation devoid of supernatural abilities, Yun Xiaoning felt she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Observing the girl's demeanor, Yun Xiaoning silently assessed the disparity in their strengths. You have 1 minute to introduce yourself. Otherwise, Jiang Li declared coldly, positioning Yun Xiaoning protectively behind him. The glimmering blade, poised above his head, awaited a mere flick of his wrist to deliver a fatal blow to the girl before them. No. Please don't kill me. I'm just an unfortunate soul who was deceived. The sanctuary is a lie. It doesn't exist at all. It was them. They disguised themselves as us and deliberately lured us here. Wait, disguised? The mention of this word caused Yun Xiaoning to hold her breath in anticipation. Speak of something I don't know, Jiang Li prompted, his voice sharp. The girl in the corner faltered momentarily, as did Yun Xiaoning, who stood behind Jiang Li, momentarily lost for words. After a brief pause, she realized Jiang Li was intentionally extracting information from the girl. Out of words, the blade twitched, indicating an imminent strike. Please, don't kill me. The girl was paralyzed with fear, tears streaming down her face, her eyes fixated on Jiang Li's menacing weapon, her entire body trembling. Refusing to speak? Or do you truly know nothing? In that case, you are of no further use to us. The chilling tone felt eerily familiar to Yun Xiaoning, who scratched her head. Though recognizable, it confirmed the effectiveness of such threats. No. I am useful, I truly am. My abilities are rare and invaluable. The girl cradled her head and began to fervently plead with Zhongli. My power is mind-reading. I can perceive. I can unveil the secrets that lie between you all. She, yes she, the little white creature behind you, has concealed countless secrets from you. So many. I beg you, do not kill me, and I will divulge all her secrets. The dagger, poised to strike, suddenly froze mid-air and was slowly retracted. At that moment, an expression of profound astonishment swiftly spread across Zhongli's face. What? Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in shock. No, wait. Zhongli, why are you hesitating? Why did you sheathe your dagger? Do not hesitate. In an instant, the sheer terror that had once gripped her transformed into a look of panic on Yun Xiaoning's face. What mind-reading ability? She is surely deceiving you. Hurry, Zhongli. Strike her down. Eliminate her. This person must not be spared. Must not be spared. Chapter 68. Oh no. Our main character is an information black hole. I long to know. I so desperately wish to uncover the secrets. Zhongli was well aware that Yun Xiaoning had been concealing numerous little secrets from her. Initially, she had intended to extract these secrets gradually from Yun Xiaoning's lips. Even if Yun Xiaoning was reluctant to speak, Zhongli would have compelled her to divulge them. However, the recent days had been unsuitable for such pressure, prompting Zhongli to adopt a more patient approach for the time being. Now, an opportunity to immediately grasp all the truths and savor the essence of a delightful little cake had presented itself before her. How could Zhongli possibly resist such insatiable curiosity? Only by uncovering all of Yun Xiaoning's secrets could she gain greater leverage over her, allowing for deeper control, and ensuring that the shackle she imposed would become increasingly unyielding. She would remain bound to her eternally, with no chance of escape. How wonderful! How splendid! Gazing at the short-haired girl, Zhongli's expression shifted as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. In stark contrast, Yun Xiaoning was not in such high spirits. She glanced up into Zhongli's eyes and swallowed hard, her heart racing with trepidation, anxiously tugging at the hem of Zhongli's garment. She was met with a warning glare that made her take 2 steps back in fright, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Oh no, it's over. This is the end. Despair flooded her heart, yet the little bundle of nerves remained fixated on the short-haired girl cowering in the corner, activating her system's probing service. Even if death awaited, it must be faced with clarity. Moreover, what if the other party was merely feigning bravado to deceive Zhongli in order to save herself? Let us first ascertain whether this individual is lying or not. Perhaps I could discern her thoughts. Ability, memory formula, ability rarity, SSR, super rare, ability level, 5. Ability derivative skills, skill 1, memory collection. You can actively inspect all recent memories of the current target, as well as a small portion of past memories. Skill 2, memory collection 2. After eliminating the current target, you will automatically gather 3 selected memory fragments from the target's memories, concurrently acquiring a certain amount of ability experience. Skill 3, formula construction. Submit the memory fragments required for constructing a formula, and after consuming a special grade infected crystal, you will be able to make a wish. Note that the probability of wish fulfillment is inversely related to the difficulty of the wish. The last wish completion probability was 0.001, resulting in failure. Skill 4. Formula construction 2. Now, you can extract your own memory fragments for formula construction. Be cautious, as submitting an excessive number of your own memory fragments may cause irreversible damage to your brain. Skill 5. Illusion construction. You can now construct a relatively complex illusion based on the target's recent memories. Be aware that each illusion construction requires at least 50 of your mental energy. The next level is about to be unlocked. Skill 6. Memory collection 3. Each memory collection will yield an additional memory fragment. No. What? Another SSR rarity ability, and its level is astonishingly at level 5. Yun Xiaoning's mouth slightly agape. She gazed incredulously at the trembling girl in the corner. The combined ability levels of herself and Zhongli barely amounted to 5. How had this girl elevated her ability level to such heights in such a brief span? It was almost quicker than her own investments. Moreover, what was this so-called mind reading? The complexity of her power far surpassed mere telepathy. Mind reading was merely the most fundamental aspect of her abilities. There was an unsettling feeling. This girl was not as simple as she appeared. Something felt amiss. Furrowing her brow, Yun Xiaoning reevaluated the short-haired girl. Her powers were formidable, capable of mind-reading, wish-granting, and creating illusions. There was no need for her to feign weakness like this. Was she merely acting? Yun Xiaoning's instincts began to stir. As she pondered this, she noticed the cowering girl inadvertently cast a hostile glance in her direction, which vanished the moment she turned her gaze to Zhongli. Indeed, she was certainly putting on an act. Her display of vulnerability was intentional. But why? Recalling the lifeless bodies she had seen in the square. Victims of knife wounds, a shiver coursed through Yun Xiaoning as a realization dawned upon her. She hastily accessed the probing interface. Skill 2. Memory Collection 2. Upon killing the current target, you will automatically collect 3 selected memory fragments from the target's memories, along with a certain amount of ability experience. Her ability, Memory Formula, relied on killing targets to gather memories. This implied a deeply unsettling premonition quickly enveloped her mind. Wait a moment. Since this girl could actively retrieve others' memories, she must have already sensed that Yun Xiaoning could perceive her abilities. From her perspective, she and Zhongli would appear completely transparent. Only through her system could Yun Xiaoning glean some information about her. But it was not enough for only her to know. Zhongli was still unaware. Our main character is an information black hole. This is bad. I must inform Zhongli. Zhongli. Do not heed her, master. She is... Just then, the girl suddenly extended her hand, pointing at the silver bracelet on Zhongli's wrist, a gift from Yun Xiaoning. Her voice was much louder than Yun Xiaoning's, instantly interrupting her, vying for the opportunity to speak. That is no ordinary bracelet. It is a deception. Master, do not listen to her. She is strange. Master, she is lying to you. Zhongli, do not heed her words. Yun Xiaoning, in a state of desperation, grasped Zhongli's arm, attempting to pull her towards the door. However, her efforts proved futile as Zhongli's strength effortlessly yanked her back. This was dire. Zhongli couldn't he possibly think she was merely quibbling. Could she? No. Yun Xiaoning realized that her current predicament bore an uncanny resemblance to just that. If Zhongli believed the other's claims of mind reading, then anything she said would merely appear as a defense, and every action would seem like a struggle. An absolute information disparity seemed to have birthed an exceedingly perilous misunderstanding. It felt as if clarity was utterly beyond reach. This was not Zhongli's fault. It was that wretched girl's. Yun Xiaoning anxiously bit her silver teeth, glaring fiercely at the girl lurking in the corner. That girl was dangerously cunning. Zhongli, do not place your trust in her. The wristband is fundamentally a tracking device. If the distance between the 2 wristbands increases, the silver bell on the little white-haired girl's ankle will immediately ring to alert her. Suddenly, Zhongli froze, slowly raising her hand to gaze at the wristband. No, master, it's not true, I confess. I confess, master, it truly is a tracking device. But that is not the crux of the matter. That girl is deliberate in her actions. She is perilous. Yun Xiaoning tugged at Zhongli's arm again, only to be met with a complex gaze from Zhongli. Who questioned? You have admitted it, Yun Xiaoning. I know, this is wrong. This is disastrous. I shouldn't have confessed. Doing so only solidified the notion that the other could indeed read minds, leading Zhongli astray. I've fallen into their trap. I speak nothing but the truth truly. If you doubt me, continue to question that little white-haired girl. Furthermore, on the day you hid on the rooftop, she had already discovered your presence. That entire night was a performance stage for your benefit. She cried the whole night, all for show. Not a single tear was genuine. This is the very reason your heart has been plagued with unease. You must have sensed something amiss. Zhongli's expression shifted to one of astonishment, while Yun Xiaoning's face turned pale with urgency. The most critical issue now was that the girl in the corner, that scoundrel, while unquestionably harboring ill intentions, spoke nothing but the truth. Chapter 69. The royal infected the bonds between individuals find it exceedingly difficult to endure lies and betrayal. Even the most untainted love can be reduced to ashes in the raging inferno of treachery. Thus, to sustain relationships, one must either engage with sincerity or resort to an intricate web of new deceptions to cloak the old. Now, as a deceiver, I felt increasingly parched under Jiang Li's penetrating gaze, filled with complex emotions. A fleeting wave of anxiety and turmoil, compounded by the fear of being exposed, momentarily overwhelmed Yun Xiaoning's mind, pushing her to the brink of thoughtlessness. How she longed to escape, to flee with Jiang Li and distance themselves from this perilous individual. Was there an opportunity? As the one whose secrets had been laid bare, she fell on the verge of losing her right to speak entirely. What should she do? This was an unprecedented crisis, significant from every conceivable angle. If that person continued to speak, she would undoubtedly be devoured alive by Jiang Li. She had concealed far too much from her, deceived her repeatedly. Even now, she was consumed with thoughts of how to retaliate against Jiang Li for all the wrong she had suffered. Furthermore, beyond merely sowing discord, the short-haired girl undoubtedly harbored more dangerous and sinister intentions. What was she to do? Just as Yun Xiaoning hesitated, a piercing shriek suddenly erupted from the staircase outside. She turned sharply, and the shrill cry successfully captured Jiang Li's attention. What warmed Yun Xiaoning's heart was that despite discovering her deception, Jiang Li instinctively pulled her close, shielding her from harm. Oh, she still cared for her well-being. Perhaps Jiang Li was not truly angry after all. It was coming. It had discovered us. The girl in the corner suddenly rose, her face a mask of terror as she trembled, staring wide-eyed at the door. What was it? Jiang Li drew her long knife, leading Yun Xiaoning cautiously out of the small compartment. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaoning remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the short-haired girl's movements. A chilling and terrifying scream pierced the air once more, reverberating through the dim compartment and underground storage, growing increasingly distinct. It was a special grade infected. The very creature that had deceived them into believing was releasing information about the construction of a human sanctuary. As the last words left her lips, a massive grayish-white figure surged into the underground space, darting along countless shelves and supplies, racing toward them. Startled, Yun Xiaoning gasped, but Jiang Li reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful slash that halted the monster's charge, sending the enormous gray creature crashing into a nearby shelf with a resounding thud. A cascade of supplies tumbled down, momentarily burying the special grade infected beneath a heap of goods. In that fleeting moment, Yun Xiaoning noticed that the girl who had been cowering in the corner, feigning weakness, had now drawn a sharp dagger, wearing an evil grin of triumph as she lunged towards Jiang Li's back. This was dire. Yun Xiaoning widened her eyes, instinctively hurling her entire body against Jiang Li's side in a desperate attempt to intervene. It was a purely instinctual action. She did not contemplate the potential consequences of her collision, nor the risk of the blade striking her instead. All that occupied her mind was the urgent fear of Jiang Li being harmed. Master, be careful. However, her intervention proved somewhat superfluous, as her slight frame scarcely budged Jiang Li at all, merely causing her to take half a step back. To Yun Xiaoning's astonishment, Jiang Li seemed to have anticipated the girl's treachery. In the instant she deflected the special-level infected individual, she swiftly withdrew her weapon, pivoting to block the incoming dagger with ease. A sharp clang echoed as the dagger's tip shattered, and the weapon was effortlessly flicked from a short-haired girl's grasp, crashing against a nearby shelf with a cacophony of metallic clinks. Yun Xiaoning stood frozen, astonished. Jiang Li. It appeared she was just as vigilant of the girl as herself. But before she could ponder further, the special-level infected being had regained its footing and charged at them with wild abandon. Seizing the moment when the creature had yet to attack, Yun Xiaoning quickly extended her small hand, and in an instant, a golden light flashed as she traced a nearly perfect circle on the ground. Recognizing that the girl was human and thus immune to the circle's effects, she deliberately enlarged it, effectively restricting the infected being's movement considerably. Yet to her surprise, as the circle encircled the three girls, a system notification chimed in her mind. Huh? Wait, what does that sound? Ding. Detection of host engaging in capture behavior. Target. Level 15, king level infected. Based on the host level compared to the target, the success rate for this capture is 2. Capture in progress. Capture failed. Significant mental energy consumed. What? A king level infected. A new term? A buzzing filled her mind, and an overwhelming fatigue engulfed her. Yet, Yun Xiaoning could not afford to dwell on such feelings. She gazed in astonishment at the ragged short-haired girl, who was now visibly repelled by the boundary and was forcefully thrust away, crashing into another shelf with a loud thud. She truly was an infected being. But why did she resemble a human so closely, while simultaneously possessing an SSR-level ability of an ability user? Could one person embody the identities of both an ability user and an infected being simultaneously? Ouch! This hurts terribly. Moments later, the girl, forcefully ejected by the boundary line, clumsily rose to her feet, brushing the dust off her clothes, and approached the boundary line with a displeased expression. Zhongli, having observed her expulsion, did not hastily strike again. Instead, she furrowed her brow, intently scrutinizing the scene beyond the boundary, where a human and a beast resided. All right, enough staring. Yun Xiaoning noted the girl pouting, seemingly disliking the sensation of being scrutinized. I concede. Fine, you both guessed correctly both? Yun Xiaoning was taken aback, quickly lifting her gaze to Zhongli. Indeed, it was all my doing. I disseminated the information about constructing a sanctuary here. I lured the other humans here. They were all slain by me. The corpses of both the infected and humans in the square were my handiwork. This has always been my hunting ground yet. I never anticipated that today, as hunting ground, would attract two extraordinary individuals like you, both possessing SSR-level abilities, one offensive and the other defensive. What a joke. As she spoke, the girl crossed her arms, casting an irritable glance at the grotesque, gray-white creature behind her, which bore massive bony claws and had lost all semblance of humanity. I told you we couldn't defeat these two. Xiaoyu, you insisted on an ambush. Now look, they want to come out, and we can't get in. With a sudden motion, the girl raised her leg and delivered a strong kick to the boundary line beside Yun Xiaoning. However, the golden ring remained unyielding, causing her foot to tingle uncomfortably. It seemed that even the so-called king-level infected had no means to breach this barrier. Perhaps we should reconsider? How about we don't fight and negotiate instead? The previously displeased girl's demeanor shifted abruptly, breaking into a giggle as she took a step back with a gray-white creature she called Xiaoyu. Let us pretend that the ambush we attempted was merely a trivial mistake. I'll take my leave now. Please don't pursue me. All right? This was clearly directed at Zhongli. But would Zhongli acquiesce? Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, noting that Zhongli still gripped her long knife tightly. Her gaze fixated on the white creature with an unmistakable resolve to claim the essence of that elite infected. There was even a hint of fury in her demeanor. Since you can read minds, you should comprehend the dire consequences of provoking the bond between me and my little cake. Shouldn't you? Suddenly, a spark of clarity illuminated Yun Xiaoning's thoughts. Upon hearing this, the previous feelings of doubt regarding being forsaken by Zhongli dissipated in an instant. Chapter 70. My homeboy Zhongli is just so handsome thus. Master, you're not truly angry with me, are you? Even though I have deceived you so many times. Yun Xiaoning lifted her head to gaze at Zhongli, her expression revealing a trace of anticipation. It would be simply splendid if Zhongli could forgive her outright. Besides, she reasoned, she hadn't committed any egregious wrongs. She had merely been oppressed, seeking means of self-rescue, striving to resist, and endeavoring to mend her wounded heart. What fault lay in that? It is but human nature. She was not the sort to derive pleasure from being bullied. Employing falsehoods for self-preservation was hardly reprehensible. Moreover, her favorability had already surged to a remarkable 77 points. Surely, he could find it in his heart to forgive her, right? I am indeed quite vexed, but for now, I shall temporarily let you off the hook. I will settle the score once we return home. Alas, let us first address the pressing issue at hand. Speak of her abilities, Xiaoning. Very well. The anticipation she had felt dissipated completely as Yun Xiaoning pouted, realizing she could hardly escape this predicament. Yet, this was not the moment for such trivialities. With formidable foes before them, even if Jiang Li were to seek retribution later, they must first survive this day and triumph over the two infected creatures ahead. Regarding the abilities of this royal-level infected girl, Yun Xiaoning pinched her chin and reread the information provided by the system's probing service. The requirements of the memory formula ability were numerous and quite intricate. In essence, it necessitated the slaughter of countless survivors to furnish the girl with sufficient and suitable fragments of memory. Simultaneously, it demanded a substantial expenditure of elite infected crystals for her to fulfill her wishes. Such a level of consumption could not be sustained through ordinary combat. Hence, she required a hunting ground of this nature, one that would lure humans for ambush while simultaneously using their corpses to attract elite infected beings for a self-service feast, thus perpetuating the cycle of ambush. Yun Xiaoning surmised that this was indeed the underlying logic. Master, her capabilities are somewhat complex. In simpler terms, all I need to know is what she can accomplish. Hey, you two, I am still standing right here. Could you refrain from conspiring so loudly? It is rather impolite. The short-haired girl, separated by an air barrier, placed her hands on her hips in frustration. However, neither Yun Xiaoning nor Jiang Li had any intention of acknowledging her further. In fact, Yun Xiaoning even flashed her a middle finger before slipping behind Jiang Li for cover. Her abilities encompass roughly 3 facets, Master. First, she can read memories, but only those of recent occurrence in their entirety. She can access fragments of older memories, but they are limited in scope. Secondly, her ability permits her to grant wishes at the cost of consuming some memory fragments and elite infected crystals. The fulfillment of these wishes is not guaranteed. The probability of success hinges upon the difficulty of the wish itself. The fragments of memory were gathered from the minds of those she had slain. It was likely that her reserves were considerable. A wishing machine, perhaps? With her long knife retracted, Jiang Li squinted and scrutinized the short-haired girl anew, realizing that the consumption of elite infected crystals was also required. In other words, you possess a wealth of elite infected crystals, do you not? Yun Xiaoning, lifting her gaze, noticed a fleeting glimmer of murderous greed flash across Jiang Li's expression. This avarice caused the short-haired girl to pause momentarily, then retreat several steps in quick succession. You don't even think about it. Those elite infected crystals have all been consumed by me. They cannot be regurgitated. Even if you were to kill me, you would not acquire a substantial quantity of crystals. TSK, utterly useless. Hey, don't insult me. Are you even human? The girl was momentarily speechless, her face betraying surprise. However, upon reflection, she indeed seemed not to be human. Yun Xiaoning chuckled softly, tugging at Jiang Li's sleeve, continuing, and the third point is that she can create illusions. Yet it requires the expenditure of half her mental energy each time. This ability appears entirely non-offensive. How weak. The capacity to grant wishes is affected by difficulty levels. Truly ineffectual. While mocking, Jiang Li feigned a look of disdain, even turning to gently pat Yun Xiaoning's head. Your abilities are even inferior to my little cupcakes. Oh, really? Hee with Jiang Li ruffling her hair and offering sudden praise. Yun Xiaoning instantaneously lost her capacity for rational thought, entirely oblivious to the emphasis Jiang Li placed on the words my family. Moreover, I must add another point. As she spoke, Jiang Li, with her sword slung over her shoulder, gradually approached the edge of the air wall, leaving only 5 or 6 steps between herself and the short-haired girl. This little waste-s ability can likely read only one person's memory at a time. When switching targets, there may be considerable recoil. Am I correct? Oh, wah. Both Yun Xiaoning and the short-haired girl were momentarily taken aback. Yet, in that instant, Jiang Li suddenly sprang into action, her long knife slicing through the air, narrowly grazing the edge of the short-haired girl's neck. WOC. The short-haired girl's eyes widened as she hurriedly leaned back, falling to the ground just in time to evade Jiang Li's swift and unexpected strike. At that moment, Jiang Li remained suspended within the air wall, not having moved an inch, yet it seemed she had confirmed the outcome of her probing strike. A smirk, reminiscent of a villain, graced her lips. When we first met, you undoubtedly scanned my memories. After gleaning my needs and the information I sought, you immediately shifted your focus to scan Xiaoning's memories, did you not? And in that moment, you suddenly discovered that Xiaoning possesses the ability to analyze your skills. This is the sole flaw in your intelligence advantage. What is it that you fear the most? Or perhaps you have unearthed something threatening, a hidden card known only to Yun Xiaoning. Suddenly, Yun Xiaoning paused, realizing that she, too, possessed no formidable trump card. Yet, the existence of her system and her identity as a transmigrator seemed sufficient to captivate the attention of a short-haired girl. Though Zhongli remained unaware, she was continuously contemplating the possibility of possessing a similar advantage. Could she really think so comprehensively? A surge of inexplicable security welled up within Yun Xiaoning as she tightly clutched Zhongli's garment. It was precisely because of her unique traits that Zhongli felt an acute sense of crisis, fixating her attention on Xiaoning and neglecting my presence. Or perhaps merely preparing to gauge my thoughts through my expressions. Am I not correct? The short-haired girl offered no response. Instead, she stood up stiffly, retreating behind the white creature known as Xiaoyu, her body trembling slightly. I feigned surprise while you scanned Xiaoning's memories, allowing you to relax your guard against me. Yet, I had long been prepared for your potential ambush. Thus, despite your telepathic abilities, you truly are a rather ineffectual fool. Yun Xiaoning swallowed hard, suddenly coming to a realization, and immediately found herself admiring Zhongli. This girl, somehow appearing a bit charming at this moment. What was going on? While Zhongli contemplated how to defend against the girl's impending attack without being detected, she had already deduced that the telepathy could only reveal one person's flaws. Furthermore, she had expertly demonstrated this point with a sudden, unexpected strike that caught the opponent completely off guard. The reason the girl had approached the air wall unguarded to invite such an attack was likely due to her belief that Zhongli had been entirely deceived. The ability to read minds allows one to anticipate attacks, leading her to conclude that Zhongli would not strike easily, which is why she had been so audacious. Yet, Zhongli had seen through her all along. Truly, our Zhongli is remarkable. Yun Xiaoning's cheeks flushed, her heart brimming with admiration for Zhongli. Yet she found herself scratching her head in confusion. But why is Zhongli always able to strategize while fighting? Why can't I do the same? I am not some foolish little girl, am I? Chapter 71. Fragments of Citrus Memories, Little Ning. It seems she is about to shift the focus of her memory scanning onto me. What? So the initiative in this battle lies in your hands. With a swift motion, a pitch-black long knife was hurled towards Yun Xiaoning, landing steadily in her grasp. Ah, is it me? Staring blankly at the blade, known as Dawn in her hand, Yun Xiaoning momentarily froze. Am I to take the lead? Confronting a royal-level infected being who possesses both supernatural abilities and an infected identity, alongside a special-grade infected creature. Are you certain? Fear not. She is rather inexperienced, and soon she will be in such disarray that she won't know whom to target. Oh, so the objective is merely to disrupt the opponent's thought process? That seems a tad simpler. Yun Xiaoning blinked and, gripping the long knife, stood alongside Zhongli, prepared for battle. However, in the next instant, she noticed the girl hiding behind the white monster bow her head, murmuring an incantation, after which a terrifying black mist began to spread violently from her center. Within mere blinks, it engulfed the entire small warehouse, completely obscuring Yun Xiaoning's vision. What is this? Soon, Yun Xiaoning felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, her eyelids growing heavy and difficult to control, until she succumbed to slumber, collapsing onto the ground with a soft thud. Wah! As if awakening from a nightmarishly terrifying dream, Yun Xiaoning abruptly opened her eyes, drenched in cold sweat, scanning her surroundings in a state of panic. Where am I? In the dimly lit space, the only source of illumination was a flashlight wedged in the corner of a cardboard box. The room was exceedingly small, very small. There are no normal furnishings, only a similarly diminutive door leading to the upper floor. Around her, a chaotic assortment of cardboard boxes filled with various supplies lay strewn about. If memory serves, these boxes were indeed organized by her own hand. Rubbing her eyes to gain clarity, Yun Xiaoning inadvertently wiped away tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Huh? Did I just cry? Yes, I was indeed crying. Her small, trembling form huddled amidst the boxes, weeping from the darkness and fear that enveloped her in the dead of night. Yes, that is precisely it. Although her mind felt shrouded in fog, and any attempt at reflection would bring forth a headache and ringing in her ears, Yun Xiaoning still recalled what she was meant to do. This was the underground storage room of Jiang Li's villa. Just today, Jiang had deceived her into believing she was going out, while in truth, she had secretly hidden away at home, intent on observing her movements, seeking to bind her with the first layer of a mental shackle through fear. Yet, she had already seen through Jiang's ploy and was ready to turn the tables, prepared to put on a performance for Jiang Li to witness. Upon realizing this, Yun Xiaoning quickly opened her mouth and burst into tears once again. Soon, the comforting sound of knocking resonated, echoing through the air. Wait, why do I find this knocking so reassuring? Yun Xiaoning, are you inside? Huh, master? Is it Jiang Li returning? Before she could even call out, Jiang Li decisively pushed open the door. A hint of surprise graced her face, yet her eyes seemed to harbor a touch of cunning. Master, you're alive? You're okay. You've returned. Like a startled rabbit, Yun Xiaoning frantically escaped from the cardboard box. Master, I am not. I was just a bit scared, I'm sorry. Bewildered, Yun Xiaoning flailed her arms, attempting to articulate her thoughts and feelings, to offer an explanation. Yet at that very moment when she opened her mouth, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu suddenly enveloped her mind, as if all of this had transpired at some point in the past. However, this memory remained shrouded in a fog within her mind, eluding her grasp. What on earth is happening? Yun Xiaoning felt her head pounding. Nevertheless, she mustered the strength to lift her gaze. She saw Jiang Li, arms wide open, waiting outside, inviting her to leap into her embrace. Come on, step forward. Step out of this door. Break free from this circle. I will hold you. Hurry now. It was Jiang Li calling to her. Yun Xiaoning felt her legs move instinctively. Soon, she stood before Jiang Li. Come on, step out of this circle. Break free from this circle. Quickly, step out of this circle. Jiang Li's eyes widened, her voice commanding. But why was she so insistent on urging her to break free from this circle? Ugh, it all feels so strange. Yun Xiaoning furrowed her brow. There is something off about Jiang Li, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Fortunately, she possessed a system that allowed her to check Jiang Li's current information and affection level. Just to be safe, let's take a look. Current exclusive affection level for the thigh. 77, very fond. Wait a moment. Why is Jiang Li's affection level so high? I recall that on this very day, her affection level was only in the 60s. Huh? Hold on. Why do I say I remember? Why mention this day? No. Yun Xiaoning raised her head again, suddenly gazing at Jiang Li with suspicion. You. Who are you? You're not Jiang Li. How infuriating. Why can you still access the system interface in this illusion? Are you cheating? The performance has ceased, has it not? You little rascal. The sudden urgency of Jiang Li caused her to stamp her foot in frustration, thus revealing her true emotions. In an instant, it felt as though time and space had been distorted, with everything around her rapidly shifting. Yun Xiaoning blinked sharply and was abruptly awakened, the fog clouding her mind dissipating entirely. She found herself back in that underground warehouse, confronting the short-haired girl once more. At this moment, the girl stood before Yun Xiaoning, gripping her broken dagger, her expression a complex tapestry of distortion and turmoil. Looking down, Yun Xiaoning was horrified to realize that her toes were perilously close to the edge of a boundary line. With just one more step, she would cross it. Startled, she stumbled backward and fell to the ground with a thud. It dawned on her that this was an illusionary attack. That little brat had resorted to such tactics against her. How could this be? She had been on the brink of success. Annoyed, the short-haired girl tossed aside her dagger and retreated to a corner, sitting down in frustration. You managed to break my illusion in just 3 minutes. I truly commend you. 3 minutes. Is that fast? Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, instinctively turning to seek Jiang Li's presence. To her shock, she found Jiang Li sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep, Panic gripped her heart as she hurriedly crawled over to Jiang Li's side, shaking her gently with concern. Master? Master? This is bad. Could Jiang Li have fallen victim to that brat's illusion too? Is it possible for such an attack to penetrate the air barrier? Well, it seems plausible. After all, there are numerous methods of hypnosis and hallucination that can operate without breaching the barrier, affecting individuals from outside. Regardless, Jiang Li is now asleep. What should I do? Master, Jiang Li, wake up. However, the slumbering Jiang Li remained unresponsive. In desperation, Yun Xiaoning lifted Jiang Li's head and knelt down, allowing her to rest comfortably on her lap. What do you mean by 3 minutes is fast? I have never encountered anyone who could escape from my constructed illusions. You are the first, Yun Xiaoning. Wait, she claimed that no one could emerge from her illusions. Then, what about Jiang Li? You are not mistaken, Yun Xiaoning. Unless I dissolve the illusion, your precious little master, Jiang Li, will forever remain trapped in slumber. She does not possess a system as you do. How infuriating. What on earth does she intend to do? Clutching Jiang Li's hand tightly in her own, Yun Xiaoning felt a surge of anger rise within her. She was filled with rage, glaring fiercely at the corner where a serene girl was resting with her eyes closed. What am I doing? I merely desire to take your lives with my own hands. By extinguishing you, I could extract the most invaluable memories, the citrus-scented recollections of the 2 girls that I so desperately need. Alas, only by obtaining fragments of these citrus-scented memories can I construct a unique formula, granting me the wish to resurrect Xiaoyu, to restore her humanity. As she spoke, the short-haired girl turned her gaze towards the grayish-white creature resting on the ground not far away, lost in a prolonged reverie. Soon, a single crystalline tear rolled down from her reddening eyes. Chapter 72. The tale of another pair of oranges fragments of memories about love abound. Yet those imbued with the essence of citrus are both elusive and unattainable. After a brief silence, the girl suddenly began to explain herself, especially in this apocalyptic world, where the vast majority of humanity has perished. Such memories are even more difficult to find. You two are the first couple I've encountered in days. After glimpsing your memories, I must admit, I find your bond quite charming. However, I regret to inform you that in order to bring back Xiaoyu, I cannot let you go. But why must it be citrus memories? Are other memories not acceptable? Yun Xiaoning fixed her gaze on the girl, who had lowered her head and murmured, while her hand gently traced Jiang Li's jawline, involuntarily pinching her face. This cool touch was tinged with an unsettling sensation. Is there any need to ask? The short-haired girl lifted her head to glare back, yet a blush instantly crept onto her cheeks. Of course, it is because my relationship with Xiaoyu is of that nature. So, it turns out they're another pair of female companions. Thus, the wish to bring Xiaoyu back requires locating specific citrus fragments. It is understandable. Quite reasonable indeed. Yet regrettably, she has mistaken the target. Yun Xiaoning pouted, bowing her head to softly call out to Jiang Li, Master. Master, please wake up. Currently, both parties find themselves ensnared in a sort of stalemate. One cannot cross the boundary, and the girl cannot enter. Each use of the opponent's illusion consumes 50 of their mental energy. Having shattered her illusion, it is evident that Jiang Li has not, suggesting that the illusions experienced by herself and Jiang Li are not of the same origin. This also implies that the construction of illusions has been utilized twice already. The opponent's mental energy is most likely depleted. A psychic with exhausted blue energy resembles an ordinary person in many respects, especially since the apocalypse has only just begun and everyone's levels remain low, with fundamental attributes not yet diverging significantly. However, it is crucial to note that this individual, apart from being a psychic, also possesses the layer of a royal level infected. Who knows what combat prowess a royal level infected might wield? Though I am a royal level infected, I lack any of the powers typically associated with such beings, relying entirely on my psychic abilities for combat. Furthermore, I merely carry the apocalyptic virus, devoid of any contagious capability, and I do not consume humans. My sustenance is identical to yours. As if to alleviate Yun Xiaoning's concerns, the short-haired girl in the corner wiped away her tears and voluntarily responded. And you are correct. This will be my final sweep of your memories. For my mental energy has been completely expended. Is that so? Yun Xiaoning squinted her eyes. She felt it prudent not to easily trust any of the girl's words. It is true. What purpose would I have in deceiving you now? As she spoke, the short-haired girl shed her garment from her shoulder, revealing a grotesquely severe bite wound. A substantial portion of flesh had been violently torn away, leaving a dark crimson patch that appeared to be on the verge of decay. It was rather nauseating. Yet, this was likely the reason for her infection. This was inflicted by Xiaoyu. At that moment, it hurt like hell. The girl cast her gaze towards the white creature lying nearby, sound asleep, and fresh tears quickly welled up at the corners of her eyes. On the day of the outbreak, it seemed that both she and I possessed an innate ability to attract the infected. We were perpetually surrounded by a multitude of monsters. My awakened ability after the outbreak could merely scan memories. Beyond that, it served no purpose. I was utterly powerless. Our only option was to flee incessantly, desperately flee. Yet we could not escape. Xiaoyu had been scratched. We had hidden in the basement, but soon after, the infected area had completely rotted away, and Xiaoyu developed a high fever. I was paralyzed by fear, unable to venture out to find her medicine. I could only helplessly watch her, witnessing her agony, her body contorting, slowly dying, bit by bit losing her vitality. Tears streamed forth like a broken dam, reliving those unbearable memories. The girl curled up, burying her gaunt face in her knees, trembling in despair. An oppressive and somber sense of hopelessness surged forth, making it difficult to question her lamentations. Yun Xiaoning was somewhat moved. Yet, she quickly shook her head and tightened her embrace around Zhongli. Even in her final moments, she thought of me. She pushed me away, urging me to escape. She was the kindest person in the world. Had it been before, I would have obediently heeded her words. But this time, I did not listen. Watching her transform bit by bit, I felt my own will to live slowly dissipate. Even if I ventured outside, I would only be surrounded and devoured by more monsters. I was already too weak from hunger. My time was short, and she appeared equally famished, constantly murmuring hungry. Hungry. Consequently, rather than perish elsewhere, it seemed preferable to allow her to consume me. I was certain I had fainted from the pain of Xiaoyu's bite. Perhaps it was due to the SSR rating of my ability. I was uncertain. After that, I mutated into a king-level infected, possessing human abilities, memories, and consciousness. I did not perish. It sounded quite tragic, this creature. Yun Xiaoning pouted, gazing at the short-haired girl's face. She seemed to discern a trace of that powerlessness and despair that comes from losing a beloved one. Yet, this was merely one side of the story. Yun Xiaoning remained resolute in her disbelief towards the girl endowed with the ability to read minds, dismissing even a single word or phrase she uttered. Ultimately, you have yet to disclose your name to us, despite the tragic tales you weave, which will never sway my heart. Moreover, your ultimate aim is to take my life, and I shall not indulge you. Name, the girl murmured, lifting her head from her knees, gazing at Yun Xiaoning with an air of confusion. Well, it seems I have already used it up. All memories pertaining to my name have been entirely consumed in the construction of a formula of memories, wishes made to recover Xiaoyu. Consequently, I find myself in ignorance of my own name. My sincerest apologies. Furthermore, it is not merely my name that eludes me. I have forgotten countless other things as well, except for the memories of Xiaoyu, which I cannot bear to expend. Chapter 73. I belong to you, so what exactly is your intention in sharing all of this with me? Nothing in particular, merely engaging in conversation. My aim is to exhaust and wear you both down. I shall remain here for an extended period. However, it has indeed been quite some time since anyone has listened to me. I feel a compelling urge to express myself, and I simply cannot help it. ISNT, your little you able to hear you? Ah, her. The girl stood up, brushing off the dust from her trousers. She then walked directly to the nearby shelf, rummaging through a cardboard box to retrieve 2 compressed biscuits. After tearing off the packaging, she began to crunch on them noisily. The zombie version of Little You quickly evolved after consuming my flesh, acquiring a fragment of my memory-reading abilities, transforming into her current state. Yet, it seems she can only access my memories and not those of others. This allows for a rudimentary form of communication between us. However, she is no longer truly herself. She has lost the consciousness of little you and the intelligence of a human, now capable only of understanding the most basic actions and commands, entirely unable to comprehend my words. Thus, I generally refrain from conversing with her extensively. By the way, are you hungry, Yun Xiaoning? Yun Xiaoning touched her stomach. Truth be told, she was not particularly hungry, having consumed a fair amount in the morning. However, the recent triggering of that capture attempt had depleted much of her mental energy, and she felt it prudent to eat something to recuperate. I won't feed you even if you are hungry. The girl, clutching the biscuit, wiped away her tears and suddenly burst into laughter. She spun around at the edge of the boundary before returning to the corner where she had just been squatting. Unless you bring me that idiot sleeping on your lap so I can stab him a few times, I might consider sharing a couple of biscuits with you. What do you say? Jiang Li is not an idiot. Yun Xiaoning clenched her fists in indignation and immediately spent 10 tokens from the system store to purchase a serving of richly flavored tonkatsu ramen. In an instant, the fragrant steam wafting from the ramen filled the entire small warehouse, drawing the attention of the short-haired girl. What? You are cheating again. What, are you envious? Yun Xiaoning smirked, savoring a delightful sip of the rich broth from her ramen, relishing it with a satisfied sigh afterward. Would you like some? If you desire it, quickly wake Jiang Li. Otherwise, we shall see whether you exhaust me first or I tempt you to death. And do not forget, I still have a 2 success rate in capturing you. Once I have feasted to my heart's content, I shall relentlessly pursue you until you become my little subordinate. You. The short-haired girl gulped down the compressed biscuit that had lodged in her throat, glaring at the bowl of luscious tonkatsu ramen with growing irritation. No. It's merely a matter of having multiple cheat systems. You, just wait. Once I recover my mental energy, I will ensnare you in another illusion. This time, I shall not make the same blunder as before. I shall skillfully entice you, gradually luring you out of your comfort zone. You are doomed. Yun Xiaoning remains unfazed by the frantic desperation displayed by her opponent. Her immediate concern is to satiate her hunger, and then to ponder how to rouse the slumbering Jiang Li, who is already snoring. Prolonging the standoff is not a viable solution. However, once Jiang Li awakens, vanquishing this ill-fated pair should be a mere trifle. Just wait. Observe how I will coax you this time. Witness how I shall bewilder you. Entice. Wait a moment. Entice. Yes, entice. A sudden spark ignites in Yun Xiaoning's mind, causing her to slow her eating. The reason she managed to break free from the illusion was fundamentally due to a discrepancy in perception between the dream state Jiang Li and herself. Her previous attempts at inducing were somewhat clumsy, leading to her own doubts. But how did she manage to induce her? Was it merely standing outside the circle, uttering a few words? It seemed rather innocuous. If that is the case, could she not employ a similar method to awaken Jiang Li? Let us put it into action. Yun Xiaoning promptly set aside her bowl and utensils, reassessing the sleeping Jiang Li. But how should she induce her to provoke a realization of the anomaly? Wait, what did you say? The girl in the corner, having overheard Yun Xiaoning's mutterings, abruptly stood up and hurried to the edge of the boundary. What are you planning to do? She is agitated, which signifies that she is on the right track. A satisfied smile crossed Yun Xiaoning's face as she mentally prepared her words. She leaned down, bringing her lips close to Jiang Li's ear. Master, awaken quickly, please wake up. Jiang Li, if you do not wake soon, I shall escape. Yun Xiaoning deliberately emphasized the word escape. And indeed, the slumbering Jiang Li responded, her brow furrowing instinctively, her fingers twitching slightly. No, wait, stop. Stop it. The short-haired girl panicked, her face paling in an instant. I shall flee, Jiang Li. I will. Escape to a place where you can never find me again. You shall never see me again for all eternity. Never again. I despise you, Jiang Li. I loathe you. I loathe you. I loathe you. I loathe you. I shall betray you. And in that fleeting moment, when the words betray escaped Yun Xiaoning's lips, the sleeping Jiang Li abruptly sat up with startling force, violently pushing Yun Xiaoning to the ground and pinning her down. Yun Xiaoning's eyes widened in shock. Has the underlying code been triggered? Although she had been rendered completely immobile, even the act of breathing becoming increasingly laborious. A delightful smile graced the delicate features of Yun Xiaoning. "No, you dare." Jiang Li, still enveloped in a haze of unconsciousness, suddenly opened her mouth and shouted vehemently, "You cannot go anywhere. You are mine. You are mine. You are mine. You are mine. You are mine." Her voice echoed with a desperate possessiveness, a haunting lamentation that twisted her expression, as if she were fighting an internal battle. The words tumbled out in a muddled confession, a near-manic declaration of ownership over Yun Xiaoning. Unconsciously, instinctively, she raised her hand and viciously gripped Yun Xiaoning's neck. "You are mine. You are mine." The sudden deprivation of breath left Yun Xiaoning momentarily speechless. The sensation of suffocation was unbearable, as if flames were igniting within her chest, yet she did not struggle. Instead, she half closed her eyes, allowing Jiang Li to indulge in her reckless display of dominance. Pain and hope intertwined, transforming into warm tears that flowed rapidly down her cheeks like a gentle stream. In the next instant, Jiang Li, still murmuring, "You are mine, you are mine, you are mine," suddenly opened her eyes. As her awareness began to sharpen from its foggy state, the first image that came into focus was that of Yun Xiaoning. Her eyes brimming with tears, yet radiating strength and hope, her cherubic face adorned with a gentle smile. "You are mine." The words slipped out, carrying remnants of the earlier fervor, and Jiang Li finally registered the alarming pressure of her grip, hastily ceasing this act of punishment. This claim, however, bore the long-awaited response she had yearned for. The obedient little cupcake slowly closed her eyes, her soft cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. "I am yours." Chapter 74. "Excuse me, can we reach a reconciliation?" As soon as Yun Xiaoning uttered those words, her face broke out in bubbles. However, after Jiang Li had mumbled so many times, Yun Xiaoning felt compelled to respond. "Wait, hold on." The short-haired girl beside them, now infuriated, began to pound the air wall. She stomped her feet vehemently, crushing the compressed biscuits in her hands. "Do you all treat me as if I don't exist? Hey. Do you believe I'll take you all down, burying one in the Arctic and the other in the Antarctic?" Jiang Li, just awakened, glanced at the exasperated short-haired girl and instantly grasped the situation, slowly rising from Yun Xiaoning's side. "Xiaoning." "Yes, master, you're finally awake." Yun Xiaoning rubbed her neck, which bore a red mark from Jiang Li's grip, and still felt a bit uncomfortable, sitting up alongside Jiang Li. "How long have I been asleep?" "You've been asleep for a while, master." "Is that so? Then it seems this is the illusion she crafted?" "Indeed, this implies that her tricks have been exhausted by now." "Oh." Jiang Li massaged her sore neck, defiantly gazing at the enraged girl outside the air wall. "Is that all? It's rather dull." "Huh?" Yun Xiaoning tilted her head, puzzled. From Jiang Li's tone, it seemed she had been prepared for the illusion all along. Could it be that the master intentionally provoked her to force her into using the illusion? "Precisely." Jiang Li smiled, playfully pinching Yun Xiaoning's soft, rosy cheeks. "Her mind-reading ability is quite tricky. Our attacks can be entirely anticipated, and we will never have the upper hand. Moreover, her mind-reading can penetrate your air wall, Xiaoning. As for countering such mental abilities, we currently lack effective methods. Therefore, it would be simpler to exploit her inherent weaknesses, banishing her mental power and rendering her abilities useless. So that's the rationale. However, isn't this akin to gambling? It's wagering that the opponent is a mere fool, one so inept that even her strongest moves would result in utter failure." Yun Xiaoning was taken aback. Yet, Jiang Li indeed possessed such a disposition and would undoubtedly make such a choice. Furthermore, since the opponent had the capability to induce illusions, she would inevitably resort to it sooner or later, rather than allowing her to prepare thoroughly before unleashing the illusion. It would be more advantageous to provoke her into a hasty response. In this way, the odds of victory would be greater. And now, the short-haired girl, having utterly exhausted her mental power from 2 illusions, had become akin to meat on a chopping block. Jiang Li had won the gamble. A fool is indeed a fool. In the end, they cannot stir up any significant waves. Just as she felt powerless when her little friend Xiaoya transformed, she now found herself equally helpless. Picking up the bowl and chopsticks that had been placed on the ground, Yun Xiaoning proactively offered the bowl of rich tonkatsu ramen to Li. Master, please eat something first. All right. The outcome was already determined, since the danger had passed. There was no reason to waste the tonkatsu ramen she had specifically purchased to slap that girl's face. After taking a couple of bites herself, she felt unable to continue, so she decided to let Li have it. Li did not refuse and happily accepted the noodles, savoring the flavor with the very chopsticks that Yun Xiaoning had used. Waxy? Why is she savoring the chopsticks first? The chopsticks bore Xiaoning's sweet flavor, delightful and exquisite. I told you Xiaoning is quite tasty. Hey? Yun Xiaoning was taken aback. Hey, do you really treat me like air? The short-haired girl kicked at the invisible barrier in frustration, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, in her anger, she remained oblivious to a critical issue. It wasn't until Li shot her a menacing glare, one that was decidedly villainous, that she abruptly halted, seemingly grasping something, and began to retreat slowly, wide-eyed. That glare, filled with murderous intent, instantly snapped her back to reality, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Xiaoya, don't sleep. We can't fight anymore. Run? The girl no longer hesitated and dashed toward the stairs. However, just as she reached the small storeroom's entrance, she was suddenly met with a rush of wind, followed by a thunderous crash. At that moment, a gigantic scythe materialized out of thin air, crashing violently into the storeroom's doorframe. Dust erupted into the air, completely blocking her path. No, don't. Her legs went weak as despair washed over her, and she turned back to gaze at the pair still sheltered behind the invisible barrier. At that moment, Li was delightfully feeding a mouthful of noodles to the eagerly awaiting Xiaoning. After the white-haired little creature managed to swallow a generous portion, the greedy master even dipped the chopsticks into the noodles again before presenting them to her. How disgusting. It's utterly nauseating, but also terrifying. A thin barrier perfectly segregated the two pairs, creating a stark contrast. In this desolate world, some suffered the profound loss of loved ones, struggling in vain, while others, lost in their emotions, seemed to disregard all danger. But why? Why must it be so unjust? Why? Witnessing the short-haired girl nearly cleave in half by the enormous scythe, the half-asleep suddenly erupted in fury, charging madly at the invisible barrier. Her massive claws battered relentlessly against the barrier that she could never hope to breach. The muffled thuds accompanied by the sound of cracking bones echoed incessantly, penetrating deep into the heart, inflicting pain within. Xiaoyu, please stop. Stop, stop. A short-haired girl, heedless of everything, charged forward and grasped the enormous arm of the pale creature with all her might, compelling it to halt, panting heavily, aware that escape was futile. The girl finally exhaled a long breath, slowly retreating to the edge of the boundary, gritting her teeth and kneeling down in a moment of humiliation. May I ask, is reconciliation possible? No response. It was as if she were truly regarded as an invisible presence. Helplessness, impotence, and despair enveloped her. With tears welling in her eyes, the girl prostrated herself on the ground, even pressing her forehead against the floor. Meanwhile, the two individuals within the air wall continued their playful antics, feeding one another, showing no inclination to acknowledge her. Only Yun Xiaoning cast a furtive glance at the girl kneeling on the ground, inadvertently launching into a discussion with Li about the specifics of the ability known as the memory formula, as well as the tragic tale of the short-haired girl outside the wall and her beloved Xiaoyu. Chapter 75. Let her go, for I am willing to perish here with her chin in hand. Li fell into contemplation, gathering her memories, constructing formulas, and then making wishes. Was this the essence of it all? How intriguing. This ability, it seems, could indeed prove quite beneficial. For instance, I could wish for Yun Xiaoning to remain eternally loyal to me, never to betray me, treating every word I utter as a sacred tenet of her existence. Beyond that, there might be numerous fascinating possibilities. Has she once again activated the underlying code? Yun Xiaoning, having elaborated on the story and powers of the short-haired girl, furrowed her brow as she accepted the empty bowl offered by Li, placing it on the adjacent ground. However, she refrained from disclosing that royal-level infected individuals could potentially transform into SSR-level ability users. She feared that such information might incite Zhongli to undertake some reckless endeavor. Yet if that were the case, it would render my chances of sparing you even more improbable. Yun Xiaoning noticed the short-haired girl, who was prostrated on the ground, tremble slightly, seemingly growing more anxious. For her, this was indeed a moment of life and death. How could she not be tense? Earlier, Yun Xiaoning had deliberately divulged everything she knew about this useless wretch to Zhongli. The other party was pleading for mercy. It appeared somewhat sincere. To be honest, she was rather pitiable. However, her indiscriminate slaughter of other survivors was simply unacceptable, compounded by her constant thoughts of betraying both herself and Zhongli. Thus, she indeed deserved her fate. Yet, I lacked the qualification and authority to either spare or punish her. Ultimately, whether to kill or how to do so should be left for Zhongli, having listened to the story, to decide. Your objective is to resurrect your little you. Our citrus-flavored memories are the sole option for constructing the formula. Therefore, even if I were to spare you today, you would inevitably seek trouble with us again in due time, would you not? So, it is better for you to perish here. After a brief moment of straightforward logical reasoning, Zhongli casually rendered her verdict. Yun Xiaoning scratched her head. However, why did Zhongli's gaze veer toward me as she pronounced her sentence? Moreover, she placed particular emphasis on the phrase, our citrus-flavored memories. Wait a moment. Our memories. Citrus-flavored memories. Oh, not good. Yun Xiaoning suddenly realized something, her small face alternating between red and pale. It is well known that the expression of affection should be mutual. Unrequited love cannot be deemed true love. The conditions constituting the citrus-flavored memories mentioned by the short-haired girl must involve both parties having mutually acknowledged each other in their hearts. If only one person harbors feelings while the other remains indifferent, it certainly cannot be classified as citrus memories. That would merely be the memories of unrequited love. Zhongli's feelings had always been unmistakably affectionate. She might have long been aware of this, and even if her awareness was vague, she undoubtedly sensed the presence of this nebulous emotion. The only thing she could not comprehend was the nature of her feelings towards her. Yet now, her emotions had been distinctly defined. She was aware that she had developed a fondness for her, which had been discovered. This was troublesome. Had only taken a day for her feelings to be exposed. Haki Ning felt an unsettling premonition that Zhongli would undoubtedly become even more reckless from this point onward. Such occurrences were to be avoided. My fragile constitution cannot withstand this. No, I cannot bear it. I shall not trouble you any further. I implore you, spare me and shall you. In stark contrast to the whimsical turmoil within Yun Xiaoning's mind, the individual and the creature on the other side of the air wall were undergoing a genuine life and death trial. I truly cannot endure this. I beg you, do not kill me. I have yet to resurrect Xiao Yu. I cannot die yet. I beseech you. Her voice trembled, tinged with a raspy quality as if she were weeping silently. However, Yun Xiaoning understood that her distress was not born from genuine remorse, but from the realization of her impending demise. Her Xiaoyu was on the brink of ruin as well. Yet, without our memories, it would be impossible for you to resurrect her, wouldn't it? Zhongli continued to smile, pressing for answers. I can substitute with other memories, albeit the probability would be considerably lower. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaoning suddenly reopened the system's probing service panel. The reduced probability refers to this. The probability of the last wish being fulfilled was 0.001, and the result was failure. A mere 0.001 chance, and each wish consumes a special grade infected crystal. Is this person planning to eliminate all special grade infected individuals on Earth? Do you think I would believe that? At that moment, Zhongli brandished a long knife, slowly approaching the edge of the air wall. In a flash of dark light, the blade was pressed against the neck of the short-haired girl. Gritting her teeth, the short-haired girl suddenly rummaged through her clothing. What was she doing? In the next instant, Yun Xiaoning was astonished to see her pull out 3 special-grade infected crystals from her pocket, laying them on the ground. These are all for you. I beg you, do not kill me, I implore you. It seemed evident that this individual had a reserve. This was an unexpected windfall. Oh, in that case, it appears today will yield a total of 5 crystals. Without hesitation, Zhongli cheerfully collected the 3 special-grade infected crystals but continued to threaten the girl with a knife. I possess an abundance of information that you surely do not know. I have delved into many individuals' memories. This information will undoubtedly prove useful. Please, do not kill me. I will divulge everything. For instance, I know the locations of their lairs. In the lair of a formidable elite infected, teeming with numerous low-level special sensations, the atmosphere was ripe for slaughter. Yun Xiaoning perceived a glimmer of triumph on Zhongli's face, revealing her ulterior motive. It appeared she sought to extract as much valuable intelligence as possible from this girl, who had absorbed the memories of countless individuals. Yet, could the words of this insignificant wretch truly be trusted? Yun Xiaoning suspected that Zhongli would not simply let her off the hook. Who could tell if her remarks were merely intricately laid traps? Who could foresee whether sparing her today would provoke another attack in the future? As long as the desire for memories of citrus persisted, an unavoidable, irreconcilable conflict of life and death would loom between herself, Zhongli, and this girl. She had to die. She must die. What else do you wish to know? I will tell you everything. I beg you. Please do not kill me. At the very least, spare Xiaoyu. Let her go, I implore you. I am willing to die here. I offer my life to you. But please spare her. Very well. I desire to learn more about your abilities. Answer my questions without hesitation or deceit. And should you utter a single lie or falter for even a moment, your head shall roll. Is that agreeable? The girl trembled, lifting her gaze to meet Zhongli's bemused expression. Her face had been washed with tears, erasing any trace of the anger or arrogance she had previously displayed. This individual had surrendered thoroughly. Was it the weight of her lingering concerns that rendered her so abjectly submissive? Yun Xiaoning turned to glance at the grayish-white creature that had retreated to the doorway, lost in thought. Was the formula for construction immutable? No. It transformed with the evolution of desires. Different wishes required distinct fragments of memory. For instance, if my current wish is to revive my beloved Xiaoyu, the construction formula necessitates a wealth of memories pertaining to Xiaoyu's life, complemented by a portion of citrus memories as an auxiliary. Have you ever pondered question? Even if you successfully kill us and acquire the citrus memories, do you truly believe you can resurrect Xiaoyu? The odds remain rather slim. After all, it entails reversing causality. And if you fail, then what? Continue searching for other citrus memories? Will you even be able to find them? This time the girl fell silent, for she might indeed be incapable of finding them. There were scarcely a few souls left alive in this world, and females were even rarer. Huh! Zhongli chuckled lightly, unexpectedly retracting her long blade, folding her arms as she leaned forward, regarding the short-haired girl as one would a fool. To revive Xiaoyu, must one unequivocally wish for let my beloved Xiaoyu come back to life? What other options could there be? At that moment, Su Yuan did not suffer any injuries. The apocalypse had not erupted at all. Time rewound to before Xiaoyu's demise. Su Yuan had already developed an antidote for the virus. Why must one be so fixated on resurrecting her? Suddenly, the girl was taken aback, her eyes widening slowly, regaining a glimmer of vitality. She cast an incredulous glance at Zhongli, then abruptly turned to look at Xiaoyu. Indeed, the probability of realizing these wishes was equally slim. They all required a reversal of causality. However, within the formulas of these wishes, there was no need to incorporate any citrus memories. Instead, other elements could be substituted as auxiliary materials. Moreover, even the core of the formula had transformed. These memories were more prevalent and relatively easier to gather, readily available in her own inventory. This could significantly enhance the frequency of wishes and increase margin for error. She had been too entangled in the pursuit of citrus memories all along, while neglecting this fundamental issue. Chapter 76, My Wish Is. I understand now. Yun Xiaoning noticed the girl's eyes suddenly gleaming with a bright light. She had swiftly wiped away the tears from her face, as if a flicker of hope had reignited within her heart. It must be acknowledged that Jiang Li's methods were indeed remarkable. In just a few words, he had helped her discover a new path, a new objective. The previously tense and hostile relationship along the boundary seemed to have been effortlessly severed, although it may not yet have transformed foes into friends at the very least. The other party would no longer harbor murderous intentions towards herself and Jiang Li over some citrus-flavored memories. However, it was truly unexpected. Faced with such a threatening target, Jiang Li chose not to strike, but instead appeared to be granting her a reprieve. What could be the reason for this? Was it due to the uniqueness of the girl's ability? This led to another question. Jiang Li dismissed the summoning of his long knife, completely retracting it. The colossal sickle that had been resting at the entrance returned to Jiang Li's side with a soft thud, floating gently in the air. Can your ability infinitely refresh memory fragments? Huh? What do you mean by infinitely refresh? Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, both Yun Xiaoning and a short-haired girl were momentarily taken aback. After viewing someone else's memories, don't you also possess such memories in your mind? And you can extract your own memories to fill the formulas. Doesn't that essentially mean you can infinitely refresh memory fragments? Well, that is not possible. I've tried. The memories I access cannot be integrated into the formula. I can only utilize my original memories. That indeed renders your ability rather ineffective. It cannot refresh infinitely, consumes a lot, and has a low probability. Jiang Li paced back and forth before Yun Xiaoning with his hands clasped behind his back. At times he would stroke his chin, and at others he would pause and contemplate, as if deep in thought. Then, once you exhaust your own memories in the future, won't you be left with only the memories of others? Yes, that is correct. Yun Xiaoning began to be astonished by the side effects of this ability. Seen in this light, she would undoubtedly gradually forget her own identity. Forgetting who she was, forgetting where she came from, she would only be able to catch a faint glimpse of her own shadow through the memories of others. But a person who knows not what they are, who knows not who they are, do they truly still exist? Yun Xiaoning could hardly fathom such a feeling. However, I do have backups, you know. After forgetting my name, I became aware of the need to back up my memories. Unfortunately, it was a bit late. I probably will never be able to recall my name again. As she spoke, the short-haired girl ran to a different shelf across the air wall and rummaged through one of the boxes, retrieving an old notebook. The content within is a rough depiction of the memories I have consumed. See, these are all my memories. However, I find myself lacking in eloquence, unable to articulate the sensation of memory. Gazing at the words inscribed in the pages of a book feels akin to witnessing a series of tales entirely detached from my own existence, as if I were merely an observer from afar. Indeed, a peculiar sense of anguish arises within me, a freshness I utterly despise. The girl, Jiang Li, fell silent, her eyes fixated on the notebook as she desperately sought her own memories, only to find none, resulting in a poignant lowering of her head. Yun Xiaoning, too, was enveloped in an indescribable speechlessness. Alas, it is getting late. Perhaps I shall inquire further about your abilities another time. What does after signify? Must Jiang Li maintain contact with this insignificant individual? Why? What purpose would it serve? Yun Xiaoning blinked, her gaze locked on Jiang Li. A strange sensation blossoming within her, one she could not quite define. Now, the final query. With a chime, Jiang Li selected the smallest of the 3 elite infected crystals she had just picked up, delicately pinching it between her fingertips and tossing it before the short-haired girl. Huh? What is this? Can you use your powers to nullify the previous wish or to interfere with it? For instance, wishing for my last wish to be voided. That is not possible. Once the causal chain has been interfered with, it cannot be altered again. It is, however, possible. So go ahead, make a wish right here. A wish? The girl dazedly picked up the elite infected crystal that Jiang Li had returned, her expression growing increasingly vacant. You have rested for some time now. Your mental energy should have partially recovered. Is it sufficient for a wish? It has indeed recovered somewhat, yet wishing primarily consumes fragments of memory and elite infected crystals, leaving mental energy largely intact. That is well and good. I care not for the methods you devise or the means you intend to employ. Make a wish that your abilities may henceforth never interfere with me and my little cake. Can you accomplish that? This I can achieve that, and I shall release you today. However, should you fail, Zhongli refrained from uttering any further words, yet the enormous scythe behind her began to hover ominously, shimmering with a dark glow, as if poised for action. Yet, the probability of success is quite low. Then Yu Shanti witnessed the dawn of tomorrow. As she spoke, Zhongli turned back, lifting the seated Yun Xiaoning and brushing the dust from her attire. Alas, it is late. We must return home. Indeed, the soft whispers that graced her ears were tender beyond measure, a stark contrast to her earlier conversation with the short-haired girl. This warmth enveloped Yun Xiaoning's heart, causing the inexplicable sensation to gradually dissipate. Zhongli, after all, saved her life. She is the one she chose and admired. One must still place faith in her judgment. The decision to spare the short-haired girl's life undoubtedly stems from her own considerations. Completely isolating the interference of an SSR-level ability involves significant consequences. The probability of successfully making a wish under such circumstances would be considerably low. Thus, might I perhaps adopt a different approach to my wish? I assure you, I will certainly bring satisfaction. Is that acceptable? You may attempt it, but whether your life remains intact will depend on your performance. The black scythe danced in the air before gradually descending, encircling the short-haired girl, its blade resting against her waist. With a mere tug, it could swiftly sever this unfortunate little waist in two. Turning her gaze, Yun Xiaoning noted that Zhongli had grasped her small hand. Her grip was firm, as if fearful of losing something precious, and her previously indifferent expression had vanished. It was as if she had suddenly become anxious. What could she be anxious about? An epiphany struck Yun Xiaoning. Zhongli was about to gamble again. If the other party were to wield that crystal and make a wish detrimental to both herself and Zhongli, it would spell disaster. Zhongli, does she not fear misstep? In an instant, Yun Xiaoning's face turned pale as she looked up, only to see the short-haired girl with her hands clasped before her chest, appearing to be in the midst of making a wish. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted around her. Instantly, the dim underground warehouse was illuminated by this radiant glow. The formula was complete, and the wish was about to be made. My wishes. Chapter 77. With matters resolved, it is time to address you. A dazzling golden light superseded everything. It was as if the very fabric of the world was undergoing some irreversible transformation. Yun Xiaoning felt Zhongli's grip on her hand tighten slightly, even causing a few beads of perspiration to emerge, her body trembling ever so slightly. She was indeed anxious. Deep down, she must have felt some uncertainty, right? After all, it was an SSR-level ability, an unreasonable wish-granting machine. No one knew what would transpire upon the fulfillment of this wish. Yet, Yun Xiaoning puffed out her cheeks. She chose to trust Zhongli's judgment and courage, irrespective of success or failure. She rose on her toes, wrapping her arms gently around Zhongli's waist. Shortly thereafter, Zhongli responded by patting her head. This golden radiance persisted for a full minute before gradually dimming. The tattered, somewhat disheveled girl, who had been making the wish, finally opened her eyes slowly. All was calm once more. It seemed as though nothing had occurred. However, the short-haired girl suddenly slumped down, weakly sitting on the ground, with the scythe naturally resting against her neck. Had they won the gamble? Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, perplexed. Had the wish failed? Zhongli laughed derisively. No, the wish had succeeded. You should no longer be overly concerned about my abilities. Yet, it appeared as if nothing had happened. Yun Xiaoning looked at Zhongli in disbelief, who at that moment furrowed her brow, vigilantly observing the girl slumped on the ground. Xiaoning, my personal information remains unchanged. How about yours? All right, let's check the panel. In response, Yun Xiaoning released her embrace around Zhongli's waist and opened her personal information panel. Age, 18, personal level, 6, ability, absolute boundary, ability rarity, SSR super rare. Ability level, 2, ability derivative skill, skill 1, cancel line. You can now manually erase unnecessary boundary lines. Additional derivative skill, special resistance. Now, boundary lines will exhibit a certain resistance to psychic-type special attacks, with resistance strength depending on the current ability level. Higher levels yield stronger resistance. Furthermore, when the ability level reaches the maximum of level 10. The boundary lines will provide exceptional resistance against attacks or interferences of a lawful nature. Next level unlocking soon. Skill 2. Boundary Line Authority. Prohibition of passage. Select and mark a target that could originally traverse the boundary lines, rendering this target and most actions triggered by it unable to cross the boundary lines for the next 24 hours. Basic attribute ratings. Physical ability E. Stamina E. Strength E. Mental power C. Basic attribute bonuses. Mental power 4. Physical ability 2. Changes have occurred. An additional derivative skill has appeared in the skills section. Is this a new skill added to the supernatural abilities through the wish mechanism? My goodness. Her wish seems rather formidable, doesn't it? After a blend of joy and confusion, Yun Xiaoning eagerly shared the details of her newfound skill with Zhongli. The ability to defend against psychic attacks means she would no longer have to fear similar supernatural powers. Moreover, this novel special resistance boasts significant growth potential. The higher the level, the more powerful it becomes, promising a bright future. However, with her current supernatural ability only at level 2, its true efficacy remains uncertain. Contrasting Yun Xiaoning's elation, Zhongli cast an annoyed glare at the short-haired girl. It appears you have kept something in reserve. Haven't you? The degree of resistance is rather ambiguous. Isn't it? It's not a matter of holding back. The absolute nature of the content diminishes the probability. The girl appeared utterly drained, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. This struck Yun Xiaoning as peculiar. Wasn't it said that wishing wound tea deplete too much mental energy? Why then did she seem so lethargic? Even with a skill description as vague as this, the success rate was merely 15. Nonetheless, in the end, it succeeded. Oh, I see. Yun Xiaoning blinked. With a 15 chance of successfully wishing for survival and an 85 chance of failure resulting in being slain by Zhongli, it was no wonder she appeared utterly exhausted on the ground. So she was frightened, after all. Indeed, it's quite normal to be terrified when facing imminent death. Just like when I was surrounded by that group of despicable survivors in the villa, I trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing from fear. Wait a moment. That thing. Suddenly struck by a thought, Yun Xiaoning waved at the short-haired girl. Could you grant me another skill that allows me to decide who can pass through the air wall and who cannot? With such a skill, I would no longer fear other supernatural beings intruding. The girl's expression shifted uneasily. I have already rewritten your supernatural ability once with my wish, and I cannot alter it a second time. Additionally, I just expended all my memories related to our abilities in the formula, so, alas, very well then. Although this SSR supernatural ability is indeed powerful, the limitations are rather excessive. Memories and the crystallized essence of high-level infected have become one-time consumables, with a notably low probability of success for wishes. Rather than attempting to add another skill through wishing, it would be more prudent to reserve the crystal for Zhongli to unlock new weaponry. So be it then. Yun Xiaoning was somewhat satisfied with this outcome, while Zhongli seemed only reluctantly accepting. Subsequently, Zhongli compelled the short-haired girl to agree to accompany her in search of the lair of the high-level infected. They arranged to meet again in this square tomorrow morning and left the underground storage together, hand in hand. Upon returning to the principal's car and reuniting with the little corpse number 1, Yun Xiaoning finally tugged at Zhongli's clothing, voicing her query. Master, why did you let her go today? Was it because of her story? Of course not. Zhongli squinted and smiled, yet a hint of avarice flickered in her demeanor. Her abilities were evidently of a later stage type. In this apocalyptic world, the future is destined to belong to high-level ability users. We must strategize in advance for this impending future. That makes sense, Yun Xiaoning acknowledged with a nod. However, to be candid, she had not found a moment to contemplate the future or what lay ahead in recent days. The pressures from both the apocalypse and Zhongli were overwhelming, leaving her breathless. Does that mean the master intends to win her over? Not to win her over, but to control her, ensuring her abilities are entirely at our disposal. But how can that be achieved? Isn't she an infected as well? Utilize your capture mechanism, silly Xiaoning. As she spoke, Zhongli playfully flicked Yun Xiaoning on the forehead. Ouch! Yun Xiaoning crouched down, cradling her head, yet grasped Zhongli's intent. Capturing her was indeed feasible. However, there currently existed only a 2 chance of success. If they truly wished to seize her, they would either need to significantly increase the capture attempts or endeavor harder to elevate the probability. After pondering for a moment, Yun Xiaoning rubbed her still throbbing head and got into the car with Zhongli. No matter how one looked at it, the day was drawing to a close, and soon the infected would be heading out for work. Any lingering doubts could be discussed at home later. By the way, Xiaoning, isn't your little corpse #1 excellent at sniffing? Let's stay behind to keep a close watch on them and ensure they don't escape. Understood. With everything in order, Zhongli finally exhaled a sigh of relief and started the vehicle. Today's endeavors had yielded considerable rewards. They had acquired 2 special sensory crystals, and Yun Xiaoning's marginal line had improved, along with an acquaintance with a future SSR ability user who could be captured using the marginal line. Quite splendid. Moreover, in addition to these, she had also gleaned several intriguing pieces of information about Xiaoning. Reflecting on this, Zhongli tilted her head to glance at the now relaxed Yun Xiaoning, and a smirk quickly graced her lips. Relax? That won't do, my docile little cake. Now that the morning's affairs have been resolved. Indeed, Master, next, it is time to address your matters. Yun Xiaoning. What? Yun Xiaoning suddenly froze, an ominous sensation washing over her. As she abruptly lifted her head, she caught Zhang Li's gaze intently fixated on the silver bell adorning her ankle. Eek! No, not that. Chapter 78. Desire to be tormented by you for a lifetime, alas. Zhang Li was indeed intent on reckoning with the lies she had spoken. She was precisely that sort of meticulous individual. Xiaoning, do you remember? Zhang Li's smile gradually intensified, yet Yun Xiaoning dared not meet her gaze. Shrinking her foot adorned with silver bells to the side in a futile attempt to shield herself from Zhang Li's increasingly fervent stare. Remember, what? Ugh. The petite figure trembled visibly, her face sinking lower in embarrassment. To be honest, she was utterly at a loss on how to respond to Zhang Li. In the past, she might have concocted ways to evade the situation, but her mindset had shifted. She could distinctly feel a burgeoning affection within her heart, still vague, yet steadily growing. She no longer wished to deceive Zhang Li. In the purest of emotions, there ought not to exist such lies. Moreover, today it was I who deceived you. Tomorrow, it will be you who deceives me. Coupled with Zhang Li's profoundly twisted nature, Yun Xiaoning could hardly fathom how Zhang Li might manipulate her in the future. But should she lay bare her feelings at this very moment? Yun Xiaoning pressed her hand to her chest, her expression betraying hesitation. To be completely honest with her would leave her utterly defenseless, entirely under Zhang Li's control, reduced to being her puppet. Such a conclusion was one she found herself gradually accepting. There was no need to contemplate complex matters any longer, nor to feel any pressure. Instead, she could savor Zhang Li's torment as a delicacy, relinquishing her own thoughts to become something that belonged to her forever, dedicating her life wholeheartedly to this. But was this truly acceptable? This distorted, selfish, wicked woman did not comprehend how to express what she termed affection or love. Her overwhelming possessiveness would merely lead her to regard Yun Xiaoning as a precious treasure, her most cherished little cake. Yet, such a reality was not desirable, was it? Yun Xiaoning glanced askance, stealing a moment to observe the world beyond the car window. Ruins sprawled endlessly, and, as the morning fog gradually dissipated, what lay revealed was a desolate city littered with corpses. Gray, white, and black dominated the palette of this world. Life had faded away, as if everything had entirely lost its vibrancy. Must my existence also succumb to such monotony, such ashen lifelessness? No, I refuse. Yun Xiaoning shook her head vigorously. Having resolved to realign the twisted Zhang Li, she must retain a strength sufficient to shatter her shackles and possess a degree of resistance. The matters of the system must never be disclosed to Zhang Li. Under any circumstances. Yun Xiaoning, what are you daydreaming about? I am not dawdling. The girl suddenly lifted her delicate face, inexplicably retrieving a flicker of courage, and met Zhang Li's intensely fervent gaze. I inquire if you remember the words you spoke when you gifted me the bracelet. You claimed that if you were to deceive me, you would. I remember. A faint blush crept upon the little one's cheeks as she slightly inclined her head, flawlessly reciting her past words. If I deceive you, I shall be but a little dog, confined in a cage and ruthlessly bullied. Oh, and the latter part? Huh, what was the latter part? Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, only to suddenly realize something, causing her face to flush crimson, engulfing her entire countenance. Let you be bullied for a lifetime? Each word was pronounced with a deliberate pause, as the little one curled up, shyly articulating her confession. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaoning noticed Jiang Li's immediate satisfaction, expressed through a soft hum. How infuriating. She must be reveling in this. How could I have spoken with such absolute conviction in that moment? Why was I so confident? Now, the boomerang has returned with a vengeance, leading to this painful confrontation. Our little Xiaoning is indeed greedy. Wishing to be my pet dog for eternity with a tone laced with mockery and a scrutinizing gaze, Yun Xiaoning felt her CPU nearly overheat in that instant. Steam seemed to rise above her head, resembling a little steam sprite. Well, you must keep your word, Yun Xiaoning. Ugh. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Xiaoning lifted her head once more. I will fulfill my promise. No regrets? No regrets. Master, you may punish me as you wish. You may do anything to me. Yun Xiaoning gritted her teeth. As long as she does not fall into the trap of confession and expose her secrets, she would endure whatever Jiang Li demanded. Entu. Is that so? Anything goes? Very well. The cage can be spared, but I shall still punish you fiercely. I shall bully you unrelentingly. Well, for today, let us start with locking you in the little dark room for the entire day. What does that sound? I understand, Ugh. I accept my punishment. The little white-haired one removed her shoes, curling up in the passenger seat, hugging her legs. Yet, this obedient demeanor starkly contrasted with Jiang Li's expectations. Shun Yun Xiaoning, in an effort to evade punishment and bullying, proactively confess more of her concealed truths to seek leniency? But why was she so readily accepting her punishment now? Why was she doing this? Must those so-called secrets remain perpetually concealed? Would it not be far more delightful to unveil them and subsequently dictate one's own narrative? Why must one endure confinement while clinging to such things? A sense of nameless frustration began to ignite within Jiang Li, causing an inexplicable restlessness in her heart. Thus, she resolved to intensify her approach. I am not particularly fond of puppies, so you shall assume the role of a kitten instead. Yes. Still yes, still yes. Why so readily acquiescent? Now this very instant, let me hear you meow. A tremor coursed through the young girl's body. Beneath such humiliation, her cheeks flushed crimson, bubbling with embarrassment. And now, she was expected to meow. Cursed Jiang Li. Despite her inner reluctance, her obedient and honest body complied with Jiang Li's request. Meow. Not melodious enough. Louder. Meow. Even after reaching such a level of degradation, even while feeling so wronged, must you still refuse to confess everything, Yun Xiaoning? A suddenly cold remark severed the girl as every action and sound, freezing her in place, her body gradually shrinking back in trepidation. The playful delight that had graced Jiang Li's face moments ago faded into an expression of indifference, replaced by a chilling demeanor, clearly indicating her displeasure. Chapter 79. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Jiang Li was enraged. A sudden wave of indifference swept over Yun Xiaoning, tightening her heart. Instinctively, she wanted to open her mouth to offer some form of reconciliation to salvage the situation, but it was too late. The irritation within Jiang Li compelled her to press the accelerator to the floor, as the principal small car sped through the urban ruins and swiftly re-entered the familiar neighborhood. It came to a halt in front of a quaint villa. Subsequently, Yun Xiaoning was lifted by the collar like a small rabbit and dragged by Jiang Li to the entrance of the underground storage room, where she was unceremoniously tossed inside with a thud. Ouch! Rubbing her behind, Yun Xiaoning timidly turned around, only to hear the storage room door slam shut with a resentful click from Jiang Li. Moments later, the sound of a lock being secured echoed through the air. This is it. Suddenly provoking the delicate yet volatile Jiang Li seemed to have dire consequences. Yun Xiaoning scratched her head, feeling somewhat at a loss as she sat dazed in place. The layout of the storage room remained unchanged, yet various boxes had been meticulously reorganized by Jiang Li. Even the cardboard box she had previously emptied to conceal herself was now neatly filled and arranged. She certainly had a knack for tidiness. Hopefully, she would take it upon herself to tidy me up as well. With a heavy sigh, Yun Xiaoning shook her head and rose to find a dim corner where she could curl up against the wall. Sigh. Provoking Jiang Li was, alas, unavoidable. She was eager to confess everything to satisfy Jiang Li's desire for control, while simultaneously needing a small space of her own to safeguard her secrets and avoid complete domination by Jiang Li, leaving a sliver of opportunity to turn the tables. These two thoughts were fundamentally contradictory, existing in sharp conflict. It was only natural to be angry and to argue. Such is the nature of human relationships. When neither party is willing to take a step back, a cold war becomes an inevitable phase to endure. However, despite being confined to this dim space, Yun Xiaoning was not particularly anxious. Jiang Li had never gone too far. Once she calmed down, she would surely release her. With a favorability rating of 77 points, she could not bear to watch her little cake weep alone in the storage room. Could she? With this thought, Yun Xiaoning confidently opened the favorability page. Current favorability of exclusive support, 75, very fond. It decreased by 2 points. That shouldn't be too serious. Current favorability of exclusive support, 74, very fond. Yun Xiaoning froze, feeling a slight panic rise within her. Fortunately, the favorability level ultimately stabilized at 74 points, not dropping any further, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The time in this lonely little black room, belonging solely to the aggrieved version of the small dumpling, passed swiftly. Soon, the sky darkened, signaling the approach of evening. Jiang Li had been pacing back and forth in front of the door to the underground storage room, holding a bowl of freshly cooked noodles countless times. After a prolonged period, the agitation she had felt during the slaughter of the infected had dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of regret. It seemed she had been overly eager today, pressing the little girl, Yun Xiaoning, too tightly. She had intended to gradually unearth her secrets. So why had she been unable to restrain herself, yearning for the girl to confess everything so urgently? Alas, there would be other opportunities for the short-haired girl to reveal her truths. There was no need for such impatience. Yet now, she found herself unable to muster the resolve to open the door. If she succumbed to her soft-heartedness, Yun Xiaoning would only grow more reckless and uncontrollable in the future. That simply could not be allowed. A disobedient little cake was hardly a delightful treat. She must wait until Yun Xiaoning could no longer endure, until she begged for mercy and willingly spoke up. Patience was crucial. Patience was essential. Yet the entire day had passed, and not a single sound had escaped from within, not even a whimper. Had she succumbed to despair? That seemed improbable. Jiang Li had pressed her ear against the door countless times, listening intently for any signs of life. Indeed, the girl was alive, having secretly indulged in much of the food she had stored. She had even found time to exercise. Yet, there was no sign of surrender or pleas for mercy, nor any intention to cry out. Why was this little creature's resolve so unyielding today? The night had deepened. It was time for rest. Her own bed remained cold and unwelcoming. Jiang Li's expression grew complex as she stood before the small dark room, one hand holding the steaming noodles, the other clenched into a fist, lost in prolonged hesitation and contemplation. In stark contrast, Yun Xiaoning, confined within the dark room, felt that her internal turmoil was futile. She decided to embrace the role of a playful kitten. Fortuitously, the storage room was filled with delectable snacks. Thus, she spent her day indulging in food and sleep, drifting through the hours in a blissful haze. It was only now that she had just awakened, only to be suddenly seized by an indescribable cramping pain in her abdomen. With wide eyes, Yun Xiaoning stared in disbelief. Had she eaten something that disagreed with her? Why was her stomach hurting? Oh, it hurt so much. Curling up in a distressed ball, she pressed her hands tightly against her abdomen, but this seemed to provide little relief. The waves of cramping intensified with each passing moment. What was happening? She hadn't consumed anything unclean. Her stomach, it hurt so suddenly. This cramping felt like needles piercing her, causing her to break into a cold sweat, unable to suppress a soft cry. She slowly sank down against the corner of the wall, her body trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, she felt a peculiar sensation on her thigh, as if something liquid had grazed it. What is this? In the dim light of the storeroom, the only illumination came from the crack of the door, compelling Yun Xiaoning to drag her aching form toward it. As she reached out, she noticed a layer of crimson liquid clinging to her fingers. It was thick and sweet. Blood. How? How did I start bleeding? The startled young girl cried out. Just then, a sudden crash echoed from beyond the storeroom door, followed by the door being forcefully thrust open. Xiaoning? With a face full of worry and urgency, Zhongli rushed in without hesitation. It seemed she had been waiting outside for quite some time. Otherwise, her reaction wouldn't have been so swift. Tears welling in her eyes, Yun Xiaoning slowly lifted her head, bashfully pointing to her shorts. Master, your cat is bleeding. Zhongli gazed at Yun Xiaoning, and in an instant she understood everything, letting out a sudden, disappointed sigh. It wasn't until she was carried to the restroom, the blood cleaned up, her clothes changed, and a sanitary pad placed, that she was brought back to the bedside. Finally receiving the warm ginger sugar water prepared by Zhongli, that Yun Xiaoning began to comprehend the situation. Her face flushed, she burrowed under the covers. Sometimes, it felt as though her luck was absurdly good. There was a hint of disappointment in Zhongli's tone. But the good news was that the Cold War seemed to have come to an end. Zhongli had long since ceased to be angry about the earlier incident. Her strategy for self-punishment had been remarkably successful. What kind of luck is that? The last time I wanted to deal with you, you caught a fever. Today, I had the same intention, yet your relatives came to visit. What do you mean by this? This isn't something I can control. I don't care. You made me very unhappy today. Extremely unhappy. You even made me spill the noodles I prepared for you. You must continue to face punishment. But, Haven T, I already been locked up all day. I've been very good. I didn't even make a sound. Upon hearing Yun Xiaoning's words, the inexplicable anger within Zhongli flared up once more. Not a sound. Am I asking you to remain silent? Can't you plead for mercy or show some humility? No, today cannot just end like this. The more she looked at this little creature, the more infuriating she became. Suddenly, Zhongli yanked the covers aside, forcefully pulling Yun Xiaoning's feet out. Master, what are you doing? Her delicate little feet, still clad in pure white socks, instinctively arched in fear and tension as they were exposed to the air. Even the delicate little pearls are tightly clasped together, appearing utterly adorable. Naturally, they are also exceedingly delectable. This prompted Zhongli to resolutely shift her focus. If she could not engage in a bloody battle, she would have to redirect her ambitions. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? What is it? You possess a pair of feet, while I have a mouth. Oh no. Master, what are you planning to do? What are you going to do? Wait. Chapter 80. Could you please wait a moment longer? Yun Xiaoning was so exhausted that she rolled her eyes in disbelief. From resistance to struggle, and then to submission, followed by involuntary moans. This petite frame indeed matched her expectations. It was utterly incapable of enduring prolonged exertion, let alone desperately resisting Zhongli. In less than 10 minutes, Yun Xiaoning found herself utterly drained, becoming a mere fish out of water, vulnerable to anyone's whims. Yet, being a fish out of water was not so dire, for she was shielded by her relatives. Zhongli could never dare to act against her, unless she wished to be drenched in blood. Moreover, this formidable protective barrier could safeguard her for an entire week. A week. The time since she and Zhongli had met had barely exceeded a week. Considering that, her stomachache tonight did not seem so grievous after all. It was even a profitable endeavor. Yes, truly profitable. Yun Xiaoning. What is it, master? You leaked. Little did she know that the scene, which ultimately caused Zhongli to cease her meal, would be so embarrassingly awkward, so mortifying that Yun Xiaoning's cheeks instantly flushed a brilliant red. The commotion had been too great, making it all too easy to leak. After all, sanitary napkins are not invincible. Even after putting one on, one must be exceedingly cautious. I don't care. You must return tomorrow to wash the sheets. Fine. All right. How annoying. This is clearly not my fault. Why must it fall upon me? Bullying again, you wretched Zhongli. However, she decided to let it go. After all, it was she who had provoked Zhongli's ire first. She would not hold it against her obediently. Yun Xiaoning allowed the satiated Zhongli to remove her damp white socks, and after being carried into the bathroom for a quick tidy-up, they nestled together tightly under the covers. The brief commotion had come to an end, and now, in the ensuing tranquility, it was time to rest well. The moonlight wove dreams, promising a peaceful slumber tonight. It should have been so. Yet, the two intertwined souls found themselves ensnared in their inner theatrical musings, embroiled in a series of comical mental antics, preventing either from falling asleep swiftly. Those who have experienced the sweetness of first love, or who have expressed their affections to someone they admired, would surely understand, right? The night after being confessed to by someone one cherishes, and the night after confessing to someone one admires. It is truly exceedingly difficult to find sleep. Tossing and turning, now elated, now expectant, now wavering, and at times filled with anxiety. That tender and naive affection flowed into their minds like a gentle stream, refusing to recede. Were it not for Zhongli's firm embrace, Yun Xiaoning would have been writhing restlessly by the edge of the bed. You are mine. I am yours. It was not a confession. It resembled one even more closely. Setting aside the recent cold skirmish, which was hardly cold at all, today indeed marks the first instance, whether consciously or unconsciously, of heartfelt confessions exchanged between myself and Zhongli. It is a day worthy of remembrance. Hee. The young lady squinted slightly, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile of delight. Why are you smiling? Hurry and go to sleep. Ugh. Startled by the reprimand, Yun Xiaoning blinked timidly, gazing at Zhongli's tightly shut eyes under the luminous moonlight. Zhongli's long, elegant eyelashes fluttered slightly, while her furrowed brow betrayed her inner turmoil. As the vanquished party in this Cold War, it was entirely understandable that she would be unable to sleep, feeling discontented after waiting all day without an admission of secrets from me. Her strong desire for control surely left her feeling uncomfortable and stifled. Yet, she was powerless to unleash her frustrations, particularly with family ties shielding her. How unfortunate for her. However, I could not allow her to endure this distress indefinitely. Observing Zhongli's face, my heart ached. Although I was reluctant to reveal everything to her, perhaps I could take a small step back. For instance, I could offer her a promise that would ease her mind. Master. There was no response, and her brow remained furrowed. Nonetheless, the young lady refused to relent. Zhongli. What? It seems you no longer wish to sleep? Yun Xiaoning? You dare to call me by my name. Though I am not yet ready to confide in you. Master, could you perhaps trust me? After a brief moment of confusion, Zhongli sat up abruptly, rubbing her head wearily. Her disheveled hair fell over her face, obscuring her expression from Yun Xiaoning. However, the cool breeze that wafted from the lifted blanket caused a tightening in Yun Xiaoning's abdomen, intensifying the sharp pain she felt. Gritting her teeth against the agony, Yun Xiaoning joined Zhongli in sitting up. Please don't search my memories through that person and refrain from asking her anything, all right? You little deceiver. Having tricked me so many times, do you think you can prevent me from inquiring? Do you believe I want to confine you to a dark room for the rest of your life? Master, I will tell you everything. I will reveal all my secrets. I will entrust you with my entirety. Her words tumbled out in a flurry, and lifting her chin, Yun Xiaoning gazed at Zhongli with sincerity, gripping her arms tightly. But not now, master. May I ask you to wait a little longer? At least, I do not wish to surrender everything to someone like you today. Without receiving what I desire as a punishment, I will neither tolerate nor excuse it. You do not understand. Your selfishness, your obsession, and your need for control will surely destroy this bond. It would lead me to complete despair, transforming me into an object devoid of thought and emotion. I shall undoubtedly regret it. Surely, there will come a day when you too will harbor regrets. Thus, before the outcome of this game of wits, where you provoke me and I provoke you, My secret shall remain forever concealed. I will never disclose it. Just wait a little longer, grant me some more time, and I will surely reveal everything. Can you trust me, Jiangli? I swear, I promise. But what will you swear upon? Beneath the moonlight, Jiangli tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her expression serious yet tinged with a hint of tension and hesitation. Yun Xiaoning blinked, then, with determination, seized Jiang Li's hand that had brushed her hair aside and gently pressed it against her still aching abdomen. I swear on this. If I break my promise, I shall endure excruciating pain every time I visit relatives. A torment so unbearable it would leave me writhing in agony. Pain for an entire. Yun Xiaoning was about to utter the words a lifetime, but suddenly paused, as if a sense of crisis had dawned upon her, quickly amending her statement. Pain for a whole year. Why not a lifetime this time? A lifetime is far too long. We must seize the moment. BFF. Chapter 81. Even in the face of perilous paths, by the way, master here, with hands clasped behind her back, Yun Xiaoning swiftly retrieved the second silver bell she had purchased with tokens during her idle moments in the dim little room. She presented it to Jiangli. This bell, identical in function to the one adorning her ankle, was capable of monitoring the distance between their two wristbands. Initially, she had only acquired one, but now that Jiangli was aware of the matter, she decided to procure another for her as well. Thus, the lingering tension of their silent standoff seemed to find resolution. Jiangli was exceedingly pleased with the gift. Yun Xiaoning transformed back into a docile little rabbit, contentedly allowing Jiangli to use her as a pillow. After fulfilling all her tasks and feeling a sense of satisfaction, the girl gradually succumbed to drowsiness, her eyelids beginning to wage a silent battle. Unbeknownst to her, in her drowsy state, Jiangli suddenly began to speak to her about something. The words were hazy to her, and she could only respond with soft, unconscious murmurs. Xiaoning. Thank you for your gift. Xiaoning. The moonlight is lovely tonight. Who? I'm asleep now. Jiangli, however, remained awake throughout the night, her gaze fixed on the view outside the window. Beyond thoughts of Yun Xiaoning, her mind wandered to many other matters, ruminating through the entire night without pause. Soon, dawn broke, signaling the time to rise. The hours when shadowy monsters roamed the night appeared to be extending. They now emerged earlier and retreated later. As their active hours lengthened, the time available for human survivors to venture outside safely diminished. Jiangli sensed that the period between sunrise and the emergence of the infected seemed deliberately bestowed upon humanity for adaptation and growth, akin to a novice's protective phase. Yet, this protective interval was visibly shrinking day by day. It would not be long before it vanished entirely. Once the safeguard was lifted, the law of survival of the fittest would reign supreme. The last standing survivors would either possess sufficient strength to gather essential resources amidst the relentless pursuit of the infected during daylight or acquire the ability to navigate the darkness at night. Exploring the night. With this thought, Jiangli, her eyes shadowed by fatigue, slowly rose. After gently placing the white-furred bundle back into the covers, she made her way to the balcony alone, gazing out at the hazy awakening of the apocalyptic world beyond the villa. Regardless of the circumstances, venturing into the night was an inevitable aspect of this new reality. Humanity must summon the courage to confront the unknown. Even though the dangers posed by the creatures of the night far surpassed those of the infected by day, they were compelled to tread forward in search of a path to survival. Before the night completely envelopes the world, it is imperative to ascertain the true nature of these apocalyptic creatures. Moreover, the more perilous the location, the greater the potential for encountering abundant opportunities, thereby facilitating one's rapid self-improvement. Enhancement. Becoming stronger is the fundamental path to survival in this dystopian world. Therefore, the objectives for exploring the night must be swiftly devised and executed. However, prior to that, one must adequately prepare to confront these creatures of the apocalypse. While Yun Xiaoning's defensive abilities can withstand them, her offensive capabilities are lacking. Her ability to capture can indeed annihilate those shadowy monsters. Yet each extermination depletes a significant portion of her mental energy, rendering sustained combat impossible. Thus, acquiring her third weapon, the longbow, becomes paramount. With a longbow at her disposal, she can inflict effective damage upon those shadowy beasts, thereby transforming the awkward predicament she and Xiaoning face during the night. At that point, they will be able to boldly venture into the darkness and uncover the true essence of these apocalyptic beings. The anticipation is exhilarating. Furthermore, the shadowy monsters had previously obstructed her path while she sought medicine for Yun Xiaoning, and this grievance must be avenged. They must be utterly exterminated, completely annihilated. Yes, it is imminent. Almost there. Now, she only needs to procure 2 special-grade infected crystals. Today, she shall investigate the credibility of the special-grade infected nest as mentioned by that short-haired fool. After lingering on the windowsill to savor the chilly morning breeze, her drowsy mind has become considerably more alert. Zhongli promptly returned to the bedroom, unceremoniously dragging Yun Xiaoning and, amidst her protests, ushering her into the dressing room. "I'm so sleepy, master." Ooh. In her hazy state, Yun Xiaoning felt Zhongli was already dressing her. Today's attire showcased a new style, a classic JK sailor uniform dominated by white with blue accents. A white blouse, blue skirt, and a red bow, complemented by knee-high white socks and a pair of brown shoes, presented an undeniably youthful and academic appearance. Her snow-white hair was tied high atop her head in a vibrant ponytail. The adorableness was intermingled with a lively, student aura, contrasting distinctly with her previous looks of a girlfriend, maid, or neighborly girl. However, the skirt felt a tad too short, leaving her thighs exposed to the cool air. Yet, Yun Xiaoning had no time to voice her grievances. Within mere minutes, Zhongli had forcibly guided her through her morning routine, hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast, and unceremoniously tossed her into the passenger seat of the car. "It's time to go meet that short-haired fool." "All right. Okay, master. After we locate the special-grade infected, I will do my utmost to incapacitate it, and then you can strike the final blow." Why? Yun Xiaoning was taken aback, and the weariness etched on her face vanished without a trace. "Am I to slay an elite infected? Oh my, now that you mention it, my fatigue has completely dissipated. I was just pondering how to seize Jiang Li's head for myself. You see, my urgent mission is to personally eliminate an elite infected, which would reward me with a substantial 2,000 tokens. With that, I could instantly purchase an ability upgrade, and while enjoying a hot pot and singing merrily, I could confine Jiang Li in a little cage, rendering her unable to escape. I would enhance my experience, and then she could attempt to capture that little waste. Testing the odds of success. If the probability remains low, I could continuously gain experience. All I need is the crystal from the elite infected to unlock new weaponry." How delightful! Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaoning was utterly elated. The prospect of incessantly grinding for experience was simply exhilarating, given that the current success rate is only 2. Even with experience gains, it wouldn't immediately elevate the odds significantly. Moreover, she had yet to inform Zhongli that the capture success rate was merely 2. Little did she know, this would prompt Zhongli to diligently assist in boosting her experience. Perhaps she should keep this information to herself or deceive Zhongli into believing the success rate was exceedingly low, allowing her to continually yield opportunities for Yun Xiaoning. Oh, what a thrilling notion. Today could very well be her triumphant day. To ascend, to grow stronger, and then to turn the tables on Zhongli. To imprison her within the boundaries of despair and mock her mercilessly. How delightful! Yun Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction. Yet, she reminded herself not to revel too soon. She still had to ponder the truth behind the words of that short-haired girl. What if she was merely concocting a ruse to escape us? Although she had dispatched Little Corpse Number 1 to monitor them, with one being a king level and the other an elite, it was unlikely that Little Corpse know. One could pursue them should they decide to flee. If they were deceiving us, then she would hunt them down to the ends of the earth, severing them to extract the crystals to nourish her weapons. Sigh. Very well. Yun Xiaoning shook her head and fell silent. In truth, she understood that if the other party truly intended to flee, Zhongli would have limited options, especially since she had already given them a chance yesterday. A full day was ample time for them to escape the city, even if they remained. The matter of the elite infected's lair could very well be a deception, or perhaps a new trap. Yet, there was no alternative. Zhongli was eager to ambush the bones, and she too was desperate for tokens. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, she had no choice but to step boldly into this gamble. But would this grand wager unfold as smoothly as it had in the past? Gazing out at the swiftly passing apocalyptic scenery beyond the window, Yun Xiaoning placed her small hand upon her chest, delicately attuning herself to the rhythm of her heartbeat. She could sense that some crisis awaited both her and Zhongli. Yet this time, she felt resolute. She would not succumb to fear as she had before. Trembling in trepidation. After all, having someone who cherishes you and whom you cherish in return by your side is truly a blessing. Zhongli will undoubtedly safeguard herself, and I will certainly exert every effort to protect her as well, won't I?